Yi Xian has traversed into a realm where every individual possesses the ability to forge their own divine kingdom and ascend as a creator god. In this extraordinary world, each person can manifest their unique universe, nurturing it to reciprocate benefits to themselves. Magic, celestial paths, supreme divine realms, or perhaps the fantastical, Cthulhu, all too feeble. My world is one of primordial chaos. Elemental beings, cultivators, reincarnators, battle emperors, black oats, all too trivial. I have conjured the great Tao of deities and demons. Creator Pangu proclaims, an invasion from another realm, a colossal leader, easily vanquished with a single strike of my axe. Celestial ancestor Hong Jun exclaims, a world of cultivation, the pinnacle of celestial paths? Huh, do you dare to flaunt before the celestial ancestor? Demon ancestor Luohu retorts, Cthulhu, the lord of demons? Huh, do you comprehend what it means to be the demon ancestor? Human ancestor Swearin states, the emperor of humanity, bearing the burden of the masses? Commendable, truly worthy of being a descendant of a human race. Many years hence, the primordial chaos exerts its dominance across infinite dimensions, suppressing countless timelines to become the mightiest realm. Above the primordial chaos, Yi Xian stands with arms crossed, ruling over eternity, gazing down upon all living beings. Chapter 1. Universal Creation. 9 years of compulsory education establishes a foundation, a year of learning to forge a world. And now the time for assessment has finally arrived. The day has finally come. During the final exams of the first year, I shall astound the entire school. Oh, come now. Being able to create a world would be remarkable enough. I beseech, grant me the power to create a world, even if it is merely an ordinary one. At least I could progress academically. I have been in my first year for a decade now, and if I do not succeed this year, I shall be forced to drop out and become a mere mundane. At Lingtian No. 1 High School, students of all ages and genders sit anxiously, unable to find peace. For today marks the final examination for first-year students, a pivotal day determining their future academic paths. Assessments are conducted by class, and they await the arrival of the exam with bated breath. In Class 11, in the corner of the classroom, Yi Xian sits with an expression of indifference, as though he exists in an entirely different realm from his classmates engaged in lively conversation. In truth, this is indeed the case. He is not a native of this world. Since his arrival in this world, 16 years have passed. From birth until now, he has undergone 9 years of compulsory education and currently finds himself in the first year of high school. He has gained a comprehensive understanding of this world, which is known as the Great Xia. It bears a striking resemblance to the world he once inhabited, save for one significant difference. This realm is one where every individual possesses the potential to become a creator god. The 9 years of compulsory education do not merely impart ordinary knowledge, but rather a comprehensive array of teachings regarding world creation. Following a year of practical learning in the first year, success in crafting a world by the time of graduation will elevate a student to the second year. Even the simplest and most mundane world, if successfully created, guarantees advancement to the second year. Failing to do so, however, results in a repeat of the year, with a maximum of 10 years allotted. Should one fail to manifest a world within that time, it signifies one is a mundane, destined to contribute to society rather than ascend to the heights of a creator god. This is a realm designated for creator gods, where some forge the most ordinary worlds, blending in with the masses. Others create technological realms, where beings develop two-dimensional foils capable of obliterating all, and rumors abound of legendary technological life forms capable of whimsically altering dimensions. Some craft worlds of combat energy, where beings can cultivate the extraordinary. Others establish realms of supreme divinity, wherein the denizens continually undertake tasks to enhance themselves, ultimately surpassing all. Numerous other varieties of worlds exist as well, including realms of cultivation and magical realms. The fundamental premise for these worlds is the extraordinary. Upon creating a world, one instantly transcends societal classes, receiving treatment unimaginable to the ordinary populace. Conversely, failure to create a world confines one to a standard academy, hastily acquiring knowledge to become a foundational builder. During the entire second year, as long as one births extraordinary life within their world, they can progress to the third year. This phase, too, has a decade-long limit. In the first year, there are no elite classes. All resources are equal, relying solely on individual talent. After the conclusion of the first year, students advancing to the second year begin to exhibit disparities in aptitude. Those with the greatest talent ascend directly to the third year, where the finest resources await them. Students who advance seamlessly enter the elite classes, which are the most prestigious in the third year and boast the best teachers and abundant resources. The remaining classes are categorized based on the potential of their worlds into ordinary classes, key classes, and talent classes. The fewer the number of classes, the better the quality, just as Class 1 for the exceptionally talented surpasses Class 2. The number of classes is not fixed, but rather contingent upon the caliber of students within that grade. Talent classes are tailored to individual strengths. Key classes strive for excellence, while ordinary classes resemble a free-range system, where success hinges on personal effort, with teachers instructing and students learning independently. The third year consists of a mere year. Regardless of how one ultimately develops, students will be assigned to respective academies based on their performance, becoming a part of the Creator God Academy. Bang! Just as the students engage in animated discussions, the sound of a door opening brings immediate silence to the once rambunctious classroom. A strikingly attractive female teacher clad in professional attire stands at the entrance. Class 11 of the first year, it is your turn for the assessment. Follow me. With that, the teacher turns and strides away, and the students orderly follow behind her in the predetermined sequence toward the examination location. Soon, Yi Xian and his classmates arrive at the assessment venue. Inside the examination hall, a male teacher awaits, and upon seeing the students enter one by one and take their seats, he opens a small box on the podium. Today marks the most crucial moment in your lives. I hope you can unleash your talents to the fullest. Next, please take your seats. I will distribute the divine source in order. Once I have finished, you may commence the examination. The exam duration is 1 hour. Yi Xian's seat is located in the last row corner, which indicates he will be the last to receive the divine source. The divine source is a special resource in this world, specifically designed to cultivate worlds, forming the foundation for creation and serving as the resource for nurturing worlds in the future. After years of education, the students possess the knowledge necessary to utilize the divine source for world creation. The worlds they create are independent of the divine source and rely solely on the students' innate talent. Those endowed with formidable abilities can directly establish extraordinary civilizations, giving rise to extraordinary life forms, thus advancing to the third year without passing through the second. Such accelerated students are known as direct advancement scholars. In a strict sense, they are the true talents. Soon, the divine source was bestowed into the hands of Yi Xian. At the command of the teacher, the students eagerly commenced the creation of worlds. Before long, one scholar successfully brought forth a new realm. A resonant hum filled the air as an ephemeral projection of the world manifested above this student's head. The onlookers turned their gazes, for it was Chen Yu, the sole individual in their class whose theoretical prowess could rival that of Yi Xian. Within that world, the essence of magic permeated the atmosphere. Although extraordinary life had yet to be revealed, it undoubtedly harbored hundreds of lives, suggesting that the emergence of transcendent beings would not be long in coming. Is this a magical world, truly deserving of being one of the most exceptional students in the class? To create a world so swiftly. The classmates began to murmur amongst themselves, many casting altered glances at Chen Yu. The boys were filled with envy and jealousy, while the girls gazed upon him with admiration and reverence. No, that is an extraordinary life. The instructor overseeing the assessment immediately discerned, amid the hundreds of lives, a singularly massive entity that resembled a gorilla, radiating an unmistakable aura of vitality. To create an extraordinary world right from inception is intriguing. Yet the potential of the world remains finite. Yi Xian mused to himself as he observed Chen Yu's successful world creation. Chapter 2. Is the chaotic world a wasteland? According to Yi Xian's understanding, although the civilization of this magical world is formidable, it ultimately possesses limited potential and is unlikely to reach the pinnacle of existence, a goal he does not aspire to. What he seeks is a world with boundless potential. Such profoundly potent realms are often referred to as mythical worlds or divine realms. As the name suggests, a mythical world is a realm born of legends, inhabited by creatures that are projections of myth. As the world's level rises, it may even give birth to true mythical beings. The potential of such worlds is immense, yet creating them is exceedingly challenging. Very well, classmate Chen Yu, you may return home now. You are eligible to advance to the senior year next semester. The assessment teacher noted in the ledger, emphasizing with a circle that Chen Yu had established an extraordinary magical world, granting him direct entry into the senior class. Thank you, teacher, Chen Yu replied, calm and unhurried, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before departing the classroom, he turned back to glance at his classmates, particularly lingering on Yi Xian for a few seconds, offering a slight smirk that hinted at his disdain. From this moment forth, the once academically renowned Yi Xian could only watch Chen Yu's retreating figure, as his other classmates seemed to exist in an entirely different realm. All right, students, continue with the examination. As time passed, several other students began to create their worlds, while Yi Xian, with his extensive theoretical knowledge, remained unable to manifest his own. Many classmates, realizing they were not yet ready to create a world, promptly surrendered their efforts, while those who were apathetic began to converse amongst themselves. Why hasn't Yi Xian created a world yet? Isnt, he always at the top of the class. Perhaps he is attempting to forge an exceptionally powerful world. He may be unwilling to settle for a mundane creation. That is highly likely. After all, he is Yi Xian, the genius who excels in both theory and practice. Although students engaged in such discussions, these matters were irrelevant to those focused on world creation, as once they entered a state of silence to manifest their worlds, they would remain undisturbed by the chatter around them. This is why the teacher did not intervene. Just as they were conversing about Yi Xian, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanated from his being. Buzz. All the apathetic students were drawn to the world floating above Yi Xian's head, a vast expanse of endless darkness, shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring all visibility. Yet, from this void emerged a horrifying presence, a chaotic yet ordered energy. This world contained nothing, no life, no void, no time, absolutely nothing. This is the chaotic world. What sort of world is this? Why is there nothing here? Not even a continent. Indeed, the absence of celestial bodies is understandable. They can gradually emerge over time. But this world lacks even a continent or any planets. Nothing at all. How can life ever arise here? This must be mere space, devoid of even the essence of law. Can this truly be considered a world? The esteemed Yi Xian, renowned for his theoretical and practical prowess, has conjured up such a thing. Everyone was bewildered by this world. They struggled to comprehend it. For according to their learned principles, it could scarcely qualify as a world. At best, it could only be regarded as a space. And yet, the creator of this world was none other than Yi Xian, the student who excelled in both theory and practice. How could they not be astonished? This is the chaotic world. Only the assessment teacher stood upon the platform, gazing in astonishment at the world Yi Xian had crafted, exclaiming in wonder. Teacher, what is the chaotic world? A curious student inquired, having never before heard of such a realm. The teacher reigned in his astonishment. This was the first time he had witnessed such a world. Previously, he had only encountered scant references to it in texts. The chaotic world, an existence devoid of all. No laws, no concepts. Even the fundamental laws that construct space and time cannot manifest here. It is a fascinating world, yet it possesses no power. Lacking even the laws of life, it cannot foster existence. In essence, this world is a wasteland with no potential. Upon hearing the teacher's explanation, the students began to murmur amongst themselves once more. A wasteland? Such a world exists? I don't know. I've never heard of it. If the teacher says so, it must be true. Sigh. This world, which exists only in legends. Who knows if Yi Xian is fortunate or unfortunate? The students shifted their expressions. Their earlier astonishment replaced with a pitying gaze directed at Yi Xian. Though they had yet to create their own worlds, they still had future opportunities, next time. And the time after that, perhaps even 9 chances. Yet here stood the top student in both theory and practice, having conjured a wasteland. A wasteland cannot give rise to any life, nor can it embody laws. Thus it possesses no future. It is a forsaken world, devoid of purpose, with no prospects or future. The cost of annihilating such a world and birthing a new one is a burden far beyond what ordinary individuals can endure. This implies that Yi Xian's fate is sealed. He is doomed for life. The assessment teacher, unfazed by the rarity of a wasteland, focused solely on identifying students capable of creating worlds. As long as a student succeeded in manifesting a world, even if it was a wasteland, it counted. He recorded Yi Xian's name in the ledger, just as he had for Qin Ji, encircling it. Yet the remarks noted that he had created a chaotic world, a wasteland, and would enter the ordinary class of the second year. Yi Xian, you may leave. You will enter the second year next semester. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Yi Xian paid no mind to the peculiar gazes of his classmates and strode confidently towards the exit, disregarding the murmurs that followed him. A wasteland? A bunch of ignorant fools. They have no idea how much effort I expended to craft the chaotic world, and it is branded as a wasteland. Absurd. Yi Xian chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of superiority as he contemplated the desolate realm in his mind. He realized that the inhabitants of this world lacked vision. They had never witnessed the might of chaos and were oblivious to its profound implications. Yet he understood all too well the vast potential that chaos harbors. The chaotic world, devoid of laws. That is simply because what exists within chaos is the great Tao. Before the great Tao, what are laws but mere trifles? They are but derivatives. No life. Are you aware that there are beings birthed from the great Tao? You do not know, but Yi Xian does. These are the great Tao deities and demons. From the 3,000 great Taos, beings are born, evolving from the great Tao itself, a world imbued with boundless potential. And yet some would dare to deem it a wasteland. Chapter 3. The Creation Lotus, the 3,000 deities and demons. The 3,000 great Taos, each capable of leading to enlightenment. Within the chaos, the 3,000 deities and demons exist. Pangu splitting the heavens, the fall of deities and demons, the emergence of the primordial, the birth of heaven and earth. Among them lie concepts of time, space, fate, and causality, all of which are supreme avenues present in countless worlds, and within the chaos. They all coexist. A world so perfectly aligned with the great Tao, and yet it is deemed a wasteland. Yixian knew that there was no world stronger than chaos. Thus, he was thoroughly satisfied with this realm. Upon returning home, Yixian closed his eyes, his consciousness drifting into the ethereal chaotic world. Following the assessment, he had a 2-month vacation, during which he must successfully birth life. Only then could he progress step by step. In his mind, he had already charted a course for future development, with the first step being the creation of life, in the midst of chaos. Indeed, this is the realm of chaos, where even space remains unmanifested, rendering it impossible to discern direction. Nay, one cannot even perceive the existence of orientation. Upon entering this tumultuous void, Yixian immediately sensed the utter absence of directional concepts. Were it not for his status as the creator deity of this world, he would find himself entirely incapable of making any progress. Within chaos, rules do not emerge, for the presence of the great Tao suppresses them. All rules and laws are drawn to the Tao, coexisting in its vicinity, unable to manifest. This explains why chaos is deemed a wasteland by many. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that chaos can indeed give rise to life. In the depths of chaos, where rules are concealed, a sense of disorder prevails. However, as the creator deity, he can distinctly perceive numerous rules and laws darting about, eluding any attempt at organization. Such as chaos, a world teeming with disarray. In a typical world, the emergence of life may occur through fortunate circumstances or the inherent strength of the world, as exemplified by figures like Chen Yu, leading to the birth of life. Usually, in an ordinary world, the rules are incomplete, the laws sparse, and even the great Tao may be absent. Thus, without the life laws, one may harness divine source energy to re-evolve the laws of life and nurture existence. Yet, in chaos, the 3,000 great Taos are complete, giving rise to countless laws and rules, rendering foreign laws incapable of survival. It is not merely a matter of survival. Upon entry, they are devoured by the 3,000 great Taos, unable to exert any influence. Hence, to cultivate life, one must engage with these 3,000 great Taos or the myriad laws and rules. However, due to the supremacy of the chaos Tao, if the beings of the Tao do not manifest, even if those laws and rules were to give birth to life, they would be instantaneously consumed by the Tao. Therefore, Yixian's immediate task is to first cultivate beings of the Tao. With a thought, he sought to extract a single Tao from the 3,000 to evolve life. Yet, the supremacy of the Tao is not something he can simply detach. Even exerting his utmost effort proves futile in extracting a single thread of it. Yixian furrowed his brow. It seemed this approach was impractical. He ceased his actions and began to contemplate how to proceed. The Tao is exalted, and even as the creator deity, it is difficult to alter its essence. At best, he could avoid being repulsed by the Tao. The notion of separation is unrealistic. And considering that the 3,000 deities and demons in mythology emerged from it, how could he possibly nurture deities and demons without disturbing the Tao? In the legends, the first step involved nurturing the 3,000 deities and demons, subsequently harnessing the power of the 3,000 great Taos to give birth to Pangu, the one who cleaved chaos and birthed the primordial world. This implies that he must first nurture the 3,000 deities and demons. Yet, ironically, he cannot touch the Tao. 3 days swiftly passed. A thought struck him. He could create the Azure Lotus of creation by following the principles of the creation Tao to cultivate the Genesis Azure Lotus, which, according to legend, heralds the emergence of life. First comes creation, then life. Suddenly, Yixian's eyes lit up, and he set to work. He raised one hand slightly, continuously constructing the scene as described in the legends. The creation Tao began to tremble and sway. The vibration of a single Tao resonated throughout the entire chaotic world, causing it to quiver in response. Boom! A colossal explosion echoed through the endless void, accompanied by a brilliant light. Before Yixian's eyes, a cerulean lotus gracefully emerged, imbued with an infinite aura of creation. The 36-petal Genesis Azure Lotus came into being, and in that instant, the entire chaos was suffused with the essence of creation. While the manifestation of the creation Tao expanded the chaotic world even further. Behind the 36-petal Genesis Azure Lotus, 3,000 ethereal figures gradually materialized. Each of these figures exuded an ineffable aura. They were the embodiments of the Tao, the manifestations of laws, the solidification of rules. Among them, one figure gradually solidified in response to the aura radiating from the creation Azure Lotus. Yixian gazed at this figure and instantly understood its significance. It represented the deities and demons manifested by the 3,000 great Taos, the very source of all life in the heavens, the essence of the Tao. With the emergence of the creation Azure Lotus, the first deity and demon of creation began to take shape. And the name of the deity presiding over this Tao was the Creator Demon. As the first Creator Demon came into being, the other ethereal figures also began to coalesce. Opposite the Creator Demon, a grayish aura, akin to the hue of chaos, grew increasingly distinct. Unlike the creative essence emitted by the Creator Demon, this new aura exuded the essence of death and decay. The antithesis of creation, it was named destruction. Excellent. Following this trajectory, the first Tao deity and demon shall soon emerge. Yi Xian watched with satisfaction as he beheld the figures behind the Genesis Azure Lotus, murmuring softly. With the birth of the first life, subsequent beings would soon follow. The emergence of the Genesis Azure Lotus led to the manifestation of the creation Tao, which in turn birthed the creator demon. The rise of the creator demon would inevitably lead to the nurturing of its opposing counterpart, the destruction demon, alongside other complementary life deities and demons, thus temporarily concluding the matter of life. The 3,000 great Taos are interconnected to varying degrees, and under these connections, they will ultimately be fully nurtured. The most challenging aspect remains the transition from nothing to something. Yi Xian harnessed the power of the creation Tao to successfully manifest the Genesis Azure Lotus, thereby commencing the nurturing of the creator demon and the 3,000 deities and demons. What remained was to await their emergence into the world, subsequently mastering the 3,000 great Taos, and within the 36-petal Genesis Azure Lotus, nurturing Pangu to fulfill the mission of opening the heavens. Chapter 4. Enrollment, Class 2-3. Time swiftly passed, and over a month had elapsed since Yi Xian's assessment concluded. During this month, Yi Xian diligently entered the realm to observe the nurturing of the deities and demons, while the creator demon was already in the process of gestation. The time required for such endeavors was undeniably lengthy. Even with the acceleration of time within his world by a factor of 10,000, over a month had passed, equivalent to more than 400,000 years in the chaotic realm, and still, life had not yet emerged. In reality, a single day equates to a year in the created world, and as the creator god, he can actively adjust the flow of time to 1,000-fold speed, choosing to slow down or speed up as he pleases. Furthermore, should he master the legendary laws of time, he could regulate an even higher rate of acceleration. With each successive use of temporal and spatial powers, the being's birth from the time Tao and space Tao also accelerated considerably. Regardless of his actions within chaos, they would resonate with the corresponding great Tao, a testament to the strength of a creator deity. Among these, the beings nurtured beside the Genesis Azure Lotus, particularly the creator demon, experienced the fastest development. As time swiftly slipped away, the summer break soon came to an end. Though Yi Xian's chaotic world had yet to truly give birth to life, he understood that it was merely a matter of time, and all he needed to do was endure. The nascent forms of the creator demon had already begun to take shape, and the complete manifestation was no longer far off. He had a premonition that within a month, he would successfully nurture the first sentient being. During these 2 months, he did not squander time. Instead, he continuously envisioned how his world should evolve, and now he had meticulously charted a developmental course. In the legends of his previous life, though the chaotic world was immensely powerful, giving rise to the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons, it weakened following the opening of the heavens. This scenario, however, was something he would not allow to transpire in his plans. He aspires to create a perfect primordial realm, a transcendent primordial realm, where all can attain enlightenment. What remains now is to await the birth of sentient beings, to elevate the quality of this world, and to expand its boundaries. Although his realm is shrouded in chaos, the territory he has recently established is merely the size of a single galaxy. It appears vast, yet in the grand scheme of existence, it is still exceedingly small. After the emergence of the Genesis Blue Lotus, even its enlargement has only reached the expanse of a single star domain, insignificant when compared to an entire world. Today marks the day of enrollment, and it is time to attend school. A smile graced Yi Xian's lips. If his classmates were to discover that life could indeed flourish within his so-called waste realm in the near future, their expressions would surely be worth witnessing. At Lin Tian E High School, in the second year, Ordinary Class 3 is where Yi Xian finds himself. Unlike the first year, which boasts over 80 classes, the second year has only 3 ordinary classes, and Class 3 is deemed the least capable. Those who have come here are generally deemed lacking in potential to manifest extraordinary powers. Once extraordinary beings emerge in the world, the Creator God can extract divine power from these beings to empower himself, at which point he may be referred to as a probationary Creator God. The world of a probationary Creator God is known as the Divine Kingdom, and when the divine power within him is sufficiently abundant, he can ignite the divine flame in his brow, officially ascending to a first-tier Creator God. Upon achieving this status, the Creator God becomes immortal, this immortality referring to eternal life, thus becoming a true Creator God. In the second year, there are 10 classes in total, of which 3 are ordinary classes, comprising around 150 students. There are 5 key classes, with roughly 250 students, and 2 genius classes, with over 80 students each. In the first year, with over 80 classes and more than 5,000 students, only about 500 have emerged to establish worlds, and among these, a significant portion from the ordinary class has spent several years here, with even some in the key classes being repeat students. Thus, the actual prospects are even lower. However, among these individuals, the chances of ascending to the Divine Kingdom are exceedingly rare. Students from the genius class almost guarantee success.
while those from the key classes have a high probability of achieving it. Alas, the ordinary class is steeped in mediocrity, with scant hope of ascension to the divine kingdom. Yi Xian, having created the legendary Waste Realm, finds himself somewhat underappreciated in being assigned to the ordinary class. It would indeed be a pity not to establish a separate class to nurture his exceptional talents. Such a prodigy should be afforded a dedicated space, one devoid of teachers, allowing him the freedom to pursue his endeavors, for in strict terms, creating a waste realm is far more challenging than establishing a divine kingdom, though the latter is rare. There are always a few prodigies on each planet, yet the creation of a waste realm is a feat that, even amidst endless stars over millennia, few have accomplished. Upon entering the classroom, Yi Xian realized he did not recognize a single soul, indicating that those who had successfully created worlds likely did not end up in the ordinary class, suggesting their talents were relatively commendable. He found a seat in the far bottom left corner, unoccupied, as the others, though assigned to this class, were still among the more exceptional students who aspired to elevate their worlds to the divine kingdom. To enter the divine kingdom is to transcend ordinary existence. It could be said that such ascension would alter the destinies of their entire families, which is why everyone sought to sit closer to the teacher, eager to absorb knowledge. Yet, Yi Xian remained indifferent, comfortably ensconced in the corner. He had already mastered the material the teachers would impart, having meticulously planned his world over the past 2 months. The most crucial period of one's life is during the first year of world creation, which is indeed the most significant time. The second year, in contrast, is relatively less important, as teachers merely provide foundational knowledge about the world and offer insights into its construction. For Yi Xian, such instruction was unnecessary. Furthermore, there was no one who could teach him how to create chaos, as a chaotic world here is regarded as a waste realm. The third year is primarily about showcasing one's talent and subsequently advancing to various academies for further study, marking the culmination of high school. Before long, a beautiful teacher entered, clad in a white blouse and a black skirt. She was a first-tier creator god. Upon reaching this realm, one enhances their appearance and preserves eternal youth. Thus, it is true that nearly all creator gods are strikingly handsome or beautiful. Chapter 5, the Yearly Examination, Midterm Assessment. I am your homeroom teacher and the sole instructor for your class. You may call me Teacher Sue. She introduced herself with ease as she approached the podium. As the youngest and least experienced teacher, she had been tasked with guiding these students of relatively modest talents, and she had already been teaching this class for 2 years. Having taught some of these students before, I am responsible for instructing you on how to cultivate your world, to enable the birth of sentient beings, and how to encourage the emergence of extraordinary beings within your world. After her introduction, she commenced taking attendance. Lu Han, present. A robust man stood up, and the class turned to regard him. Yi Xian. Upon calling his name, she could not help but glance at him several times. The name Yi Xian had already spread like wildfire throughout the school, and indeed, throughout the entire city. The first in theoretical practice among the first-year students. The prodigy who created the waste realm had become a subject of mockery. Here, Yi Xian slowly rose and responded. Instantly, every eye in the class was fixed upon him. So this is Yi Xian? He is rather handsome. Alas, what a pity. At least we still have some hope. But he has none, someone murmured. Enough. Mind your own business. None of us are in a better position. Li, you've been here for 5 years. Humph, and you've been here for 3. The class erupted into discussion, realizing that if Yi Xian were to attend classes, it would undoubtedly be in this class. Yet no one had known who he was until now, under the teacher's roll call. Li Hai. Teacher Sue, suppressing her curiosity, continued with the attendance. Once she concluded, she could no longer resist approaching Yi Xian. Curiosity piqued. Classmate, could you perhaps unveil your world for the teacher to see? I mean no offense, merely curiosity. After all, it is the legendary chaotic world, the infamous waste realm. I have only read about it in books and have never heard of anyone who has created such a realm, let alone someone like you. Very well. Yi Xian rubbed his nose and revealed a glimpse of the chaotic world. A low hum reverberated as a formidable, terrifying presence surged forth, enveloping the classroom and instilling a sense of dread within all present. Yet the world before them appeared murky and indistinct, rendering everything invisible. Chaotic, disorderly, lifeless, absent of any laws, absent of any rules. A deathly silence, chaos. What manner of world is this? Teacher Sue's heart tightened. It was no wonder this realm was deemed a waste. The overwhelming aura seemed capable of suppressing all, and even she, a first-tier creator god, felt a palpable terror gazing into its depths. Yet, this seemingly terrifying world bore no semblance of life, as if the horror within had consumed all. In truth, what Su Shui and the others witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg within the chaotic realm, a glimpse intentionally revealed to them by Yi Xian. This area represents the periphery of the chaotic world. The terror they experienced was not a byproduct of the chaotic realm itself, but rather emanated from the divine demons of the Great Path that were still in gestation. At the core of the chaotic world lies a primordial azure lotus, alongside which 3,000 divine demons are being nurtured. Yi Xian did not intend to disclose this until the divine demons were birthed. as attracting the envy of certain individuals in the class could lead to a covert scheme against him. Only when the divine demons emerge and he ascends to the status of an apprentice creator god would he possess the means for self-preservation. By that time, exposure would be of little consequence. As for whether the creator demons are extraordinary beings, that is a question easily answered. If the children of the Great Path are not considered extraordinary, then who in this world is worthy of such a title? Observing that Su Shui had become engrossed, Yi Xian blinked and inquired, "Are you ready, Teacher Su?" Oh yes, sorry." Su Shui's face flushed as she regained her composure and quickly apologized, having unwittingly become entranced. "Thank you, student Yi Xian." "You're welcome, Teacher Su." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, considering it a trivial matter. "Now, let us commence our discussion on how to integrate the laws of life into the world we are creating." After glimpsing the chaotic realm she had longed to see, Su Shui began her lecture. This class was not held daily, but rather once a week for 3 hours. Time swiftly passed, and more than 2 months had flown by. This concludes our lesson for today. In 3 days, we will begin the midterm assessment. Some of you are aware of what this entails, while others, especially the newcomers, may not. Thus, I shall explain. Teacher Su Shui's gaze swept across the classroom, deliberately lingering on the new students. This exam is a major assessment for the entire grade, to be conducted on the playground where all classes will participate simultaneously, showcasing your divine realms. Those who have birthed living beings will each receive a divine source to cultivate their worlds. Unfortunately, for those who have not birthed any beings, you will receive nothing. The strong will thrive, while the weak will remain weak. The acquisition of resources hinges upon your own capabilities. As for those who have given birth to extraordinary beings, you will each receive 5 divine sources as a reward and will have the option to either advance directly to senior year or continue completing your current studies. Furthermore, all students who have birthed extraordinary beings will have the opportunity to choose whether to undergo the divine realm assessment, with successful candidates receiving substantial rewards, the specifics of which will be disclosed by the principal at that time. After delivering her explanation in one breath, she cast her final gaze upon the 5 students in the class who had successfully birthed living beings, 3 of whom had done so previously but had yet to produce extraordinary beings. With that, she exited the room without sparing a glance at those who had not birthed any beings, as it was irrelevant to them, leaving only 3 days remaining. Oh, I wonder if the creator demons will truly emerge. They've been gestating for over 1,000,000 years. If they were constipated, they should have been born by now. Yi Xian felt the chaotic world within him, where a nearly solid figure resided at the center, the primordial azure lotus. This figure towered high, possessing a tiger's head and a human face, a bull's body with a serpent's tail, adorned with layers of scaled armor. Exuding various profound auras, it was the manifestation of the Great Path, taking form. I hope that during the midterm assessment, they will finally come to fruition. It seems we're close. Especially since there is a reward of at least 6 divine sources at stake. Chapter 6, Assessment Day, Divine Sources as Array. Although I do not require divine sources to create living beings or establish rules and laws, enhancing the foundational level of the world is inescapably dependent on divine sources. This thought caused Yi Xian a measure of distress. Divine sources are essential for world creation, and each one is of considerable value, far beyond what a student like him could acquire. To enhance a world, a substantial amount of divine sources is necessary. The inception of a world is fundamentally rooted in divine sources. Theoretically, these sources are a component of the world's essence. For any newly created world to strengthen its essence and elevate its foundation, the infusion of divine source energy is the optimal method. Moreover, the higher the potential of a world, the greater the quantity of divine sources required. After all, high potential implies a well-developed world, and the more developed a world is, the more rules and laws it contains. Thus, the demand for divine sources naturally increases. An ordinary world may boast dozens of rules, and having a few laws is already commendable. Surpassing 100 rules and 10 laws would classify one as a genius. Conversely, a world like the chaotic realm, which encompasses 3,000 paths and countless laws and rules, would necessitate a terrifying amount of divine sources for enhancement. Damn it, I must secure those divine sources. And that wretched assessment, I will challenge it. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, a newfound determination surging within him. In that moment, even the chaotic world felt the ripple of his resolve, hastening the gestation of the creator demons. 3 days later, at Ling Tian E High School, nearly 500 individuals stood tensely on the expansive playground. This number hardly filled the surface of the playground, now scattered to allow them to showcase their respective worlds. Some awaited the assessment with calm indifference, viewing it merely as a formality to collect their divine source before returning to further refine their worlds. Others, however, wore anxious expressions, silently praying to successfully birth their living beings before the assessment concluded. Yi Xian was among them. Though he was confident he could elevate the chaotic world to the pinnacle of divine realms, he found himself troubled by the obstinate creator demons that refused to emerge. Assessment Day. This day marked the first significant resource milestone for the second-year students. with only a select few capable of obtaining 6 divine sources, leaving others far behind. Some would receive a single divine source to continue crafting their worlds and aspire to become divine realms. Many more would receive nothing, destined to blend into the crowd. Yet perhaps they might rise again in the future. I can do this. This is the first opportunity of this semester. I must seize it. When I obtain that divine source, I will infuse it into my world of fighting spirit, guiding the emergence of extraordinary beings. Who knows? I might even establish a divine realm and gain an additional 5 divine sources. Hurry up and conclude. Let us just collect our divine sources and head back. I wish it would end swiftly. I wonder if there is a chance to earn a divine source by the end of the semester. Can't you achieve something? Even that useless Yi Xian has shown up. Hasn't he given up? So why should you? Exactly. If I were him, I wouldn't even come. It's not like I could acquire a divine source. You don't understand anything. How do you know he is not just here to go through the motions like I am? As the students awaited the commencement of the assessment, discussions erupted among them. Occasionally glancing toward Yi Xian within the crowd, for he was the infamous figure of the school, the once promising prodigy turned into the embodiment of mediocrity. Despite this scrutiny, Yi Xian's demeanor remained unchanged. He paid little mind to those short-sighted individuals. His focus was solely on delving deeper into the chaotic world. In the realm of the creator god, power is the only constant. Thus, he needed to perpetually elevate himself until he reached the zenith, thereby silencing all critics. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed forth. Brilliant beams of multicolored light surged forth from the ground, manifesting as radiant columns above each of the students. The divine source, arranged like a grand formation, bestowed its power to facilitate the creation of life by the students. Truly an impressive display, befitting a public institution. Yi Xian gazed upwards at the white beam overhead, sensing the essence of the divine source within it. To harness such a scale of divine power certainly required intricate formations. The prospect of utilizing this divine energy to assist students in their assessments was unexpected, yet he felt compelled to seize this rare opportunity. In an instant, the students present widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never before experienced such treatment. This was undoubtedly a unique opportunity for this cohort, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of all the examinees. This initiative was part of a policy instituted by the nation last year, now fully realized. From this point forward, every cohort of students would benefit from the enhancements provided by such formations during evaluations and examinations. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Without further ado, the examination will commence. You have 3 hours to freely utilize the divine source's power. All actions during this period will be meticulously recorded. Your performances will be under our scrutiny. Now, let the examination begin. As the announcement resonated, the already burgeoning divine energy intensified. Yi Xian closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly immersing itself in the chaotic realm. The chaos unveiled itself to the world upon his entry, albeit only a glimpse of its vastness. Yet it lay within the reach of his awareness. In the observation chamber of Lin Tian E High School, the so-called wasteland of a dimension was indeed a desolate chaos. A group of male teachers, adorned in various traditional Chinese garments, were diligently monitoring the conditions of each candidate. Among them, Yi Xian was undoubtedly the focus of their concern. Having gained notoriety not only among the students but also among the faculty, his ability to create a chaotic world signified immense potential. What a pity that he had opted for a wasteland of a realm. Indeed, if he had merely crafted an ordinary world, I would believe that extraordinary beings could emerge from it, one lamented. Ah, but look at that young man over there. He shows promise. His world already harbors life. And it seems he is not merely engulfed within a singular being, but is instead attempting to create a new life form altogether. How clever of him to recklessly wield the divine power to generate life in this fleeting opportunity. Chapter 7. The Crafting of Rules. The Birth of Divine Beings. Although the divine power could be utilized without limit, funded by the state, the energy provided by the grand formation was strictly designated for the creation of life forms, with no allowance for other pursuits. This was only reasonable. Otherwise, how could it be justified? Were it to be used to elevate the world's rank or to forge rules and laws, the consumption of divine energy would be astronomical. Alas, what a pity. With a sigh, Yi Xian began to channel the divine energy into his chaotic world, striving to augment its foundational essence. Within the chaotic realm, the principles of the Great Path were already perfected, requiring no further construction. He merely needed to enhance the world's essence to elevate its rank. Unlike other worlds that necessitated establishing rules and laws before enhancing their potential. Very well, if I cannot elevate the world's essence, then I'll leave you to it. Yi Xian murmured, observing the more than 10 ethereal shadows forming behind the primordial blue lotus. These shadows represented the nascent chaotic divine beings, all interconnected in their emergence. He then directed the divine energy from the formation into the chaos, ultimately coalescing into a torrent that surged towards the divine shadows. Buzz. The light radiating from the ethereal forms of the divine beings intensified, their auras wildly pulsating, causing the very essence of chaos around them to tremble. as the brilliance expanded. The divine energy, which had initially spread toward the numerous chaotic divine shadows, unexpectedly converged into a single, robust stream, rushing towards the manifestations of the divine beings. In the observation chamber, an alarm blared. Alert! Anomalies detected in the divine energy. The shrill sound filled the room, prompting the gathered individuals to turn their attention towards the source. An anomaly? The principal, Zhang Yuanwu, paled at the news. This was the inaugural use of the formation, and it had already encountered an anomaly zone. Quickly, switch to anomaly zone surveillance, he commanded. In an instant, the large screen in the observation chamber focused on Yi Xian's visage, subsequently honing in on his world. The anomaly in divine energy suggested an exceedingly rapid depletion. Yet each candidate was restricted by a formidable cap on the divine energy they could wield. Even a first-tier creator god would find it impossible to reach this limit when attempting to conjure extraordinary beings within their divine realms. Yet, here it was happening. Yi Xian? Isn't he from a wasteland dimension? How could he possibly give birth to life and trigger an anomaly alert? Zhang Yuanwu instinctively voiced his thoughts, only to be met with an astonishing sight. In an infinite expanse of darkness, a gargantuan 36-petal primordial blue lotus stood tall, flanked by several ethereal shadows. Surrounding these figures was a profound aura of law, accompanied by myriad rules coalescing nearby, as though guarding the birth of the shadows. Every teacher in the observation chamber, including the principal, witnessed the spectacle. Impossible. Su Shui gasped. This is the legendary craft of rules. That lotus is undoubtedly a creation of rules. Just look at the dense aura of law surrounding it. It must have evolved from the very fabric of rules. One teacher could not help but exclaim. Though they could see the shadows, the essence of those shadows and the laws surrounding them remained elusive. Yet the unmistakable emanation of the creation laws from the lotus was clear to all. He possesses such innate talent, truly deserving of being our top student in both theory and practice, exclaimed Su Shui in awe. The crafting of rules is not something just anyone can wield. At least on this planet, no one had ever been known to master such an art. Alas, it's such a shame he chose to create a wasteland. Had it been an ordinary world, this mastery of rule crafting would have surely elevated his world to divine status. Principal Zhang Yuanwu lamented, his face etched with regret. Principal, why do you say that? Su Shui queried, perplexed. Hasn't he already achieved creation? He must be close to giving birth to life. She had also observed the shadows, one of which resembled a beast, nearly manifesting fully. Surely that must be life, right? Although he has displayed extraordinary talent in crafting rules, look at the nature of his world. This is a chaotic realm, incapable of integrating any external laws or rules. Moreover, within the chaos, the laws of life do not manifest, making the birth of life impossible. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanwu sighed deeply, his tone tinged with sorrow. Were it not for this wasteland, I could confidently predict that his accomplishments would surpass even the fifth-tier creator gods, based solely on his mastery of rule crafting. If that were the case, our school would not face the impending substantial reduction in resources. Indeed, what a pity. A myriad of teachers felt a sense of regret, realizing that their school had been on the brink of producing a true prodigy. Had they succeeded in nurturing a fifth-tier creator deity, their institution would undoubtedly have garnered substantial support from the nation, enabling them to cultivate numerous high-ranking creator deities in the future. However, a perplexed Su Shui interjected. But according to what you said, Principal, why is the divine source power behaving abnormally? She could not fathom the reason behind this anomaly. Indeed, why is there an anomaly? This question echoed in the minds of the assembled teachers, including the principal. They turned their attention to the chaotic world displayed on the large screen. In the chaotic realm, Yi Xian was intensely focused on the looming shadow of the creator demon not far from the Genesis Blue Lotus. The manifestation of the creator demon was on the verge of birth, and Yi Xian could distinctly sense this. Hurry, absorb more. Damn it, the divine source power is insufficient. Yi Xian silently screamed within, maintaining a composed exterior. In the observation room, a teacher exclaimed, What should we do, Principal? At this rate, that boy will drain the formation dry. This will adversely affect the performance of the other candidates. As they watched the divine source power continuously flowing into the chaotic realm, one teacher could no longer hold back his concern, especially since many of his students were within. Meanwhile, the alarms in the observation room had long been silenced by the principal's orders. Indeed, we cannot expend so much divine source power for a feudal realm. We must prepare to forcibly shut down his divine source power supply, Zhang Yuanwu pondered, glancing at the screen. Although he was curious about the anomaly, he eventually nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation, recognizing that the opportunity for other students should not be sacrificed for the sake of one. Chapter 8. The Birth of Regulation. Shocking all the teachers. Just as the staff was ordered to locate the switch for Yi Xian's divine source power supply, a sudden transformation occurred. Zhang Yuanwu's eyes widened, and he shouted urgently, Wait! Do not shut off Yi Xian's divine source power. The crowd turned in astonishment towards the principal, then back to the large screen. Su Shui, her face a mask of shock, gazed at the screen in disbelief. Could it be that this truly was a living being? Yet, the principal had just stated that chaos could not give rise to life. She had personally investigated. Within the chaos, rules were obscured and laws did not exist, making the emergence of life impossible. Beside her, many other observers were equally incredulous, all staring at the figure on the screen. Impossible. In chaos, rules do not manifest and laws do not appear. How could life possibly arise? The teacher who had previously suggested shutting down the divine source power gaped at the colossal shadow. That was a higher tier of rule creation, the birth of regulation. Zhang Yuanwu articulated the truth, his heart brimming with astonishment. It was indeed remarkable that someone could transform rules into a living entity. This was something that had not even been recorded in textbooks. In the countless millennia since the establishment of the Great Xia Kingdom, no one had ever even heard of such a phenomenon. At most, a genius would emerge every few centuries, creating rule-based entities. Such prodigies were said to become epic-level creator deities, provided they did not fall. How could this be? All the teachers were astonished, muttering to themselves as they gazed in awe at the figure on the screen. In the chaotic world, the first creator demon was finally born. Yi Xian, filled with elation, could no longer contain his excitement, whispering, "Creator demon, announce your arrival in your own way." With Yi Xian's words, an immensely powerful aura emanated from the creator demon. Suddenly, the creator demon opened its eyes wide, and a dazzling light shot forth, piercing through the endless chaos and obliterating the chaotic currents that obstructed its path. An overwhelming presence emerged from it, although the chaos remained unchanged. It seemed infused with a hint of vitality, a stark contrast to its usual lifelessness. Silence, stillness, lifelessness. I am the creator. With its declaration, the chaos erupted, waves of energy swirling. The being before them was an imposing figure that even the chaotic realm, so powerful and disordered, could not subdue. Yi Xian, observing from above the world, looked down upon the creator demon. This figure towered majestically, sporting a tiger's head and a human face, with a serpent's tail and a body clad in layers of scales, emanating an array of mysterious and potent energies that instilled fear in all who beheld it. In the observation room, a profound silence enveloped the space as everyone remained transfixed, mesmerized by the figure within Yi Xian's chaotic world. The vitality radiating from it was so rich that it seemed even the legendary chaos, known for devouring all, could not extinguish its life force. Is this the power of a being born from regulation? Zhang Yuanwu murmured, feeling parched as he had never encountered such a gifted individual. This was not merely talent. It was the manifestation of a transcendent genius. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the first-tier creator deities present could not fail to hear his words. Strange, though it has the head of a tiger, the face of a human, the body of an ox, and the tail of a serpent. Why is it that when I close my eyes, I inadvertently forget its appearance? One teacher remarked, having blinked after an extended period without closing his eyes. Yet he found himself unable to recall the creature's visage, despite having gazed upon it for so long. Indeed, even a fleeting glance would not be easily forgotten by beings of their caliber. How peculiar. I experienced the same. Another teacher echoed. Me too. I too. The teachers collectively expressed their astonishment at their inability to remember even a single being created within a student's world. This was not unexpected, for it was the embodiment of regulation, the bearer of laws. If one had not comprehended that particular law, they could not retain its appearance. If I am not mistaken, this is the manifestation of the law of creation. Zhang Yuanwu's voice resonated again, alleviating the teacher's confusion. As for the subsequent remarks, the teachers rolled their eyes. They were not deaf and had heard the declaration of that being. If this is indeed the birth of regulation, does that imply that the other 10 or so figures are also beings born from regulation? Su Shui cautiously inquired, causing the teachers to glance at her once more, leaving her feeling flustered, worried about speaking incorrectly. Indeed, little Su's speculation should be correct. Zhang Yuanwu confirmed her hypothesis. The group turned their gaze back to Yi Xian on the screen, and this time, the expressions of admiration and envy replaced their previous feelings of pity. They understood what such talent represented. If this child did not fall, he would undoubtedly surpass them all in the future. Not just in the future. From this very moment onward, he could already outstrip them, although his current cultivation had not yet reached the first-tier creator deity level. Once Yi Xian returned and extracted even a trace of divine power from that formidable creator demon, he could ignite his divine fire and attain the first-tier creator deity realm. This was the same realm they occupied. In truth, most of them were individuals of limited potential who, after realizing the futility of ascending to the second-tier creator deity level, chose to become teachers at the school, nurturing future generations while accumulating divine source power to slowly elevate their worlds. This was a common path for many students who had yet to step into the second-tier creator deity realm after graduation, and Su Shui was among them. In the chaos, Yi Xian urged, "Quick, absorb more." What a pity it would be to forego such a splendid opportunity. After successfully bringing forth the first deity of chaos, Yi Xian proceeded to redistribute the divine source power, infusing it into the remaining ethereal manifestations of the deities. following the birth of the creation deity. It did not depart from this realm. Instead, it sat in meditation upon the Genesis lotus, contemplating the essence of its own path in the midst of chaos. With the successful emergence of the creation deity, the process of condensing the destruction deity surged forward, accelerating significantly. Chapter 9. Mastery of the Great Path. Participation in the assessment. Aside from the destruction deity, the next fastest to manifest was the life deity. As the emergence of life within the chaos and the manifestation of the life path elevated the gestation of the life deity. Currently, the emergence of the life deity ranks just beneath that of the destruction and time deities. Why has the divine source power vanished? Yi Xian, who was in the midst of drawing upon the divine source power to nurture the remaining deity manifestations, suddenly sensed its disappearance and exclaimed in bewilderment. Could it be that such a grand array simply ran out of resources? Immediately, he withdrew his consciousness from the chaos and returned to his corporeal form. What the hell? Why has the divine source power disappeared? Indeed, where has the divine source power gone? It hasn't even been 3 hours yet. It's only been 1 hour. How could it have ceased so abruptly? Damn it. Was it drained by some scoundrel? I swear if I find out who it was. Fortunately, I have successfully birthed an extraordinary being. Upon returning to reality, Yi Xian discovered his classmates voicing loud doubts, finally grasping the situation. The scoundrel they referred to couldn't possibly be me, he mused, observing the surrounding students who had shifted from confusion to outright cursing. Well, never mind. This time, I have successfully utilized the grand array to give birth to a deity, marking a promising beginning. I trust the remaining deities will not require such an extensive duration for their emergence. Moreover, the other deities have also benefited from a substantial amount of divine source power, expediting their birth process. Even the chaos has expanded immensely due to the emergence of life. However, the foundational essence has yet to reach an adequate level. Yet, judging by the aura emanating from the creation deity, it should have attained the pinnacle strength of a first-tier creation god. Yes, I have inadvertently hindered the power of the beings in this world. The limitations on the strength of the beings stem from the insufficient cultivation of the world itself, with the world's level capping the potential of the deities. The current chaotic realm is trapped in this predicament. Enhancing the foundational essence of the world and elevating its level is indeed the task that a creation god must undertake. Yi Xian found himself at an impasse, lacking sufficient resources. Otherwise, with the passage of time, he would inevitably be able to mold the chaotic realm into its peak form. However, he is presently short on both time and resources. The situation regarding time should improve once the time deity emerges, as it will naturally grasp the creation path following the birth of the creation deity. Indeed, it is the great path. One of the abilities of the creation god is to wield whatever the beings of the world have mastered. Of course, mastery entails practical application, which necessitates proficiency. Once the time deity is birthed, he will be able to command the path of time. At that time, he could manipulate the flow of time as he desires. Nevertheless, the resource issue poses a formidable barrier. Thankfully, the state has always placed great emphasis on nurturing talent. As long as he continues to excel and showcase his gifts, the resources he acquires will undoubtedly increase. The Grand Array encountered some issues, but they are not insurmountable. Since the divine source power has run dry, you shall proceed to create as you would during an ordinary examination. Well, let us just proceed with this batch, as there are some complications this time. After all, this is our inaugural use, and preparations were somewhat lacking. I hope my students can be understanding. There are still many days ahead, and you are indeed fortunate. The voice of Principal Zhang Yuanwu resonated across the playground, ultimately defining the matter. He certainly understood the reason behind it, but chose not to disclose it, as doing so would inevitably lead to resentment towards Yi Xian among his peers. Thus, he attributed it to inexperience. The roster of all students who successfully birthed extraordinary beings has been recorded, and thereafter, the divine source will be distributed to you. Now, you may leave this place. As for the second phase of the assessment, those who have created extraordinary life forms have the right to choose to stay for the evaluation or depart to claim 6 divine sources. The content of the assessment will be a combat evaluation of the divine kingdoms you have created. This means that a first-tier malevolent spirit and 100 low-tier malevolent spirits will invade your divine kingdoms. Be advised, should the world fail to withstand the assault of the malevolent spirits, it will result in the annihilation of all beings within the divine kingdom. Therefore, please consider this carefully. The rewards for the assessment are also quite generous, as all students who pass will receive an additional 10 divine sources. After Principal Zhang Yuanwu's announcement, fewer than 10 students remained on the playground, with only 3, including Yi Xian, choosing to stay. The first-tier malevolent spirit and the 100 low-tier malevolent spirits pose a significant threat to newly established divine kingdoms. As it is uncertain whether the first-tier malevolent spirit is at the initial or late stage, they dared not gamble with the fate of their divine kingdoms. Hence, even with the bountiful rewards, they preferred to forego the opportunity and proceed with caution. The teachers observing from the chamber were left with mixed expressions, watching as the number of students in the divine kingdom dwindled to merely 3. How could they not be aware that, in the grand institution of Ling Tian No, one high school, only these few brave second-year students dared to take initiative? Compared to other high schools, it was a disheartening scenario, and it seemed that Ling Tian No one would soon lose its title as the foremost school in Ling Tian City. The loss of such a title would lead to a series of diminished privileges, such as the unfortunate reduction in divine source resources and even a decrease in teacher salaries. Everything would be affected. They would even lose the annual qualification for recommending a student to the celestial ranking. Excellent. To encourage your courage, I have decided that regardless of your success, I will reward each of you with 10 divine sources, aiding you in your battle without reservation. Even if the beings of the world are truly annihilated, I will intervene to eradicate the malevolent spirits before the world faces destruction. Moreover, if anyone succeeds, I shall provide an additional 30 divine sources, 10 for each individual. Principal Zhang Yuanwu was determined, pulling from his reserve of divine sources solely to reward these students. It is the very least they could do to stand up and fight. However, due to the low number of participants, as the principal, he could not contain his frustration and decided to increase the rewards. Those students who had left the playground, while secretly lamenting the principal's perceived unfairness for not announcing this earlier, chose not to protest, as they understood the rationale behind his sudden decision. Had they all chosen to stay, such fortune would likely not have come to pass. In an instant, those who had opted to withdraw cast envious glances at the remaining 3 students on the playground. Chapter 10. The World of Jiuzhou, the Emperor of Humanity, Invincible. Very well. Unfold your worlds. The voice of the principal echoed once more in the sky. Yi Xian promptly revealed his chaotic realm, and instantly, a tumultuous aura enveloped the playground. In his world, although there exists only a singular creator deity, the manifestation of such a grand principle, were it not for the insufficient foundation and inadequate tier of the world, would, upon its birth, attain the zenith of existence. One could assert that the higher the level of the chaotic world, the mightier this deity would be. Regrettably, it currently resides only at the pinnacle of the first tier. Nonetheless, even so, it is sufficiently formidable to easily surpass the impending assessment. The remaining 2 individuals are named Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao. Li Dong has established a fantastical realm, brimming with immense potential, belonging to the human race, wherein a human emperor has emerged, possessing first-tier strength. Also referred to as a transcendent being, the human emperor can temporarily enhance his own cultivation and combat prowess by harnessing the belief power of all humanity, which is precisely why he dares to participate in the evaluation. Zhou Xingqiao has conjured a magical realm, and previously, he utilized the power of divine source to bring forth 4 first-tier elemental spirits in one fell swoop. This is a world of magic, as well as one of elements. He has birthed 4 first-tier elements from the 5 elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with only the earth element yet to produce a transcendent being. Such innate talent is astonishing, having created 4 first-tier beings, capable of effortlessly overpowering first-tier evil spirits to achieve victory. While it appears that he is the most relaxed among the trio, in truth, he possesses the most limited potential of them all. The 3 of them exchanged glances into each other's worlds, gaining a rudimentary understanding of one another's realms, before subsequently immersing themselves in their own worlds. As the 3 delved deeper, Zhang Yuanwu in the observation chamber waved his hand, and 3 black beams of light descended from the heavens, crossing into the 3 great worlds. In the fantastical world, the denizens of the land of Jiuzhou were diligently thriving under the edicts of the human emperor. Some made their living by fishing, while others engaged in agriculture. Although the countless tribes of humanity were separated by vast distances, each individual shared a common sovereign in their hearts, the human emperor, also known as Fushi. All followed the emperor's directives, coexisting harmoniously. A century ago, Jiuzhou was rife with chaos, tribes warring against one another until the emergence of the human emperor, who unified the land and brought an end to the turmoil, ushering in an era of prosperity for humanity. Suddenly, a black beam of light descended upon the heart of the world, where the human emperor resided. At the very center of Jiuzhou, the capital of humanity, an aura of malevolence and bloodlust manifested as a powerful evil spirit emerged from the black beam, accompanied by over 100 lesser evil spirits. Yet, these so-called lesser spirits were only weak in comparison to the formidable being before them. To humanity, they represented a significant threat. The lower half of the evil spirit was ethereal, drifting like a cloud, while its upper half was robustly muscular, adorned with a pair of horns atop its head, and its expression exuded a malevolent air. With the invasion of otherworldly fiends into Jiuzhou, all capable warriors of humanity, join me in vanquishing these evil spirits. The human emperor leapt forth, confronting the first-tier evil spirit with unwavering resolve, keenly aware of the immense power emanating from within it, far surpassing his own. As for the 100 lesser evil spirits, there were warriors among humanity prepared to contend with them. Humanity was not composed solely of weaklings. While the former leaders of the tribes may not have achieved his level of strength, they had reached the pinnacle of human capability. standing in proximity to these lesser evil spirits. These insignificant evil spirits posed little threat. Once he dealt with the first-tier evil spirit before him, he could swiftly eliminate the rest. However, under the watchful gaze of the evil spirit, he dared not act recklessly, for should he fall, the fate of this world would be unimaginable. Jojo is in peril. I require the strength of all humanity. The Emperor's thoughts resonated in the minds of every human, echoing a collective call to arms. Quickly, offer up to the Emperor. As the Emperor's voice reverberated, countless tribe leaders cried out in unison, and the people of each tribe set aside their tasks to rush to the site of the offering. At the sacrificial altar, a colossal statue stood, that of the human Emperor. The human race does not believe in gods or spirits, only serving the Emperor, treating him as their faith. Curiously, the Emperor also possesses the ability to grow stronger with the collective fate of humanity. At the forefront stood the leaders of the tribes, who, along with their kin, approached the statue, presenting the most delectable offerings, gazing upon the statue with utmost reverence. The alien race is invading. Jojo is on the brink of collapse. Our kin are perishing. We fight for the Emperor. We fight for humanity. As the leader's words echoed, the previously dulled gazes of the tribespeople ignited with fervor, their eyes sparkling with the light of faith, the purest power of devotion. We fight for the Emperor. We fight for humanity. These powers of belief coalesced above, transforming into a radiant beam that transcended the confines of time and space, reaching the human Emperor, Fushi. As innumerable tribes prayed in unison, vast reservoirs of belief power condensed upon Fushi, and suddenly, his aura surged mightily, propelling him from the early stages of the first tier to its pinnacle. Cursed vermin, you should not have ventured into this world. Empowered by the influx of strength, Fushi beheld the bewildered evil spirit and charged forth. With a resounding impact, Fushi's fist sent the evil spirit crashing to the ground, where it contorted into an unnatural position. Grinning wickedly at Fushi, its injuries inexplicably vanishing, its power rekindling. With another thunderous punch, Fushi relentlessly struck the evil spirit. Roar! The evil spirit could no longer endure such humiliation, yet before Fushi, it was utterly powerless, absorbing blow after blow, its seemingly immortal form shattered into fragments, ultimately vanishing. Completely obliterated. This evil spirit's offensive capabilities were weak, but its regenerative prowess was astonishingly robust. Fushi muttered softly, then turned his gaze toward the lower-tier evil spirits trapped within the capital, slowly being worn down by his elite warriors, and unleashed a punch against them. With a thunderous boom, countless evil spirits' corpses, along with remnants of the earth beneath, vanished without a trace. The alien race has been eradicated. The crisis for humanity is averted. With the words of the human Emperor, the invasion of evil spirits came to a close, though the belief power within him continued to wane, ultimately elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the first tier. Chapter 11. Elemental World. Is the evil spirit malfunctioning? In the magical realm, Zhou Xingqiao was unlike Li Dong, who orchestrated events from the shadows. He directly manifested within the world. My subjects, an alien race is about to invade. Hasten to prepare for battle. All around. Within the tribes of the 5 elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the call resounded. Brothers, our Father God summons us. Let us protect our divine progenitor. The elemental beings raced toward the location of Zhou Xingqiao's summons. Before long, the 4 first-tier elemental envoys arrived by Zhou Xingqiao's side. Father God, what alien race threatens to invade our world? Inquired the gold elemental envoy curiously, displaying no hint of trepidation regarding the impending threat. The other 3 envoys remained silent. Yet their formidable auras were palpable, especially the fire elemental envoy, whose flames flickered with an intensity that reflected its anger. They all understood that without their Father God's guidance, they would be akin to those lesser elemental spirits, knowing only the whims of emotion, devoid of thought and direction. Zhou Xingqiao nodded solemnly, cautioning, you must be vigilant. Although the alien race may not possess strength comparable to yours, it is imperative to minimize casualties for the sake of your kin. As he delivered his warning, a dark pillar of light in the sky began to emanate an ominous and powerful aura. Malevolent spirits emerged from within, the most formidable among them taking the form of a serpent-headed humanoid towering 3 zhang high. It was them. Eliminate them. With Zhou Xingqiao's words echoing, the 4 first-tier elemental emissaries instantly soared before the malevolent spirits. Boom. The fire elemental emissary unleashed a fiery fist, incinerating the 100 or so newly emerged malevolent spirits into ashes that were swiftly scattered by the wind. The first-tier entity, however, struggled momentarily against the combined assaults of the gold, wood, and water elemental emissaries before dissipating into nothingness. Ah, that was surprisingly simple. Zhou Xingqiao's initial flicker of concern evaporated in an instant, replaced by praise for these elemental emissaries. Elemental beings are remarkably simple-minded. With just a few words, one could evoke profound emotions within them. In the chaotic realm, Yi Xian found himself reclining comfortably on a sofa, observing the malevolent spirits within this tumultuous world. A faint smile playing on his lips. He felt no trepidation towards the first-tier malevolent spirit or the 100 lowly spirits. Instead, he was almost amused. However, the moment these 100 malevolent spirits stepped into the chaos, they stood frozen in place, not out of reluctance, but because they were utterly incapable of movement. Within the chaos, they sensed no aura, surrounded by an endless torrent of chaotic energy. A bunch of useless beings, what a farce this is, Yixian mused. Taking a few sips from the soda on the nearby table, they couldn't even find a target, and while the creator deity sensed the emergence of malevolent spirits, these lowly beings were clearly beneath its notice. How could they possibly rival the pursuit of enlightenment on the path of the great Tao? Thus, it remained seated in meditation before the creation blue lotus. On the playground, a large screen materialized, initially displaying the world projections of 3 classmates. But as the other 2 completed their assessments, the projections vanished, and now all eyes of the faculty and students were riveted upon Yi Xian's chaotic domain. This was a large screen projected by Principal Zhang Yuanwu to bolster the morale of the other students. The images were originally intended for the observation room, visible only to the teachers, while the students could only watch from the sidelines as the world above Yi Xian unfolded. This was deliberately revealed for the assessment. Ordinarily, it remained concealed within Yi Xian's mind. What is Yi Xian doing? Is he calling for backup? Why aren't those malevolent spirits troubling that powerful entity? Just moments ago, they were frantically heading towards the human race within my realm. Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao, the remaining 3, naturally exchanged introductions after the battle concluded. They both gazed at Yi Xian's world, engaging in discussion. Indeed, it is puzzling why those malevolent spirits remain motionless. Zhou Xingqiao looked curiously at the malevolent spirits within the chaotic realm, noting that the aura they exuded was far more potent than that of the spirits in his own world. The invading spirits in his realm were at the initial stage of the first tier, swiftly dispatched by the trio of first-tier elemental emissaries. In contrast, the spirits invading Li Dong's world were at the mid-stage of the first tier, while those within the chaotic realm astonishingly reached the late stage of the first tier, with the 100 lesser spirits nearing the same threshold. What on earth is happening? Principal, what is going on? Su Shui looked at Zhang Yuanwu, her eyes filled with confusion. It was one thing for the principal to send a late-stage first-tier malevolent spirit, but now it stood there motionless, with those spirits behaving as if they were imbeciles, merely spinning aimlessly in place. Zhang Yuanwu also appeared bewildered. According to the narrative, these malevolent spirits should have sensed the presence of living beings in the world and gone berserk to seize control. Yet, that was precisely what happened in Li Dong's and Zhou Xingqiao's realms. Why had the situation in Yi Xian's chaotic realm diverged? The weaker spirits next door had already been dealt with, yet here, there was not a hint of movement, and that formidable deity seemed utterly oblivious to the incursion, while the malevolent spirits stood still like fools. This was a sight he had never witnessed before. Cough. Could it be that in the chaotic realm, the space is not manifest, rendering those lowly spirits incapable of movement? Upon hearing the principal's explanation, a nearby teacher questioned, that seems plausible. But why can that divine being still move? Fool, that is a being of rules. How could it possibly be compared to those malevolent spirits? Another teacher immediately countered. Cough. I suppose I should communicate with them. Ultimately, the principal could no longer remain idle. Letting time slip away was not an option. So he reached out telepathically to Yi Xian on the playground. Student Yi Xian, this is Principal Zhang Yuanwu. Please instruct the deity of your world to eliminate those malevolent spirits and conclude the assessment. Yi Xian, reclining on the sofa, suddenly focused, recognizing this was a telepathic communication, a skill mastered upon reaching the first-tier creator deity. He promptly replied, Principal, this may risk exposing my existence, which I wish to avoid. Let them evolve on their own. When a creator deity interacts with the beings within their divine realm, there are generally 2 approaches. One is to reveal their existence, and the other is to conceal it. Chapter 12. A first-tier malevolent spirit? I shall annihilate it upon revealing their existence. A creator deity can clearly guide the development of beings within their divine realm, undoubtedly providing a significant early advantage for rapid expansion. However, this method has its drawbacks, as it diminishes the autonomy of the beings, fostering a reliance on the creator deity, which is detrimental to future development. Therefore, Yi Xian chose to allow them to develop independently, offering subtle guidance from the shadows, ensuring this world does not descend into the legendary cataclysms of the primordial age. The chaotic realm, abundant with the 3,000 paths, should not decline like the tales of old, and he was determined to prevent such an occurrence, choosing instead to subtly guide the primordial beings to continually explore new realms, helping them gradually ascend in their cultivation. One cannot exhaust the beings in internal strife, leading to the demise of high-level cultivators. This world is rife with countless realms and divine wars. The beings of the primordial age should focus their attention there, rather than on internal conflict. Thus, Yi Xian was unwilling to risk exposure without gaining any benefit. His implication was clear. He wished for compensation. Well then, consider it a sponsorship for you, you little rascal. Daring to extort even from me. As long as you swiftly eradicate those malevolent spirits, I shall grant you an additional 5 divine sources. Zhang Yuanwu felt a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for Yi Xian's exceptional talent, he would not have entertained such demands. He resolved that the world had been leveled, and he would simply bestow the reward upon him. All right, thank you, Principal. To ensure your efforts do not go to waste, I have decided to take the significant risk of guiding the divine beings. Upon hearing of the potential rewards, Yi Xian stood upright, saluting with righteous fervor. Zhang Yuanwu. With a subtle shift in thought, Yi Xian felt a surge of energy from the creation Blue Lotus, conveying a sentiment of disdain towards the invasion of those malevolent spirits. Whoosh! The creator deity, immersed in comprehending the profound truths within the creation Blue Lotus, suddenly opened its eyes and sprang to its feet. The great Tao is displeased. I shall obliterate them. Although the malevolent spirits possessed a certain malevolence, they were utterly feeble in the eyes of the chaotic deity. This weakness did not stem from their lack of strength, but from their inferiority in realm and essence. The chaotic deities of demons are manifestations birthed from the great Tao. In a certain sense, they embody the essence of the Tao itself materialized within the world. As long as the Tao endures, the deities and demons shall not perish. Although those malevolent spirits possess powers rivaling that of the Creator God, they appear utterly feeble and helpless when confronted with the chaotic deities. Indeed, they are helpless. Not only can they not face the chaotic deities, but they currently lack even the ability to navigate the chaos. The chaos is rife with disordered rules, space remains unmanifested, and time remains untransformed. Beings of their caliber cannot grasp the laws of space, nor can they traverse the chaos. The creator deities, while showing no interest in them, would certainly annihilate them, as their very existence is a disfavor to the creator Tao. Before a multitude of malevolent spirits, a figure emerged. It was an exceedingly towering form, rendering those spirits akin to mere ants, easily crushable at any moment. Is this the essence of malevolent spirits? So weak, how could such beings arise from chaos? The creator deity mused, gazing at the spirits beneath. Though he held no interest in them, he was curious about how they came into being. The first-tier malevolent spirit, upon witnessing this, furiously exclaimed, "Who are you? I am called the Creator. How can you exist amidst the chaos?" Upon hearing the spirit's words, the creator deity, despite the linguistic barrier, comprehended all the utterances of beings throughout the cosmos, being born of the Tao. Alas, the Daoic language spoken by him was entirely incomprehensible to the first-tier malevolent spirit. It was as if it were inaudible. The disparity between their ranks was too vast. Although they were both first-tier beings, their actual levels diverged significantly, to the point where the malevolent spirit could not even perceive the creator deity's words. Very well. I shall bestow upon you annihilation. The creator deity, eager to return to the contemplation of the Tao, murmured softly. With a resounding crash, the chaos trembled instantly, as a formidable power emanated from the creator deity, obliterating everything before him. The multitude of malevolent spirits vanished in an instant, and even the body of the late-stage first-tier malevolent spirit began to disintegrate, until it too ceased to exist. Outside the chaos, within the observation chamber, how is this possible? Su Shui gasped, in a single utterance, merely one phrase. That being of initial stage first tier, without making any move, simply spoke a word. And those malevolent spirits were utterly vanquished. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed by Zhang Yuanwu, even after living for over a millennium. He had taught countless students, yet had never seen a being from Yi Xian's created world annihilate same-tier malevolent spirits with a mere word. No, that was not merely the same tier. The strength of that malevolent spirit surpassed even that of deities from the divine kingdom. How astonishing it was that a late-stage first tier could be obliterated by an initial stage first tier's single utterance. Apart from the shock within the observation chamber, Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao, standing beside Yi Xian, were left speechless, gaping at him in awe. They were not alone. Every student in the school who was captivated by the grand display felt a parched throat. The classification of malevolent spirits mirrors that of the Creator God. The might of the Creator God is essentially derived from the cumulative strength of all beings within the divine kingdom. This implies that even within the same realm, the Creator God could dominate the entire world of beings within the divine kingdom, as all beings therein would impart their knowledge to the Creator God. Thus, it follows that the strength of a first-tier malevolent spirit far exceeds that of a first-tier being within the divine kingdom, even if they belong to the same realm. Of course, even among Creator gods, there exists a hierarchy of strength, reflecting the varying might of the divine kingdoms. The first-tier malevolent spirit encountered by Zhou Xingqiao was among the weaker variety, easily succumbing to the assault of the 3 great envoys. The first-tier malevolent spirit faced by Li Dong was of average strength, not only at mid-stage, but also comparable to the mid-tier combatants among first-tier creator gods. Fortuitously, the human sovereign could harness the power of faith to ascend to late-stage first-tier, bolstered by the strength of the entire world, allowing him to vanquish that malevolent spirit. Even so, that malevolent spirit continuously resurrected. Had it encountered Zhou Xingchao's world, he would likely find little reason to smile now. Yet, none of the malevolent spirits they faced rivaled the one encountered by Yi Xian. Chapter 13. Rewards and Advancement. For the malevolent spirit Yi Xian encountered was late-stage first tier and among the stronger within the creator gods. Yet even it was swiftly dispatched by a being of initial stage first tier from the chaotic realm. How could they not feel astonished? While both students and teachers pondered whether that malevolent spirit was merely weak among late-stage first tiers, no matter how feeble, it was still a genuine late-stage first-tier being. Only Zhang Yuanwu understood that to test the potential of the chaotic realm, he alone was aware of the monstrous entity he had unleashed. It is no exaggeration to assert that, not only Li Dong and Zhou Xingchao, but even among the teachers present, the majority would have fallen before that malevolent spirit. This explains why he was willing to endure Yi Xian's extortion. Beyond admiration, he sought to gauge the true strength of that rule-born being. Is this the power of a rule-born entity? Although he had not truly tested it, Zhang Yuanwu was left utterly astounded. In that moment, he envisioned a young man clad in white standing atop the stars, even at the pinnacle of the entire Great Xia nation. At this moment, within the chaos, the creator deity once more settled beneath the creator green lotus, meditating upon the great Tao. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, adorned in white, returned his consciousness to the realm of reality. Hey, you two, you've completed as well. Yi Xian chuckled, observing the two individuals standing beside him, dumbfounded. Gulp. Unable to suppress his astonishment, Li Dong swallowed hard, exclaiming, "So powerful." Zhou Xingchao fervently nodded, murmuring, "Indeed, so powerful. Hey fellow classmates, are you both dazed?" While it was gratifying to hear sincere praises from others, Yi Xian shook his two classmates, who could undoubtedly be considered the strongest among his cohort. Cough cough, it is an honor, great one. I am Li Dong. My world is a realm of fantasy, the human realm. As Li Dong regained his composure, he met Yi Xian's gaze, recalling his earlier embarrassment. I am Zhou Xingchao. My world is one of magical elements. It is a pleasure to stand beside you. Although Zhou Xingchao had also been captivated, he was evidently more composed. Extending his right hand, Yi Xian shook their hands and nodded. I am Yi Xian. As for my world, you should have heard of it. Haha, of course. The name and world of the Great One have long spread, elevating the wasteland to a realm of gods. I am in awe. Zhou Xingchao exclaimed joyfully. So am I. I worship the Great One. Li Dong added with palpable excitement. Regarding the flattery from the two, Yi Xian appeared somewhat bashful, responding, Ahem. No need to call me Great One, just my name will suffice. He had grown accustomed to the praises of teachers and the envious gazes of classmates. Over time, he had faced numerous rumors and ridicule, yet these did not faze him. Only the genuine admiration from his peers stirred a hint of shyness within him. Though he swiftly quelled that emotion. Congratulations to the three of you, for you shall each receive 20 divine sources. May this achievement pave the way for your future endeavors. In the sky, not only was the voice of Principal Zhang Yuanwu resonating, but he also manifested before Yi Xian and his companions. Simultaneously, he communicated telepathically, Young man, I shall replenish your additional 5 divine sources. However, do not disclose this just yet. After observing Yi Xian nodding with a smile, he happily distributed the divine sources among Yi Xian, Li Dong, and Zhou Xingchao. Thank you, Principal. The trio expressed their gratitude. Satisfied, Zhang Yuanwu nodded and inquired. Have you three considered your plans? Will you advance to the 3rd year, or remain in the 2nd for another year, before transitioning to the 3rd? The choice of whether to ascend or not holds significant implications for their future development. Advancing would mean entering the 3rd year sooner, albeit sacrificing a month of cultivation time. Yet they would also be a year ahead for the college entrance examination. Although a year may seem trivial for a creation god, entering university earlier would grant access to greater resources, enabling them to outpace their peers. Such decisions are typically made by those brimming with self-confidence. After all, once they step into the 3rd year, they will soon face the college entrance examination. Poor performance could lead them to ordinary institutions, potentially resulting in setbacks. Thus, completing the 2nd year first provides an additional year of preparation. I wish to advance, Yi Xian declared without hesitation. With boundless potential in the chaos world, he naturally intended to seize resources sooner and grow stronger. For him, spending another year in the 2nd year would be akin to wasting time, as he was determined to enroll in one of the 5 prestigious academies. I too wish to advance, Zhou Xingchao stated after a moment's contemplation. Although his potential was not exceedingly high, obtaining resources earlier to reach his limits before seeking further opportunities was a reasonable path. I wish to advance as well. After deliberating, Li Dong also resolved to pursue advancement. Initially hesitant, he was inspired by Yi Xian and Zhou Xingchao to make his decision. Seeing that all three had made their choices, Zhang Yuanwu nodded approvingly, stating, Very well, I will assign you to classes befitting your demonstrated talents. In the 3rd year classes, it is rare for teachers to provide instruction since the students' abilities often rival those of the educators when lessons are conducted. They are typically overseen by department heads who lecture large groups, such as the entire class of gifted students or all the key classes. Ordinary classes, however, do not receive instruction from department heads. Key classes have lectures once a semester, while gifted classes hold sessions monthly. In direct advancement classes, there are usually only a handful of students who are primarily taught by dedicated instructors. The department heads share their personal experiences regarding the development of divine nations and how to forge new paths in advancement. Aside from the differences in instruction, the more esteemed the class, the greater the resources allocated for cultivation. Chapter 14, Third Year, Declining the Department Head's Invitation. Direct advancement classes receive the most resources, with each student obtaining 10 divine sources monthly. Gifted classes provide 8 divine sources monthly per student. Key classes offer 5, while ordinary classes yield merely 3. Although it may seem that direct advancement students receive only 2 more divine sources than those in gifted classes, the disparity is substantial. They can consult with department heads about divine nation matters daily, effectively having personal tutors. Moreover, certain department heads may even invest in promising students by providing them with their own divine sources, expecting substantial returns once those students rise to prominence. Thus, while the apparent benefits may appear similar, the reality is one of stark contrast. Such differentiated treatment exists to better cultivate talent and eliminate mediocrity. This world has always adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. The following day, Yixian awoke and attended class. Coincidentally, on the day of the department head's lecture, he found himself in the first gifted class, which came as no surprise, as both Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao were also assigned to the same class. This was expected, given that they were among the most distinguished students in the second year, naturally qualifying for the gifted class upon advancing to the third year. The third-year gifted classes consist of 2 sections, which, in terms of benefits, are virtually indistinguishable, merely assigned different teachers to oversee their daily affairs. Upon entering the expansive classroom designated for the third-year gifted students, Yixian realized he was late, as the teacher and classmates had already arrived. His tardiness was due to a sleepless night spent developing his divine nation. The 5 divine sources promised by the principal had finally arrived, bringing his total to 25. He had devoted the entire night to enhancing the foundation within the chaos, eager to advance swiftly. Additionally, the remaining divine sources were infused into the shadow of the destruction demon, hoping to soon give birth to a second demon within the chaos. After a night of world building, he only became aware of the ongoing class when he finally reacted. Yixian did not wish to disrupt his teacher or classmates, so he quietly entered the classroom and seated himself in a corner. Although he believed he was not causing any disturbance, both the teacher and students were nonetheless fixated on him. Surely, this must be our classmate Yixian. His reputation as a genius has echoed throughout the entire school. Upon seeing Yixian seated, the department head did not express anger, but rather smiled and remarked. As a teacher, he had witnessed Yixian's prowess firsthand. And it was not only him. Countless department heads were clamoring to mentor Yixian, only to be halted by Principal Zhang Yuanwu. According to the principal's directive, this matter was to be left for Yixian to decide, with no one allowed to impose upon him. Such talent is evident to all. Indeed, department head. That is Yixian, the one previously deemed a waste. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Yixian glanced up, frowning. While it might have been inconsequential to label him a waste before, doing so in the current context was evidently intended to provoke him. However, he chose to disregard it. Rising to address the department head, "Teacher, I am Yixian." "Excellent. No need to pay heed to the comments of certain classmates. Focus on your own path." The instructor replied. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Chong, one of the mentors responsible for guiding your gifted class. Would you be interested in studying under me?" Lu Chong first cast a death stare at the student who had spoken ill of Yixian, then turned his attention to Yixian with a smile. "Wow, truly impressive. Ye God, to receive the benefits of a direct advancement class. Indeed, how enviable." The surrounding classmates gazed at Yixian with expressions of admiration. Even Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao could not help but cast envious glances at Yixian, who had risen alongside them. Why, they wondered. Was there such a disparity in treatment despite all having just advanced? Lu Chong's intentions were clear. He could mentor Yixian, akin to how he would guide students in a direct advancement class. "Thank you, teacher, but my journey differs from that of the ordinary. So I will seek your guidance when I have questions." Yixian politely declined. He harbored a meticulous series of plans for his own world, having envisioned the realms he would forge long before his arrival in this realm. Fortunately, he succeeded in manifesting them. The true challenge lay in this endeavor. Having accomplished the creation of the chaotic world, everything that followed would be trivial in comparison. Thus, he found no necessity for guidance from others and politely declined. Lu Chong, undeterred, continued. "Very well, let us proceed with the lesson." Within the divine realm, the strength of beings was paramount, yet their numbers were equally significant. The class concluded swiftly, and Lu Chong did not linger, vanishing post-lecture. As soon as the class ended, a figure materialized before Yixian, none other than the individual who had previously mocked him. "I am Yao Hai, remember this name," he declared with an air of arrogant bravado. "Oh, Yi Xian replied, his expression impassive, eliciting a furious glare from Yao Hai, who ground his teeth in frustration. Though your reputation is resounding, the ultimate genius to gain admission into the 5 great academies shall undoubtedly be me. Oh, Yi Xian repeated, disinterested in engaging with someone who seemed to harbor some irrational vendetta against him. Yi Xian, why did you refuse Director Lu's invitation? I heard from classmates that he is the most powerful individual in the entire school, second only to the principal and vice principal. Zhou Xingqiao and Li Dong approached Yi Xian, forming a triangular formation around Yao Hai. Surveying the surroundings, Yao Hai snorted coldly and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Li Dong scoffed, who is that guy? So full of himself. I don't know, and it doesn't matter, Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. He chose to disregard those who bore animosity towards him. After all, such individuals would never catch up to his pace. As for why he declined Director Lu's offer, it was simply because he felt they could not impart any knowledge to him. Now, I must hurry back to extract divine power. I have yet to step into the realm of the apprentice creator god. With that, Yi Xian exited the classroom. It was not that he had forgotten. Rather, he was wholly absorbed in the development of chaos, temporarily neglecting his own cultivation. The creator god's existence is fundamentally anchored in the divine realm. The stronger the divine realm, the more potent the creator god. Elevating his own strength was merely a matter of moments. The true challenge lay in enhancing the might of the divine realm. Chapter 15. The destruction of gods and demons. The collision of divine beasts. In the midst of chaos, Yi Xian stood amidst the boundless void, gazing down at the chaotic world below. Although he had previously assured the principal that he would not interfere with the chaotic realm for fear of revealing his presence to its beings, he understood that as long as he did not leave conspicuous traces, they would remain oblivious to him. A resonant vibration reverberated through the air, as a stream of divine power surged forth from the chaotic world and instantly entered Yi Xian's body. This divine power, though seemingly weak, was in fact immensely robust. Leaping within him to settle at his brow, a faint sound echoed, and within Yi Xian's heart, a flicker of divine fire ignited, a tiny flame swaying precariously in the wind, akin to a candle's flicker, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Yet soon, a powerful surge of divine energy infused it. The flame, nourished by this divine power, grew increasingly vibrant, stabilizing and burning ever more fiercely. As the divine fire took form, so too did the deity emerge. A brilliant blaze of divine fire blazed within Yi Xian's forehead. This fire possessed an extraordinary divinity, far surpassing the flames found in the brows of ordinary creator gods. It was a divine fire born from the very essence of chaos. He had succeeded. He had transcended the apprentice creator god stage, directly ascending to the first tier of the creator god hierarchy. Yi Xian felt the formidable power within him. From this moment forth, as long as the divine fire remained alight, he would achieve immortality. He had gained boundless longevity and strength, transforming from an ordinary mortal into a deity. The apprentice creator god was merely a preparatory stage, having birthed a divine realm and gained divine power without yet igniting the divine fire. Though possessing a hint of divinity, he was not yet a true deity. Now, he had leapt from a mere mortal to a genuine creator god, all thanks to the chaotic world. With his ascension to the first tier of divine beings, the profundity of the creative path he commanded deepened significantly. Furthermore, as Yi Xian attained the first tier of divinity, it seemed as if the very foundation of the chaotic world had been bolstered. Boom! Crack! A deafening roar erupted, shattering the tranquility of the chaos. As the foundation of the world strengthened, the profoundness of the creative blue lotus's essence deepened, and even the divine beasts felt the tremors of chaos. My power appears to have intensified, it murmured, sensing its strength becoming purer and more formidable in alignment with the chaos's vibrations. Meanwhile, the once slowly gestating shadow of the path of destruction began to solidify. As the creative divine beast pondered, a feeling of revulsion arose within, a sensation that had never manifested before since its inception. It seemed there was a presence it instinctively loathed from its very core. Its essence was the path of creation, which implied that the path of destruction was simultaneously giving birth to a divine beast, its eternal adversary. Thus, within the chaos, the firstborn divine beast found itself overtaken by feelings of loathing and an instinctive sense of enmity. Strangely enough, the destruction divine beast, initially birthed near the creative blue lotus, abruptly vanished as if sensing an overwhelming aura of disdain. In another corner of chaos, a pitch-black aura surged forth, dispersing the boundless chaotic energies. This darkness was deeper than mere shadows. Its essence was more chaotic than the chaos itself. A pair of ebony eyes emerged from the dark mist, with the head of a human, the face of a tiger, the body of a serpent, and the tail of an ox. It was adorned with scales etched with enigmatic patterns. At last, the second divine beast of chaos was born, the destruction divine beast. Observing the newly emerged entity below, Yi Xian softly murmured, sensing the second path manifesting behind him. This path arose silently, exuding an aura of despair and terror, the very root of all that was ominous. It was annihilation. With the emergence of the destruction divine beast, the previously slow-growing death divine beast surged forward, becoming an entity second only to the time, space, and life divine beasts. I am destruction. Unlike the serene demeanor of the creation divine beast, this newly born destruction divine beast eagerly proclaimed its existence to the chaos. As its declaration echoed, on the other side, the creation divine beast felt an intensifying restlessness within. Instinctively, it yearned to locate the destruction divine beast, aiming to obliterate it within the chaos. For the first time, the entity named creation harbored thoughts of annihilation, for it understood that the birth of the destruction divine beast heralded the intent to destroy all beings and everything it had created. Their paths were diametrically opposed. Clashing like adversaries in an eternal struggle, the conflict of the paths dictated that one must fall for the other to ascend to supremacy. Creation. Following its grand declaration, the destruction divine beast immediately sensed the presence of the creation divine beast. It understood that if it did not eliminate this counterpart, its existence would be fraught with conflict. Thus, it resolved to vanquish the creation divine beast first. The two beings searched for countless years before finally encountering one another in the heart of chaos. Neither exchanged a word. They both understood that the other represented the antithesis of their own path. To achieve supremacy, one must first destroy the other. The chaotic deities of creation and destruction are indestructible. Their true desire lies in erasing the subtle threads of unease within their hearts, be it agitation, wrath, or disdain. All manifestations of negative emotions. Yet, should they guide another back onto the path of enlightenment, tranquility may reign for an extended duration. A thunderous clash resounded as two immensely powerful and enigmatic auras collided, scattering in all directions. One was imbued with boundless creative energy, as if capable of conjuring life from the void, bringing forth infinite vitality. The other was suffused with the essence of annihilation, seemingly intent on obliterating all existence, casting the world into despair. If one represented unending hope, the other epitomized eternal despair. Each attack from the deity of creation harbored a colossal vitality, capable of awakening sentience in lifeless stones or elevating mortals to celestial realms. Conversely, each strike from the deity of destruction embodied a profound silence that instilled despair in all living beings, propelling them toward the inevitable end of death. The death of death itself is annihilation. As these two primordial deities of chaos first encountered one another, an infinite clash of paths ensued. Their opposing philosophies rendered their strengths nearly equal. Although the deity of creation had emerged first, its cultivation did not vastly surpass that of its destructive counterpart. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. With each collision, the surrounding chaos began to warp. The endless creative force, brimming with vibrant life, collided with the inexorable power of destruction, steeped in a chilling void, influencing the very essence of the surrounding chaos. Chapter 16. The Contest of Paths, the Realm of Return. All things fade into silence. At that moment, countless scales from the deity of destruction began to shed, each piece akin to a blade, hurtling toward its adversary. Each scale shimmered with intricate patterns, morphing into various divine abilities, all aimed at annihilating the deity of creation. Suddenly, chaos swirled before the deity of creation, intercepting the scales, preventing them from encroaching even a fraction. From a single thought, a blue lotus emerged beneath the deity of creation, its azure petals undulating to block the incoming scales, thwarting any attempt to breach its defenses. A delicate balance was struck between the two, resulting in a momentary stalemate. This lotus was not the true primordial lotus of creation, but rather a manifestation conjured by the deity of creation, born from its understanding of the primordial lotus. Towering at a height of 1,000 feet. Though this lotus lacked the grandeur of the primordial lotus, imbued with the essence of creation, it possessed a life force of immense magnitude. One technique could counter myriad others, as the deity of creation used the blue lotus to repel countless destructive abilities. Yet, the deity of destruction, unwilling to relent, extended a finger in a decisive gesture. The deity of creation was taken aback, hastily evading the impending strike. The blue lotus, however, was struck by the finger of annihilation. The once vibrant lotus, infused with supreme creative energy, began to wilt and decay, ultimately fading into the chaos, succumbing to obliteration. The force of that strike was overwhelmingly tyrannical. As the essence of destruction permeated the lotus, it extinguished the boundless vitality within, resulting in the complete eradication of life, leaving naught but emptiness. Destruction, though the power wielded was formidable, it could not extinguish my existence. Witnessing the demise of the blue lotus, the deity of creation, filled with fury, unleashed a mighty roar. Behind it, another blue lotus descended, a manifestation of its profound understanding of the path. This was the arrival of the creative path. As the new blue lotus emerged, an unfathomable breath of creation enveloped the surroundings, heralding the birth of a paradise amidst the suffocating silence of chaos. The deity of destruction, overwhelmed by a sense of aversion, spoke slowly. This sensation was deeply unsettling. as if it were inherently countered, causing even this embodiment of the path to experience disquiet. Born from chaos, no force could impede its advance, and all beings within the chaos were meant to tremble before it. Yet, at this very moment, a profound loathing began to take root within its heart. As the deity of destruction murmured, a wave of desolation and death emanated from it, behind which loomed an immense vortex, the manifestation of its inner path of destruction. Yet, it lacked the comprehension to grasp its own creation. Engaged in combat with the deity of creation, it had no time to reflect, leaving its understanding of the path inferior to that of the deity of creation. Thus, when the paths emerged, although neither was superior to the other, the path of destruction seemed to falter slightly. The boundless creative energy surged toward the deity of destruction, while the infinite force of annihilation charged toward the creative essence. Boom. Crack. The forces of creation and destruction clashed violently, intertwining in a fierce struggle. Despite their mutual attempts to negate and extinguish one another, they began to merge and coalesce. Creation and destruction merging? Why does everything not dissolve back into chaos? The two deities gasped in astonishment as they recognized the consequences of their conflicting powers. Meanwhile, at that moment, the two paths surged uncontrollably toward one another, colliding in an unceasing dance of creation and destruction, life and death, manifestation and annihilation. Amidst this interplay, the very fabric of chaos began to transform, giving rise to a new realm, a place that, while still rooted in chaos, astonished all who beheld it. This was the realm of return, the birthplace of all creation and the final resting place of all that perishes. Yi Xian sensed the fusion of the paths. The creative and destructive energies within him began to harmonize, discovering an inexplicable equilibrium. Though balanced, it was the power of creation that held a slight advantage, however minuscule. From the confluence of creation and annihilation emerged a new deity, the deity of return. It embodied the balance between creation and destruction, the cycle of life and death. In the chaos, what is happening? My path is unyielding and ceaseless. I feel the same. As both deities sensed the anomaly, they sought to sever the clash of paths to prevent further conflict. Yet they were unprepared for the realization that the paths were beyond their control, continuously colliding, merging, and giving birth to new beginnings and endings. The realm of collision had transformed from a place thick with chaotic essence to a domain dominated solely by the two opposing paths. Within it, space was rendered inconspicuous, and time ceased to exist, leaving only the new path birthed from the interplay of creation and destruction. This path was named the Realm of Return. Upon the emergence of the Realm of Return, a phantom from the myriad shadows concealed behind the primordial lotus vanished, only to reappear within this newfound realm. What kind of deity is this? A thought instantly sparked in the minds of the two deities. The deity of return. As the paths materialized, they quickly understood that this entity was born from the fusion of their two powers. Among the myriad deities of the 3,000 paths, each was self-generated. Yet certain actions could expedite the emergence of some. The deity of return was a prime example. Even if the deities of creation and destruction did not engage in battle, the deity of return would inevitably manifest, especially as, in the unseen realm, the paths drew them toward confrontation. While the deity of creation may not match the destructive force in combat, the contest of paths hinged on understanding, and the creative path held a slight edge over the path of destruction. Though it may be an exceedingly faint whisper, the essence it embodies, creation, life, and other vital energies, compels the Goetia deities and demons to hasten their conception. Should the path of destruction gain the upper hand, it would paradoxically hinder the gestation of the Goetia deities and demons significantly. It is fascinating that between creation and destruction lies Goetia, where the Goetia deities and demons begin to take form. With the collision of these two paths, it is only a matter of time before the Goetia deities and demons emerge. Observing this scene, Yi Xian felt the two paths within him continuously merging. Once this fusion is successful, he shall command a third path, the Goetia path. By that time, it is certain that the Goetia deities and demons will have fully formed as well. Chapter 17. The Celestial Ranking? The Contest for Qualification. Upon discovering the gestation of the Goetia deities and demons, Yi Xian smiled faintly and withdrew his consciousness from the chaos. He lay on his bed, contemplating his future developments. Now in his senior year of high school, apart from nurturing his own world, he had virtually nothing else to attend to. Classes were optional. He could choose to attend or not, with no one overseeing his decisions. When the college entrance examinations approached, one could enroll in various universities based on their performance. Within the Xia Kingdom, the premier institutions are the 5 great academies, followed by universities named after various provinces, and then countless others. The college entrance examination comprises 2 aspects, the Divine Nation Battle and the Individual Battle. The Divine Nation Battle assesses the military strength and potential of the Divine Nations, while the Individual Battle evaluates the combat prowess and potential of the creators. Generally, it is believed that greater combat strength correlates with greater potential. However, there exist a few creators with minimal strength yet boundless potential, who may still be admitted to provincial universities. Conversely, even those with formidable strength may be overlooked if their potential falls short. The Divine Nation battle pits students against malevolent spirits. While the individual battle features only those students who excelled in the Divine Nation battle, those who performed poorly are ineligible for the individual battle. Thus, only those who easily pass the Divine Nation battle may participate in the individual battle, and their performance therein determines their chances of being accepted into provincial universities. For ordinary high school students, gaining admission to a provincial university signifies a promising future. As for the legendary 5 Great Academies, only those who rank within the top 1,000 on the global celestial ranking may hope to enter. Lingtian City is a county-level city governed by Raozhou, which is in turn overseen by Jiangnan Province. Within a single county, only 10 high schools are qualified to recommend students for the celestial ranking, with each school allotted 1 spot. Within a city, 100 high schools are qualified to recommend students for the celestial ranking, with each school granted 10 spots. In a province, 1,000 high schools are qualified to recommend students for the celestial ranking, with each school receiving 100 spots. Consequently, within a province alone, there are a staggering 100,000 students who could potentially be on the celestial ranking. If one includes the subordinate cities and counties, the numbers swell even further. To enter the 5 Great Academies, one must rank within the top 1,000 across the entire star system. And there are precisely 108 provinces within the ancestral star. What an arduous challenge. It is akin to striving for a position among the top 10 in the province to have a chance at gaining entry to the 5 Great Academies. As for admission to provincial universities, the criteria are much more lenient. Achieving a rank within the top 500 on the provincial celestial ranking allows one to bypass the college entrance examinations entirely. The celestial ranking, as its name suggests, is a list that bestows opportunities upon those who are named, paving their paths toward greatness. In the conference room of Lingtian No. 1 High School, aside from the observing teachers, only those with director-level authority or higher were permitted to propose candidates. In this institution, power governs all. I propose that this year's qualification for the celestial ranking be granted to student Yixian. His ability to successfully transform a forsaken realm into a divine nation speaks volumes about his innate talent and strength. The proponent of this suggestion was Zhang Yuanwu, who held the authority to determine the allocation of celestial ranking qualifications. Thus, when he made this proposal, it became almost a foregone conclusion that Yixian would secure the spot. I disagree. I believe Qinji is far more deserving of the celestial ranking. A dissenting voice interrupted, drawing the attention of the assembly. Upon recognizing the speaker as Chai Yongyan, they understood why someone dared to oppose the principal's proposal. Chai Yongyan, a second-tier initial stage creator, was the teacher of Qinji, who had established the Divine Path Nation. Since his first year, Qinji had displayed extraordinary talent. And during the final examination of his first year, he created a world embodying the Divine Path civilization, directly advancing to his senior year. As his teacher, I can unequivocally state that among all the students I have taught, his talent is unparalleled, Chai Yongyan declared, removing his glasses and surveying the teachers with piercing eyes. The glasses were merely ornamental. Having reached the realm of a creator, he naturally did not suffer from myopia, especially not as a second-tier creator. Indeed, Qinji's talent is evident to all. It is said that he ignited the divine fire and ascended from a novice creator to a first-tier creator within just 2 months. His potential is undeniably formidable. Yes, the potential of the Divine Path Nation is immense. If fully developed, it is quite possible for him to reach the 5th tier of creators. Numerous teachers expressed their agreement. As one of the few students in the accelerated class, Qinji's talent was indeed exceptional, and he was recognized as the most gifted student in that class. However, you must recognize that throughout history, countless Divine Path nations have existed. They are not mythical realms. No matter how great the potential, there are limits. And he may not necessarily reach the end. Lu Chong, the director who had previously favored Yixian and sought to mentor him, interjected. And what of the Forsaken Realm? Throughout history, there has been no record of anyone successfully founding a divine nation. Yet, our student Yixian has accomplished this. Moreover, during his battle against the malevolent spirits, did you not witness the strength of the beings within his divine nation? He has achieved the legendary creation of rules and the unheard of rule-based existence, transforming a forsaken realm into a divine nation. The beings of his divine nation can obliterate malevolent spirits with a single command. Who among you present, or among your students, can claim to have achieved such feats? He then stood up, emphatically declaring, if anyone can achieve even a fraction of what Yixian has done, I would gladly relinquish my position as director to them. After a pause, he cast a knowing glance at Chai Yongyan, adding, furthermore, regarding academic talent, how curious it is that both students are in the same class, and Yixian's theoretical and practical skills have consistently surpassed those of Qinji, has it not? You. Chai Yongyan found himself at a loss for words, his expression shifting between shades of pale and flushed. He had invested significantly in Qinji. Should Chen Yu fail to enter the celestial ranking and miss the opportunity to attend the 5 great academies, his returns would dwindle considerably. This was closely tied to his interests, prompting him to oppose the principal's opinion. The principal smiled at Lu Chong, soothingly stating, "Old Lu, please take your seat. There is no need for such impulsiveness. Regarding the allocation of the qualification, let us proceed as follows. To ensure fairness and quell any accusations of tyranny on my part, we shall hold a contest for the qualification to the celestial ranking in 3 days. We will establish relevant rules and allow the students to compete for it. The strongest among them will secure the qualification." His suggestion was rooted in a firm confidence in Yixian, and he seized this opportunity to bolster his own standing, preempting any claims of disregard for the collective opinion. Chapter 18. The Guishu Deities and Demons. The 3 major factions. Within the chaos, a resounding rumble echoed. The Guishu realm suddenly expanded immensely, as the deities and demons of creation and destruction stood watchfully within Guishu, eyeing the impending solidification of a shadowy figure, each wary of the other. They themselves were incapable of returning the other to the path, hence this third deity and demon emerging was the prize they both sought. If one could draw the enigmatic deity of the abyss into their own ranks, it would be possible to vanquish the adversary and restore the loathsome and contradictory deities back to the path of righteousness. As the expanse of the abyss increased, the ethereal figure solidified, revealing a towering deity with the head of a lion and the body of a man, adorned with bizarrely curved bovine horns. This being was the closest to a human form among the deities. "I am the abyss." With this proclamation, it announced its existence to the chaos. Were all deities of the Great Path so imposing? Did they all feel the need to shout to assert their presence? As Yixian sensed the successful mastery of the third Great Path within himself, he felt immense joy. Yet, amid his elation, he couldn't help but critique these grand deities. After the emergence of the Abyss deity, the Creator deity swiftly extended an invitation. "Abyss deity, I am the Creator deity, the first to be born from the chaos. Join my ranks, and together we shall confront the deity of destruction." The Abyss deity furrowed its brow, understanding the implications, and gently shook its head in refusal. "O Creator, I wish not to stir conflict." Upon hearing this, the deity of destruction rejoiced, having just witnessed the Creator deity's setback. It eagerly declared, "O friend, I am the deity of destruction, diametrically opposed to the Creator deity. Should you assist me in returning the Creator to the Great Path, you may freely roam the chaos." Though named destruction, it understood the futility of annihilating another deity of the Great Path. Not only could it not kill others, but neither could others kill it. Deities of the Great Path are immortal and indestructible. They may suffer irreparable harm, but ultimately return to the Great Path after countless years of gestation. Unless the path itself is obliterated, deities of the Great Path cannot fall. Thus, the deity of destruction aimed merely to eradicate all beings that did not belong to the Great Path, rather than to eliminate those that did, especially the Creator. Though chaos is vast, I do not wish to wander. I prefer to observe the vicissitudes of chaos within this domain of the Abyss. The Abyss deity similarly declined the deity of destruction's proposition, cognizant that whichever side it aligned with would ultimately prevail, leading all deities in the Creator's camp back to the Great Path. Hence, it reasoned that having been born amidst both the Creator and destruction deities, it ought to remain neutral to prevent the complete annihilation of either faction. While the Creator deity harbored no intentions of dominating the chaos, the deity of destruction did, and its allies were naturally those whose paths aligned closely with its own, such as the deity of annihilation, the deity of death, and the deity of demonic ways. Conversely, the Creator deity had its own allies, including the deity of creation, the deity of life, and the deity of immortal ways. These alliances and rivalries arose from their respective affinities and oppositions to the Great Path. Only deities like the Abyss deity, devoid of conflict or close ties to any path, could transcend the strife of factions, focusing instead on balancing the strengths of both sides to allow all allies to flourish. This is the grand era of chaos, a manifestation of the Great Path's influence. The Abyss deity believed that its early emergence was a safeguard against the potential imbalance of power between the Creator and destruction factions, which could lead to the annihilation of one side. As all are birthed from the Great Path, children of the Great Path, why must they be compelled to return to it? Upholding this conviction, the Abyss deity rejected the invitations from both the Creator and deity of destruction. "Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter," the Creator deity remarked before vanishing, aware that it could not eliminate the deity of destruction. It then sought the 36th Order Chaos Genesis Blue Lotus, sitting in meditation, contemplating the Great Path, hoping for a day when the Great Path would subdue the deity of destruction, restoring it to the fold. The deity of destruction, with a scoff, also disappeared. Knowing of the existence of the Genesis Blue Lotus in the chaos, which had slightly put it at a disadvantage in the struggle of the Great Path. Thus, it too embarked on a quest for its own ultimate treasure of the Great Path. This scenario thus delineated the 3 major factions in chaos. 1. led by the hawkish deity of destruction, focused on annihilation, another, led by the dovish creator deity, emphasizing peace, and the abyss deity, standing as the paragon of neutrality. Capable of fulfilling that role, Yi Xian observed the three great path deities before him and mused, indeed, a triangular structure is the most stable, and dividing into three factions is quite advantageous, preventing any one side from collapsing due to temporary weakness. Within the chaos, stability was paramount. For each great path deity held crucial significance for Yi Xian. Rather than merely identifying them as hawks, doves, and neutrals, it would be more accurate to describe the three factions as differing ideologies of the great path. The creator deity leaned towards a vision of chaos populated solely by benevolent deities like itself, eschewing those of a malevolent nature, such as the deity of destruction. Conversely, the deity of destruction believed that only those deities closely aligned with its path should exist in chaos, rejecting those opposed to it. As for the abyss deity, it perceived the coexistence of opposing paths as a natural law, embracing the vastness of chaos that accommodates all deities, asserting that both sides must persist. As silence fell again over the chaos, Yi Xian's thoughts returned to reality. A series of knocks resounded at the door. He approached, unlocking it and opening it wide. "Oh, it's you two. Come in. What brings you here?" he inquired as the two entered and took a seat. The visitors were Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao, both wearing expressions of delight as they spoke simultaneously. "The qualification contest for the heavenly ranking will commence in 3 days." "The heavenly ranking? Isn't that determined by the principal? How could there be a qualification contest?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow in confusion. Li Dong glanced at Zhou Xingqiao, who quickly elaborated. "It is said that the principal, for fairness, has decided to let all students compete for the qualification. The strongest among us will earn it." Both he and Zhou Xingqiao were acutely aware of their limitations and knew they stood no chance of securing the qualification, which is why they sought out Yi Xian, the only one capable of competing with the top students in the accelerated class, especially that Chen Yu. "I've heard he received numerous resources from his mentor, Director Chai Yongyan, and his strength now seems to be nearing the mid-stage of the First Order Genesis God," Li Dong exclaimed enviously. Both he and Zhou Xingqiao had only recently consolidated their divine power and were far from igniting their divine fire to officially step into the First Order Genesis God rank. They felt their chances were slim in the high-stakes competition among all classes in their senior year. However, they were well aware of Yi Xian's prowess. The beings born from the rules of the divine realm were overwhelming. If Yi Xian participated, he would most likely emerge victorious. And if he soared to great heights and entered one of the 5 great academies, they would not only benefit indirectly, but could also boast about their association with him. "Chen Yu, you say? I know that fellow. We were in the same class before. You have no idea how arrogant he was during the assessments, haha." Yi Xian chuckled at the memory. He recalled how Chen Yu had made a remarkable impression during the examinations and had even smirked condescendingly at him after leaving the test. "Ah, there was a saying about him," Li Dong said, pondering, "something about 2 true geniuses emerging from one class. One ascending to the senior year and the other creating a waste realm. What was that ridiculous couplet again? In the first year, 11 prodigies. Ascending to the senior year is Chen Yu. Theoretical and practical mastery is paramount. It heralds the dawn of the wasteland's illustrious Yi Xian." "Are you referring to that poem, which is neither a poem nor a ballad? I am unsure who among the less cultured has concocted such a notion. It is indeed quite awkward. However, one cannot wholly blame them, for we are engaged in the creation of divine realms. Those incapable of ascending to the status of a creator god are destined to attend ordinary universities, where they might eventually conjure something more melodious." Yi Xian chuckled as he reminisced about that poem, offering a light-hearted critique. "Haha, just remember not to be late again, especially not like on the first day of class." Zhou Xingqiao laughed, imparting this friendly reminder. Shortly thereafter, the two retreated to their respective chambers. Undoubtedly, their bond with Yi Xian was somewhat closer, which was to be expected. Although all 3 were transfer students, there existed a significant disparity in their innate talents. Nevertheless, Yi Xian appreciated having classmates who would inform him of any matters in advance. 3 days later, on the playground, the number of students entering was sparse, with only a few present. Naturally, Chen Yu was the frontrunner for the championship, while the dark horse, Yi Xian, was also a contender for victory. Apart from these two, there were 3 additional students from the direct entry class: Xiao Yan from the Doqi world, Si Kongguo from the Blood Clan world, and Jiang Tian from the Zombie world. Their worlds had lower potential, and compared to Chen Yu's celestial realm, their upper limits were considerably diminished. Yet, due to their comparatively superior innate talents, they had directly manifested extraordinary beings from their inception, thereby entering the direct entry class with ease. In truth, only Chen Yu met the criteria for the direct entry class, which is why during the meeting, Director Chai Yongyan advocated for his student to be included in the celestial rankings, as the other 3 were unlikely to gain admission to a provincial university. Alongside these individuals were several members from the talented class, including Yao Hai, who had previously provoked Yi Xian, along with 2 others. This fortuitously formed a group of 8 competitors, prompting Zhang Yuanwu to reappear above the playground. The qualification battle was straightforward. To prevent the destruction of your divine realms, we shall conduct individual battles. Do not utter claims of unfairness. The weak have no right to speak of fairness. Now, the matchups are divided into 4 groups. The first group is Qin Ji against Dai Ke. The second group is Xiao Yin against Zhou Tai. The third group is Si Konghua against Yao Hai. And the fourth group is Yi Xian against Lu Feng. The battles will proceed in rounds, beginning with the first group, Qin Ji. Zhang Yuanwu categorized the contestants according to their strength, separating the 4 strongest individuals, while the remaining pairings were more arbitrary, as those participants were merely there to fulfill the formalities. The crowd bore no grievances. After all, the principal's decision not to preordain the outcomes was already a significant boon, allowing them the opportunity to compete. Come on. Qin Ji gazed arrogantly at Dai Ke, declaring with a tone that suggested he regarded him with disdain. He indeed possessed the strength to back up his confidence, as a divine flame suddenly manifested upon his forehead, exuding an ethereal aura that resonated throughout the arena. The presence of the celestial realm enveloped him, rendering him almost otherworldly, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Faced with Qin Ji, who appeared as if a deity had graced the world, Dai Ke trembled, then sighed in resignation. I concede. His realm lacked celestial beings, existing instead in a rudimentary cultivation world. Confronted with the evident superiority of Qin Ji's realm, he could only helplessly accept his defeat. This point would only be understood by those familiar with his world. To others, it remained shrouded in mystery as they observed the playground. First group, Qin Ji wins. Upon the principal's announcement, it became clear to everyone who had triumphed. What just happened? Is there some sort of underhanded deal? Why did it seem like Qin Ji won without even fighting? One student exclaimed angrily from outside the playground. Damn, there must be some sort of conspiracy. Just because Qin Ji is talented, they can't pull this kind of stunt. Another student fumed. You don't understand anything. Qin Ji hails from the Celestial Divine Nation, while Dai Ke is from the Cultivation Divine Nation. Although their powers may not differ significantly, the rules governing them are vastly different. Qin Ji essentially exists in a superior realm to Dai Ke's, which is why Dai Ke felt he had no chance of victory. Do you comprehend? Explained another student, who understood the situation. Oh, so you're saying Dai Ke just backed down? Damn. As Dai Ke fled the scene, his figure quickly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qin Ji stepped aside to allow space in the center, pausing as he passed Yi Xian. He casually remarked, Don't think that mere luck has elevated you to my level. Did you see that? This is my power. I acknowledge that the being born of rules within your divine realm possesses great strength, but you have only one of them, and this is not a divine war. This is a personal battle. I have already ignited the divine flame and ascended to the first order of the Creator God realm. You are merely a worthless fool who has yet to light the divine flame. The chasm between us is as vast as heaven and earth. One is in the skies while the other is beneath, forever left to gaze at my back. Chapter 20. See God, do you dare to play me for a fool? As Qin Ji passed by Yi Xian, noticing the silence behind him, he assumed it was an acknowledgement of the disparity between them. He smirked disdainfully and continued on his way. What does it mean that this powerful being is singular? Surely you are not unaware that within the chaos realm, there exist 3,000 great paths. What does it mean to be a worthless fool who has yet to ignite the divine flame? Am I to announce it as news to the world? Yi Xian, disinterested in Qin Ji's self-importance, chose not to retaliate. He knew that when they faced off directly, Qin Ji would understand what it truly meant to be worlds apart. The second group quickly commenced, with Xiao Yin facing Zhou Tai. Xiao Yin, the creator of the Dou Qi divine nation, wielded the power of Dou Qi. An aura emanated from him, as a unique energy surged forth, with a punch. He unleashed a wisp of flame-infused Dou Qi. In contrast, Zhou Tai furrowed his brow as water-based magical energy radiated from him. He softly chanted, O water god of the endless world, grant me the power of water. Water dragon. A colossal water dragon erupted from his chest, charging towards the approaching Xiao Yin. It was evident that Zhou Tai's realm was a world of magic. Remarkably, Xiao Yin did not flinch, absorbing the blow with ease, emerging unscathed due to igniting the divine flame at a critical moment. His initially modest flame transformed into a raging inferno, engulfing the water dragon. Alarmed, Zhou Tai attempted to flee, but Xiao Yan's attack was already upon him. With a resounding impact, Zhou Tai was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough, cough, I concede. He struggled to rise, coughed a few times, and then staggered away. As long as the Creator God's divine realm remained intact, any injuries would rapidly heal through the divine realm's regeneration, prompting Principal Zhang Yuanwu to allow him to depart unassisted. This was precisely why Zhang Yuanwu permitted them to engage in personal battles, as divine wars could result in destructive outcomes, jeopardizing a student's future. Remarkably powerful. Bow down to the direct entry class giants. None of them have faced a single defeat thus far, gasped the onlookers. Wow, the direct entry class is filled with monsters. Each one has ignited the divine flame. I doubt anyone from the talented class has managed that. The observing students were far more excited than the competitors themselves. The third group featured Sikangwa against Yao Hai. Sikangbo wasted no time. He immediately embraced the sanguine essence of the Blood Clan world, a palpable aura of carnage that caused the students outside the playground to furrow their brows. How many souls must have been slain in the divine realm to evoke such bloodlust? Listen to the voice of the sea breeze. Yao Hai bellowed skyward, his resonant words echoing for all to hear, followed by a wicked grin as an aura of wind enveloped him, alongside a formidable manifestation of water energy. Who is this person? Why such arrogance? I suppose he must be quite formidable. A murmur of speculation arose among those unfamiliar with him outside the playground. Li Dong, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat, recognized the man, an insufferably conceited classmate whose acquaintances wore ashen expressions. Yet, as Yao Hai concealed his world from view, Sikangbo remained oblivious to its nature. Unperturbed, Sikangbo summoned divine fire, amplifying his divine power, and struck at Yao Hai with a palm imbued with the might of the Blood Clan. Slap. The sound reverberated as Yao Hai was knocked to the ground. What is this? Is this all he can do? What was all that posturing about? Damn, I'm impressed by this guy. I genuinely thought he was powerful. Another wave of discussion rippled through the onlookers. Yao Hai, his complexion shifting from pale to flush, rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Damn it, this isn't the script. Let us do it again." Suddenly, his form swelled, expanding to a colossal size, resembling a giant standing upon the playground. He turned his back to Sikangbo, stating languidly, "You ignorant fools, the sea god shall punish your recklessness. Listen to the voice of the sea breeze." Sea burial. As his words fell, a torrent of seawater erupted beneath Sikangbo's feet, ensnaring him. What the hell? Incredible. I take back what I said. This powerhouse is invincible. The students outside the playground were awestruck by this dazzling display, their sentiments shifting dramatically, including those familiar with Yao Hai, who gazed at him in astonishment, never imagining he possessed such strength. Sikangbo, filled with trepidation, flailed his arms and legs desperately, fearing he might explode like the encasing seawater. Suddenly, the water dispersed, revealing Sikangbo, initially stunned but quickly regaining composure, his face darkening with rage as he shouted, "Damn it!" Yao Hai, standing with his back turned, frowned and turned to see a figure with wings rapidly approaching, exclaiming in terror, "This is impossible. You dare to play tricks on me, sea god." Slap. Yao Hai's immense form was struck down, collapsing to the ground as if deflated, lying there, lifeless. Now, Sikangbo unleashed his full fury, striking Yao Hai back to his original form. The crowd outside gaped in disbelief. How could someone be so arrogant? The immense power of transformation was merely a guise. The principal, Zhang Yuanwu, furrowed his brow, having sensed an overwhelming force within Yao Hai only moments ago, now obscured. Coupled with Yao Hai's utterances, he discerned that the youth before him harbored a profound secret within his divine realm. Yi Xian also raised an eyebrow, acutely aware of a fleeting, terrifying aura. And with Yao Hai's furious outburst, he understood that it embodied the power of the sea god. Could it be that this braggart truly possessed the sea god within him? That's improbable. He couldn't possibly be just a novice creation god without igniting divine fire, could he? However, to contend with a first-order creation god as a mere apprentice creation god was indeed extraordinary. Yi Xian, undoubtedly a prodigy, had no doubt of his success. But the direct admission class students were exceedingly formidable. He pondered whether Yao Hai had ignited divine fire. If not, that would be dire. Indeed, it was not just Sikangbo who had ignited it. They all had, and soon Yi Xian would face opponents with ignited divine fire. Outside the playground, Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao, having witnessed 3 battles, began to worry about Yi Xian's prospects. Chapter 21. The Transformation of Fury, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. In the 4th match, Yi Xian faced Lu Feng. Lu Feng, hailing from a bizarre world, where the most potent entity was known as the Soul Devourer, a being capable of consuming souls, an exceedingly terrifying prospect for most. Few could withstand mental assaults, especially apprentice creation gods. However, those who ascended to first-order creation gods found it significantly easier, as igniting divine fire could greatly diminish such spiritual onslaughts. In my name, I summon the Soul Devourer. I am Lu Feng, the Soul Annihilator. With his incantation, an eerie aura enveloped him. The surrounding audience frowned. Even the typically proud and haughty Qingji cast wary glances, sensing the need for caution in the face of this ominous presence. Come on. Yi Xian regarded Lu Feng with nonchalance, calmly replying, "Aren't you going to prepare?" "Prepare? I need no such thing," Lu Feng retorted confidently. "Then come." Yi Xian gestured dismissively. His disregard for preparation incited Lu Feng's wrath, who felt insulted and shouted in fury, "You mock me." Humph. As Lu Feng charged at him, Yi Xian smirked, extending his right hand. Buzz. In the fabric of space, endless laws interwove, crafting an invisible net. Boom. The formidable power of creation enveloped Lu Feng, suffused with the life-giving force of the laws, causing the sinister aura surrounding Lu Feng to vanish, as he was pinned immobile by the supreme path. That was the crushing weight of the laws manifesting from the unseen. It was the overwhelming dominance of the principles over sorcery. Yield, Yi Xian intoned calmly. The two were not comparable. Lu Feng felt the weight of this power firsthand, and the fear it instilled was palpable. The overwhelming vitality loomed over him like a grim reaper. Should he refuse to concede, he might perish in that very moment. I concede. A wave of unprecedented terror washed over him, and Lu Feng finally comprehended why Yi Xian had treated him thus. The disparity was insurmountable, akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. Thank you, Yi Xian, for your mercy. I was indeed arrogant. Lu Feng uttered before vanishing like the previous defeated contender, leaving the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. Qin Ji felt an urge to curse, suspecting foul play was afoot. Qin Ji, be wary. What Yi Xian wielded was the power of the laws. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qin Ji's mind, and he instantly realized it was a warning from his teacher, Chai Yongyan. He turned to Yi Xian, his gaze filled with astonishment. The power of the laws. This was a supreme force. Only a select few second-order creation gods could wield, while most third-order creation gods began to grasp such powers. The essence of creation gods stemmed from the energies of divine beings within their realms. If those divine beings controlled the laws, then the creation gods would naturally follow suit. This implied that Yi Xian's divine entities were indeed beings who wielded the power of the laws. Indeed, his beings were born of rules. It was only natural that they would possess such abilities. Contemplating this, Qin Ji felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yi Xian was truly formidable, effortlessly defeating Lu Feng with a mere gesture. Indeed, perhaps he truly has the potential to secure a place on the celestial ranking. Both Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao were well aware of Yi Xian's character, and they harbored an almost blind confidence in his prowess. Although they had never directly compared their strengths, the disparity was evident through the differences in their realms. With such a formidable being in existence, it was only natural that the creator god would possess even greater strength, at least on par with that being. This is the advantage of the creator god. The stronger the beings of the divine realm, the mightier the creator god becomes. In the next match, Qin Ji faced off against Xiao Yan. Zhang Yuanwu maintained a calm demeanor. He felt no surprise at Yi Xian's mastery of the laws of power. To single-handedly establish the wasteland and transform it into a divine realm. To create rules and give life to those rules. Each of these feats is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual, having already astonished him with these four accomplishments. The addition of controlling the laws of power was merely another feather in Yi Xian's cap. Qin Ji withdrew his thoughts, casting aside the matter of Yi Xian, and turned his serious gaze toward Xiao Yan. He recognized the man before him as a nascent first-tier creator god, possessing formidable cultivation. It was said that he had mastery over the world of combat, a lower-tier realm, yet his early-stage combat prowess was commendable enough to warrant Qin Ji's full attention. Qin Ji, do not presume that just because you hail from the immortal path divine realm, I am intimidated by you, Xiao Yan declared. His body enveloped in an aura of fierce combat energy, as powerful waves of energy began to manifest around him. Prepare to experience my new technique. In his hands, two distinctly different flames emerged. The left hand bore a white flame, radiating an intense heat that seemed to warp the very fabric of space. In contrast, the right hand was engulfed in a blue flame, swirling ominously like a dragon exhaling its breath, exuding a terrifying aura. This is bad. Qin Ji's expression stiffened as he quickly summoned his celestial power, unleashing a colossal energy sphere directed at Xiao Yan. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted where Xiao Yan stood. But due to the unique materials composing the arena, it remained unscathed. Behind him, massive wings, formed from combat energy, unfurled, significantly enhancing his flight speed. It was precisely these wings that had allowed him to react in time. Without pausing, he brought his hands together, causing the two flames to merge in a bizarre, yet harmonious manner. Boom. As the two flames made contact, a muffled sound resonated from Xiao Yan's palms. Instantly, his hands were left mangled. Had it not been for the immense combat energy enveloping him, he would have been consumed by his own flames. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Xiao Yan persisted, forcing the two flames to coalesce until an eerie, intertwining blue-white lotus of fire materialized. Retreat. Sakangbo, watching from the sidelines, shouted in alarm, swiftly vacating the battlefield and soaring into the distance, fearing the repercussions of the fierce clash. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood unfazed in the arena, facing the formidable fiery lotus with unwavering composure. This level of combat posed no threat to him. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Chapter 22. The Genius of This Era, Fortune or Misfortune. With a thunderous laugh, Xiao Yan hurled the magnificent and peculiar lotus from his palm. Boom. A surge of formidable power cascaded toward Qin Ji as the resplendent blue-white flames ignited the azure sky, erupting like a nuclear explosion. A colossal wave of fire surged outward, enveloping the heavens. Instantly, the temperature soared. Even the students outside the arena felt the overwhelming heat wave. All the students in the school gazed in awe at the furious fire lotus soaring in the sky. Silence enveloped the area, Everyone felt a dryness in their throats, unable to suppress a gulp. Had the arena not been a natural battleground, isolating all energy, they would have perished in that searing wave. Unable to observe this grand spectacle of combat so leisurely. Is this the battle of a first-tier creator god? Truly terrifying. A shiver ran through the crowd, a profound sense of helplessness washing over them, highlighting the chasm between them and the first-tier creator gods. Though they were all creator gods, the gulf between the novice and the first tier was astonishingly vast. The earlier genius contestants who had fallen to the first-tier creator gods were not unjustly defeated. Yi Xian had not retreated. Surely he would not be harmed. No, he must possess absolute confidence. As Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao conversed, concern for him lingered. A colossal cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield as the fire lotus descended, drawing everyone's undivided attention, terrified of missing anything. Had the battle concluded? A question arose in their minds. As the smoke slowly dissipated, two figures emerged. Qin Ji, clad in obsidian, bore signs of battle, revealing patches of his bronze skin. In stark contrast, another figure stood at the opposite end of the battlefield, dressed in pristine white, utterly unscathed, not even a thread of his garment damaged. Gasp. Yi Xian emerged unscathed? Yi Xian was indeed formidable. Could it be that he too had ascended to the first-tier creator god? I believe Yi Xian may very well seize victory. Look at Qin Ji, whose clothing is tattered, and then at Yi Xian, who remains unblemished. Wait, why did such a powerful attack inflict so little harm to both of them? Gasp. The first-tier creator god is indeed terrifying. The crowd erupted once more. Fury etched across Qin Ji's face as he glared at the lofty Xiaoyan. You wretched being. A surge of overwhelming celestial energy erupted from him, awe-inspiring and commanding. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a punch toward Xiaoyan high above. Golden clouds blossomed beneath his feet, propelling him to even greater speeds as he rapidly approached Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan attempted to evade, but he never anticipated that Qin Ji would soar through the clouds with such swiftness. Bang! Boom! With a single punch, Qin Ji sent Xiaoyan crashing down, landing heavily on the arena, where he succumbed to unconsciousness with a resounding thud. In this battle, Qin Ji emerged victorious. Next, Sekangbo would face Yi Xian. Zhang Yuanwu waved his hand, and Xiaoyan was whisked away, sent to his dormitory to recuperate. Though I am unaware of the methods you employed to remain unscathed, defense alone does not guarantee victory. When you emerge victorious, I shall crush you before the entire school, just as I was able to conquer you half a year ago. I can do so again today. Qin Ji declared to Yi Xian, casting a disdainful glance from above. He refrained from descending, aware that the battle of first-tier creator gods would inevitably affect the entire arena. Yi Xian, however, paid him no mind, for soon he would understand the true meaning of suffering. How cool. Is this the legendary Qin Ji, the male god? One girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Indeed. So domineering. Another girl echoed, equally enamored. Enough of that. He is just to show off with tattered clothes. Came Li Dong's voice. You, what do you mean by that? Not convinced. Shall we spar? Li Dong retorted defiantly, unable to match Qin Ji. Could he not even contend with Qin Ji's female admirers? In the arena, Sekangbo stepped down for battle. Yi Xian spoke nonchalantly, not even lifting his head. I'm coming. Sekangbo replied, casting a wary glance at Yi Xian. When he had fled from the Buddha's wrath fire lotus, he had shouted for Yi Xian to escape with him. Assuming Yi Xian was unable to fly due to not yet reaching the first-tier creator god realm. But now it seemed that Yi Xian had no need to evade. This realization left him trembling with trepidation. Should he endure a single blow, he would likely be rendered unconscious. In the sky, Qin Ji observed that Yi Xian was ignoring him, and with a cold snort, his attire was restored to its pristine condition in an instant. Surrender. Yi Xian calmly unleashed his annihilation power, intimidating Sekangbo. He held no particular animosity towards Sekangbo. A mere show of force was sufficient. There was no need for him to actually engage in combat. The three paths he currently commanded were potent enough that any one of them could effortlessly crush his opponent, extinguishing any thoughts of battle within him. As anticipated, Sekangbo was drenched in sweat, his mind racing as he regarded Yi Xian before him, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. A profound fear gripped his heart. He understood that should he dare to act, he might very well meet his demise here. Consequently, he hastily shouted, I concede. I concede. Outside the arena, the crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing Sekangbo's declaration of surrender. No way. They say Yi Xian isn't cheating? Is he not the principal's illegitimate son? Goodness. How is this even possible? 2 battles, and both ended in the opponent's surrender. The first one at least involved some theatrics. Yi Xian even pretended to put forth some effort. But now, he didn't even move, merely exchanged a few words to resolve it. Incredible. Li Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the scene unfolding in the arena, his whole being trembling with exhilaration. Beside him, Zhou Xingqiao involuntarily shivered and exclaimed, You can't be serious. In the arena, Yi Xian wins. Next up, Qin Ji faces Yi Xian. Zhang Yuanwu stated, barely lifting his eyelids. This outcome was entirely within his expectations. A first-tier creator god wielding the power of laws that only a third-tier creator god could command could easily be described as sweeping aside a first-tier creator god. Even among second-tier creator gods, as long as Yi Xian's reactions were swift enough, the majority who had yet to grasp the power of laws would stand no chance against him. As for Chen Yu, while his talent was commendable, it was hardly extraordinary. In the presence of Yi Xian, the term genius was rendered meaningless, merely mediocrity. One could only wonder whether those of his era were fortunate or unfortunate. Zhang Yuanwu gazed with a complex expression at the white-clad youth below, murmuring to himself. Chapter 23. The chasm between us is vast. At this moment, Chen Yu exuded an ethereal aura, gazing enviously at Yi Xian. His celestial energy, however, could not quell the frenzy that consumed him. Ignoring all decorum, he shouted at the calm-faced youth before him. Why? Why have you always overshadowed me since our freshman year? In both theory and practice, you have been nothing short of exceptional. After finally founding the celestial path divine kingdom, I thought I had left you far behind. Yet you, a mere waste from the desolate realm, somehow catch up to me. You should have been left in my dust after that assessment. No matter how powerful your divine kingdom becomes, today I, Chen Yu, shall once again trample you beneath my feet. With a deafening hum, his aura surged wildly. An unending stream of celestial energy erupting from within him. Divine flames manifested, even grander and more imposing than before. Outside the arena, the atmosphere grew lively once more with Chen Yu's proclamation. Hiss. Did Chen Yu actually reach the mid-stage of first-tier creator god? I'm still just a trainee creator god? Did you hear that? Chen Yu just mentioned that Yi Xian has grasped the power of laws. Hiss. No wonder those who faced him did not rise to fight. It was all because of this. Hey, those girls over there, did you see? Your idol looks furious. Even a blind person can see his jealousy. How much envy must he feel to act like this? Haha. This mocking voice belonged to Li Dong, who was mercilessly ridiculing the girls who previously idolized Chen Yu. What is wrong with being jealous? That was then. Now, Chen Yu will surely crush him. Among the girls, one fiery-tempered girl immediately retorted, oh, how about a bet? If Chen Yu wins, I'll be your servant. Do whatever you say. Li Dong, with his fiery temper, shot back angrily. I see you're just a sycophant. If you want to fawn over us, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. The situation was clear even to the most oblivious. The mastery of the power of laws was not something an average person could contend with. These women were not foolish. They certainly understood who was more likely to emerge victorious. Although they did not hold high hopes for Chen Yu, they could not afford to concede verbally. I'm furious. Are you looking for trouble? Li Dong was ready to charge forward. Don't be impulsive. Thankfully, Zhou Xingqiao acted quickly, restraining Li Dong while quietly advising. The principal and the entire school are watching. What do you intend to do? Once this is over, if you're still upset, find an opportunity to deal with it then. Why stoop to their level? Zhou Xingqiao's words were intended to soothe Li Dong, as he didn't genuinely believe he would seek out the girls afterward. Yet, Li Dong's eyes lit up, and he grinned, forcing himself to calm down. Good suggestion, heh? Yi Xian remained silent, knowing that the pettiness of those who envied him over trivial matters only made them suffer more when he ignored them. He contemplated how best to provoke Chen Yu. As expected, when Chen Yu saw Yi Xian merely sneer and disregard him again, he trembled with rage. The ethereal aura that once surrounded him dissipated, revealing a distorted visage as he screamed, die. A powerful celestial energy gathered around his fist and surged toward Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian remain motionless, Chen Yu's face lit up with a hint of joy as he taunted, fool, are you too frightened to move? I'll beat you to death. With an impassive expression, Yi Xian revealed a trace of derision. Power of the ruins. With a mere thought, the power of the ruins manifested behind him, invisible to all. Buzz. The laws of the ruins, derived from the power of the ruins, transformed the entire arena into a realm of desolation. The intertwining forces of life and death, the fusion of creation and annihilation. As the realm of the ruins emerged, it swiftly enveloped the entire arena, extending to the skies above and the surrounding void, transforming everything into a desolate expanse. Were it not for the unique nature of this arena, he could have covered the entire school or even the city. Here lay the ruins, where destruction and creation converged. A space between life and death. An overwhelming surge of vitality arose, engulfing Chen Yu within it. Yet this immense vitality did not infuse him with life force. Instead, it was akin to a drowning man in a vast ocean, teetering on the brink of obliteration. The tremendous vitality morphed into a colossal wave, crashing toward him. Thud. Chen Yu was instantly pinned to the ground, immobile, feeling as if he were a lone boat lost in a raging sea, facing imminent destruction. Since the day I enrolled, I have never looked down upon you. It is you who believed I held you in disdain. You were crushed under the weight of my achievements, breeding jealousy. During the freshman finals, you thought that by establishing the celestial path divine kingdom, you could elevate yourself above me, leaving me behind. Yi Xian extended his arms, his voice indifferent, a slight smile gracing his face. Chen Yu could only look up in resentment at the white-clad youth standing before him, utterly powerless. as he was mercilessly trampled into the ground like an unrelenting demon. Having been repeatedly provoked, I chose to remain indifferent. For a true genius need not concern himself with the myopic fools. You mistakenly believe that I have forged a realm of futility, thinking you can trample me underfoot. Yi Xian continued to speak, intent on obliterating the heart of this offender before him, determined to crush him utterly, ensuring he would forever remain ensnared in the shadow of his presence. Yet, how can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? How can a mere ant recognize a true dragon? His words encompassed all who belittled and slandered him, yet he remained unfazed. Little did they know, after being granted grace, they spurned it, daring to provoke me time and again. Today, I shall unveil to you the essence of true disparity. As his voice resonated, the vibrant suppression dissipated, and Shinji, at last, felt the stirring of opportunity. Just as he was about to rise, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire school, deliberately controlled to ensure that no student would act as foolishly as Shinji. The chasm between us is akin to that of heaven and earth. Chapter 24. Chase until my shadow fades. The chasm between us is akin to that of heaven and earth. With this declaration, an overwhelming terror gripped everyone on the playground. The ominous aura was suffused with the shadows of death, an endless void of annihilation, the final silence, the ultimate conclusion. It felt as though one might be drawn into that realm. No, there is no world within, for even the world must ultimately succumb to its own extinction, to obliteration. That was the essence of destruction. No, wah, I want my mommy. Woo-woo, daddy, daddy, I'm scared. Outside the playground, a cacophony of wails echoed, a reaction to Yi Xian's fearsome presence. Within the school, even the teachers were rendered speechless, some left with blank minds. Only the second-tier creator gods among the administrators fared slightly better, yet their faces were still etched with shock, as the entire institution trembled under the aura emanating from Yi Xian. Remarkably, Yi Xian had not even revealed his divine flame. Zhang Yuanwu gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment. Even he had been momentarily daunted by Yi Xian's presence. Were it not for his profound cultivation, he might have found himself as helpless as the teachers. Meanwhile, Qinji, facing Yi Xian, lay prostrate on the ground, expressionless, his eyes vacant, with the unmistakable stench of urine staining his trousers, a result of sheer terror overwhelming him. This was the confrontation with a dread that struck at the very depths of his soul. This was the overwhelming silence of fear. Had Yi Xian wielded the full force of the principles of destruction from the path of void, these individuals would have perished instantaneously before the laws of annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Across the myriad realms of existence, the foundation of worlds lies in the rules and principles governing them. In the boundless universe, innumerable laws exist. Yet only 3,000 great paths serve as the origin of all principles and rules, the essence of all things in the world. Thus, it is only Yi Xian, master of the great path, who can, in a manner of sheer dominance, entirely disregard the disparities in combat strength, subjugating all within the school, including teachers of higher cultivation. Had he not intentionally restrained himself, the entire existence of the school would have been obliterated. From this moment forth, you shall forever gaze upon my retreating figure, until you can no longer even discern my silhouette, for you will never again be able to keep pace with my strides. Yi Xian's voice was chillingly indifferent. It bore the weight of a worldview that looked down upon all, calm yet detached. Yet this very tranquility silenced the entire school. No one dared to refute his words, for they understood that from this moment onward, they would be unable to pursue the white-clad youth ahead of them. In Qinji's eyes, Yi Xian now appeared as an invincible deity, a manifestation of such might that merely his aura could subdue him and instill fear in all within the school. His entire being was ensnared by the principles of destruction. Even though Yi Xian had long retracted the great path, his body remained immobile, as if it were not his own. All former pride had vanished, and every glory seemed laughable in Yi Xian's gaze. With all his strength, he dared to glance up at Yi Xian, who merely stood there with a hint of a smile. Yet to Qinji, he seemed an insurmountable mountain, evoking despair. That smirk was rife with scorn and derision. It seemed to mock his own hubris. It felt overwhelmingly powerful, invoking a sense of hopelessness. In that moment, he felt as though he had lost control over his bodily functions. He wished to flee, fearing the mockery of his peers. Yet he found not a soul dared utter a sound, and he lacked the strength to escape. He buried his head deep in the grass of the playground, as if this might render him invisible. Yi Xian paid no heed to Qinji's plight. He merely cast a casual glance around at the gathered students. Where his gaze fell, none dared to meet his eyes, fearful of becoming ensnared in those fathomless depths and never escaping. Those who had once looked down upon Yi Xian, who had mocked, ridiculed, and questioned him, now lacked even the courage to raise their eyes to him. After surveying the crowd, Yi Xian spoke coolly. Our time is the same. You have ample opportunity to pursue me, yet as you endeavor to catch up, you shall gradually realize the widening chasm between us, until you can no longer even glimpse my shadow. As his words echoed, the power of the path of void surged forth once more, this time with the intent to suppress rather than assimilate. After he spoke, he vanished into the throng. Eventually, the voice of Principal Zhang Yuanwu resounded once more. The victor of the celestial ranking qualification battle, Yi Xian. After declaring this, he surveyed the crowd below, which remained unresponsive. He understood that they were utterly stunned by Yi Xian's display. Henceforth, they would likely never again dare to harbor thoughts of rebellion against him. A single decisive strike had yielded a lasting effect, but it also left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Alas, whether this is good or bad remains uncertain. The good is that perhaps some will strive even harder to catch up, while the bad is that many may succumb to despair. The world of the creator gods is thus, strength and talent signify everything. The weak perish, the strong endure, and the strong remain strong while the weak remain weak. Yi Xian, emerging from a realm deemed feudal, has repeatedly conjured miracles. Now his strength reigns supreme within the school. As even the once most gifted and powerful Chen Yu could not withstand a single blow before being subdued. His previous encounters had all been marked by the ruthless application of principle, swiftly and decisively crushing all opposition. Even with such overwhelming power, he inflicted no harm on his opponents, evidently retaining a flicker of camaraderie for his classmates. As for the destruction of Chen Yu's heart, that was a consequence of his own making, for which he could blame no one else. In light of the misunderstandings that might arise from others perceiving his ascension as reliant on inside knowledge, and to avoid the ensuing rumors and troubles, Yi Xian opted for the simplest yet most effective method, that is, to wield power, to crush all opposition with absolute might, simultaneously dismantling Chen Yu's heart while subduing the entire school, silencing all voices of dissent, leaving only the echoes of his own acclaim. Chapter 25, Time Demons, Space Demons. After Yi Xian subdued all the students in the school, a sensation arose within the hearts of every teacher and student. A young man clad in white was poised to emerge from the humble city of Lingtian, poised to sweep across the nation and even dominate this entire era. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Xian paid little heed to the opinions of these students. With a mere thought, he traversed into the Chaos Realm. At this moment, the Chaos Realm birthed two new divine beings, coinciding with his participation in the qualification battle for the Tantian ranking, resulting in the successive emergence of the Time Demon and the Space Demon. These two beings were destined to manifest long ago, but the birth of the Creation Demon had led to the subsequent emergence of the Destruction Demon, followed by a fierce battle between the Creation and Destruction Demons, which prioritized the birth of the Return to Ruins Demon. Had it not been for Yi Xian accelerating the flow of time in the Chaos Realm by a factor of 10,000, the Time Demon might not have appeared so swiftly. The Space Demon, on the other hand, was quickened in its gestation with each movement of the other demons, leading to their eventual birth. Had they delayed any further, the Life Demon and the Death Demon would likely have emerged instead. As soon as the Time Demon and Space Demon were born, they were immediately courted by the Creation and Destruction Demons. Ultimately, the Time Demon allied with the Destruction Demon, joining its chaotic camp, which advocated for disorder and recklessness, pursuing its desires without restraint, such as restoring conflicting path demons to the Great Path. Although the Time Demon did not embody any conflicting path, it believed that as a child of the Chaos Demon, it should act without boundaries, thus joining the Destruction Demon without hesitation. Conversely, the Space Demon allied with the Creation Demon, joining its orderly camp, which held that although chaos is disordered, the Great Path is organized, and action should adhere to its guidance rather than indulging whims. However, the necessity of restoring conflicting path demons to the Great Path was still recognized. The Space Demon, lacking a conflicting path of its own, was initially meant to join the neutral camp alongside the Time Demon. Yet, drawn by its intrinsic affinity for the Creation Demon, it chose to enter the orderly camp. The Return to Ruins Demon, meanwhile, remained steadfastly neutral. With the addition of the new divine beings, the chaotic and orderly camps engaged in numerous fierce battles, each causing significant upheaval within the once tranquil chaos. Fortunately, Yi Xian had substantially enhanced the foundational strength of the Chaos Realm. Thus, even if the four of them battled, or even if hundreds of divine beings clashed simultaneously, it would pose no issue given the current foundation of chaos. Each battle among the path demons deepened their understanding of their respective paths. Upon realizing this principle, those demons lacking their own treasures for enlightenment began to seek out conflicts with the conflicting path demons. For instance, the Destruction Demon frequently provoked the Creation Demon, compelling it to engage in combat. After several inconclusive encounters alongside the Destruction Demon, the Time Demon conversed with the Space Demon and then both vanished into the boundless chaos, never to be found again. Possessing mastery over the paths of time and space, they were rare companions who complemented each other. Thus, it was only natural for them to engage in philosophical discussions. Moreover, these two paths constituted the foundational cornerstones of the world, embodying the most fundamental and profound principles. Hence, despite the relentless search by the Destruction and Creation Demons, they could not locate the Time and Space Demons. In this moment, while the three major factions persisted, two solitary practitioners emerged within the chaos. Beyond these 5 divine beings, the void no longer contained merely a handful of demons manifesting, but rather hundreds attempting to take form. However, due to insufficient divine source energy, their gestation proceeded at an agonizingly slow pace. Observing this, Yi Xian adjusted the flow of time to 50,000 times its normal rate. This was not due to a lack of ability on his part. Rather, as the time demon had been born under his influence, he had now mastered the path of time. Hence, as long as his divine power permitted, he could accelerate time by any factor he desired. With his current cultivation, increasing it by 100,000 times should pose no challenge. However, he did not wish for it to be excessively rapid, as he lacked sufficient divine sources to develop the foundational strength of the world. He merely sought to hasten the birth rate of divine beings, facilitating his own growth. If the acceleration were too extreme, it would not only be unbeneficial, but could also yield more severe repercussions. Had he not enhanced the foundational strength of the chaos realm, an outbreak of chaos involving 1,000 chaos-level divine beings could potentially lead to the collapse of his divine kingdom under the strain. Therefore, he preferred a methodical approach, adhering to the principle that haste makes waste. In the principal's office, Yi Xian sat across from Zhang Yuanwu, observing the esteemed principal before him. He was well aware that this principal was a highly respected figure in Lingtian City. With the cultivation of a third-tier creation god, he could easily have been the principal of a genuine municipal high school, yet he had chosen to develop his hometown in this county-level city. If he deemed his ascent to the pinnacle unattainable, he would dedicate himself to nurturing a peak creation god. Principal, you summon me. Zhang Yuanwu looked at the mature-looking Yi Xian before him and couldn't help but chuckle. He spread his hands, wearing a genial expression. What's wrong? Am I that terrifying? Yi Xian replied. Well, let us not joke. You were the one who started it. What could I possibly want from you? Zhang Yuanwu sighed, lamenting the lack of wit in today's youth. He produced a purple gold card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xian, saying, "This is the Tantian ranking card. Once you input your information, it will bind to your identity, and this card will become your exclusive Tantian ranking card. Upon binding, your world and identity will be reflected in the rankings of the Tantian ranking. Except for the mythical divine kingdoms, the information of all divine kingdoms will be publicly listed. The rankings on the Tantian ranking do not require you to challenge each individual ahead of you. Rather, the national system ranks you based on the potential of your divine kingdom, the current strength of your divine kingdom, and your personal power. Of course, the primary factors are still the strength of your divine kingdom and personal power, while the potential serves merely as a supplementary note to signal certain schools in need of such unique disciples. Moreover, the Tantian ranking also functions as a forum for talented individuals, allowing for various group chats and private conversations, contingent on the willingness of the other party to engage. Zhang Yuanwu elaborated extensively on the general aspects of the Tantian ranking. Yi Xian took the purple gold card, stowed it away, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal. This card was essentially akin to an identification card, a pass that could link to the Tantian ranking. No need for thanks. This is what you rightly deserve. Zhang Yuanwu shook his head, then produced a small vial containing a purple liquid. This is divine source liquid, a concentration of divine essence. This small vial is equivalent to 100 divine sources. Take it. Yi Xian accepted the vial. His curiosity piqued as he stared at its contents, asking, "This tiny vial is worth 100 divine sources? I've never heard of such a thing." He had never encountered this before. In his understanding, divine source was the most essential resource, far more reliable than any currency in the world. It held a status equivalent to gold in his previous life. While not a commonly used currency, it could nonetheless serve as one, being the most fundamental form of currency universally accepted. Divine source was the fundamental energy from which creation gods forged worlds and was an indispensable resource for enhancing the foundational strength of those worlds, which is why it was so universally revered and valuable. Rather than asserting that they discovered the divine source to enhance the divine realm, it would be more accurate to say that it was the discovery of the divine source that led to the establishment of the divine realm and the emergence of the creator gods. When humanity initially uncovered this extraordinary mineral known as the divine source within the cosmos, some individuals who held the divine source made a remarkable discovery. The worlds they envisioned in their minds became tangible realities. This astonishing revelation gave birth to the first generation of creator gods. After an extensive period of exploration and systematic classification, institutions dedicated to cultivating creator gods eventually emerged. The discovery of the creator gods significantly elevated humanity's combat capabilities, prompting certain scientists to seek breakthroughs in technology, thereby establishing the technological divine realm, which subsequently infused the advancements from that realm back into the material world. Naturally, the technology of the real world had already reached an unfathomable level, rendering the extraction of the essence of the divine source a feasible endeavor. Zhang Yuanwu's lips curled into a smile, and he mused to himself that even the most gifted prodigy ultimately lacks worldly experience. He decided to treat this as a personal investment. When Yi Xian truly becomes an extraordinary figure in the future, he should not forget about Lin Tian First Middle School, and if possible, endeavor to develop his ancestral land. Of course. Thank you, Principal. I will remember, Yi Xian assured with a serious expression, for he was not one to forget favors. 100 essences of the divine source would expedite his absorption significantly. He had never received so much divine source at once. Now, he was eager to return and enhance the foundation of the chaos world. With a robust foundation in the chaos world, he could effortlessly bring forth 3,000 chaotic deities. That's all, you may leave. Zhang Yuanwu nodded, indicating that Yi Xian could depart. Just as Yi Xian stood to exit, Zhang Yuanwu's voice resonated once more. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Rest assured, I will assist you in any way I can. Thank you, Principal, I understand. Yi Xian waved his hand without turning back, signaling his acknowledgement. Zhang Yuanwu gazed at the departing silhouette of the youth, a fresh smile gracing his lips. What an extraordinarily confident and spirited young man. There was a time when he too bore such a demeanor, brimming with youthful vigor, dismissing even the mightiest of beings. Convinced he was superior, a youth should embody the essence of youth, as long as one does not engage in malevolent deeds. What harm is there in being a bit arrogant? Even if he were to attract significant trouble, Zhang Yuanwu would be there to support Yi Xian when the time came. After all, a young person should strive forward. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Xian produced the golden-purple card from his pocket. The card featured a towering treasure pagoda. Possessing no offensive capabilities, yet it was imbued with commendable defensive qualities. After infusing the card with divine energy, a series of authorizations appeared in his mind. He filled out some basic information and opened the exploration rights for the chaos world. A beam of golden-purple light radiated from his authorization, illuminating the entire dormitory. Buzz. A leaderboard materialized before him, visible only to him. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Early Stage Creator God, First Order. World Type, Chaos. Potential, Unknown. Affiliated School, Lin Tian First Middle School. Current ranking, 132nd in Jiangnan Province, 1st in Ruizhou City, 1st in Lintian County. Ranking reward, none. Features, Forum, Opened, Trading Hall, Closed Sky Arena, Closed Azura Battlefield, Closed. Note, the ranking feature will enter the global leaderboard once within the top 100 of the provincial ranking. Yi Xian's personal information instantly appeared before him. TSK, I am already an invincible First Order Creator God, yet I am merely ranked 132nd in the province? I haven't even made it to the global leaderboard. Are there truly so many prodigies on this planet? Yi Xian stared at his rank, initially believing he would secure the top spot in the province and at least land in the top 10 globally, only to find himself languishing over 100th place in the provincial ranking, without even qualifying for the global leaderboard. He suddenly noticed a small question mark in the top right corner of the leaderboard. With a thought, a segment of text materialized before him. This ranking is based on a comprehensive evaluation of the world's cultivation level and the individual strength of the Creator God, with all rights of explanation reserved by the state. Understood. It implies that my world has not yet been cultivated sufficiently. However, considering how many first-order beings exist in other worlds, it is no surprise that my own numbers are so few. Upon further inspection, he realized that his lower rank was a result of his divine realm's underdevelopment. Truth be told, if it weren't for the exceptional strength of the beings within his divine realm, which were born of the great Tao, and the limited number of first-order beings in the divine realm, he could dominate Lin Tian First Middle School. However, if he were to venture out and face the global talents, he would be courting disaster. Nevertheless, it was precisely because the beings in his divine realm were manifestations of the great Tao that their cultivation was exceedingly slow, which had consequently impacted his ranking. In reality, his current rank was already quite impressive, considering he was competing at the provincial level. In Jiangnan Province alone, there were approximately 100,000 individuals directly affiliated with the provincial leaderboard. Furthermore, with over 200 cities in Jiangnan Province that accounted for over 200,000 students, and with over 8,000 counties that added another 80,000 students. In total, there were around 300,000 to 400,000 students vying for the leaderboard, and his rank of over 100 was already a remarkable achievement. Yet, it was still not enough. He was far from breaking into the national top 1,000. Yi Xian's lips curled upward. He retrieved the vial of divine source liquid gifted by the principal. Since the beginning of the term, he had only acquired around 30 essences of divine source, and yet he had already reached over 100 in the provincial ranking. How much higher would his rank rise with this vial, equivalent to 100 essences of divine source, infused into the chaos? Chapter 27. Enhancing the Foundation of Chaos. Entering the top 100 of the provincial ranking. Within the chaos, above the boundless void of chaos lay a space uniquely belonging to Yi Xian. A realm above the chaos, in the emptiness. Even as the chaos expanded infinitely, growing wider and stronger with the increase in its foundation, it could never touch this space in the slightest. He stood atop the world, gazing down upon the endless expanse of chaos. The current chaos world had grown exceedingly vast, comparable to a galaxy-sized cluster from a past life. Such dimensions were terrifying and ample enough for the current chaotic deities to roam. though the chaotic deities held high status. Their strength was limited to the first order, akin to the might of golden immortals. This limitation stemmed from the restrictions of the divine realm. Had the divine realm been a supreme one, they would have been top tier from the moment of their birth. Simply put, the upper limit of the divine realm dictates the cultivation level of those birthed from it, which exemplifies the terrifying nature of the great Tao deities. Moreover, it is not the case that those born later are inherently stronger, while the chaotic deities may struggle to break through the world's upper limits after their emergence. Their battle prowess, once they reach the pinnacle of their cultivation and comprehend their own great Tao, becomes a different story altogether. Additionally, with the terrifying talent of the great Tao deities, they can effortlessly breach into new realms when the upper limits of the world are surpassed. From every perspective, chaotic deities are indeed extraordinary. However, they are embodiments of the great Tao, which serves as the foundation of all existence, making their capabilities entirely reasonable and normal. Yi Xian uncorked the vial of divine source liquid. Hiss! The divine source liquid flowed slowly from the vial, levitating in the air. With a slight lift of his left hand, the divine source liquid transformed into a small serpent, entering the depths of the chaos world, nourishing the essence of the chaos. In an instant, the essence of the chaotic world burgeoned once more. Thunderous roars echoed through the void. As the essence of chaos expanded, the realm of chaos itself began to extend anew. After a considerable duration, the expanse of the chaotic world had grown to a size reminiscent of the galactic clusters of a previous life, yet it now stood even more resilient. Within the chaos, it continued to swell. The creators of deities and demons sensed this expansion and subsequently devoted themselves to comprehending the profound principles of creation embedded within the celestial lotus of Genesis. With the transformation of chaos, they could distinctly perceive an enhancement in the profundity of the path of creation. Simultaneously, the deities of destruction, the deities of the abyss, and those time and space deities concealed within unknown realms experienced a similar awakening. In the void above chaos, the moment had arrived. Yi Xian sensed the density of the chaotic world and instantaneously adjusted the flow of time within it to a staggering 100,000 times faster. Any further increase would strain his divine power beyond its limits. 100,000 times was already ample. Just after he made this adjustment, he exited the chaos. Oh, time for a nap. Having completed all these tasks, Yi Xian, finding himself with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to indulge in a deep slumber. Though the Creator God does not require sleep to recuperate from physical fatigue, the solace of sleep is indeed effective in alleviating mental exhaustion. However, during his slumber, the entire Jiangnan province was thrown into astonishment. Many had not even noticed that the 132nd rank had changed hands, except for those close to this rank and the individual themselves. Yet, within mere minutes, Yi Xian's ranking surged dramatically to the 99th position. This was merely due to Yi Xian enhancing the foundational essence of the chaotic world. In reality, his divine kingdom's combat power had not seen a marked improvement, yet he had catapulted into the top 100 of the provincial rankings. At Anhui No. 1 High School, a spirited young woman clad in a shirt and shorts was perusing her ranking list. Her name was Bai Xiaojia, and she found herself precariously positioned at 100 on the provincial list and 10,068th globally, at risk of slipping out of the provincial rankings and thus the global standings. Hence, during her idle moments, she habitually checked her status. Name, Bai Xiaojia. Cultivation level, late stage first order creator god. World type, martial arts transcendence. Potential, fourth order creator god. Affiliated school, Anhui No. 1 High School. Current ranking, 101st in Jiangnan Province, 1st in Anhui City. Ranking rewards, 10 divine sources weekly. Functions, forum, enabled. Trading hall, enabled. Sky arena, enabled. Shura battlefield, disabled. Note, the ranking function will enter the global leaderboard upon reaching the top 100 of the provincial list. I've dropped. Bai Xiaojia gasped as she observed her ranking, realizing she had fallen off the global list. Upon closer inspection, she noticed she had indeed slipped down one position. Hastily, she glanced at the leaderboard, seeing the 100th rank occupied by Li Gan. Wasn't that just the 99th position? She furrowed her brow and continued down the list. 99th, Yi Xian. Yi Xian. What a strange name. When did he come in? Let me take a look. She clicked into Yi Xian's profile, noting that he had joined the leaderboard merely 5 minutes ago. Gasp! She was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening uncontrollably. What sort of monster is this? He just joined 5 minutes ago and has already surged into the top 10 of the provincial rankings? Though incredulous, she had no choice but to accept the reality, as this was established by the official government of the Great Xia, in conjunction with the 5 major academies. She opened his personal information and murmured, Ling Tian No. 1 High School. What a remarkable institution. How many prodigies must it harbor to require over 2 months to finalize its candidates? An hour later, at Forever City No. 1 High School, a man clad in pristine white armor stood atop the highest point of the school. The foremost warrior of Forever City, who could rival me? His name was Lu Yong, a knight who, enamored with the chivalric ideals, had crafted a world brimming with knights. His realm was that of chivalry. Although it seemed unlikely that extraordinary beings could ascend to divinity within such a world, paradoxically, his knights encompassed a vast array of forms. Within his knightly divine realm, all beings were considered knights. There were warriors clad in armor, wielding long swords, riding fearsome western dragons, known as dragon knights. There were sorcerers in flowing robes, riding grotesque angels with wings, referred to as divine envoy knights. Even orcs with lewd grins rode breathtaking demons, labeled as beast knights. Countless other knights existed, such as the ghost knights riding motorcycles or steeds. As long as one rides something that moves, even a broomstick, one could be deemed a knight. The ultimate knight, adhering to the chivalric code, was regarded as the knight favored by the creator god. These were the most powerful knights, known as holy knights. In such a formidable world, let me see how much my ranking has improved. Lu Yong gazed at his world with satisfaction. While he had previously ranked 10th, he was confident that, after his recent advancements, he would surely ascend another position. Chapter 28. 9th on the provincial rankings. The rise of Lu Yong. Lu Yong, ranked 10th in Jiangnan province, enjoyed a drastically different treatment compared to other students. Students in the top 100 of the provincial rankings, from 91 to 100, received 10 divine sources weekly as a national reward, which were sent via email to the forum for withdrawal. Those ranked 81 to 90 received 20 divine sources weekly. The pattern continued, with those ranked 11th to 20th receiving 90 divine sources weekly. However, students in the top 10 received over 200 divine sources weekly. The disparity between rank 10 and those beyond it was immense. Moreover, once ranked 10th or lower, during the weekly settlement at midnight on Sundays, each advancement in rank would yield an additional 50 divine sources. The third rank received 700 divine sources weekly. The second rank received 800 divine sources weekly. The first rank received 1,000 divine sources weekly. This is the celestial leaderboard. The stronger the potential, the higher the rank. The more substantial the resources one could obtain, thereby propelling the student's cultivation. In this world of survival of the fittest, resources naturally tilted in favor of the talented. Want them? It's simple. Join the celestial leaderboard and break into the top 100 of the provincial rankings. The higher the rank, the more resources. As for those who cannot even enter the celestial leaderboard, sorry, you are deemed worthless, unworthy of the state's investment in additional resources for your cultivation. Beyond these resources, the top 10 in the provincial rankings also enjoyed special privileges. In this regard, there was no distinction among the top 10, all shared the same benefits. As a member of the top 10, one could view the rankings across all provinces and gain access to personal profiles. They could also view detailed information about others in their province, beyond mere world-type classification. Additionally, the top 10 possessed the capability for cross-province video and audio communication, provided the other party consented. As Lu Yong opened the celestial leaderboard, a translucent list appeared before him. Name, Lu Yong. Cultivation level, mid-stage second-order creator god. World type, knight. Potential, a unique knightly realm, bizarre in nature, with potential reaching up to 6th-order creator god. Affiliated school, Forever No. 1 High School. Current ranking, 4. 028th on the Grand Star list, 10th on the Jiangnan province list, and 1st on the Yongshi city list. Ranking reward, 200 divine sources weekly. Functions, forum, activated. Trading hall, activated. Sky arena, activated. Shura battlefield, activated. Note, the ranking feature will transition to the global leaderboard once within the top 100 of the provincial list. This cannot be right. I have been relentlessly battling in the Shura battlefield these past few days, significantly enhancing my prowess. Yet I remain at the 10th position. Lu Yong gazed at his ranking, perplexed. He recalled that he had previously held a rank in the 4,300s, and the former 9th place, Jibai, was only a little over 100 ranks ahead. Now, having achieved the 4,028th position on the Grand Star list, could it be that his rival had also been diligently advancing, surpassing him at an even greater pace? He swiftly opened the provincial leaderboard of the celestial rankings and promptly located his position. 10th, Lu Yong. He scrolled down. 11th, Jibai. What the hell? A new powerhouse has emerged? Yixian? He wasn't even on the leaderboard a few days ago, and now he has surged up to the 9th position. Lu Yong was utterly astonished and hastily clicked on Yixian's profile. Name, Yixian, joined the celestial rankings 1 hour and 6 minutes ago. Realm, early stage creation god. World type, chaos. Potential, XXX. Potential is visible only to those with appropriate access, typically teachers and principals from the 5 major academies and various provincial schools. Affiliated school, Lintian No. 1 High School. Current ranking, 320th on the Grand Star list, 9th on the Jiangnan province list, 1st on the Rauscher city list, and 1st on the Lintian county list. Ranking reward, 250 divine sources weekly. Functions, forum, can be activated. Trading hall, not activated. Sky arena, not activated. Shura battlefield, not activated. Note, the ranking feature will transition to the global leaderboard once within the top 100 of the provincial list. Yixian's profile details unfolded before Lu Yong. and as he scrutinized them, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. 1 hour? What the hell? He couldn't help but utter a curse to express his incredulity. In just 1 hour, having barely entered the celestial rankings, he surpassed hundreds of thousands of provincial students to become the 9th in the province. What sort of speed is this? What level of genius is he? Such a meteoric rise in rankings. Even the current global #1 would likely not match this pace. Lintian #1 High School? Isn't that institution on the verge of losing its qualification for the celestial rankings? His hometown is adjacent to Lintian City, so he was quite familiar with it. In times of chaos, exceptional talents inevitably arise. It seems Lintian City has indeed birthed a gem, with Lintian #1 High School producing a truly formidable prodigy. Damn it. In the Shura battlefield, I will fight you to the bitter end. Lu Yong, spurred on by Yi Xian's prowess, returned to his divine realm. Knights, the glory of the paladin shall once again illuminate the foreign realms. Let us together vanquish those foolish and ignorant beings. Clad in resplendent white armor, a radiant aura of the sacred enveloped him. Paladin King, Paladin King. An endless expanse of paladins raised their weapons in unison, their voices echoing with fervor. Among them were various knight types, dragon knights, divine envoy knights, beast knights, and malevolent spirit knights. Yet at this moment, they all bore one name, the Holy Paladins. Existing solely for the glory of the Paladin King, for the honor of the knights. Let us wage war against the heretics. Riding atop an eastern divine dragon, Lu Yong soared above his army, rallying them with fervent cries. For the glory of the Paladin King, we shall accompany our king in combat against all heresies. As he shouted, the knights joined in a unified roar. A dazzling light emanated from them, a divine protection, a manifestation of all glory. Once he deemed the buffs adequately stacked, Lu Yong bellowed, "Let us depart." A dark portal appeared within his realm, and he led the charge, diving into the abyss. His legion of holy paladins following him in an orderly fashion. Chapter 29, Astonishing Jiangnan Province. An impressive resume. Simultaneously, the changes on the celestial rankings began to spread rapidly as more individuals discovered them, leading to an increasing awareness of Yi Xian from Lintian #1 High School. Jiangnan Province Genius Exchange Center. This is the official group chat for Jiangnan Province, established by the principal of Jiangnan University. Naturally, the group leader is the principal himself, and it includes many recruitment teachers from universities across Jiangnan Province. While the teachers remain relatively constant, students change annually, and every year's celestial ranking students are automatically added to this chat, unable to exit until a year later when new high school seniors enroll, at which point they are collectively removed. Although they cannot leave, they can mute the chat or set it to do not disturb mode. Moreover, the teachers seldom speak, only appearing during recruitment periods, leaving students to share stories and chat among themselves. Wang Xiaolei. Hey, has anyone checked the rankings? A super invincible deity has emerged on the provincial list. In a large group of hundreds of thousands, although many individuals mute or ignore the chat, the daily exchanges remain significant. However, not everyone is idle enough to chat daily. Conversations typically revolve around major events or finding people. The group chat operates under real name registration, so few dare to make reckless comments for their safety. Yet, with this news, the lurking participants were suddenly stirred. Tianyongjia, shared, Jiangnan Province ranking. As one person shared, many clicked to view. Shui Wenkong. Image, what kind of super deity is this? Yi Xian, 9th on the provincial list. He shared a screenshot of Yi Xian's provincial ranking in the chat. Jiang Jiao, bowed down before the Great One. Yihongyu. Image, did you see? Joined the celestial rankings an hour and 18 minutes ago. Competing with such talent is a death sentence. Comparing goods is a waste. Lintian #1 High School? Never heard of it. He shared a screenshot of Yi Xian's information in the chat. Lu Xiaobu, what the hell? What kind of celestial being is this? 9th on the provincial list, in just 1 hour. Instantly, the group chat in the Jiangnan Province Genius Exchange Center erupted. Messages rolled in at a frantic pace, displayed before everyone's eyes. This was projected based on their mental faculties, and with the right needs, it could be directly displayed in their minds. Because creation gods are unlike mere mortals, if this system were applied to an ordinary person, even a fraction of its capabilities would be overwhelming. All members muted. As the information surged, drawing attention from countless individuals, everyone realized the chat had exploded, signaling a significant event that had stirred the entire province. Many were curious to click and discover that a prodigy named Yi Xian had emerged, and soon they joined in the fervent expression of excitement. Until it caught the attention of the group leader, the president of Jiangnan University, Yun Wu, who activated the group's authority to mute all members. Only he possessed such power, which the administrators lacked. After initiating the muting, apart from the admission officers from various universities in Jiangnan Province, who served as administrators and were permitted to speak, only the top 10 on the provincial leaderboard were allowed to communicate. This privilege was reserved for the elite, a tradition upheld in every session. President Yun Wu of Jiangnan University announced, "All members, I urge you to observe the remarkable Yi Xian. a student from Lin Tian High School in the jurisdiction of Raozhou City. Merely an hour ago, he entered the provincial leaderboard, initially ranking 132nd. And within 5 minutes, he ascended to 9th place. He is indeed an exceptional student. As the leading figure on the provincial leaderboard of Jiangnan Province, he naturally has the privilege to access the historical ranking changes of students. Following his announcement, the administrators who were tagged immediately erupted in astonishment. Only the administrators, the top 10 of the provincial leaderboard, and the group leader could mention each other to prevent unnecessary disturbances among the remaining members and to save each other's time. Once tagged, even without accessing the leaderboard, a notification would resonate directly in their minds. Upon receiving the group's mention, both the administrators and the top 10 participants promptly opened the chat, only to see the following message. 10th place Lu Yong remarked, "This is a big shot from the neighboring county of my hometown. Impressive." 3rd place Shui Yin interjected, "Lu Yong, silence your chatter. No one wishes to hear you speak. President, could you kindly provide us with an introduction to this student?" Lu Yong, usually verbose, fell silent in the face of Shui Yin, realizing the vast chasm between the top 3 and the top 10. The others remained quiet, evidently awaiting the president's response. 3 minutes later, Yun Wu shared an extensive message that profoundly resonated with everyone present. Yun Wu, president of Jiangnan University, since everyone is eager to know, allow me to briefly elaborate. Yi Xian, a student from Lin Tian High School, made waves during the first semester exam of his freshman year, turning the notorious chaotic world into a divine kingdom. This student is truly remarkable, having forged history, and subsequently, during the midterm assessment of his sophomore year, showcased his mastery over the rules of creation and the embodiment of those rules. Creating life through rules shattered the myth of the chaotic world's desolation. How could I have overlooked this? A prodigy indeed. Today, he dominated the qualification battle for the leaderboard, wielding the power of rules to crush his opponents, earning his place. Although I have never encountered anyone at the first-tier creator god level mastering the rules, for him, embodying the rules is a trivial feat. As beings born from rules inherently grasp them, making the understanding of laws an accessible endeavor. Then, regarding his entry into the leaderboard, as you may already know, he ascended from 132nd to 9th place within a mere 5 minutes. This account is derived from the information Yun Wu accessed through his privileges concerning Yi Xian, distinct from his previous written words, as this was purely his spoken revelation. He was so taken aback by Yi Xian's impeccable credentials that he momentarily forgot to transcribe his thoughts into text. In a state of astonishment, he spoke instead of typing. What an astonishing figure Yi Xian is. Chapter 30, 3rd in the province. The admiration of the top 10. Yun Wu's words were interwoven with various evaluations of Yi Xian, making it evident that he too was profoundly impressed. This marked the first time in his life that he, as president, had sent a voice message in this group. The last time he did so was eons ago when he was still a student in Jiangnan Province. In this group, aside from the administrators, no one had ever heard his voice. Jiangnan Genius University's Huiba. This unparalleled genius may very well ascend to the pinnacle of the Grand Star ranking. Jiangnan Zixiao University's Ojia. You underestimate his achievements. He has repeatedly made history. I wouldn't be surprised if he reached the national top spot. Jiangnan Qingfeng University's Chui Wei. Truly formidable. The world produces talents in every generation, each excelling for millennia. This young man shall undoubtedly become a great legend of our ancestral star, Jiangnan Province. All the teachers began to extol Yi Xian's virtues, while the top 10 in Jiangnan Province remained silent. Oh, except for Lu Yong, who dared not speak, fearing Shui Yin's ire. 3 hours later, in the Shura battlefield, for the glory of the knights, charge! Lu Yong sensed the pressure from his neighboring counterpart, instantly transforming it into fuel for his courage. He bravely surged to the front lines, confronting countless monsters, valiantly charging forth. Behind him trailed a multitude of knights. For the glory of the knights, for the honor of the Night King, countless knights, imbued with over 30 buffs, fervently followed him into battle. Despite the ongoing losses among their ranks, nothing could impede their advance. Ding! The rank of someone you follow has changed. A notification rang out, prompting Lu Yong to momentarily divide his focus. He didn't follow many, just the top 3 of the provincial leaderboard and Yi Xian, provincial leaderboard of the Grand Star subdivision in Jiangnan Province. 1st, Zhang Bin. 2nd, Gao Long. 3rd, Yi Xian. 4th, Shui Yin. Ha ha ha. Look at that, Shui Yin. You've lost your 3rd place. How is that for your arrogance? Lu Yong laughed heartily, his spirits lifted tremendously. He subsequently shared the new ranking in the group chat along with a screenshot, tagging the other 9 members of the top 10. After completing all of this, Lu Yong felt invigorated once more, charging into the endless swarm of monsters. Jiangnan Genius Flow Center. Silence ensued. Following the president and administrator's messages, an eerie stillness fell until Lu Yong's mention broke the quiet. 10th place Lu Yong, top scholar Zhang Bin. Image, shared, Jiangnan Provincial Leaderboard. Top scholar Zhang Bin. Yi Xian, impressive. A fierce rival. I am in awe. His message was concise, comprising just 12 characters, including symbols, yet the content left everyone astonished. This was Jiangnan Province's top scholar, firmly holding the first position. And since entering the Grand Star leaderboard during the same session, he had remained unchallenged in his position, 12th in the Grand Star subdivision. One of the 12 strongest students in the global senior year. Second place Gao Long. I have the utmost respect. Eagerly anticipating a duel. He too had never been displaced from his second place position, and he and Zhang Bin were heralded as the two great geniuses of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, known as the Jiangnan Twin Pillars. Simultaneously, he ranked 28th on the Grand Star leaderboard. Shui Yan, I am far from Yixian, but I shall strive to catch up. Upon reading Shui Yan's words, Lu Yong was elated, feeling a surge in his battle prowess. The top 10 participants all expressed their views on Yixian. Each of the top 10, without exception, held Yixian in high regard, including the first and second placers. There was no denying it. Yixian's credentials were simply too extraordinary. In this era, no one would dare to suspect fabrication, as the sacrifices required to achieve such feats are monumental, far beyond what a mere student could accomplish. To be precise, only the deans of the 5 major academies might possess such authority. No one else could claim it. No one knew precisely how powerful Yixian truly was, for he was the only individual to breach the top 1,000 of the provincial leaderboard while still at the initial stage of Tier 1. He was also the only one to enter the top 10 with such a tiered cultivation. Each of the top 10 in the province was a paragon of talent. Extraordinary geniuses, yet even among prodigies, there existed disparities. Compared to the top 3 talents, the remaining 7 are rather inconsequential. And the gap between the original third and the first and second is indeed vast. Strikingly, the disparity in talent between the first and Yixian is also alarmingly significant. If Zhang Bin is a genius who only emerges once every decade, or even several decades in Jiangnan province, then Yixian is the unparalleled genius that has arisen in the ancestral star over billions of years. This includes the legendary creators of the Genesis God system, who were among the first to venture forth. Hence, the chasm in talent between Zhang Bin and Yixian is abundantly clear. At Lingtian No. 1 High School, Yixian awakens with a deep breath, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort within his mind. That nap was truly rejuvenating. Stretching his limbs, he suddenly hears a notification sound. Ding. Many have sent you friend requests on the Tongtian list, and there are numerous mentions about you in group chats. Please do not forget to check. The Tongtian list, quite anthropomorphized, had shielded all notifications during Yixian's slumber. As Yixian's thoughts stir, he discovers his forum brimming with red notifications. Upon entering the forum, he finds a staggering 999 notifications in his contact list, as well as an astonishing 9,999 notifications in a group chat named the Jiangnan Genius Flow Center. He promptly rejects friend requests from those ranked below the top 10 on each province's leaderboard and activates the automatic rejection for similar requests. Instantly, the red notification count in his contact list drops to 9. Rank 1, Zhang Bin, accepted. I cannot see any world information. It seems to be a mythological realm. Jiangnan No. 1 High School, he muses, clicking to explore further. Rank 2, Gao Long, accepted. Again, world information eludes me. Another mythological realm? How is this also from Jiangnan No. 1 High School? Truly, it deserves its reputation as the finest institution in Jiangnan province. Rank 4, Shui Yan, accepted. Finally, not a mythological realm, but a world of immortality? Quite impressive. Is he the leader of Jiangnan No. 2 High School? Rank 5, Shixing, accepted. A world of magic. Intriguing. Rank 6, Wang Yin, accepted. A realm of demonic arts? How fascinating. Rank 7, Lin Ji, accepted. A fantasy world? Rank 8, Ji Zhun, accepted. Oh, a technological world. How rare indeed. Rank 9, Jian Xian, accepted. Another fantasy world. Rank 10, Lu Yong, accepted. Chapter 31, Trading Hall and Sky Arena. Oh, a nightly world? This realm has managed to break into the top 10? Yixian is somewhat astonished. He had merely glanced at the profiles of the first 8 individuals and had not delved deeply until he encountered this 10th nightly world. It must be said that this world has indeed piqued his curiosity. Without hesitation, Yixian clicks in to examine it closely. The Nightly Divine Kingdom, a land brimming with dreams, appears to be an ordinary nightly realm, yet it conceals immense secrets beneath its surface. This is a detailed introduction to the world. Though what those vast secrets entail remains unspecified, it is unclear whether the system lacks such information or if Yixian's permissions are simply limited. I had suspected as much. How could a conventional, nightly world possibly ascend to the top 10? This Lu Yong must be quite intriguing. I should seek an opportunity to meet him and see what innovations he has introduced to the Nightly Divine Kingdom. Yixian mutters to himself, committing the name to memory, and subsequently follows him among his friends. After following, he receives updates on this person's activities, such as changes in their ranking or when they post on their social media. The Jiangnan Province Genius Flow Center? What sort of group is this? Yixian clicks to enter, recalling that he had not joined any group chat. yet he finds himself inexplicably added. Moments later, he realizes it is an official group. After reviewing the records, Yixian sets the group chat to do not disturb mode. Then posts a message. Greetings everyone, I am Yixian. After exchanging pleasantries, he exits the group chat and sets his friend messages to do not disturb. Naturally, the do not disturb mode is ineffective under the influence of his followings. Thus, from now on, only Lu Yong's messages will trigger notifications, while the rest will remain silent. Mentions in the group chat will still trigger notifications, a precaution to ensure he does not miss any significant news. He then begins to explore the forum. Apart from the contact list, social media, and group chats, the forum serves as a discussion platform where users can post topics. And all members of the Tongtian list may comment. This is also regionally divided, albeit not too finely, with only the Ancestral Star region. After casually browsing, he exits. Having found nothing particularly captivating, the only hot topic is about him, where students silenced in group chats have flocked to create a post, instantly garnering countless replies. The author of the post is named Tan Xingxin, a rather delicate name, but that is where the intrigue ends. A girl ranked 12th on the provincial leaderboard. She holds little interest. After perusing the forum, he checks his own information. Holding the third position on the Jiangnan province leaderboard with merely initial stage first-order cultivation is indeed striking, as any student from Jiangnan province can easily see his ranking upon glancing at the leaderboard. Yixian feels no surprise at having ascended to third place after a single nap. He has merely lacked the strength of the divine realm. With the nourishment provided by a vial of divine source liquid, his chaotic world will surely experience a meteoric rise. Thus, an elevation in rank is only natural. Although his personal cultivation remains at the initial first-order stage, his combat prowess can undoubtedly overpower all Genesis gods below the third order. This is beyond dispute. Ding. A message from your followed friend Lu Yong has arrived. Just as Yixian intends to enter the chaotic world, he hears a notification sound and opens the message. Lu Yong, greetings, esteemed one. I have witnessed your meteoric rise from 9th to 3rd. You are incredibly formidable. I surmise you are still unfamiliar with the Tongtian list. So I am here to provide you with an introduction. I will not delve into the basic functions. But the trading hall is divided into two parts, the first being the auction house, where anyone can list items they wish to sell. And purchasing requires an equivalent value of divine source. The selling process operates on the same principle, though the auction house deducts 5% of the transaction amount as a service fee. To open an auction house, one must expend one divine source, which is negligible, as it is only deducted once. However, there is a listing fee of one divine source for any item, regardless of its quality, which can be somewhat burdensome. Additionally, the auction house occasionally hosts online auctions organized by the state. Naturally, entry is reserved for the affluent, and when these events are initiated, the system will notify the entire network, so there is no need for concern. The second part pertains to the marketplace, which serves as a channel for state-sanctioned transactions, allowing one to buy and sell items of interest. However, prices in the marketplace are generally higher than those in the auction house, and the selling prices are often lower. Consequently, most individuals prefer to resolve their buying and selling needs through the auction house, regardless of where one conducts transactions. The state will always claim a portion of your divine source, though given that divine source originates from the state, consider it a contribution to the nation. Having explained the auction house, let us now discuss the Sky Arena. The Sky Arena, as its name suggests, is a place designated for combat and duels. To enter, one must expend divine essence. Specifically, 10 units are required. Thus, this arena is not a domain for the average individual. Each time one engages in a challenge or accepts a duel, both parties must forfeit 1 unit of divine essence. It is a one-time expenditure, and subsequent entries will incur the same deduction. It is merely a matter of acclimatization. Beyond these mechanics, the Sky Arena also offers opportunities for wagering. If one possesses confidence in their combat prowess, they may challenge others who share a similar conviction, placing bets on the outcome, provided the stakes are not excessively high. Most participants are inclined to accept the terms and honor the results, as no one wishes to be branded a rogue. After all, such a reputation can tarnish one's name irreparably, unless, of course, one genuinely cannot repay their debts, in which case there is little to be done. Thus, a friendly reminder, it is prudent to keep wagers modest, ideally no more than 100 units of divine essence. The Sky Arena was crafted by the legendary creator god, defying the constraints of spatial distance and the passage of time, regardless of the participants' locations or the time at which they engage. Returning to reality after a battle here is but the blink of an eye. Most crucially, combat within this arena serves as a reflection of the creator god and their divine realm, allowing for unrestrained fighting, even to the point of obliterating the divine realm itself, without inflicting any harm upon the realm or the creator god. Lu Yong conveyed much information at once, sending a substantial block of text in a matter of moments. Chapter 32, The Shura Battlefield. This extensive passage instantly crystallized in Yixian's mind, as it constituted fundamental knowledge. He expressed his gratitude but inquired about the specifics of the deduction process. Could it be that the celestial ranking could recharge divine essence akin to a monetary transaction? Lu Yong responded. It is akin to withdrawing divine essence. You merely need to focus your thoughts, and you can transfer divine essence from your reality into your account. Rest assured, the celestial ranking account is impeccably secure. Understood. Yi Xian attempted to retrieve a unit of divine essence, only to realize he possessed none. However, he casually picked up a book and concentrated. A flash of purplish golden light sparked between his brows, causing the book to vanish. Simultaneously, the purplish golden card from the celestial ranking reappeared beside the divine flame at his forehead, the very light he absorbed emanating from this card. This object intriguingly possessed the capability for storage. Lu Yong continued. In addition to the trading hall and the sky arena, the celestial ranking grants access to the Shura battlefield. This domain is an endless expanse of combat, requiring 100 units of divine essence to unlock, with an admission fee of 10 units deducted upon each entry. The so-called Shura battlefield confines various species from this universe within a unique space. How this is accomplished, I cannot say. It is a crucible established by the legendary creator gods to train the new generation of creator gods. They have cultivated numerous varieties of monsters within an unknown realm, scattered throughout various spaces, though I cannot ascertain if they belong solely to this universe. Endless portals have been erected, ensuring that every creator god can appear in different Shura battlefields, where the monsters may yield divine essence and various resource items upon defeat. Does this not bear a resemblance to leveling zones in online games? You could perceive it as such. In essence, it is a training ground for the creator gods. The Shura battlefield comprises multiple types, totaling 6 levels, each housing creatures of differing strengths. The entry fee for the first level is 10 units of divine essence. The second level 100, and so forth. However, I advise against entering the second level unless you possess the strength of a third-order creator god, as it could easily lead to your demise. As for the first level, based on your capabilities, you are entirely able to enter, though typically, first-order creator gods lack the qualification to do so. Yi Xian then inquired, may I refrain from summoning beings from the world into the Shura battlefield, instead allowing the monsters from the battlefield to enter my realm? This was of particular significance, as in the chaotic world. Nothing exists but chaos itself. There are no so-called parallel worlds. If the great divine demons were to enter the Shura battlefield and discern their own presence, how would that be addressed? Hence, he was reluctant to permit those divine beings to enter the battlefield. However, if a portal were to continuously transport monsters into his divine realm, that would present a different scenario. Lu Yong replied, no, that space is quite peculiar. By rights, the beings within our divine realms should not materialize in our world. Such an act requires the intervention of 7th-order divine demons. Yet, within that space, we can manifest beings from our divine realms. However, the monsters from that space cannot escape. Thus they cannot enter the realm of the creator gods. Understood, thank you. If we meet again, I shall treat you to a drink. After sending this message, Yi Xian withdrew his consciousness. He possessed not a single unit of divine essence, rendering him incapable of accessing the trading hall, the sky arena, or the Shura battlefield. However, he did not fret, for with the dawn of Monday approaching, his position as third on the provincial ranking would grant him a substantial reward of 700 units of divine essence. The 10th position would yield only 200 units, while the 100th position would receive a mere 10 units. Beyond this top 100, the rest would lack even the qualification to acquire resources, destined to be left behind by those ahead. The advent of the Shura battlefield heralded a period of development. With a thought, Yi Xian found himself amidst the chaos. Above the void, he gazed down upon the chaotic world below, where over 100 great divine demons had now been born. Buzz. Over 130 paths of the great Tao manifested behind Yi Xian, intertwining yet distinct, exuding an ineffable grandeur that words could scarcely encapsulate. These paths emerged from an unknown source, converging behind him. Reincarnation, yin and yang, life, death. Numerous paths bestow upon me. He sensed the vastness of the great Tao within him. Over 100. While others might spend their lifetimes striving to comprehend a single path, he boasted 100. Though not all were profound, the continuous cultivation of these chaotic divine demons would undoubtedly enhance his understanding of the great Tao. I feel as though I now tread upon the heavens. Yet, this sensation was merely an illusion brought forth by Yi Xian's surging power. While he possessed numerous paths, he could not yet fully manifest their might. After all, his divine power remained relatively feeble compared to many creator gods. Although he was endowed with various paths, their true potential could only be realized within the confines of his divine power. It was time to elevate his cultivation. Yi Xian assessed his strength, gazing at the chaotic realm below, where the divine power provided by the over 100 chaotic divine demons sufficed for him to ascend to the mid-stage of a first-order creator god. Buzz. Clatter. Waves of divine power surged from the depths of chaos. The divine demons remained oblivious to it all as the power coalesced. Ultimately, it streamed toward the divine flame at Yi Xian's forehead, and as the divine power flowed in, the flame grew more robust. Buzz. He had reached the mid-stage of the First Order. With the birth of more great divine demons, he anticipated stepping into the late stage of the First Order soon. Yi Xian smiled faintly, a serene expression gracing his features. While the great Tao deities and demons possess profound and extensive foundations, their numbers remain woefully insufficient. The divine power they extract, albeit purer and more refined, pales in comparison to the vast quantities provided by the divine realms that host thousands or even tens of thousands of first-tier beings within a single world. Divine power is the essence of divine fire, the fuel that nourishes it. The greater the divine power, the more fervently the divine fire burns. Once the divine fire reaches a certain threshold, it can be harnessed to cultivate divine patterns, thus ascending to the second-tier Genesis divine realm. Chapter 33. The Battle of Deities and Demons. In the midst of chaos, although over 100 great Tao deities and demons have emerged, the factions remain confined to 3 primary camps. One faction is the orderly camp, led by the creator deities and demons, which includes life deities, creation deities, immortal path deities, and others of similar Tao. The opposing faction is the chaotic camp, led by the destruction deities and demons, comprising death deities, annihilation deities, plague deities, and others that stand in stark contrast to the orderly camp. The third faction is a neutral camp that espouses balance amidst chaos, led by the return to ruin deities, with reincarnation deities, yin-yang deities, 5 elements deities, and other similar entities. Among them, the reincarnation deity enjoys a close bond with the return to ruin deity and is the most formidable neutral deity aside from the latter, having originated from the ruinous lands yet existing independently, forming its own realm known as the realm of reincarnation. Within this realm resides a terrifying figure, the reincarnation deity. The 3 factions maintain a delicate balance through mutual restraint and opposition, engaging in skirmishes at intervals, each conflict followed by a period of calm. At the center of chaos, a 36th grade Chaos Genesis Blue Lotus sways gently in the wind, emanating various creative energies. This is the stronghold of the orderly camp, where the creator deity sits beside the Blue Lotus, surrounded by dozens of chaos deities, including life deities, creation deities, order deities, and immortal path deities, all aligned with similar Tao. They continuously contemplate their respective Tao, occasionally sharing insights with one another. In this philosophical exchange, the interrelations of Tao foster rapid cultivation among many deities. At last, the creator deity's cultivation broke through, reaching the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, surpassing many of the deities. Although their cultivation levels were relatively low, their combat prowess could easily crush first-tier beings from other divine realms. On the other side of chaos, the destruction deity was likewise surrounded by dozens of deities, all engaging in collective discourse, with their cultivation rapidly advancing. Suddenly, the destruction deity opened its eyes wide, halting the discussion. As the antithesis of the creator Tao, it was acutely aware of the latter's enhancement. My friends, the creator deity possesses the supreme treasure, the 36th grade Chaos Genesis Blue Lotus. In terms of Tao comprehension, we cannot compare. Now that its cultivation has reached its zenith, if we allow this to continue, we will inevitably meet our demise at their hands. That is a valid point. Yet their cultivation has surpassed ours, and we are outnumbered. How can we contend against them? The death deity nodded in agreement with the destruction deity's assertions. In the vast chaos, there exists but one supreme treasure, belonging solely to the creator deity, which others cannot utilize. Moreover, the prospect of destroying that treasure is utterly implausible, as the orderly camp's deities are ever present, rendering any such attempt futile. Strangely enough, despite the treasure's allegiance to the creator deity, it cannot be refined. It can only be comprehended, unable to be assimilated. Though the creator's cultivation is profound, the gap is not insurmountable, especially given that our combat capabilities far exceed those of creation, allowing us to resist, if not slay. If you can eradicate the opposing Tao, we shall be able to annihilate the deities of the orderly camp. The destruction deity rose, its colossal form stifling the flow of chaotic energy, and the aura of destruction emanating from it startled the deities of the chaotic camp. I too can no longer contain my desire for battle. The war deity, resembling a towering gorilla, stood up, embodying the Tao of war. Though initially without an opposing Tao, its penchant for combat led it to join the chaotic camp. Not all deities without opposing Tao align with the neutral faction, as exemplified by the previous time and space deities. Comrades, join me in battle. With a single stride, the destruction deity crossed the endless chaos, followed by over 40 chaos deities. At the Genesis Blue Lotus, the creator deity sensed the approach of destruction. It has come. Rising after the recent breakthrough, the creator deity stood tall, its scales standing on end, an unprecedented battle fervor igniting within. I too sense the presence of death. The life deity manifests as a towering tree, its leaves lush and vibrant, each leaf imbued with boundless vitality. It embodies the ultimate form of life and serves as the source of all existence. Without it, no matter how powerful the universe, life cannot emerge. In an instant, The formidable forces of the chaotic camp confronted those of the orderly camp. Destruction, what are your intentions in coming here? The creator deity regarded the destruction deity with vigilance. Heh, I have come to seek you. Besides wanting you to return to the embrace of Tao, what else could I desire? To philosophize? Absurd. The destruction deity cast a scornful glance at the creator deity. Since that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. To expect me to return to the Tao is a foolish dream. The creator deity unleashed a powerful aura, its scales shedding and hurtling toward the destruction deity. With a crash, the destruction deity's scales also fell away, infused with boundless destructive energy, colliding with the scales of the creator deity. As the scales clashed and fell away, both deities regenerated new scales, manifestations of their respective Tao, re-emerging with every annihilation. Creator, why engage in acts of destruction while mastering the Tao of creation? The destruction deity sneered, dripping with disdain. Indeed, destruction, as fellow great Tao deities, why feign such pretense? The creator deity retorted with a cold laugh, asserting that they are not mere saints, but rather embodiments of the great Tao. The term deity and demon represents their duality, possessing a heart for salvation, yet also harboring thoughts of annihilation. Through this exchange of barbs, the two engaged in a fierce clash, their fists and feet infused with the power of Tao, battling in the most primal manner. Amidst the collision between the creator and destruction deities, the deities of the orderly camp sought out their opposing counterparts, while those without opposing Tao turned upon one another. In an instant, chaos erupted, igniting a series of battles throughout the tumultuous expanse. The war of deities and demons was upon them, a cataclysm waiting to unfold. Chapter 34. The chaotic battle of deities and demons, the collision of great Tao. Creation and destruction are at odds once more. Why do they persist in misunderstanding the interdependence of the great Tao? Every deity's existence is a manifestation of its own path. This is the will of the great Tao. Why do they stubbornly pursue conflict, plunging chaos into perpetual unrest? The return to ruined deity stands in the ruinous lands, sensing the echoes of countless Tao colliding deep within the boundless chaos. At the heart of chaos, nearly 100 great Tao deities unleash their powers freely. The reverberations of battle, accompanied by the dissemination of their teachings with every action they undertake, resonate throughout the boundless chaos. As their words descend, they gradually clench their fists, within which flow two opposing forces in harmonious tension. These are the forces of creation and destruction. The amalgamation of these two energies gives rise to a formidable power that exists between creation and annihilation, known as the power of the void. The void's essence embodies destruction, while simultaneously nurturing creation. Despite possessing three distinct powers, they find themselves outmatched by neither the god of creation nor the god of destruction. For in the domain of creation, they fall short of the creator, and in destruction, they cannot rival the destroyer. In their avarice, they become deluded. Moreover, even if they were to specialize in one of these domains, they could not surpass deities whose very nature is creation or destruction. However, in the realm of the void, they stand as an indomitable symbol. Even so, they remain the most formidable among the chaotic deities, second only to the two aforementioned figures. This is due to the constraints of time. Given ample time, they might indeed surpass those two deities. We, the void, must deepen our understanding of the great path, disregarding these distractions. When our strength is sufficient to simultaneously subdue both factions, tranquility will inevitably return to the chaos. The reincarnation deity rose and spoke, the dark and peculiar light flickering within the 9 curved horns upon their head. Behind them, the path of reincarnation manifested, suppressing all. What the reincarnation deity says is indeed wise. We must seize the time to comprehend the great path. When we can crush both factions, chaos will once again find peace. The Yin-Yang deity also stood, their form entwined with the eternal dance of yin and yang, one black and one white. Friends, do not urge me further, I am already aware. We must ascend to the pinnacle, only then can we bring calm to the chaos. A profound desire for power glimmered in the eyes of the void deity. They sat cross-legged, contemplating the path of the void. Though the neutral deities were few, each possessed formidable combat prowess. Aside from the void deity, figures like the reincarnation deity wielded the powers of life and death, their might far surpassing the two godly entities. Similarly, the Yin-Yang deity, possessing the essence of yin and yang, also eclipsed ordinary deities. The same could be said for the causality deity. While these neutral deities may be scarce, each one is a force to be reckoned with. Slaughter, cease your ignorant aspirations. In the realm of redemption, the great path will forgive your ignorance and greed. The redemption deity gazed kindly at the slaughter deity, who relentlessly attacked. Clad in a robe of pristine white, their form remained obscured. Yet none could deny their greatness and strength. The slaughter deity unleashed a myriad of decisive and lethal techniques, which in the presence of the path of redemption, were effortlessly dispelled. They are the nemesis of slaughter, the embodiment of salvation. Destruction cannot thwart redemption, and redemption cannot halt slaughter. The two are interdependent, inseparable. You truly are a good child. The slaughter deity's hair billowed in the wind, each strand seemingly pregnant with countless killing intent. An aura of infinite malice emanated from their being. Any practitioner of the path of slaughter who merely gazed upon them would sense a world rife with lethal intent. As if in the next moment, any movement could lead to immediate demise. This is the terrifying nature of the path of slaughter. Yet, as the embodiment of the path of redemption, the redemption deity remains unscathed amidst the infinite killing intent. Any wound inflicted by the slaughter deity upon them would heal in an instant. That is the salvation of the great path. That is the benevolence of the great path. On the other side, light, give up. No matter where you shine, you shall ultimately be devoured by me. The dark deity, enveloped in darkness, rendered their form invisible. What I illuminate is true light. The light deity appeared as a being reminiscent of a circular disk, akin to the sun of later generations. All within the chaos that resembles me shall receive my blessings, illuminating the realms. In their quest to dispel darkness and expel chaos, the light deity's very form is circular, designed to radiate the greatest possible area. As the light deity manifested, all chaos and darkness surrounding them were dispelled, bathing the chaotic realm in brilliant white light. Between darkness and light lay boundless chaos, not a fusion of the two, but rather chaos that becomes darkness when augmented and light when diminished. Do not speak so brightly, for I am darkness. Darkness shall engulf all. The dark deity, even when exerting every ounce of their strength, could not approach the light deity. Their path, laden with darkness, could not permeate the brilliance of light. It can be said that they are wholly restrained by the light deity. Conversely, the light deity could not draw near either. The darkness surrounding the dark deity could not breach the light deity, while the light emitted by the latter could not encroach upon the former. The brilliance of the light deity, when it neared the dark deity, was inevitably consumed by the darkness they emanated. Light and darkness exist in a state of mutual creation and destruction, neither able to overcome the other, resulting in a stalemate. Many other deities mirror this impasse. For instance, the order deity and the destruction deity, the fusion deity and the decomposition deity, the guardian deity and the deprivation deity, the deity of love and the deity of hate, and so forth. As long as they battle against opposing paths, even if there exists a slight disparity in their cultivation, the presence of the great path renders their combat capabilities nearly equal, neither able to prevail over the other. Observing this battle, Yi Xian found it exceedingly dull. While the commotion stirred by these deities was considerable, it amounted to little in such an expansive chaotic realm. At this moment, he was leveraging the clashes of the great path deities to enhance his own comprehension of the great path. Chapter 35. The desire to create a supreme treasure. The invasion of 5 consciousnesses. Though Yi Xian had grasped the corresponding great paths alongside the emergence of the great path deities, his understanding remained superficial. The paths mastered by these deities were essentially the same as those he had acquired. To deepen his comprehension of the great path, the most effective method was to glean insight into the true essence of the great path through the collisions between opposing paths. The chaotic deities are the manifestations of the great path, or the sentience of the great path. They inherently represent a fragment of the great path itself. While the great path is unconscious, they are conscious. Their collisions serve as a discourse on their respective paths, whether it be the chaotic deities or Yi Xian, who is currently comprehending in the endless void. Their understanding of their respective great paths is rapidly ascending. This is why the great path deities are unable to restrain themselves, continually engaging in combat, particularly the war deity, for battle itself embodies their great path. Thus, Yi Xian welcomed the conflicts among the great path deities, unless casualties arose. He would refrain from intervening. These deities have yet to fulfill their missions, and thus cannot fall. Their demise would pose a slight hindrance to his plans. While the issue is minor, if too many were to fall, it would become troublesome. Fight on. Keep fighting. Yi Xian gazed upon the scene below, shifting his focus to another side. The god of war and demons, with one hand resting behind his back, relentlessly pummeled the god of immortals, all the while muttering incessantly. How can you be such a pushover? I have only used one hand against you. Why are you so utterly useless? The towering gorilla, with one hand behind him, mercilessly ridiculed the god of immortals, who could barely hold his ground. The god of immortals lamented, "How could I, a practitioner of the immortal path, engage in battle with you, the god of war?" He cursed inwardly, wishing for the malevolent demons to appear, as he was being mercilessly thrashed by this colossal gorilla. Fortunately, seeing that the god of immortals was on the verge of collapse, the gorilla switched to using both hands. Otherwise, he feared he would have already knelt down. At least this wretched gorilla still possessed a modicum of martial virtue. This is too unsatisfactory. Hurry and summon your allies, or I shall take this matter seriously. The god of war, feeling a twinge of frustration after a while, erupted in anger. The god of immortals trembled in fear, his celestial aura dissipating significantly. At that moment, he bore little resemblance to an immortal. "Which fellow cultivator will lend me a hand?" "Fear not, I shall assist you," came a voice belonging to the star god. To be precise, he could be considered a lower-tier god of light. Yet he possessed unique attributes that distinguished him from the god of light. As he approached, the god of thunder, who opposed him, also began to draw near. Fear not. I shall assist you. On another front, yet another deity appeared, the god of souls, accompanied by the god of the underworld, who also joined the fray. In an instant, what began as a one-on-one duel escalated into a chaotic 3-on-3 melee. Once the melee commenced, the god of immortals felt a significant alleviation of pressure, much of it being borne by the star god. Haha, it's still my friend, the star god, who is most formidable. I shall join you. As the god of war engaged the star god, he could perceive the profound depth of the latter's path. Though his combat prowess did not match his own, he was not concerned about shattering the opponent. The reason he had joined the chaotic faction was solely to instigate conflict and fight. He was naturally combative, but not bloodthirsty. Within the chaos-laden faction, it was all too easy to incite a war. Were he to venture into the orderly faction, most of the deities there would refrain from provoking conflict. In stark contrast, the chaotic faction was led by the god of destruction, along with the gods of death, oblivion, and slaughter, an array of belligerent entities. Thus, whenever an opportunity arose, and he sensed dissatisfaction brewing against the orderly faction, he would leap forth to instigate. However, his aim was not to annihilate the deities of the orderly faction. Otherwise, he could have gradually worn down the god of immortals earlier, yet he refrained from doing so. Instead, he engaged in combat, feigning fury to entice the star god into a role that would ultimately serve as his sacrificial pawn. The power of the stars is grand. Even in the chaos where stars do not exist, it does not diminish the vastness of this path. Hence, the star god became the most suitable opponent for the god of war. Meanwhile, the god of immortals clashed with the god of thunder, while the god of souls continued his fight with the god of the underworld. Although it remained a series of one-on-one skirmishes, the constant repositioning and exchanges between the sides rendered it a true melee. High above in the chaos, amidst the void, the 3,000 deities could not allow their conflict to hinder the emergence of the next batch of deities. Let the 3,000 deities be born first, and then they may engage in their wanton battles. Yi Xian observed that the prolonged strife below had led to a convoluted entanglement of the 3,000 paths, colliding and severely impacting the birth of other deities. This would also obstruct his plans for the development of the world. Currently, it was a critical period for the birth of chaotic deities and must not be disturbed by them. After such a lengthy battle, it was indeed time for a respite. What means could he employ to induce their cessation of hostilities? Yi Xian mused, contemplating how to halt the two factions without revealing his identity, realizing that a clever strategy was necessary rather than brute force. In the chaos, alongside the 3,000 deities, there should also be the chaos treasures. Indeed, the existence of the chaos treasures was the catalyst for their conflict, as it allowed the creator gods from the orderly faction to grasp the path more profoundly, thus inciting the wrath of the god of destruction. In other words, he needed to provide a chaos treasure to the god of destruction within the chaotic faction as well. However, the creation lotus still held great significance for him, rendering it impossible for the creator gods to refine it. And thus he could not allow the god of destruction to refine a treasure either, lest it further disrupt the balance. Yi Xian muttered, quickly formulating a plan for which deity's treasure to create. If the god of destruction wielded this treasure and went on a rampage, it would be disastrous. As for the nature of the treasure, that would be determined by the path. He was merely guiding it forth, much like the creation lotus. Yet, he lacked the divine source. How could he manage this? It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Just as Yi Xian resolved to summon the chaos treasure, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz. 5 strands of divine consciousness suddenly invaded Yi Xian's world, appearing above the chaotic realm, amidst the void. Who? Yi Xian instantly detected the intrusion of divine consciousness, staring in astonishment towards that direction. Chapter 36. The Admissions Office Teachers of the 5 Great Academies. Do not be alarmed, fellow student Yi Xian. I am Fu Su, an admissions officer from Daqin Academy. What you perceive is merely a fragment of divine consciousness. We bear no ill intent, but are merely here to observe your world through the celestial rankings. Fu Su quickly reassured, aiming to calm Yi Xian. They ordinarily did not need to project their divine consciousness directly into this realm to investigate its condition, as this would provoke the strong aversion of the world's master. However, due to their unsuccessful attempts to add Yi Xian as a friend, they waited for a long time without response, which led them to enter. They all wished to converse with Yi Xian, but lacking a channel, they were left with no choice but to resort to this method. After the president of Jiangnan University, Yun Wu, learned of Yi Xian's situation, he immediately reported it upwards, and above Yun Wu were the 5 Great Academies. The 5 Great Academies also had a group chat, accessible only to the top 1,000 powerhouses of the ancestral star rankings. However, entry was not automatic as in a province. It required an invitation. Upon learning of Yi Xian's deeds and his ranking of 320th in the ancestral star subranking, they sought to invite him into the group chat. Yet, the issue was that Yi Xian had set his account to refuse friend requests from anyone outside the top 10, which naturally included them. As they were not ranked at all, the admissions officers of the 5 Great Academies. The group chat of the 5 great academies was called Ancestral Star Talents, established by Ji Chong, the president of Dazhou Academy. However, he had never meddled in its affairs. No matter what talents emerged, he had never been stirred. The administrators were the admissions officers from the 5 great academies, representing them, along with the principals from 108 provincial universities, all serving as administrators within the group chat. Following them were the 1,000 students. Although named 1,000, there were actually nearly 1,100 students, as the fluctuations after the 1,000 were significant, leading to some entering and exiting without being removed. Although not all of them could gain admission to the 5 great academies, each year several students were recruited from among them. Apologies, we did not wish to meet you in this manner. Unfortunately, we could not add you as a friend or leave a message, so we had to resort to this desperate measure, Fusu reiterated. He was humble and courteous, imparting a sense of kindness to Yi Xian, which in turn improved Yi Xian's demeanor somewhat. Might you kindly depart from my realm? We have matters to discuss regarding the Tongtian rankings, Yi Xian stated coldly. Anyone would feel a twinge of irritation at the unannounced intrusion of others. He managed to suppress his anger, considering it was his own world. Otherwise, in accordance with his temperament, he would not hesitate to confront even the 5 great academies. Very well, we shall take our leave. With that, Fusu vanished from sight. Apologies. The remaining 4 individuals expressed their regrets in unison before also disappearing. Sighing deeply, Yi Xian finally relaxed. This was indeed his divine realm, and the individuals before him possessed the ability to traverse space with their divine consciousness to enter his world. Such a feat could only be achieved by those with immense authority on the Tongtian rankings, supported by formidable strength. The feeling of having such powerful figures intrude was rather unsettling. Although he recognized their lack of malice, he could not help but harbor concerns. The 5 great academies wielded significant power on the Tongtian rankings. Only the principals and admissions officers could traverse into another's divine realm in such a manner, as no one else possessed that privilege. In essence, 5 of the top 10 figures from the Ancestral Star had just arrived. Unlike in high school, where the vice principal's authority surpassed that of the admissions officers, in university, the roles were reversed. The admissions officers held authority second only to the principal, and they were typically appointed by the vice principal, effectively serving as the institution's first vice principal. In reality, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He had never fathomed that his world could be entered so freely, without his consent. This implied that there were indeed many creation deities far superior to him, and he was not free to act as he wished. The inability to act freely was inconsequential. The crux of the matter lay in the discomfort of having his life hanging in the balance of others. He could not tolerate the thought of everything he had painstakingly created being easily destroyed. While the admissions officers and principals of the 5 great academies would not ruin a genius from their own planet, what if he encountered a creation deity with malicious intentions who far surpassed him in power? How would he ensure his own survival then? In an instant, his thirst for strength surged once more. Strength. Damnable strength. Only when he stood at the pinnacle of the world could he secure his life. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had no desire to perish in confusion again. Moreover, this time, he had the opportunity to reach the summit. By seizing the right opportunities and developing his chaotic world well, he was confident he could ascend to greatness, becoming the legendary creation deity. At that moment, an insatiable desire for power radiated from Yi Xian's eyes. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled softly, calming his emotions. He then accessed the Tongtian rankings and modified the rules slightly. He decided to deny access to students ranked outside the top 10 of his province and those beyond the top 100 of the Ancestral Star, granting this authority to the teachers. With a mere thought, he promptly established the new refusal rules. As the rules were set, the admissions officers from the 5 great academies began sending him friend requests. Admissions Officer Jidan from Dazhou Academy requests to add you as a friend. Admissions Officer Fusu from Daqin Academy requests to add you as a friend. Admissions Officer Lu Ju from Dahan Academy requests to add you as a friend. Admissions Officer Li Chengqian from Datong Academy requests to add you as a friend. Admissions Officer Zhu Biao from Daming Academy requests to add you as a friend. Yi Xian. In his moment of anger, he had overlooked Fusu's name. Now, with his fury dissipated and his mind calm, he looked at the 5 admissions officers who had added him as friends and felt a sense of bewilderment. Am I still living on Earth? Fusu, Lu Ju, Li Chengqian, Zhu Biao. All 4 of these individuals are historical princes who met untimely ends. Well, Zhu Biao is somewhat better, but still. So, why isn't the admissions officer from Dazhou Academy GFA's son, but rather his brother Jidan? Dukzhou. Yi Xian took a deep breath to compose himself and then pondered. Could it be that the deans of the 5 great academies are their fathers or brothers? The thought struck him and lingered in his mind. Chapter 37. Enrolling in the 5 great academies. Surely not. It couldn't be that fortuitous. Yi Xian's mind raced. Any student who had taken history classes during the compulsory 9-year education would have heard of these 5 names. Does this imply that none of them can inherit the position of dean? Just as that thought faded, another idea emerged. Never mind, it doesn't concern me. I should agree to them first. Yi Xian pushed aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and accepted the friend request from the 5 esteemed individuals. The 5 of them had already established a group chat exclusive to the 6 of them, and upon seeing him accept their friend requests, they quickly pulled him into the chat and initiated a video call. As Yixian clicked to join, he found the 5 of them collectively apologizing once more. "We apologize, Yixian, for our earlier oversight." Seeing these dignified figures being so courteous, combined with Yixian's own calm demeanor, he quickly replied, "It's all right. It's all right. As long as this doesn't happen again in the future." Of course, this was an unavoidable circumstance. Dan, the admissions officer from Dajo Academy, nodded in agreement. "We were wondering what matters brought you to seek my attention?" Yixian inquired politely. Currently, he was ranked 320th on the Tongtian rankings of the Ancestral Star. While this ranking was commendable and allowed him entry into the 5 great academies, it was not sufficient for the admissions officers to personally seek him out or even establish a separate group chat. Hence, it was evident that these 5 esteemed individuals had thoroughly reviewed his credentials and recognized his meteoric rise in ranking and potential. As he surmised, the teachers from the 5 great academies had indeed realized the potential represented by his impressive record, which prompted them to reach out to Yixian for communication. After Yixian's inquiry, the 5 teachers exchanged glances, and ultimately, Fusu stepped forward to speak. "Let me put it this way. We, the 5 great academies, had already discussed this matter before coming to you. I will summarize it briefly. We all have high hopes for you. Although your current ranking is not particularly high, we are optimistic about your potential to reach the pinnacle of the Ancestral Star rankings. Therefore, we all wish to recruit you into our respective academies. However, to prevent any gossip, we have agreed to make an exception and admit you early, allowing you to commence your university education as soon as you reach the top of the Ancestral Star rankings. Regardless of which academy you choose to join, one of us will personally be your teacher and guide you. As for rewards, we will return to discuss those with you later, and you will have the freedom to choose." As Fusu finished speaking, the other 4 teachers nodded in agreement, affirming the arrangements. The prospect of receiving direct instruction from the admissions officers of the 5 great academies was an extraordinarily rare opportunity. Although Yixian was unaware of the specific realms of these teachers, it was evident that, as admissions officers, they were among the most formidable figures in their academies. Second only to the principal, ordinary students entering the 5 great academies did not have access to such opportunities, so Yixian naturally accepted without hesitation. "Thank you very much for your generous offer, esteemed teachers. I will carefully consider which of your esteemed institutions I shall attend." Indeed, the 5 great academies were the most powerful institutions in the Great Xia Kingdom, and countless individuals aspired to gain admission, including Yixian himself. In the realm of the Ancestor Star, the 5 prestigious academies overshadow all other institutions, for only these 5 can rightfully be referred to as academies. The rest are merely designated as XX universities. Thus, if fellow student Yixian encounters any difficulties in his life, he should not hesitate to seek our assistance. Li Chengxian remarked with a gentle smile. While he appeared to express a desire not to disturb Yixian, the truth was that time was quite precious for them. The purpose of this meeting had been fulfilled, and they had conveyed the conditions they were offering. This visit to Yixian was a result of mutual agreement among the 5 of them. To prevent any malicious competition from hampering Yixian's development, they convened a small meeting upon learning of the situation. It was undeniable that Yixian would only consider one of their 5 academies. But the pressing question remained. What could they offer to persuade Yixian to join their institution? This entailed numerous considerations. Consequently, the 5 academies decided that until Yixian reached the top of the rankings, none of them could approach him privately, thereby ensuring his growth remained undisturbed. After Yixian achieved the pinnacle, the 6 of them would engage in a video call, each proposing what they could offer as an incentive, aiming for a definitive resolution. At that point, regardless of which academy Yixian chose to enter, one of them would be responsible for his instruction. This arrangement was also communicated in advance to reassure Yixian, ensuring he would not impulsively select another institution. After concluding the video call, Yixian accepted the invitation from Fusu and entered the genius group chat of the Ancestor Star, skillfully setting his notifications to do not disturb. He exited the genius rankings. With just 1 day remaining until the issuance of the divine source, remaining on the celestial rankings proved futile without the divine source. He could do little more than boast and chat, so he opted to explore the school instead. Primarily, within his chaotic realm, the daily routine consisted of brawls, and he preferred not to interfere. Once he normalized the flow of time, he allowed them to continue fighting, for no harm would come from their skirmishes. In the realm of the chaos gods and demons, engaging in combat for an entire year would not result in fatalities. Even minor injuries were exceedingly rare. The disparity in their cultivation was minimal, and within the chaos, the passage of time was imperceptible. Furthermore, the chaos gods and demons were resilient beings, possessing remarkable recovery abilities, making it difficult to inflict significant injuries in a short span of time. For them, there existed but one type of injury, the injury of the Tao. All other forms of harm would instantaneously heal under the nurturing of the great Tao. At Lin Tian E High School, life in the 3rd year was exceedingly relaxed. Aside from one class each month, there were no other obligations, and attendance to this single class was optional. During this abundant free time, one could either focus on nurturing their divine realm and guiding its development, or choose to be leisurely, wandering about daily. Is that not Yishan? Indeed. Look, there goes Yishan. Yishan, I want to bear your children. Yishan strolled along the tree-lined path of the school, adorned with dewdrops in the morning light. The number of people coming and going along this path was neither too few nor too many, yet at this moment, none were unfamiliar with Yishan. As the saying goes, once one holds the celestial rankings, who in school would not recognize you? Chapter 38, Chen Yu transfers schools. Encounters Yishan again. Silence. Yishan remarked coldly, casting a frigid glance around him. With his gaze, it seemed the temperature in the vicinity dropped considerably. Despite being a group of creation gods impervious to the elements, they now felt a chilling sensation. Yishan is so aloof. Such a high and mighty Yishan. I adore him. The previous raucous atmosphere dissipated, and the boys had swiftly retreated, leaving only a handful of infatuated girls who had succumbed to Yishan's charm. Observing this, Yishan felt a sense of helplessness, yet he could not resort to aggression against his classmates. His earlier shout had invoked the ice principles derived from the 5 elements Tao, resulting in the temperature drop that even the creation gods, who had long since become immune to cold, felt. As he continued his leisurely pace, Yishan soon arrived at the playground, where scattered individuals occupied various corners. Some engaged in romantic exchanges, while others participated in duels. The playground was vast, accommodating many, and due to its resilient nature, it also served as an arena. The center of the playground essentially functioned as the focal point for these contests, with everyone instinctively clearing the area for those wishing to engage in combat. Of course, these encounters were officially termed sparring sessions, yet they primarily served as a means for students to resolve personal conflicts. The number of third-year students active in the school was minimal. Most were first and second-year students. Although the third year was the most leisurely, they faced the looming threat of graduation, leading those who were not slacking to diligently strive for success. In the principal's office, Principal, I wish to transfer schools. Chen Ji, accompanied by his supervisor, Chai Yongyan, entered Principal Zhang Yuanwu's office. At that moment, the principal was seated at his desk, and Chai Yongyan and Chen Ji took their seats across from him. Zhang Yuanwu paused in his calligraphy, placing the brush down with a look of surprise. Oh, where do you wish to transfer? Chen Ji was well aware that prior to Yi Xian's revelation of his talent, the principal had considered granting Chen Ji the opportunity to enter the celestial rankings. Though Chen Ji possessed exceptional talent, it was insufficient to avert Lin Tian E High School's impending loss of its prestigious status. The school required someone stronger, someone of even greater talent to rescue it, which had caused the principal to hesitate. If their school failed to produce a student within the top 1,000 of the provincial rankings this year, it would face expulsion from the list, thereby granting other schools an opportunity. He did not believe Chen Ji could achieve this, leading to his indecision. However, once Yi Xian's talent was unveiled, he unhesitatingly and decisively chose Yi Xian, knowing that Yi Xian would undoubtedly rank within the provincial top 1,000. Indeed, even within the top 1,000 of the Ancestor Star would soon become a reality. This would secure Lin Tian E High School status and potentially bring greater educational resources due to Yi Xian's success, thereby ensuring the school would not face such challenges in the future. The ranking of students in the celestial rankings was a tangible measure of success. I wish to attend Lin Tian Jiuzhong, where the principal has not utilized the celestial rankings opportunity, and he has agreed to grant it to me. Chen Ji stated earnestly, his conviction evident. The situation at Lin Tian Jiuzhong was not significantly better than that of Lin Tian Yizhong. While it had not been revoked this year, it too would face that fate in the near future. Most critically, their school currently lacked any commendable leadership. After hearing about Chen Ji's circumstances, they extended an invitation to him and promised to provide him with the opportunity to enter the celestial rankings. It was a gamble, yet preferable to wasting the quota on his unremarkable peers at his current school. Have you made your decision? I will not obstruct your path, if you are resolute. I can assist you with the necessary procedures. Zhang Yuanwu nodded and stated. As principal, his duty was to discover and nurture talent, having exhausted the opportunity. He could not impede another student's journey. Chen Ji responded without hesitation, his determination unwavering. I have made my decision. Thank you, principal. He understood that without entering the celestial rankings, he would lack any chance to join the 5 academies, consequently placing him further from that man. A vision of a white figure rose within him. He wondered what ranking that individual currently held, silently pondering, as a newfound resolve illuminated his eyes. Very well. I have already submitted the paperwork. You just need to have the principal of Jiuzhong affix his seal. Zhang Yuanwu nodded and smiled. In this era, administrative processes have become significantly simpler, and he resolved the matter with a mere thought. As for the earlier practice with the brush, it was merely a pastime to cultivate his temperament during moments of boredom. Thank you, principal. Chen Ji expressed his gratitude once more. For him, the absence of obstacles in transferring schools was already a tremendous favor. All right, off you go. Strive to bring glory to Lintian City. Zhang Yuanwu remarked nonchalantly. his gaze still fixed on the brush. To him, as long as Lintian No. 1 high school flourished and contributed to the development of Lintian City, that was enough. Thank you, Principal, I will. Chen Yu replied with unwavering determination before striding out. No one could fathom why his resolve had restored so swiftly, especially after Yixian had shattered his pride, trampling upon everything he held dear with disdain. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Yuanwu believed that this young man might venture further in the future. Encountering setbacks is not frightful. What is truly daunting is being unable to rise above them. As Qin Ji made his way toward the exit, he encountered Yixian entering. Principal, Yixian greeted, his face adorned with a smile, completely disregarding Qin Ji as he approached Zhang Yuanwu's desk. He himself was unsure how he had ended up in this building. But since he was here, he thought to pay a visit to the principal. Meanwhile, Qin Ji's hands clenched tightly, his eyes filled with boundless trepidation, passing by this man. He once again felt the insurmountable chasm that separated them. The disparity between us is as vast as that between the clouds and the mud. This phrase echoed in his mind, replaying the haunting images of that day, causing his body to tremble. Noticing Qin Ji's distress, Chai Yongyan furrowed his brow, rising immediately to escort him outside. Grabbing Qin Ji by the arm, he pulled him out to the principal's office door and shook him vigorously. You need to pull yourself together. Your current opponent is no longer him. He has long left you behind. Your true competition lies with others. Yet, Qin Ji remained dazed, as if he had not heard a word. Inside the principal's office, the two men heard the commotion outside but paid it no mind. So it's you, Yixian. How did you fare on your first entry into the Tongtian rankings? Zhang Yuanwu inquired with curiosity, a smile gracing his face. The 39th chapter, shaking the bamboo pole. Oh, I believe I was ranked 99th when I first entered. Yixian scratched his head, his tone uncertain. He certainly recalled the rank. He only feigned uncertainty for effect. Outside the principal's office, 99th. Did you hear that? His first entry was the 99th. What do you have to challenge him with? It's time to give up. The moment he defeated you with just one sentence, you should have despaired. Chai Yongyan shouted vehemently. He had exerted considerable effort to connect with Lintian Jiuzhong. And if this young man remained ensnared in Yixian's shadow, his future would be bleak. The only way forward was to move on, or, better yet, disregard Yixian entirely. Doing so would enable him to progress further. Only by ceasing to care about Yixian's superiority could he hope to advance. As Chai Yongyan's fervent exhortations resonated, Qin Ji gradually regained clarity. He nodded, albeit weakly, and said, yes, I am not on the same level as him. Why should I continue to torment myself? Inside the principal's office, the two men remained oblivious to the outside clamor. You young man, have the audacity to come here just to show off to an old man like me? Zhang Yuanwu remarked, eyeing Yixian standing before him. Tossing aside the brush as he sat down and gestured for Yixian to take a seat. You should head to the broadcasting station and announce to the entire school that you ranked 99th in the province. The girls will surely go wild for you. Haha. At this, he couldn't help but chuckle, both at his own words and at the realization that his school had finally nurtured a genuine talent, alleviating his concerns about failing students. Although he had always believed in Yixian's potential, hearing that he had debuted at 99th sparked immense joy. However, Yixian slowly shook his head, his expression unchanging, and replied, No, Principal, you've misunderstood. If I go to the broadcasting station, it won't be about being 99th. After all, you just asked about my first entry into the Tongtian rankings. Oh, Zhang Yuanwu exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that in such a short span, overnight, he advanced? Just then, Qin Ji, who had been on the verge of leaving, paused upon hearing this, his heart racing. Observing the principal's astonished expression, Yixian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I returned after a night's rest, and my ranking has climbed to 320th. Zhang Yuanwu furrowed his brow, disbelief washing over him. What? Has the Tongtian rankings become this competitive? He had once been part of the Tongtian rankings. Yet it seemed implausible for anyone to drop from the top 100 to over 300 in a single night. No worries, just maintain a calm mindset. The Tongtian rankings are inherently volatile, and making it into the top 1,000 in the province is commendable, he reassured, fearing that Yixian might struggle to accept this reality. But then he reconsidered. This young man appeared remarkably composed. At that moment, Yixian's lips curled into a slight smile as he added, Principal, I was referring to the Grand Star sub-ranking, where I placed 320th. As for the provincial ranking, well, I inadvertently soared to 3rd after a night's sleep. What? Zhang Yuanwu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his heart leaping as he sprang from his chair. How is this possible? This person's talent is astonishingly high. Goodness. Destiny is on our side at Lintian No. 1 high. If this continues, he might soon claim the top spot in the Grand Star. After this cohort, Lintian No. 1 high is destined for greatness. And Lintian City will leap from a county-level city to a prefecture-level city. Such is the advantage of an unparalleled genius. The entire Lintian City will witness a surge in educational resources due to Yixian's presence, even prompting long-stagnant administrative units to elevate their status. Outside the principal's office, Qin Ji silently nodded before slowly stepping out. Having heard the answer he yearned for, he felt satisfied. Upon learning of the 300-plus rank, he understood it referred to the Grand Star rankings. He knew Yixian all too well. He was undoubtedly a supercilious genius, and the realization that he had foolishly offered himself up for ridicule now felt like a youthful folly in retrospect. Chai Yongyan observed this and nodded subtly. Recognizing the disparity was a crucial step, and it was not too late to gain clarity. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Yuanwu remained astonished for quite a while. While Yixian relished the expression on his face, "Yixian, you have left me at a loss for words. Haha, splendid. You truly are the person I, Zhang Yuanwu, have chosen." Once he regained his composure, Zhang Yuanwu approached and patted Yixian's shoulder with genuine admiration. Old Zhang, as remarkable as I am, you understand the constraints regarding resources. They are rather limited, Yixian said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he began to negotiate. There was no other choice. He did not wish for things to be this way, but currently, he had no means to acquire divine source, relying solely on the divine sources funded by the province each week to enhance his combat prowess. Even if he utilized those divine sources to enter the Shura battlefield, it would be futile, as his efficiency in slaying monsters alone was insufficient. The low drop rate of those monsters was evident. Otherwise, why would the entrance fee only deduct 10 divine sources? He was uncertain if he could even recoup the entry fee. In that case, there's little I can do. The divine source liquid I provided you last time was already my entire month's salary, so I won't be able to assist you this month, Zhang Yuanwu shrugged. If he had any surplus divine source, he would have gladly given it to Yixian. After all, he understood what the divine source signified for a genius. Nonetheless, I shall convey your situation to the mayor and see if we can apply for some municipal assistance specifically to support you, for your future is boundless, and our city ought to lend its support. Zhang Yuanwu nodded earnestly, contemplating. As the principal of Lin Tian Yizhong, his authority was indeed substantial. Prior to his tenure at this school, he wielded more power in this city than anyone except the mayor. In this world, the authority of a principal far exceeds that of principals in Yixian's past life. If a city possesses a university, the principal of that university, though perhaps not as powerful as the mayor, generally holds greater influence. The deans of the 5 academies are even more formidable, for within the ancestral star, the deans of these 5 academies possess far more power and authority than the ancestral star's governor. Thank you, principal. Yixian promptly rose and bowed deeply. This was the principal after all. Whatever he lacked would be generously provided. There's no need for formality. In addition to the city, I shall also reach out to our superiors in Raozhou to negotiate further support. Zhang Yuanwu smiled at Yixian. His demeanor, though somewhat shrewd, appeared remarkably amiable to Yixian. Chapter 40. The 5 Supreme Paths. The World-Destroying Mill. Congratulations. You ranked 3rd in the Jiangnan province on the Tongtian rankings last week, earning 700 divine sources. A notification echoed in Yixian's mind, prompting him to promptly access the Tongtian rankings, where his account displayed a total of 700 divine sources. With a flick of his thoughts, 5 small vials of divine source liquid appeared before him. Open the trading hall, activate the sky arena, and commence the Azura battlefield. As Yixian's words fell, the 3 major features of the Tongtian rankings were officially unlocked for him, and at that moment, his balance of divine sources dwindled to a mere 89. Once activated, he did not dwell on it further. With a thought, amidst the chaos and in the void above, he observed the chaotic deities engaged in combat below, struggling to inflict even a scratch upon one another, leaving him somewhat speechless. These chaotic deities acted like actors. If top-tier deities were to confront those of lesser strength, they would be crushed instantaneously, yet they stubbornly insisted on battling amongst themselves in contradiction to the great principles. Chaos birthed the azure lotus. Creation gave rise to existence, and the deities emerged in succession, revealing the treasures of the great paths. Yixian originally intended to nurture 3,000 chaotic deities from all available resources before proceeding to cultivate Pangu. Once Pangu was birthed, treasures would begin to emerge gradually, starting with those belonging to Pangu, followed by arranging the remainder of the great path treasures. Within the chaos, there exist 3,000 great paths, among which 5 supreme paths reign supreme, transcending all others. The first is creation, the origin of all things and the catalyst for the emergence of the universe. The second is limitless, the essence that bears all, encompassing the 3,000 paths apart from the 5 supreme. The third is fate, the force that governs the evolution of all things, a variable amid the endless chaos. The fourth is chaos, the source of all things, from which the 3,000 paths, excluding the 5 supreme, emanate. The fifth is destruction, the ultimate endpoint of all, the conclusion of existence itself. These 5 supreme paths, while situated within the 3,000 paths, surpass them all, thus they are indeed supreme. Each of the 5 supreme paths is accompanied by a corresponding treasure, known as the treasures of chaos. In contrast, the remaining deities possess only the treasures of chaos. Yixian had meticulously charted this course. Thus far, only 3 of the 5 supreme paths had manifested, the deities of creation, destruction, and fate. Upon the emergence of the fate deity, akin to the time and space deities, it became elusive and inscrutable. Only Yixian knew its whereabouts. This entity particularly enjoyed basking in the river of fate, observing countless possibilities of the future, sometimes speculating, sometimes manipulating. Among the 3,000 path deities, only the time and space deities could rival the 5 supreme deities. The others, whether they were the deity of ruins or the deity of reincarnation, fell short in comparison. The time and space deities, leveraging the profundities of their respective paths, could barely measure up. They were the most enigmatic beings among the 3,000 paths. However, even so, their accompanying treasures remained as treasures of chaos. Apart from the 5 supreme deities, only Pangu is deemed worthy of acquiring a treasure of chaos. In the chaos, nearly 100 formidable great paths clashed together, shattering the tumultuous currents of chaos. Chaos, characterized by disorder and confusion, had now been obliterated amidst the strife of these great path deities. Disorder had fragmented, and chaos had dissipated. With disorder gone and chaos no more, only the essence of the void remained. Buzz. An immensely powerful aura manifested at the opposite end of the creation azure lotus, deep within the endless expanse of chaos. Although space had yet to materialize within the chaos, the chaotic deities could nonetheless perceive its location. Suddenly, all the chaotic deities involuntarily ceased their actions. That was the aura of destruction. It is the manifestation of my great path. The destruction deity's eyes gleamed brightly, and in an instant, it retreated from the heart of the battle. Immediately, the chaotic deities of the disorderly faction followed suit, sensing the presence of that aura. It carried an essence that threatened annihilation, instilling a sense of revulsion, yet to them, it appeared exceedingly beautiful. This was because most of them were deities closely aligned with the path of destruction. What an abhorrent aura. Has another treasure akin to the creation azure lotus been birthed within the chaos? The creation deity murmured, uncertain whether to intervene, observing the strong of the disorderly faction departing. The life deity questioned, creation, shall we not stop them from acquiring that treasure? Enough, this is the great path, whether it be destruction, or yourselves, ultimately. Treasures will emerge that belong to you. Pay no heed to them. Continue to ponder the great path. After a moment of contemplation, the creation deity resolved not to interfere with the destruction deities, recognizing that apart from exhausting themselves, they had no other alternatives, and thus it would be a futile endeavor. On the other side of chaos, the destruction deity declared, "This is my treasure, the world-destroying mill." It traversed the boundless expanse of time and space. Arriving before the treasure, which assumed a disc-like shape with a hole in the center, not empty, but rather resembling a black hole, capable of absorbing and annihilating all. Upon the first glance at this treasure, the name world-destroying mill spontaneously formed in the deity's mind, escaping its lips uncontrollably. Congratulations, destruction, on acquiring this treasure. The death deity remarked from the side, aware that the world-destroying mill was an incredibly compatible great path treasure for the destruction deity. In that instant, envy welled within. For within the entirety of chaos, only the creation deity possessed a treasure, and now the destruction deity had one as well. Yet it remained uncertain when its own treasure would come to fruition. Simultaneously, the great path deities of the disorderly faction offered their blessings. Once I refine this treasure, I shall certainly send the creation deity and all its subordinates into the great path. The destruction deity exclaimed joyously, laughter echoing through the chaos. Subsequently, it settled into a meditative position, beginning to comprehend the path of destruction surrounding the world-destroying mill. At the same time, it continually attempted to resonate and refine the treasure through its own great path. Why can't I refine it? A trace of confusion surfaced in the destruction deity's heart. Such a great path treasure should have naturally harmonized with its great path's manifestation, allowing it to become a treasure uniquely its own. However, he could only imprint this treasured artifact with his own mark, unable to harness its formidable power. Although doubts arose within, constrained by his inability to effect change, he chose to momentarily immerse himself in the comprehension of the path of destruction, akin to the creation of gods and demons. Within the void, relative calm was restored. It was now time for the grand eruption of gods and demons. Chapter 41, Instant Kill. Yixian observed the once chaotic void below, now tranquil once more. As the previously obliterated chaos began to mend itself, the remaining gods and demons commenced their gestation anew. The gods and demons representing the chaotic path encompassed all. Thus their emergence was destined for the end, and it remained uncertain which of the two would ultimately be born last. Yixian mumbled to himself, gazing at the world-destroying grinding mill that had manifested through the invocation of the liquid divine source to engage the path of destruction. This world-destroying grinding mill had consumed only a minuscule portion of his divine source liquid. Although this liquid was exceedingly rare, not even a single divine source was expended. It still necessitated a trace of divine source power to invoke the path. Therefore, he still possessed 5 bottles of divine source liquid. Buzz. He slightly raised his left hand, and 5 bottles of divine source liquid flowed together from thin air, transforming into a great dragon that surged towards the primal source of the chaotic world. Buzzing, rumble. As the world's primal source expanded, the realm itself did not enlarge, yet its capacity to endure had evidently escalated to an entirely new echelon. Even if the previous battle were to repeat, it would be impossible to repel the chaotic currents, nor could one conjure a void again. Moreover, the divine source power fortified the world's foundation, continuously flowing into the ethereal forms of the yet-to-be-born path gods and demons. Buzz, I am the light god demon. Buzz, I am the heavy god demon. Buzz, I am the ceiling god demon. More and more gods and demons solidified into existence. Yi Xian's consciousness flickered as he exited the chaotic world. He had no leisure to witness these gods and demons eagerly proclaiming their births. Instead, he preferred to investigate whether anyone was engaging in the sky arena on the celestial rankings. He was in dire need of divine sources. Having just received 700 divine sources that day, he found himself with a mere 89 left. If not for the necessity of reserving some for emergencies, he would have long since employed them directly for world construction. As for that damned Shura battlefield, it required 10 divine sources for a single visit. How long must he linger there to recoup those 10 divine sources? To acquire divine sources and other resources within the Shura battlefield, there existed but one possibility. That was to await the opening of the heavens by Pangu, when the 3,000 path gods and demons would fall into slumber, subsequently declaring the caverns of fortune within the primordial chaos, ensuring all beings therein were aware of the countless realms of fortune. Within these realms might dwell diverse creatures. This, indeed, was Yi Xian's plan, as he would inevitably engage in the divine nation war. Should other divine nations launch an assault upon them, it would be a different matter. The vastness of chaos encompassed other worlds and civilizations. Ultimately, the truth of chaos could not remain concealed indefinitely, yet he would not disclose his existence to these gods and demons. Much like in the Shura battlefield, should they discover his presence, a plethora of complications would ensue. If they ceased to strive for themselves, relying solely on his directives, the world would undoubtedly become exceedingly dull. Yi Xian merely needed to manipulate the overarching situation from behind the scenes, steering it towards the outcomes he desired, while entrusting the rest to them to enact. That, indeed, would be the true spectacle. Should he encounter any madman seeking to usurp his position, it would pose an even greater predicament, albeit one he did not fear. Yet he wished to avert such a scene. Within the celestial rankings, Yi Xian's consciousness arrived at the sky arena. Here, he manifested as an incarnation of consciousness, standing amidst the plaza, surrounded by students of the celestial rankings from the ancestral star. In the plaza, the sounds of gambling echoed incessantly, most wagers being a single divine source, as these individuals sought opportunities to test their prowess and refine their abilities acquired from the world. However, they found it challenging to locate partners willing to spar with them at their respective institutions. The sky arena was the most fitting venue, where life and death struggles bore no consequence, allowing one to choose between divine nation warfare and personal combat, or even both. Thus, they shouted wagers of a single divine source, with the losers forfeiting their divine sources, while the victors could freely master their skills or gauge the combat prowess and strategies of divine nation beings. 2 divine sources. Is anyone willing to fight? Upon hearing the call, Yi Xian promptly applied for a PK duel. Yi Xian? A first-tier creator god? Huh. A fool has come. I accept. The stout creator god, having not comprehended Yi Xian's ranking, feared the possibility of the latter withdrawing and hastily agreed to the PK application. In the celestial rankings, all were bound to their true names, appearances, and schools, making it effortless to locate one another. As the opponent consented, Yi Xian's consciousness flickered and materialized within the PK arena. Above the arena loomed 2 colossal stone pillars, while beneath them floated an immense continent, suspended in the air. Despite the surrounding areas being battlefields where one could evade at will, the space was limited, preventing anyone from evading indefinitely and wasting everyone's time. What a splendid day to encounter such a fool, Wang Yu thought, having accepted the duel request. He was the rotund creator god who had lured Yi Xian into the PK. His cultivation was at the early stage of a second-tier creator god, possessing divine patterns, and ranked 132nd in his provincial leaderboard, not even making it onto the national leaderboard. He understood well how difficult it was to find a colorful pin to exploit divine sources within this arena, yet he had no choice. Without entering the provincial top 10, he lacked resources. The beings within the divine nation were not formidable, too timid to engage in battle like the top-tier individuals in the Shura battlefield, for their death was irrevocable. To prevent a significant decline in his divine nation's strength, he refrained from venturing into the Shura battlefield, and having never accumulated 100 divine sources, he lacked even the qualifications to enter, thus resorting to the sky arena to seize opportunities. Once the 2 entered the arena, Wang Yu laughed heartily. Huh? Encountering me is your misfortune. Buzz. Before Wang Yu could finish, he felt his consciousness abruptly vanish. What just happened? I didn't even see him strike. Shocked, he dismissed the idea of a malfunction in the arena. No, that's impossible. He quickly rejected that thought. Ding. Yi Xian sent a trade request to you. Accept. He gritted his teeth. After sending 2 divine sources, he opened Yi Xian's profile again. Cultivation realm, mid-stage first tier, creator god. World type, chaos. Potential, XXX. Affiliated school, Lin Tian number 1 middle school. Current ranking, 320th in the Ancestral Star sub-ranking. 3rd in the Jiangnan provincial ranking, 1st in the Raoping city ranking, and 1st in the Lintian county ranking. Ranking reward, 700 divine sources weekly. Functions, forum, can be activated. Trading post, activated. Sky arena, activated. Shura battlefield, activated. Note, the ranking function will enter the global leaderboard after entering the provincial top 100. Chapter 42, Sweeping the Sky Arena. What the heck? Wang Yu emitted a scream that could shake the heavens and move the earth. Hey, these divine sources are easy to earn. A divine source every few seconds is quite fast. Yi Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he specifically targeted those calling out wagers exceeding a single divine source. As those individuals encountered Yi Xian, who stood at the mid-stage of the first tier of the creation god realm, they often lacked comprehensive information, fearing that others might seize the opportunity. Hence, they hastily clicked to agree. In an instant, they entered the arena and swiftly exited, only to find themselves trading their divine essence with faces as dark as thunder after witnessing Yi Xian's astonishing ranking on the celestial ranking. Within a mere few minutes, Yi Xian amassed over 30 pieces of divine essence. Among this, he encountered someone from the top 10 of another province's ranking, earning a reward of 10 pieces of divine essence. As time passed, Yi Xian's accumulation of divine essence grew increasingly abundant, while concurrently, another wave of fervor surged through the forum. Shocking. A top 3 contender from a certain province emerges in the celestial arena, ruthlessly winning bets as a first-tier creation god, causing thousands to fall victim within the span of just 1 hour. What lies behind this phenomenon? Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Stay tuned for this thread. On the first floor, Wang Yu declared, Yi Xian, I will not rest until we are at odds. Relying on your lower cultivation realm, you deceive others in the celestial arena, masquerading as a newcomer to swindle divine essence. On the second floor, XX chimed in. Exactly. I too fell for his trick. On the 108th floor, Lin Lan retorted. Aren't you all just blinded by your own greed? If you had checked the information, you would have known. You were eager to feast, only to be devoured by another, and now you come here to complain? How shameless. On the 109th floor, XX responded. Huh. As if you were so morally upright. Women are just like that. On the 110th floor, XXX replied. You're nothing but a fool. How does this even relate to genders? You acted out of greed and stupidity. Who can you blame? You deserve it. A day later, in the celestial arena. Why is no one accepting my challenges? Yi Xian was astonished to find that the arena was still bustling with people, yet no one was willing to accept his challenges. Could it be that he had already challenged everyone who wagered more than 2 pieces of divine essence? That couldn't be true. There must be at least several 100,000 individuals here, right? How could that be possible? Instinctively, he glanced at his divine essence account. Divine essence balance, 1,832. Gasp. I had no idea it had grown so much. He inhaled sharply. Throughout the day, he had fervently accepted challenges and issued them, and without realizing it, he had amassed a total of 1,832 pieces of divine essence. Although some had contributed 3, 5, or even 10 pieces, the majority had yielded him a profit of at least 1 piece. This implied he had engaged in over 1,000 PK matches. Earning nearly 1,008 in a day is indeed quite commendable. Yi Xian nodded, yet it was clear that such a venture could not continue, for now. No one was willing to play with him any longer. Oh well, having earned this sum is sufficient. I should have gained some notoriety here. It seems no one will engage with me now. After waiting for over 10 minutes without receiving any challenges or accepting any, he contemplated exiting. Ding. Yu Jing wishes to challenge you, with a wager of 100 pieces of divine essence. Gasp. A big spender has arrived. Yi Xian quickly opened the individual's profile. Name, Yu Jing. Cultivation realm, late stage of the second tier creation god. World type, XXX. Potential, XXX. Affiliated school, Tai Shui No. 1 middle school. Current ranking, 235th on the Ancestor Star sub-ranking, 2nd on the Ningguan provincial ranking, 1st on the Chuanin city ranking. Ranking reward, 800 pieces of divine essence per week. Functions, forum, can be opened. Trading house, opened. Celestial arena, opened. Shura battlefield, opened. Note, ranking function will enter the global leaderboard once in the top 100 of the provincial ranking. Oh ho, a big shot has arrived. And from the mythical divine nation no less. I can't even view his attributes. No wonder he's wagering 100 divine essence. I shall accept. After reviewing the profile, Yi Xian resolved to take the gamble. Although the opponent's ranking and cultivation were superior to his, that did not inherently signify that their strength surpassed his own. Such a wager of 100 must be approached with caution. What if the opponent couldn't afford to pay the divine essence? That would be a waste of time. Yet an individual of such ranking ought to be able to produce 100 pieces of divine essence. With a thought, he entered the arena. How shall we proceed? Personal battle or divine nation battle? Yixian did not hastily eliminate him, but instead inquired, wary of taking him down too swiftly and risking non-payment. Personal battle. Yu Jing did not feign arrogance, for 100 pieces of divine essence was no trivial sum, and the individual before him was not far below in ranking, merely over 100 places behind nationally. Thus, he opted for the type of battle in which he excelled the most. Are you prepared? Yixian's lips curled into a slight smile, wanting to confirm the opponent's readiness to prevent any potential tricks. As if he could see 100 pieces of divine essence beckoning to him. Growing impatient at the inquiry, Yu Jing nodded in affirmation. I'm ready, bring it on. Excellent. Yixian smiled, and the path of destruction manifested behind him. Buzz. The path of destruction transformed into an enormous, grinding wheel-like apparatus that materialized at his back. Buzz. A potent force of attraction surged forth, accompanied by an aura of death. It was the essence that sought to annihilate all. In an instant, Yu Jing found his body irresistibly drawn towards the path of destruction. Buzz. Yixian's consciousness flickered, and he returned to the plaza of the celestial arena. In reality, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Yu Jing had no power to resist and was swiftly subdued. Wearing a smile, Yixian adeptly accessed the battle information with Yu Jing, subsequently initiating a private transaction. 100 pieces of divine essence. As Yu Jing beheld this line, veins bulged on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly transferred 100 pieces of divine essence. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome back anytime. The transaction box from the opposite side displayed another line, infuriating him to the point of fury. Damn. He struck the air with a fist, causing that section of space to collapse, only for it to restore itself as if nothing had occurred. In fact, he had seen numerous victims of Yixian on the forum, and unable to tolerate it, he had come hoping to take a piece of the pie, especially given the wager of 100 pieces of divine essence. However, he never anticipated that he would meet the same fate as the other students, being swiftly defeated. On the other side, Yixian gazed at the numbers in his balance, feeling elated. Haha, let us wait a bit longer and see if there are any more gullible big spenders coming. Chapter 43. Half of the divine demons emerge. Late stage of the first tier creation god. Divine essence balance. 1, 919. After waiting for another half hour, Yixian finally realized that no one else was coming and decided to exit the celestial arena. He understood that from this point forward, he would have little connection with this place. It was merely a one-time transaction business, maximizing what he could. Upon returning to reality, with a thought, he ventured into the chaos, amidst the void. Surprisingly, over this brief period, more than 300 divine demons had been birthed. Yixian surveyed the 500 divine demons below, feeling quite satisfied. His current provincial ranking remained third, yet his national ranking had surged from an initial 320th to now 238th. Buzz. 19 bottles of divine essence liquid materialized. With a rush, these divine essence liquids flew forth, converging into the source of the chaotic world. With a flicker of thought, Yixian returned to reality. At this moment, he had mastered 500 paths, yet he remained uncertain about how much his true combat power had increased. Regardless, he was invincible below the third tier, effortlessly dispatching foes with a mere thought. He had yet to engage with anyone at the third tier, and thus remained unaware. An hour later, Yixian returned to the chaos once more. The 1500th divine demon, the demon of demons. Yixian's lips curled slightly as he gazed upon the demonic entity amidst the chaos. This being embodied the path of darkness, standing in stark opposition to the celestial way. No, it was more than that. The path of darkness could be deemed the antithesis for many cultivators, be they immortals, deities, or even demons, ghosts, spirits, or Buddhas. The path of darkness was their common adversary. What constitutes a divine demon? A deity adheres to the principles of the Tao, their actions confined within its regulations. A demon, in contrast, is swayed by capricious emotions, acting solely on impulse, heedless of the Tao's directives. This, indeed, defines a demon. As for a divine demon, it embodies both natures, fluctuating in temperament and elusive in character. Yet now, with the emergence of a being named after the path of darkness, the recently settled chaos is bound to be uprooted once more. How intriguing. Let the turmoil commence. Yixian mused, his thoughts drifting to a certain figure. To ensure your survival, I shall first provide you with a protective artifact. A divine essence manifested in Yixian's hand. With a flick of his finger, the divine essence transformed into a streak of luminescent energy, soaring into the heart of the path of darkness. A pitch-black spear materialized, its tip radiating a sinister aura, coiling and unraveling menacingly, accompanied by a 24-petal black lotus that floated beneath it. The demon, with crimson eyes, sharp horns, and clad in a black robe, grasped the spear with one hand. The God-slaying spear. As the words left its mouth, the spear's end inscribed the words God-slaying. The 24-petal black lotus of the path of darkness. Buzz. As it infused its essence into the path of darkness, the two chaotic spiritual treasures swiftly underwent refinement, becoming unique divine treasures belonging solely to it. On both the offensive and defensive fronts, now you may leap freely, do as you will. This is the essence of being a demon. Yi Xian sighed in admiration. It could be said that he held a favorable view of this demonic entity, for it was the only one in the current chaos to possess two accompanying treasures, while the other divine demons lacked such companions. Even the creators and destroyers of divine demons could not refine their treasures for combat. Alas, having provided it to this one, it would be remiss to deny the others. What if it were to slay one of them? With this thought, Yi Xian hastened to extract the remaining dozen divine essences, infusing them along with a portion of the world's origin into the newly solidified 1,500 paths. Buzz, buzz, in an instant. Within the chaos, radiant treasures erupted forth, and all chaotic demons, except those already possessing treasures, sensed the emergence of accompanying divine artifacts resonating with their paths. My divine treasure. The demons scoured the chaos in search of their unique treasures. Utilizing their connection with the divine artifacts, they sought to claim what was rightfully theirs. In that moment, even bitter rivals refrained from conflict, eager to seize their own treasures first. The destroyer demon gazed gloomily at the hundreds of demons within its ranks, each wielding their own divine treasures. The death demon brandished the chain of death, the annihilation demon held the annihilation disc, and the slaughter demon bore the sword of slaughter. Meanwhile, it found itself empty-handed, left only to sit beside the world-destroying grinding mill, yearning for something more. Destruction, fret not. Though we possess accompanying spiritual treasures, they are evidently inferior to your world-destroying grinding mill. Perhaps it is merely a matter of insufficient strength that prevents you from refining it. The death demon draped its chain over its shoulder, offering comfort. Sigh. The destroyer demon looked up with a heavy heart, recalling the joy it felt upon first encountering the world-destroying grinding mill, now overshadowed by the envy of seeing others with their treasures. Yet, the death demon's words sparked a realization. Indeed, the world-destroying grinding mill emanated an aura far superior to that of other divine artifacts. Could this be the key to its inability to be refined? Strength. It, too, began to yearn for power. Only by enhancing its strength could it truly master this divine treasure. Consequently, it settled into a meditative pose, contemplating the path. The other demons followed suit, each engaging in their own path contemplation, significantly accelerating their cultivation with the manifestation of their treasures. Meanwhile, the creator demon felt similarly, though envious of the other demons. It had no choice but to earnestly contemplate its own path. The neutral demons, however, were free of such concerns. Upon obtaining their divine artifacts, they returned to the ruins to contemplate their own paths. The ruins demon acquired a dual bloom lotus as its chaotic treasure, while the reincarnation demon received the wheel of 6 paths additionally. The fate demon, hidden within the river of fate, obtained the book of fate, a treasure capable of altering destiny and redirecting fate itself. Phew. The divine power Yi Xian expended this time was considerable, yet it further refined the chaotic world. How could the chaos be devoid of divine treasures? Now, the chaotic world had been significantly enhanced. Observing the chaos below, he mused that it was nearly complete. With a swift gesture, he summoned divine power from the world beneath, which surged upward in a continuous stream. Buzz. The divine fire in the center of his brow flared to life, absorbing all the divine power into its flames, fueling their vigorous blaze. Boom. The divine fire surged, becoming even more robust. As the flames thickened, Yi Xian officially ascended to the late stage of a first-order creation god. Chapter 44, Senior Year, First Semester Final Assessment. Time continued to pass, and soon the final assessments for the first semester of senior year approached. This assessment served as a preliminary examination for the students. While it generally bore no substantial rewards, it was an opportunity for self-evaluation of their capabilities. This was a joint examination for the entire province, akin to the midterm assessments for second-year students, but on a provincial scale. This joint examination for ordinary students resembled the unified entrance exams prior to the college entrance examination in a previous life, effectively selecting a few outstanding students for early recruitment by universities. For those ranked in the top 100 of the provincial leaderboard, however, this would present a different spectacle, as they would undergo a unique assessment reserved for the gifted. This assessment would be conducted publicly and transparently, just as in previous years. In addition to being broadcasted on provincial channels, a recording would be sent to the 5 major academies. Hence, this examination would be of utmost importance for all on the provincial leaderboard in their senior year, as the results would determine their chances of being admitted to one of the 5 major academies. However, for the top 10 contenders, there was little to worry about, as their admission was nearly guaranteed. Those near the top 10 would strive to surpass them to secure their own rewards. Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan District, Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Jiangnan No. 1 High School is the finest institution in Jiangnan District and the best in Jiangnan Province. The province is divided into 4 major districts: Jiangnan, Jiangxi, Jiangdong, and Jiangbei. Among them, Jiangnan District boasts the strongest prowess, followed by Jiangxi, then Jiangdong, with Jiangbei being the weakest. Of the top 10 in the provincial leaderboard, 6 hail from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, 3 from Jiangxi No. 1 High School, and 1 is Yixian from Lintian City in Raozhou. Name: Yixian. Cultivation realm: late stage first order creation god. World type: chaotic. Potential: unknown. Affiliated school: Lintian No. 1 High School. Current ranking: 13th on the Grand Star sublist. Second in Jiangnan Province, first in Raozhou City, and first in Lintian County. Ranking reward: 800 divine essences weekly. Functionality: forum, open trading hall, open sky arena, open Shura battlefield, open. Note: the ranking feature activates once entering the top 100 of the provincial leaderboard, subsequently progressing to the global leaderboard. The chaotic world has developed over the past month. With only 2 divine entities yet to be born, the all-encompassing Chaos Demon and the Boundless Infinite Demon, Yixian's ranking has ascended from 3rd to 2nd on the provincial leaderboard, while his ranking in the Ancestral Star leaderboard has skyrocketed to 13th. Just shy of breaking into the top 10. Rankings within the Ancestral Star's top 100 are notoriously volatile, with changes occurring infrequently, often taking considerable time for even a few rank shifts. Naturally, competitors like Yixian, who have surged upward, draw significant attention. Jiangnan First High School. Are they the top competitors of this session? With hundreds of thousands vying for the top 100, it seems exceedingly difficult. Of course, it is difficult for you. You haven't even managed to secure a single spot among the 100 in your school, so what are you talking about? Oh, you did manage to get one? No, I didn't. Unlike the ordinary students currently undergoing assessments on the playground, these prodigies evidently attract far more attention. Students from the first and second years, along with curious onlookers, flock to the Grand Plaza of Jiangnan First High School. Here, colossal screens hang in the sky, visible from all directions, displaying the assessment arena of the school's talented students. The arena features 100 numbered seats, symbolizing the rankings on the Tiantong leaderboard. To ensure the fairness of the assessments, live broadcasts are conducted from each school's playground throughout the province. Incredible. The pinnacle of life. If I could secure a spot in the top 10, just imagine how many admirers would rush to add me on social media. Don't even mention the top 10. Even if you were 100th, countless girls would flock to you, but alas, that's not the case. At that moment, all eyes in the plaza of Jiangnan First High School were filled with envy as they gazed at the 100 individuals on the big screen. Each of them sat there, doing nothing, with cameras capturing every one of them. Everyone clearly understood who occupied which position, their names, their provincial ranks, and their standings on the Ancestral Star leaderboard. Those seats represented a future brimming with promise. They symbolized the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Lintian First High School. Hiss. Is that Yixian? No wonder he didn't participate in the school assessments. He went to Jiangnan First High School. With one person shout, everyone turned their attention to Yixian, ranked 2nd. Indeed, he was their senior. Now, all the third-year students were out on the playground for exams, leaving only 2nd and 1st-year students behind. Wow, Yi God is ranked 2nd in the province, 13th in the Ancestral Star. Incredible. Truly impressive. Yi God. I wish I could have a child with Yi God. You should take a look at yourself. In the assessment arena. Next, let me outline the rules. In the center of the arena, a figure materialized, floating in midair. An overwhelming presence surged forth, akin to a torrential flood, sweeping over the chattering top competitors of the Tiantong leaderboard. The gathering of talents fell silent instantly. The powerful aura that swept through them made them understand the distinction between genius and strength. While a genius may become a powerful being in the future, a strong individual is already a force to be reckoned with. The strong are yesterday's geniuses, having fully matured. In the face of this figure, they must maintain a sense of reverence, for they are far from being able to contend with the presence before them. That figure was Song Zhong, the principal of Jiangnan First High School, a late-stage Tier 4 creator god, a high-level creator god imbued with divine essence. The chasm between a Tier 4 creator god and a Tier 3 creator god is akin to a vast abyss, with but a thought. They could annihilate a Tier 3 creator god. Thus, he exerted an overwhelming presence over the entire arena, leaving even Zhang Bin and Yi Xian in silent awe. This assessment is divided into 2 segments, the Divine Kingdom Battle and the Individual Battle. Winners of the Divine Kingdom Battle will proceed to the Individual Battle, which allows for free challenges among the top 10, while challengers beyond the top 10 may freely challenge those ranked above them. For instance, the 20th can challenge the 11th, and so forth. The results of these challenges will be incorporated into the Tiantong leaderboard as a measure of combat prowess, leading to a re-ranking based on outcomes. Yi Xian sat at the uppermost seat, nodding knowingly. The rules are straightforward, as expected, the Divine Kingdom Battle and the Individual Battle. Furthermore, the content of this assessment will serve to supplement the practical combat abilities of those geniuses whose rankings on the Tiantong leaderboard have yet to engage in actual combat. The higher-ranking geniuses are less likely to participate in battles within the Sky Arena, hence the data is sparse. Chapter 45, the assessment begins. After all, while the Tiantong leaderboard rankings reference the combat power of creator gods, they remain merely a reference. Actual combat will undoubtedly reveal discrepancies. Thus, this assessment serves as a supplementary measure to the rankings on the Tiantong leaderboard. In the context of creator gods, both the combat strength of the divine kingdom and individual prowess hold paramount importance. Should a creator god possess weak personal strength and fail to enhance their combat capability over time, they will eventually be unable to withstand the immense energy brought forth by the growth of their divine kingdom, ultimately leading to their demise. Conversely, if personal strength is formidable but the divine kingdom fails to develop, that personal strength will also reach its limit, leaving no potential for further growth. The divine kingdom battle is quite simple. You will dispatch evil spirits. Unlike the other students, who only encounter a single Tier 2 evil spirit and 10 Tier 1 evil spirits, you will face a Tier 3 evil spirit and 10 Tier 2 evil spirits. As Song Zhong's words resonated, students from across the province, all closely monitoring the event, were left in shock. What? A Tier 3 evil spirit? 10 Tier 2 evil spirits. How many times more difficult is this assessment compared to that faced by ordinary students? They only contend with a single Tier 2 evil spirit. What do you mean by only? 80% of us are likely doomed against just one Tier 2 evil spirit. Indeed, many will not pass this trial, but thankfully they can surrender. Otherwise, how many creator gods would collapse under just this assessment? After all, they are the top 10 in the province. There should still be many who can endure. Let us not kid ourselves. The top 10 should have no issues. That is true. Although Tier 3 evil spirits are formidable, it seems that aside from that unparalleled Tier 1 genius, the other two among the top 3 on the provincial leaderboard are both Tier 3. So it should be relatively easy for them. But what about the others? Just facing those 10 Tier 2 evil spirits will likely give them a headache. Students across the province were left astonished. Evil spirits differ significantly from the beings within the divine kingdom. Evil spirits of the same tier can overpower the beings of the divine kingdom. The strength of an evil spirit equates to that of a creator god. And the strength of a creator god is the cumulative power of all beings within the divine kingdom. However, there exist disparities among creator gods. As there do among evil spirits, should fortune favor them, they might encounter weaker ones. But should luck be against them, what now? Are you afraid? Zhang Bin turned to Yi Xian with a smile. His handsome appearance and graceful demeanor radiated an inviting charm. Humph. Yi Xian scoffed, glancing at Zhang Bin with a hint of surprise. How could he think that way? Setting aside the fact that the top 3 will undoubtedly pass. If they cannot even get through the top 3, then this cohort of Jiangnan province students would be utterly useless. Moreover, the 3 of them rank among the top 30 in the Ancestral Star. If they all fail, then this cohort from the Ancestral Star would essentially be finished. Hey, Bin, just relax. Don't think that because your rank is one spot higher you can start boasting. With this assessment, the 3 of us could probably pass with our eyes closed, right? Boasted a fiery-haired young man sitting to Yi Xian's left. His name is Gao Long, once ranked 2nd, now 3rd, currently positioned at the 20th place in the sub-ranking of Zuxing. A 3rd-tier evil spirit? Humph, Gao Long scoffed disdainfully. Unlike the 3 individuals here who appeared relaxed and jesting, even Shui Yin, ranked 4th in the provincial list, became exceedingly serious, let alone the others. Although the difference between the 4th and 3rd ranks is merely 1 position, the disparity in strength and Zuxing rankings is astronomical, with nearly 50 ranks separating the two. 1 3rd-tier evil spirit and 10 2nd-tier evil spirits. This is no laughing matter. Aside from those 3 extraordinary beings, no one can guarantee their survival. They are all 2nd-tier creation gods, tasked with confronting 10 entities of similar cultivation level, not to mention a 3rd-tier evil spirit. Even if those 2nd-tier evil spirits are weak, they are still formidable opponents. Let us commence. As Song Zhong's words fell, the 100 contestants seated on the stage closed their eyes, their consciousness entering their own realms. Their worlds, except for the mythological realm which cannot be scrutinized, and the realms of Gao Long and Zhang Bin, are fully exposed to the audience's gaze. Behold, that is the legendary chaos world. Is this a wasteland? Could this be the manifestation of rules? Such a potent aura. As the world emerged, the crowd's attention immediately fixed on the top 3, of which only the second's realm was visible. The other 2 were shrouded in an impenetrable white light. However, this is merely what ordinary spectators cannot see. The heads of the 5 prestigious academies and the admissions officers possess the authority to observe. In a realm suffused with crimson, blood is the dominant hue, and the atmosphere is steeped in the bizarre. Power is the hallmark of this world. Unlike other realms where beings coexist harmoniously, with only disputes arising from race, belief, or nation, this world is characterized by mortal enmity. Every creature within it is engaged in a relentless cycle of slaughter and consumption to augment their own strength. This is a realm of nurturing goo, and its master is none other than the goo god, Lin Lan, ranked 12th in the Jiangnan provincial list. The woman who was ridiculed in the forums for defending Yi Xian. A black beam of light abruptly descended from an unknown source, piercing the heart of the world. Cackling, An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, that of a third-tier evil spirit. Knights of the realm, guided by the light. Darkness approaches, and we must vow to defend the honor of knighthood with our lives. Exterminate the evil spirits, eradicate the malevolence. Liu Yong stood atop the world, and the previously chaotic forces fell into peace once more at his presence. Though their powers varied, their faith was singular, an unwavering devotion to the supreme Night King. For the glory of the Night King, for the honor of the knights. The paladins clamored, rising in unison. The black beam descended, from which the figure of the evil spirit emerged. Annihilate the evil spirits. Sweep away the darkness. In the chaos world, Yi Xian sat in the void, gazing calmly at the tumult below, unperturbed by the events that were about to unfold. If his assumptions were correct, those evil spirits would find themselves immobilized in the chaos due to their foundational shortcomings. Why was he so composed? Indeed, while other realms were tense and exhilarating, he remained utterly unruffled, even taking the time to sip a beverage. Just as the onlookers pondered his tranquility, a black beam traversed endless time and space, establishing itself within the chaos world. Chapter 46. Let chaos be destroyed, scum of the chaos. A ferocious, malevolent aura radiated throughout the chaos with the arrival of the beam. Shadows emerged, each exuding an evil essence, their crimson eyes piercing the fabric of this world. I shall obliterate everything here. 10 second-tier evil spirits appeared, while the third-tier evil spirit vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Just as these 10 evil spirits attempted to move, they were horrified to find themselves as if ensnared within a realm of exceedingly high tier, utterly immobilized. Damn it, where's the space? This cannot be deemed a world if space has not manifested. The lead evil spirit screamed in terror. Why are they not moving? Indeed, in other worlds, evil spirits are going berserk. Just look at that little girl's divine kingdom. Her beings have been slaughtered, and she is in tears. Exactly. Even when faced with a formidable world, one could only be subdued. Never had it been said that they could not move at all. This is outrageous. They claim fairness and equity, yet how can a first-tier creation god achieve such a high rank? It's all a scam. The 10 second-tier evil spirits, despite their formidable auras, resembled fools, utterly motionless. A particularly envious figure erupted in fury. Indeed, before the entire provincial audience, is this not a display of fraud? Outside the square, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Yi Xian, please intervene and resolve this. I shall reward you with a vial of divine essence. As if anticipating this, Song Zhong reluctantly sent a mental message to Yi Xian. He had seen this information in the resume submitted by Zhang Yuanwu, and indeed, the spatial manifestation in the chaos world was non-existent. Only beings with profound origins born from chaos, or those who have comprehended the laws of space could act. The creatures born of rules seemed to disdain these lowly beings entirely, having no intention of acknowledging them. All right, Yi Xian promptly replied, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards the world-ending Great Mill. When it comes to eradicating beings, it is only fitting to send forth the series of destroyers, particularly the destroyer god, who relishes such tasks. Previously, it was solely the creator gods in the chaos, which led to this predicament. Within the chaos, a hum resonated as information appeared within the world-ending Great Mill, transmitting along the path of annihilation to the destroyer god. Annihilate all. The destroyer god rose from the chaos and vanished in the blink of an eye. The myriad chaotic beings remained behind, knowing well what the destroyer was destined to do. They had no desire to entertain the existence of those lowly creatures. Of course, should they encounter them along the way, they would simply eradicate them. For it is not that the weak do not deserve to exist in the chaos, but rather that the base do not merit it. They are manifestations of the great paths, embodiments of the ultimate principles. Those evil spirits, unable to even navigate the chaos, are unfathomably contemptible. In this manifestation of the great paths, how could there be beings untouched by a single thread of the great paths? Such despicable beings, no matter how powerful, are perceived as utterly ignoble in their eyes. A mere rule-born being, with only first-tier cultivation, can he truly contend? There are 10 second-tier beings here. Indeed, this is utterly absurd. Other creation gods are eager to descend themselves, and some have even prepared to enter the fray, yet here he is, attempting to use a first-tier divine being to thwart 10 second-tier evil spirits. The third-tier being had merely emitted an aura at its onset, only to subsequently vanish. Let chaos be annihilated, scum of the chaos. With those words spoken, an infinite force of destruction surged from all directions within the chaos. Though chaos lacked space, at this moment, boundless destruction filled the void. Only Yi Xian knew the true meaning of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This is one of the two mightiest deities within his divine realm, representing the ultimate annihilation among the 5 supreme beings. The god of destruction materialized before the 10 second-tier evil spirits, uttering not a single word, but instead softly intoning a phrase. In an instant, the power of annihilation manifested, and those second-tier beings were astonishingly disassembled, vanishing without a trace, completely eradicated. He is the supreme son of the great Tao. With no time to squander on these wretched creatures, to have the embodiment of destruction descend upon them is already the highest honor. In the square, a collective gasp of disbelief echoed. The rules of existence are indeed terrifying. Thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers. Initially, they had suspected that Yi Xian was resorting to trickery, but it became apparent that the beings within his divine realm were equally monstrous. Dismissing these evil spirits with a mere word, they gazed at Yi Xian, suspended in the chaotic void, as if beholding a young deity clad in white. What kind of world is this, capable of harboring such immense power? Mother, I wish to forge a wasteland. Woe is me, I aspire to become a being of rules. The onlookers were awestruck, questioning if this was indeed the essence of a being of rules. Truly, he is the foremost prodigy of our ancestral star throughout countless years. In the examination arena, Song Zhong stood transfixed, having previously perused the resume that detailed the formidable nature of these beings of rules. Yet, witnessing the annihilation of 10 second-tier evil spirits with a mere utterance left him dumbfounded. Initially, the one who obliterated enemies with a single word was a first-tier divine being combating a first-tier evil spirit, though it was already remarkable for a divine being to eliminate an opponent of the same tier. It was somewhat justifiable given it was an unprecedented being of rules. However, now, confronting 10 second-tier evil spirits, far surpassing his own first-tier existence. And to resolve the encounter with such casual ease? What of the hidden third-tier evil spirit? Could it still be vanquished? Song Zhong murmured to himself. Though he posed the question, deep down he already harbored an answer. After all, while third-tier and second-tier beings are fundamentally distinct, one wielding the laws while the other does not, there was little doubt in his mind. Even if that being could not be defeated, he knew that there are precisely 1,500 beings in this world. The damned chaotic wasteland harbors an unfathomable number of laws, and no one can articulate them all. They only understand that no matter the law, it cannot be integrated. And if Yi Xian continues to evolve into a being of rules, the combat capabilities of this world are beyond their imagination. For no one has ever traversed this path before. Yi Xian is the first. He envisioned an unparalleled prodigy, transforming the chaotic wasteland into the pinnacle of worlds, one that might eclipse even the divine realms of myth in future generations. Chapter 47. The Might of the Spatial Deity. The 5 Principles. Are all beings of rules this powerful? Or is it merely this one? If it is but one, then surely his divine realm is doomed. Indeed, no matter how strong a being of rules may be, overcoming an enemy of a higher tier is exceedingly rare. How could they surpass 2 tiers? This must be the strongest being of all. Did you not witness its overwhelming might? With a single word, it obliterated 10 second-tier evil spirits. Across Jiangnan province, those witnessing the live broadcast were left in a state of uproar. After this battle, it is certain that the prowess of beings of rules will become known throughout the ancestral star, and the terror of beings of rules will be universally acknowledged. In the chaos, the god of destruction, having annihilated the 10 second-tier evil spirits, did not turn away but instead abruptly faced forward, declaring, "Come forth, you wretched scum." The god of destruction gazed into the void of chaos, where nothingness reigned, yet he understood that a presence of far greater strength lay concealed in that space. And he felt no fear whatsoever. Ha ha ha, truly impressive. You can eradicate 10 second-tier beings with a word, but I am a third-tier being. Why not see if you can obliterate me with a single utterance? A peculiar creature emerged from the depths of space, exposing itself to the audience's gaze. The god of destruction sensed the overwhelming aura of the creature, feeling a twinge of pressure from its power. Wretched being, you shall soon learn to fear your current actions. His previously tranquil demeanor darkened with a flicker of anger. Such a lowly existence dared to instill a sense of pressure upon him. This was a desecration of the great Tao and an affront to his dignity. Any who disrespects the Tao, any who dishonors the divine beings of the Tao, cannot hope to survive in chaos. The odd creature, too frightened to fully emerge, remained hidden in the interstice of space, having cultivated the laws of space. Otherwise, it would struggle to navigate the chaos. The god of destruction felt the Tao manifesting behind him, and just as he was about to unleash an attack, "Ah!" a soft exclamation echoed as a tall, hollow willow tree materialized, revealing the spatial deity. Beside it stood an exceedingly bizarre being, straddling the line between reality and illusion. This was the temporal deity. The two traversed the chaos and observed the god of destruction eradicate an unknown lowly creature without concern, only to sense an anomaly in space, prompting the spatial deity to arrive. After all, aside from it, no other entity in chaos had delved into the laws of space. So, it was merely a novice who had grasped only the superficial aspects of the Tao, mistakenly believing it had encountered a worthy discourse partner. The spatial deity scrutinized the being, discovering that despite its profound cultivation, its comprehension of the Tao was woefully inadequate. Oh wait, it hasn't he even stepped onto the path of the Tao? With a casual flick of a willow branch, the being was struck down within the infinite layers of space, crushed to death by the force of space itself. Filthy creature. The god of destruction glared, unleashing a wave of annihilation that erased all traces of the being from the endless void. After completing this act, he turned to the spatial and temporal deities, speaking, "My friends, it has been a while. Since our last parting, your cultivation has nearly caught up to mine." None of them mentioned the third-tier evil spirit, as in their eyes, it was merely a trivial nuisance to be swiftly eliminated. The spatial deity, relying on its mastery of the space Tao, had effortlessly suppressed the other, for had it been any other god or demon, the outcome could have been quite different. Such battles across two tiers, absent the suppression from the essence of the Tao, would require considerable effort. Had the spatial deity not arrived, the god of destruction would have found himself in a predicament. "Long time no see, my friend of destruction. Your cultivation remains as profound as ever," inspiring admiration in both of us. Just as the spatial deity intended to engage in conversation with the god of destruction, an aura, familiar yet unsettling, enveloped them. Startled, its expression shifted, and without waiting for the god of destruction to respond, it declared, "I have matters to attend to. I must depart." Its ability to sense space far surpassed that of the god of destruction, allowing it to perceive the aura in advance. The god of destruction, perplexed, suddenly felt a surge of fury upon recognizing the source of the aura, exclaiming, "So it's you," before pursuing the elusive presence. In the square, silence reigned. No one dared utter a word. The gazes of the crowd brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. What incredible power is this? A first-tier divine being effortlessly annihilated a third-tier evil spirit with a mere strike? Is this still the world they recognized? Throughout Jiangnan province, nearly everyone fell into a profound silence. At Dazhou Academy, the 10 pinnacle figures of the ancestral star gathered in the principal's office. The 5 principals of the 5 academies, along with 5 admissions officers, congregated within this chamber. They gathered here today with a singular purpose, to witness the evaluation of a student. Before the 10 of them loomed a virtual projection, displaying Yi Xian's chaotic world. What are your thoughts? Ultimately, it was the president of the Great Zhou Academy, GFA, who broke the silence. Such innate talent is unparalleled. This is not merely the most extraordinary genius of this generation, but indeed, one that has never graced humanity throughout its history. He is poised to reach the pinnacle of the creator god. The president of the Great Qin Academy, Ing Zheng, added, "I am of the same opinion. Should this youth not falter, he is destined to attain the legendary realm of the creator god, perhaps even surpassing the ancestors of our great Xia, ascending to the very summit." The president of the Great Han Academy, Lu Che, shared this sentiment. "Such a youth indeed renders us humble." The president of the Great Tang Academy, Li Shimin, gazed at the spirited young man in white, feeling a surge of emotion. Exceptional talent, a blessing for Great Xia. Even the usually taciturn Zhu Di, who is the president of the Great Ming Academy, succinctly expressed his agreement. Among the 5 academies, the 5 presidents are all valiant warriors, and without exception, they are all at the late stage of the 6th level of the creator god. At this moment, they unanimously believe that the young man in white, situated above the chaotic world in the projection, will inevitably reach the apex. GFA nodded, clearly in accord with the assessments of the other 4 presidents. As for the 5 enrollment office teachers, they could only sit and listen. He continued, "Indeed, I share this view. We are all but relics of the past, our existence serving the dual purpose of safeguarding our ancestral star and preserving the flame of civilization, while striving to cultivate exceptional youths to serve our nation. The young man before us is evidently our most gifted student. Hence I propose that his personal information, including details of his divine kingdom, be classified as top secret. Within the entirety of our ancestral star, aside from the 5 of us, no one else should be allowed to investigate." Upon saying this, he turned his gaze to the surrounding presidents. Chapter 48, classified as top secret. Why not enroll him simultaneously in all 5 academies? To classify a student's information as top secret, preventing any scrutiny, represents the highest level of confidentiality. Such authority necessitates the unanimous consent of all 5 presidents. A single president lacks the power to enforce it. This was among the matters designated for discussion in this meeting. I concur. The world of the divine kingdom is evidently incomparable to his chaotic realm, thus I support this decision. Ing Zheng of the Great Qin Academy readily agreed. I too agree. Such a talent ought to be concealed. While there are not a few nations within our ancestral star, it may be somewhat late now, yet it is still prudent to maintain secrecy. Lu Che of the Great Han Academy followed suit. Agreed. This child's talent is truly rare in the world. Compared to the beings of the divine kingdom, the potential of this chaotic world is exponentially greater. A first-level being from the divine kingdom can obliterate a third-level evil spirit with a single strike. This is simply astonishing. Although Li Shimin perceived the beings of the divine kingdom as exceedingly weak, the occurrence still left him in disbelief. Had he not witnessed this battle, he would have never believed that a being from a created divine kingdom could annihilate a third-level evil spirit with a single strike, let alone a single strike. Even granting a first-level divine kingdom being a myriad of strikes would scarcely injure a third-level evil spirit. They could hardly even touch it. Of course I agree. I find no grounds for refusal. With Zhu Di's agreement, the 5 presidents of the academies reached a consensus. Subsequently, a directive from GFA, the president of the Great Zhou Academy, materialized before them. Classify Yi Xian's information as top secret. Others may not access his data and may only view his name. Do you approve? With a hum, as the thoughts of the 5 presidents aligned, this directive was instantly enacted. From that moment forth, the information pertaining to Yi Xian on the celestial rankings could only reveal his name, with all else obscured. Even those gifted individuals possessing divine kingdoms could merely have their worlds concealed from scrutiny. Their identities remained accessible. How should we articulate his potential? After resolving this matter, GFA posed another question. Estimating a person's potential is predominantly conducted through the celestial rankings system evaluations. However, when faced with a world of immense potential such as this, the system becomes ineffectual, rendering it incapable of measurement. At such junctures, notifications would be dispatched to the 5 presidents, who would then be responsible for the investigation and evaluation, ultimately drafting comments. Thus, the true top talents across various star domains are bestowed evaluations by the 5 academy presidents, making them exceedingly busy. Yet, within the ancestral star, they had only discussed Yi Xian. For others, typically only one president would determine their fate. Let us lay everything bare. Everyone should discuss thoroughly. His talent should not be buried. At the very least, it should not be obscured in our hands, Ingzheng asserted without hesitation. Such talent should not be hidden within the ancestral star. His journey is through this vast cosmic expanse. It must not be disclosed directly. He should be attributed the strongest talent, yet it should remain unspoken. Within the upper echelons of Great Xia, not all are devoid of selfish interests. To avert unnecessary troubles, I believe we ought to exhibit a modicum of modesty, allowing him to be regarded similarly to other top prodigies across the star domains. Ingzheng's words were met with a rebuttal from Li Shimin. The other prominent figures of equal rank, aside from GFA, had long been accustomed to navigating the tumultuous tides of power, relying solely on their strength. They had grown indifferent to the nuances of power struggles, and even to human nature itself. Oldly has a point. Do those ancient beings genuinely wish to see an unparalleled genius arise, potentially overshadowing them? I believe they would not welcome it. Since the inception of the creator-god system, they have stood atop the world. How could they wish for another to rise above them? Lu Che nodded in agreement. He was not oblivious to these aspects of human nature. He simply deemed them beneath his concern, resolutely pushing through everything without regard for schemes or machinations, believing that with sufficient cultivation, one could surmount all challenges. As 6th-level creator gods, they had nearly no rivals left in this vast universe. Aside from the 5 presidents of the 5 academies, few could match their prowess. Let us not forget, since they became creator gods, they have remained at the pinnacle of power. While they once cared for their people and nation, countless eons have passed. Who knows if they have succumbed to the corruption of power? Lu Che spoke boldly, aware that should such words reach the upper echelons, he, despite being a 6th-level creator god, would face consequences. Moreover, there were other academy presidents and enrollment office teachers present. He displayed no trepidation. Old Lu, let us not delve further into this matter. It is unwise to proceed. It is for your own good, as well as ours. Li Shimin interjected urgently, fearing that should the conversation continue, if any among them were to betray, Lu Che's prospects of becoming the head of the Great Han Academy would be jeopardized. After all, should corruption arise, those implicated would not wish to see one of the 5 key positions, which govern the destinies of countless students in Great Xia, occupied by someone discontented with them. Cough. Let us not discuss these matters any further. We are not ignorant of the intricacies involved. In light of this, let us proceed as Oldly suggests. In regard to his potential, it is inscribed as unparalleled genius, with aspirations to become a 7th-tier creator god. GFA coughed twice, interrupting the proceedings. Subsequently, the 5 individuals signed the directives in succession, which, upon activation, were concealed within Yi Xian's potential profile. Of course, apart from these 5, only the 5 admissions office instructors were privy to this information on the entire ancestral star. Well, there is not much left to observe. While the worlds of the others are commendable and a few possess considerable potential, they pale in comparison to Yi Xian. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Having resolved the matters at hand, Ingzheng proposed to adjourn the meeting. Wait, I actually have something to discuss. Zhu Di swiftly interjected. Swish. All eyes turned to Zhu Di, awaiting his words. Even Ingzheng, who had been ready to depart, restrained himself and sat back down. Our 5 academies have shared a bond for so many years. In light of this, student, shouldn't we consider a change? For instance, regardless of which academy he joins for his studies, the remaining academies should allow him to attend classes therein. After all, each of the 5 academies excels in different fields. Rather than confining him to a single institution, it would be far more beneficial to permit him to encompass all 5 academies in his education, thus maximizing his potential. Wouldn't you agree? Zhu Di proposed a plan that left the assembly in stunned silence. Silence enveloped the room. The 4 deans fell silent. While the 5 admissions office instructors exchanged glances, their astonishment evident. I concur with old Zhu's sentiments. Classmate Yi Xian is in high demand. However, he is but one individual, and the academies he can attend are limited. It would be more advantageous for him to engage with all 5 academies simultaneously, ensuring that upon graduation, all 5 would share in the glory of his accomplishments. What say you? Li Shimin was the first to react, quickly expressing his agreement. Although the public perception might be less than favorable, this was, after all, an unadulterated merit. They had each ascended to the positions of deans at the 5 great academies, with the pinnacle of becoming the head of the 5 academies within reach. Ascending to the role of dean required not only one's own formidable cultivation, but also substantial achievements as a critical criterion. While theoretically, the deans of branch academies in other star systems might not possess the competitive edge of those on the ancestral star, they still held a measure of competitiveness. Zhu Di's suggestion made it clear to them all at once. Indeed, excellent proposal. Lu Che, GFA, and Ing Zheng immediately voiced their approval. While it might seem somewhat disadvantageous for one individual, who could predict whom Yi Xian would ultimately choose? Thus, it would be prudent to allow them all to share in this merit. Regardless, by the time Yi Xian reaches the summit, their contributions would be undeniably solidified. Even if they had yet to ascend to their respective dean positions, this merit would facilitate their swift rise. After concluding this matter, the 5 deans found no further topics for discussion and subsequently returned to their respective academies with their admissions office instructors. Jidan. When it comes time to recruit the prodigies from the heavenly ranking, spare no effort in bringing him into our academy. GFA immediately instructed once they departed. Although the disciples were nominally recruited by the 5 academies collectively, Yi Xian would ultimately have to select one as his primary institution, spending relatively little time in the other 4. Jidan appeared somewhat perplexed, having just heard that the 5 academies would teach together. You will go where I direct. I am not preventing them from instructing him. However, his enrollment must ultimately reside within our great Zhou Academy. GFA frowned, glaring at Jidan, who seemed hesitant to speak. All right, I concede, Jidan replied helplessly. Ha. GFA, envisioning Yi Xian as a student of Great Zhou Academy engaging with the other 4 academies, could not help but smile. Meanwhile, within the office of the Qin Academy principal, Fusu, you know what to do, Ing Zheng remarked before vanishing from the principal's seat. In the office of the Han Academy principal, Lu Ju, do not forget to secure Yi Xian for our academy. Lu Che clapped Lu Ju on the shoulder, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the office of the Tang Academy principal, Cheng Qian, those old fellows will not play fair, so you must also take action, Li Shimin declared, remaining behind, speaking candidly. In the office of the Ming Academy principal, I understand. Rest assured, I shall ensure Yi Xian joins us. Before Zhu Di could utter a word, Zhu Biao chimed in, delighting Zhu Di. He nodded with a smile, saying, once Yi Xian arrives at Ming, upon my ascension as dean, you shall become the head of the ancestral star. Zhu Biao's smile widened at this. In Jiangnan No. 1 High School, amidst the chaotic world, in the void, a mere 3rd-tier evil spirit dares to rampage before the son of the Tao, thinking that mastering the laws of space would grant it audacity before the forces of destruction. Ultimately, it met its demise at the hands of the laws of space. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Yi Xian observed the unfolding events below, murmuring to himself, this 3rd-tier evil spirit, if it were not nestled within the endless space interstice, even a spatial demon god would struggle to vanquish it under the suppression of the Tao. At least not in a single strike. Yet it foolishly lingered within the interstice, presenting a plethora of vulnerabilities to the spatial demon god who commands the laws of space, allowing for its effortless annihilation. In the plaza, why has Yi Xian's world turned pitch black? We can no longer see. Suddenly, Yi Xian's world screen darkened, akin to the 2 worlds beside him, ceasing exploration. Oh no, they must have invoked their authority to classify Yi Xian as confidential. Alas, we are not among those in the heavenly ranking. Otherwise, we could have taken a glimpse. Indeed, those prodigies within the heavenly ranking are currently undergoing assessments. The crowd gazed at the screen displaying the top 3, all shrouded in darkness. In the examination venue for gifted students, a young man clad in white strolled towards his seat, approaching Principal Song Zhong of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Yi Xian walked at a leisurely pace, neither too far nor too fast, steadily making his way towards Song Zhong. As Yi Xian's battle concluded, the screen depicting his world transformed into a live scene, allowing all to witness this moment. Almost everyone in the province focused intently on the white-clad youth who was the first to complete the task. Principal Song, Yi Xian casually called out, subtly reminding Song Zhong not to forget about the vial of divine essence. Though, given his current capabilities, a vial of divine essence would hold diminished value, yet even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, for something earned through one's own efforts, Yi Xian had no justification to refuse. Hello, classmate Yi. Principal Song's previously stern expression softened into a smile as he regarded the white-clad prodigy, sending a sound transmission. After receiving the transmission, Yi Xian's smile broadened, choosing to remain silent as he stood calmly, awaiting the conclusion of his fellow students' assessments. In the plaza, Yi God. Yi God is the eternal deity. I want to give birth to a child for Yi God. I want to be Yi God's dog. Woo woo. The youth and maidens in the plaza were utterly enraptured. This was a living legend. In that moment, it was clear to all that while the outcome of the upcoming battles remained uncertain, Yi Xian would undoubtedly emerge as the top of the provincial ranking. In the conference room of Jiangnan University, well, there's nothing more to see. He will surely not choose our school. Let us look at other students. Principal Yun Wu remarked. Such extraordinary genius is difficult to encapsulate with mere adjectives. Even the term peerless prodigy seems a feeble attempt at definition. Since the dawn of creation, this student has consistently shattered conventional thoughts, accomplishing feats unachievable by his predecessors and establishing one historic record after another. Principal, I wish to remind you that Ye's battle has concluded, and given that his information has been classified on the celestial rankings, we are unable to witness his world. No matter the circumstances, the admissions officer said, adjusting her glasses with a gentle expression. Yunwu felt a surge of frustration, ignoring her words as he willed the large screen to display another world. A realm drenched in crimson emerged before the audience. Chapter 50, The World of Goo Cultivation. Thunderous roars. Only 3 of the 10 formidable second-tier evil spirits remained. Amidst this blood-red world, even the horizon now bore a striking shade of red, the color of the sky stained by the blood of divine beings. This breathtaking scene was born from the countless deaths of sentient beings. In the conference room of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, a collective gasp escaped the lips of those present. The devastation was overwhelming. Countless lives had been lost, with a staggering 90% of the once existing sentient beings in the divine realm vanishing, all at the hands of those evil spirits. At this moment, Lin Lan's figure appeared in the world of Goo, clad in a fiery red battle robe, her countenance icy and menacing. Behind her stood 10 powerful Goo creatures. What were termed Goo creatures were, in fact, 10 formidable beings of varying forms. Their existence was nurtured by an endless supply of corpses, divine beings. The 10 creatures bowed their heads in reverence, kneeling before her. They sensed the aura of the mother goddess emanating from Lin Lan. The power of the evil spirits was alarmingly potent. Despite their emergence from countless beings, they still faced the peril of an overpowering evil spirit that could manifest at any moment. Lin Lan began to explain, realizing that she could no longer remain passive. Originally, there had been over 100 beings as strong as these 10, but now only these 10 remained, and all were grievously wounded. Even if we must perish in battle, we shall uphold the dignity of our world. The 10 second-tier divine beings roared in unison. They relished conflict and slaughter, which the mother goddess had always permitted, as such strife granted them immense power. The countless sentient beings that perished at the hands of the evil spirits had their strength redistributed among the remaining beings in this world, making the 10 far more formidable than when they first engaged in battle. Grant them death. Lin Lan's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at the 3 remaining second-tier evil spirits, raising her hand with determination. The 10 beings surged forward in an instant. The battle fervor ignited the heavens. In that moment, all who witnessed the conflict could feel the intense battle spirit radiating from Lin Lan and her companions. Boom. Soon, the remaining few second-tier evil spirits were overwhelmed and slain by the collective assault of the beings. With the demise of the second-tier evil spirits, an immensely powerful aura emerged. It belonged to a third-tier evil spirit that had arrived first in the divine realm. He scorned associating with the second-tier spirits and sought to dominate this world alone, lurking in the void. Your divine realm is quite impressive. I sense an aura I find most appealing. The third-tier evil spirit spread his arms wide, his eyes half closed, blissfully inhaling the essence of this world. He delighted in worlds steeped in slaughter, and Lin Lan's realm was the epitome of such a place. Hence, he coveted its conquest. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. His expression contorted in a snarl as he bellowed, "However, I detest your existence." With that proclamation, his figure vanished, only to reappear behind Lin Lan. With an extraordinarily sharp claw, he lashed out at her back. Swish! An attack imbued with the power of the tearing law seemed poised to rend everything before him asunder. Crack! Even the fabric of space was torn asunder. And Lin Lan was no exception. Despite having sensed the unfolding events behind her, Lin Lan did not evade, as the third-tier evil spirit struck. She retaliated with a powerful blow of her own. Splurt! The razor-sharp claws, infused with the tearing law, swiftly tore through Lin Lan's back. The exposed flesh was not pristine, but rather a gruesome mass of blood and shredded meat, with blood gushing forth. Lin Lan's complexion turned pale in an instant. Mother Goddess! The 10 second-tier beings cried out in unison, charging towards the third-tier evil spirit. At that moment, Lin Lan had already turned to confront the third-tier evil spirit, landing a punch against its body. A flicker of disdain crossed the third-tier evil spirit's face. It believed that this second-tier woman could never breach its defenses. Uft! The third-tier evil spirit's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at Lin Lan, its mouth agape in astonishment. How is this possible? Lin Lan's right hand did not inflict pain upon the evil spirit. Rather, she employed an arcane technique that inexplicably breached the third-tier spirit's defenses, entering its very being. Though this maneuver did not cause harm, it rendered the third-tier evil spirit immobilized. Do you wish to flee? Lin Lan's eyes glowed crimson as she regarded the creature before her, her gaze laced with bloodshot fury. Just then, the onslaught from the 10 beings arrived as anticipated. Boom. Puffed. The third-tier evil spirit violently spat blood, appearing insignificant in this sea of corpses and blood within the divine realm. Die. It unleashed a furious strike aimed at Lin Lan's forehead. Suddenly, Lin Lan broke into a smile, roaring, "I'll fight you to the bitter end." Her body erupted with boundless bloodlight, shrouding the entire world. Boom. Crackle. None could discern the chaos within. Yet the audience could only hear a deafening sound that seemed capable of obliterating the entire divine realm, along with the continuous fissures appearing in the sky, one stretching across the heavens. As the bloodlight dissipated, the corpse of the evil spirit plummeted to the ground, and the 10 second-tier beings paid the ultimate price with their lives. As the creator goddess, Lin Lan was left with but a breath. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed upon her shattered divine realm. The divine realm lay in ruins, with numerous cracks in the sky from which endless tears of blood fell, the essence of the world. The earth was also fissured, revealing endless magma from the depths below. The divine beings were nearly annihilated, their remains scattered across the land, staining the heavens with blood. Following this battle, Lin Lan's divine realm suffered significant losses, but she successfully completed the trial. The substantial depletion of her divine realm's strength would inevitably impact her own power, rendering Lin Lan considerably weaker than before. Yet, she had also showcased her potential and brilliance. All witnesses beheld this spectacle, and once she obtained the divine essence, she would surely forge a stronger divine realm anew. In the talent examination arena, besides Yi Xian and Song Zhong, numerous figures had emerged, with nearly all those ranked beyond the 10th surrendering. Chapter 51. The Perfect Night World. The 7 Celestial Kings of the Celestial Realm. A woman clad in black awoke, her complexion somewhat pale. It was Lin Lan, on the verge of her divine realm's collapse. She had suffered a significant decline in power and required time to recuperate. At this moment, many individuals standing in the assessment arena gazed at her with eyes brimming with admiration. Lin Lan's performance had not gone unnoticed. The formidable strength and resolute decisiveness of this woman had indelibly etched themselves into their minds. Even Yi Xian could not help but cast an appreciative glance at her. Such ferocity and audacity were qualities that most men could scarcely emulate. Yet, one could not help but wonder, was it truly worthwhile to devastate one's own divine realm for the sake of an assessment? Yi Xian found himself questioning whether he would undertake such a path. In the world of knights, a mere third-tier evil spirit was met with a resounding challenge. Lu Yong laughed heartily, brandishing his weapon and mounting his steed as he charged toward the third-tier evil spirit. For the glory of the Night King. Attack! At that moment, whether they were paladins or other knights, all surged forth against the third-tier evil spirit. Knights fell one after another. Yet new ones rose to take their place. Boom! The knights, like moths drawn to a flame, rushed towards the third-tier evil spirit, only to be struck down in their fervor. Roar! The third-tier evil spirit, increasingly irked by the incessant onslaught, found this faith-ridden world utterly repugnant. If there were a realm that proved most intolerable to evil spirits, it would undoubtedly be these worlds of faith. While locked in a fierce battle with Lu Yong, it had to remain vigilant against ambushes from behind. Although possessing the power of the third tier, without mastery over special laws, it could not evade the tactics of the masses. For the glory of the Night King, the honor that belongs to knights. Charge! Knights shouted in unison, each one rushing forward, only to fall one after another. Their minds were solely occupied with thoughts of the Night King, completely oblivious to their own existence. Undoubtedly, in this moment, they were magnificent. Perhaps the creator gods, revered by living beings, do not always command the respect of other creator deities. Yet, the beings of divine realms, filled with unwavering devotion, are indeed deserving of respect. Their deaths were unlike those in the elemental world. This was true death, irrevocable and eternal. Many students from faith-based divine realms silently observed this scene, inwardly questioning whether, if faced with a similar moment, the beings of those divine realms would still charge forth without hesitation, sacrificing themselves merely to distract that formidable evil spirit. In this moment, no one dared to mock the varied forms of Lu Yong's knights. Silence enveloped them as they honored their faith in the strength of their divine realm. The knights were perfect, so perfect. At that instant, the minds of those knights became remarkably pure, each, despite their differing appearances, fulfilling their knightly duty. What is a knight? To dedicate everything, including one's life, to the protection of those or that which they cherish. That is the essence of knighthood. Who says that those who ride broomsticks cannot be knights? who claims that the lewd orc riding a beautiful demon is not a knight, who asserts that the cleric riding an ugly angel is not a knight. Regardless of their steeds or the races they belong to, at this moment, they embodied the very essence of the finest knights, a perfect embodiment of the knightly spirit. Words that resonated deeply emerged, spoken by none, from nowhere, yet indelibly etched into their hearts, for they wholeheartedly identified with these sentiments. In this astonishing world, Yi Xian marveled at Lu Yong's prowess. Such unity is rare even among worlds of faith. Take Lin Lan's realm of curses, where her followers fought valiantly, but only out of desperation to avoid annihilation at the hands of their adversaries. Should someone emerge victorious over Lin Lan, they would likely submit to the new deity, provided that deity did not destroy their world, the very foundation of their existence. This reflects the reality of many creator gods. Some revel in the open declaration of their existence within divine realms, while others are part of such realms, yet pursue a path of faith, akin to Lu Yong's world of devotion. In the world of immortals, a realm suffused with ethereal energy, Shui Yin stood as the immortal ancestor, the progenitor of worlds, the master of disseminating cultivation methods, the pioneer guiding beings toward strength. He is the source of all, the very foundation of existence. At this moment, amidst this world, rich with celestial energy and birthed countless immortals, dark miasma engulfed the skies. With each tendril of darkness that swept through, countless immortals perished. I possess a secret method that can unite you all. If you do not merge with me to confront this evil spirit, it is unlikely that any of you will survive, Shui Yin stated without turning, as he grappled with the formidable third-tier evil spirit. They were the immortal kings of this realm, the 7 immortal kings, each governing their respective domains and the human realm, with the strongest and oldest among them leading all. They were also the direct disciples of the immortal ancestor, tasked with managing the vast 3 realms, willing to merge in battle for the immortal ancestor. The 7 exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Shui Yin quickly replied, "If that is your wish, then I shall comply." As his words fell, an immense aura of celestial energy erupted, instantly obliterating the dark miasma emanating from the third-tier evil spirit. An unparalleled immortal emperor, formed by the unity of the 7 immortal kings, emerged. Though their auras had not yet breached the 3rd tier, they far surpassed the 2nd tier in might. A mere evil spirit, crushed with a single punch. The immortal emperor, composed of the ancient and powerful immortal king as the core, with the other 6 as support, erupted in laughter. In the next instant, the figure vanished without a trace. "Taste my fist." The immortal emperor reappeared behind the 3rd-tier evil spirit, unleashing a fist imbued with boundless dominance against its back. Bang! Spurt! A spray of blood, mixed with fragments of lung, erupted forth. The once mighty 3rd-tier evil spirit found its lungs shattered by that singular blow. Blood pooled across its body, most critically in the heart and lungs. With a perforated lung and congested heart, the evil spirit struggled to articulate its thoughts, its form staggering backward. Chapter 52. The Unrivaled Immortal Emperor. One punch to obliterate the 3rd tier. One punch. Merely a single punch. That punch shattered the formidable 3rd-tier evil spirit's lung and rendered its heart a mass of coagulated blood. Strangely, beings of such a high tier should not fall so easily. Yet an overwhelming surge of celestial energy penetrated the 3rd-tier evil spirit's mind with that blow. Upon entering, the celestial energy instantly suppressed the spirit's consciousness, silencing its voice entirely. It even forcibly quelled the instinctual drive for survival within the spirit's body. The endless flow of hot blood within the evil spirit sought to break free from the confinement of the celestial energy, yearning to awaken the suppressed consciousness. Alas, the blood, devoid of awareness, was swiftly subdued by the radiant celestial energy, following which, the spirit's consciousness was utterly erased. Strike its corporeal form, quell its blood, obliterate its consciousness. Thus, the evil spirit finally met its demise. The once resounding fervor of blood has now succumbed to a chilling silence within the boundless darkness. With the demise of the 3rd-tier malevolent spirit, Shui Yan's consciousness has returned to reality. The formidable combined celestial being is truly awe-inspiring. Such is the caliber of an emperor of the celestials. Gasps of astonishment began to ripple through the square. Of course, the super-secret method of combining 6 with 1 is nothing short of extraordinary. What does it matter to strike down a 3rd-tier malevolent spirit with a single punch? Even if it were a 5th-tier creator god, it would be deemed expected. The contemporary boxing emperor is indeed terrifying. The remarkable 6+1, the gourd-sized golden warrior. In my opinion, the great Shui Yin is unmatched. Once this secret technique is unleashed, who could possibly contend with him? He is comparable to the god of leaves. Yet, despite this celestial emperor's stunning display, he falls slightly short when compared to the god of leaves, who effortlessly annihilated that 3rd-tier malevolent spirit with a mere casual strike. While this emperor required the fusion of 6 auxiliary celestial kings and 1 primary celestial king to achieve such an effect. That being said, We must acknowledge that Shui Yin is indeed powerful, in stark contrast to the fervor of the square. The examination arena was enveloped in a hushed silence as everyone turned their gaze toward Shui Yin, who was approaching. At this moment, Lin Lan, standing beside him, appeared considerably more composed and joined him. Thus far, only Yi Xian, Shui Yin, and Lin Lan had successfully completed their tasks. The others were either still engaged in battle or had already surrendered. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Bin regained his consciousness and leisurely strolled towards the group, arriving beside Yi Xian. His expression one of surprise as he gazed at him. Yi Xian, why can't I see your information anymore? Yi Xian furrowed his brow and opened the information on the celestial rankings, discovering that he could still see it. Indeed, I can't see it either. With Zhang Bin's reminder, Shui Yin swiftly checked, and soon everyone was astonished. This must be because someone has classified Yi Xian's information as confidential, which is why you can't access it now. Please refrain from disclosing Yi Xian's information outside, Song Zhong remarked, suddenly struck by a thought. Understood, Principal. Everyone replied in unison. Zhang Bin, why are you so slow? Yi Xian inquired, puzzled, as Zhang Bin should have been one of the next to emerge. Zhang Bin's strength was formidable. Although they had never truly battled, he was certainly capable of overpowering Yi Xian and surpass Shui Yin by a significant margin. There was no reason for him to take so long, especially to emerge later than Shui Yin. Moreover, Zhang Bin's realm was that of a mythological divine kingdom, and no one could see what transpired within, piquing their curiosity. It's a secret, Zhang Bin replied with a subtle smile, politely evading the question. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes at this response. As he had suspected, both Zhang Bin and the yet-to-merge Gao Long were likely conducting some form of research on the malevolent spirits. Otherwise, with their strengths, they could easily dominate this examination. The previously third-ranked Shui Yin had effortlessly navigated the assessment, let alone the top-ranked individuals. As the two conversed, Gao Long also regained his consciousness and made his way over. Yi Xian refrained from speaking further, recognizing that Zhang Bin's reticence indicated Gao Long would similarly remain tight-lipped. Both hailed from the same high school and belonged to the mythological divine kingdom, and judging by Gao Long's previous address to Zhang Bin, their relationship seemed quite close. Thus, it was evident that they shared some undisclosed secret. Before long, the remaining participants emerged, and unsurprisingly, all of the top 10 had successfully completed the assessment, with those ranked lower taking progressively longer to finish. However, it was unexpected that the second to complete the task was not among the top 3, but rather the 12th ranked individual. Though her world had suffered devastating damage, as long as ample resources were available, the divine kingdom would swiftly recover, even if the beings within were not the same as before. Following this battle, the girl was likely to be highly regarded by the 5 prestigious academies. As such, decisiveness and resolution are qualities not commonly found, coupled with her considerable potential. Remarkably, 15 individuals managed to pass this arduous assessment, exceeding my expectations. Song Zhong exclaimed with a beaming smile. He felt genuine joy at the prospect of Jiangnan province sending forth 15 powerful creator gods. Although some among them ranked outside the top 1,000 of the Ancestral Star, their future achievements might well rival those of the top 1,000. As for those who failed the examination, I regret to inform you that you have lost your eligibility for the second phase, thus please exit the arena, Song Zhong declared, releasing his formidable aura to intimidate those still lingering with questions. In response to his authoritative presence, the students bowed their heads and departed from the examination grounds. There was no alternative, as they had been unable to even pass the first phase. As one of the departing women quietly transmitted a message to Yi Xian, she said, "My name is Bai Xiaojia. Please accept my friend request. I am willing to offer much." Yi Xian did not even furrow his brow. After all, someone ranked near the bottom of 100 was hardly worthy of his clandestine favors. Among the 15 who succeeded, the 9th-ranked Jian Xian, the 11th-ranked Ji Bai, the 12th-ranked Lin Lan, the 13th-ranked Shou Hong, the 14th-ranked Yi Ming, and the 23rd-ranked Xian Ku had all suffered a significant decline in combat effectiveness, particularly Lin Lan, whose divine kingdom had nearly been obliterated. These are your divine source liquids, meant to restore your cultivation and serve as a reward for passing the first phase, Song Zhong announced, tossing forth 15 vials of divine source liquid, each flying towards the recipients. Chapter 53. Personal Battles. Once you have recuperated, you may engage in personal battles in accordance with the rules. Injuries are permitted, but death is strictly forbidden. After imparting this instruction, Song Zhong fell silent, awaiting their recovery. To prevent any damage to the divine kingdoms involved, the divine battles would be conducted using malevolent spirits as references, rather than direct confrontations between the students. If students were to clash, at least one would inevitably be harmed. Furthermore, the current individual battles would focus solely on personal strength, disregarding the disparities between their divine kingdoms. Otherwise, Lin Lan's divine kingdom would likely struggle to even defeat the 100th ranked opponent. In truth, the evolution of divine kingdoms is an ongoing innovation, which is precisely the challenge. Even if beings within the divine kingdom perish, as long as the creator god remains, new beings will quickly emerge. Thus, if given time, Lin Lan would soon restore her previous level of prowess. However, even with sufficient divine source, a week's time would be necessary. Which means the current comparison hinges on individual battles. A crisp sound rang out as Song Zhong casually raised his hand, and a vibrant aura of life enveloped the individuals present. In an instant, those who were injured found their wounds healing, their states fully revitalized. The law of life. Yi Xian mused, his eyes narrowing. He possessed 2,998 paths, allowing him to immediately sense the essence of the law of life. Those who have mastered the law of life possess a terrifying ability to heal, unless one can eliminate them in an instant or inflict irreparable damage to their divine essence. A creator god wielding the law of life can utilize their divine power to instantaneously restore themselves. When encountering a creator god proficient in the law of life, one must either defeat them in a single strike or endure a prolonged battle to exhaust them. Subsequently, a series of duels commenced until all participants had completed their challenges. Each individual was permitted only one opportunity to challenge, so students were advised to use this chance wisely. Losing would forfeit this opportunity, while winning would allow them to continue challenging subsequent opponents. Upon the conclusion of Song Zhong's words, the talent assessment arena beneath his feet instantaneously transformed into an expansive realm, separating from the surrounding seating into two distinct spaces. Herein lay their battleground. Starting from the last-ranked contender, it was now time for Zinko to select his adversary. As Song Zhong's proclamation resonated, he, along with a dozen other creation deities, ascended to their respective seats, awaiting Zinko's choice. Standing at the center of the arena, Zinko cast his gaze toward the distant assembly and declared, "I wish to challenge the 11th rank, Ji-Bai." This was the highest rank he could contest, as there were no challengers ranked 21, allowing him the privilege to directly confront the 11th. Upon hearing this, Ji-Bai rose from his seat, peering into the small landscape of the arena. Yet, as he stepped into the battleground, it unfolded into an entirely different expanse. "Zinko, is it? You shall come to regret this," he remarked with a smirk, fully prepared for the challenge. As a guardian of the top 10, he anticipated numerous challengers. Thus, when Zinko selected him, he felt no trepidation. Nevertheless, as a former 10th-ranked contender, he harbored his own sense of pride. "I look forward to our match," Zinko stated before vanishing from sight. Damn it, where is he? Ji-Bai suddenly realized he could perceive no trace of Zinko's presence. In a frantic bid to evade Zinko's unseen assaults, he began to move erratically, darting through the arena. "That is the power of spatial manipulation," Yi Xian murmured, his eyes narrowing. The other creation deities, attuned to such a phenomenon, were quick to comprehend. "Are you suggesting he has mastered the laws of space?" Zhangbin questioned. His brow furrowed. The laws of space were among the most challenging to control, and it was astonishing that this individual, ranked 24th in the province, could wield such formidable powers. As a third-tier initial creation deity, Zhangbin had grasped numerous laws, and with the potent beings residing in his divine realm, he had solidified his position atop the provincial rankings. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded, elucidating for the other students present. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. While they had failed to detect the spatial anomaly, Yi Xian had, implying he too possessed mastery over the laws of space. Just how many laws has this individual mastered? Haha, brother Yi, do take it easy on me later. I would prefer not to be too humiliated. Zhangbin jested, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. The more gifted individuals could sense the profound extent of Yi Xian's talents, while the more powerful among them could feel the terrifying force coursing through him. "Rest assured, I shall not treat you harshly, provided you surrender in good time," Yi Xian replied with a gentle smile. He had always adhered to a principle of indifference toward those who displayed hostility. Should they persist in provocation, he was unperturbed in dismantling their pride. Naturally, among classmates, there was no need for bloodshed, yet should they encounter one another outside, he would ensure they understood the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Such was the simplicity of the creation deity society. Strength reigned supreme. To those who exhibited goodwill, he reciprocated in kind. Confucius said, "Repay virtue with virtue, and enmity with integrity." This adage he revered as truth. Despite Zhang Bin's light-hearted remarks, no one found anything amiss, for they were all aware of Yi Xian's extraordinary capabilities. The heavenly ranking was not determined solely by one's combat prowess. Had it been so, Yi Xian would have long claimed the top position. "Brother Yi, I intend to challenge you soon. I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity." A high dragon with fiery red hair eagerly awaited beside Yi Xian. He yearned to battle the strong, finding no satisfaction in defeating the weak. Such contests were beneath him. Engaging with formidable opponents, however, offered the opportunity to recognize his shortcomings and strive for growth until he could vanquish them, then seek out the next challenger. "Focus on yourself first. Do not fall victim to my might." Before Yi Xian could respond, the icy Water Yen, seated beside him, interjected. Water Yen's temperament stood in stark contrast to that of the High Dragon. They were as incompatible as fire and water, one exceedingly aloof, the other exuberantly spirited. "Just you? I shall dispatch you first before contending with Brother Yi," the High Dragon retorted, his lips curling into a smirk. dismissing the individual behind him as unworthy of his regard. For those he left behind would ultimately remain oblivious to his retreating figure. Of course, no problem, Yixian replied with a smile, as the banter continued among them. The dynamics of the arena shifted dramatically. Although Ji-Bai could not detect Zinko's presence, Zinko also struggled to land a blow on Ji-Bai. At long last, Zinko seized a fleeting opportunity and struck Ji-Bai. Even so, despite the hit, he found it challenging to defeat Ji-Bai. The two battled on, unaware of the passage of time, until Ji-Bai's divine power was nearly depleted, yet he could still not land a blow on Zinko. Eventually, under Zinko's expanding advantage, Ji-Bai collapsed to the ground, conceding the match. Zinko victorious. Song Zhong's voice echoed throughout the arena, and with a flash of green light, both Ji-Bai and Zinko were restored to full vitality. Ji-Bai, with a face full of reluctance, made his way back to his seat, which now belonged to Zinko after their battle. Consequently, all the rankings shifted down by one position. Zinko ascended to 11th place, Ji-Bai fell to 12th, and Linlan found herself in 13th, and so forth. Zinko, will you continue to challenge? This time, Song Zhong did not inquire whom Zinko wished to face. As per regulations, he could only challenge the 10th ranked contender. Presently, the 10th rank belonged to Lu Yong. Of course, Zinko nodded, directing his gaze toward Lu Yong. Lu Yong grinned broadly, approaching the arena with a beaming smile. Honor of the night. With a resounding shout, a halo of golden light enveloped Lu Yong. He discerned that although his opponent had grasped the laws of space, it was merely superficial, a mere hint of mastery. Apart from possessing elusive movement, Zinko had yet to develop any offensive capabilities. If he could not even breach Ji-Bai's defenses, how could he hope to overcome Lu Yong's knightly form? Upon activating his knightly form, Zinko once again concealed himself, akin to his previous bout against Ji-Bai. Observing this, Lu Yong smiled slightly, summoning a golden greatsword, remaining still, simply standing with his sword planted in the ground. In this match, victory was Lu Yong's, Yixian stated matter-of-factly. It was evident that Lu Yong required minimal divine power to sustain his knightly form, while Zinko found it increasingly challenging to penetrate Lu Yong's defenses. Though both were second-tier creation deities, their reserves of divine power differed vastly. Lu Yong, with his expansive knightly divine realm, possessed an almost endless supply of divine energy. Thus, Lu Yong needed only to stand by, awaiting the depletion of Zinko's divine power. Bang! Scratch! Crack! In a short span, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Yet Lu Yong remained unscathed, his golden aura intact, while Zinko, hidden away, was already panting heavily. Throughout that time, he had attempted at least hundreds of attack strategies. Yet none could pierce through Lu Yong's golden light. Enough, I concede. Zinko emerged from the spatial realm, declaring, whether attacking from an alternate dimension or remaining within, the expenditure of divine power was immense. The more potent the law, the greater the divine power consumed. Continuing at this rate, victory was unattainable. Haha, my friend. Once you deepen your understanding of the laws of space, I won't stand a chance against you, Lu Yong praised. If not for the insistence on determining a victor, the two would have likely ended in a stalemate, as one could not strike the other, allowing the latter to depart unscathed. Zinko shook his head and remarked nonchalantly, I am quite content to have come this far. Lu Yong emerged victorious. After Song Zhong pronounced the verdict, a beam of green light was cast forth. He then turned to the spectators and inquired, Yimeng, whom do you wish to challenge? Rising from her seat, Yimeng declared, I wish to challenge Shoing. The two entered the arena together. Yimeng was a stunning woman with an alluring figure, her strength formidable, as evidenced by her ranking 13th and her successful assessments. Shoheng, a man of equal prowess, faced her. After a fierce bout, Shoheng ultimately triumphed. Next, Shoheng sought to challenge Jibi, harboring a certain trepidation towards Lin Lan's ruthless tactics, compounded by his belief that he could not touch Zinko. Thus, he opted to challenge Jibi. Their battle was swift, unexpectedly so. In merely 10 exchanges, Jibi decisively defeated Shoing, regaining some dignity after his earlier loss to Zinko. Being bested by a competitor ranked in the 20s was indeed quite humiliating. Subsequently, Lin Lan challenged Jibi, realizing she stood no chance against Zinko, who had grasped a glimmer of the laws of space. The laws of space and time were notoriously treacherous, not something an ordinary creator god could contend with, placing them in an inherently invincible position. While Lin Lan prided herself on her offensive capabilities, her defensive skills were less impressive, compelling her to challenge Jibi. Ultimately, through a strategy of trading injuries, Lin Lan emerged victorious, albeit at the cost of her arm. Jibi, too, was not unscathed, as Lin Lan nearly beat him to death. Lying in the arena, Jibi was a gruesome sight, his body a canvas of blood and flesh, with even one leg severed. Such a bloody spectacle served as a stark reminder to all present that while the arena did not claim lives, bloodshed was inevitable. Even Song Zhong found himself somewhat at a loss in the face of such injuries. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a surge of life force. And although Jibi and Lin Lan's wounds were largely healed, one had lost an arm while the other had lost a leg, which was irreparable. Thank you, Principal. It's nothing. In due time, I shall cultivate my divine body and regenerate my arm. Lin Lan expressed her gratitude to Song Zhong, her smile radiant. Her path of nurturing goo reflects the ruthlessness within her, which extends not only to her enemies, but also to the beings of her divine realm, including herself. This woman must never be crossed. In that moment, both the students in the stands and those across the province watching the live broadcast shared a similar thought. Only Yi Xian, stroking his chin, mused, whoever marries such a fiery woman will be in for a rough time. As soon as he uttered this, Zhang Bin and Gao Long beside him nodded solemnly. Suddenly, a piercing gaze filled with lethal intent fixated on Yi Xian. It was Lin Lan, just emerging from the arena. Sensing her gaze, Yi Xian awkwardly scratched the back of his head and stood up. Clearing his throat, he raised his hand, and a rich aura of life surged forth. Flying into the audience, splitting in two, one half directed at Lin Lan and the other at Jibby. With a flash, two beams of green light entered their bodies, and the shadow of a tree of life flickered momentarily. The onlookers felt enveloped by an overwhelming essence of life, as though stepping into an endless life spring. Chapter 55. I have told you, you have but one chance. A gasp arose from the crowd. On the large screen, Lin Lan's previously empty right hand had miraculously regrown, as had Jibby's. Gasp. Does this imply that his mastery of the laws of life surpasses even the Principal S? Upon this declaration, others immediately countered. How could that be possible? He is a fourth-tier creator god. Why not? Did you not hear the Principal state it himself? Yet here we are. The undeniable evidence before our eyes. What the Principal could not accomplish, Yi Xian has. My goodness, what a divine being. Yi Xian. Yi Shun. Although he is not from our school, he represents Jiangnan province. Yi Shun is magnificent. Thank you. Jibby expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. He had assumed he would be incapacitated for some time. While such a condition posed little problem for a creator god, aside from the diminished combat capability from losing a leg, retaining a complete body was, undeniably, preferable. Lin Lan also returned her gaze and sincerely bowed. Thank you for your assistance, classmate Yi. I owe you a favor. True to her nature, she adhered to a principle of reciprocity. Should someone wrong her, she would swiftly retaliate. Yet when Yi Xian aided her, her demeanor shifted to one of gratitude. No need. It was but a simple act. Consider it an apology for my earlier misstatement. Yi Xian shook his head in refusal. He desired no favors. He acted as he wished. My assistance to you is of no consequence. Lin Lan did not argue, for she was not one prone to unnecessary sentimentality. Once a decision was made, she followed through. After their respective battles, she did not challenge Zinko, knowing she could not touch him. Following their skirmishes, the competition for the top 10 commenced. This battle lasted several days, as the remaining senior students had long completed their assessments and were now engrossed in these matches. Even Li Dong and Zhou Xingqiao, far away at Lintian No. 1 high school, recognized that the genius beside them had ascended to second place on the provincial rankings, leaving them far behind. Ultimately, after a tumultuous series of battles, Liu Yong, who had ranked 10th, fought his way to 5th, only to be defeated by the 4th-ranked Shui Yin. Next, it is your turn to face me. Shui Yin declared from the center of the arena, his gaze fixed eagerly upon Gao Long. Gao Long grinned broadly and leaped into the arena. With his long, fiery red hair, Gao Long presented a striking contrast to Shui Yan's cold demeanor. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a resounding crash echoed, and Shui Yan collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gao Long stood beside him, a figure of fiery red, softly intoning. I told you, you are no match for me. He shrugged and glanced at Song Zhong. Gasp. The power of the mythic divine realm is truly formidable. Did you see him strike? I didn't even catch a glimpse. It was indistinguishable. The crowd was in awe, astonished by the vast disparity between the 3rd and 4th ranks, and Gao Long's overwhelming strength. In but a single clash, he had dispatched Shui Yan. It was worth noting that within Shui Yan's divine realm, the combined might of 7 celestial kings had once obliterated a 3rd-tier evil spirit with a single punch. Yet now, as a creator god, Shui Yan could not withstand even a single blow from Gao Long. At Lintian No. 9 high school, Qin Ji stared intently at the large screen in the school square. His fists clenched tightly. If the 3rd-ranked was so powerful, what of the 2nd? Back at Jiangnan No. 1 high school, the talented competitors were left in shock. As Shui Yan, after receiving treatment from Song Zhong, returned to his seat with a pale expression, astonished that despite his relentless pursuit, he remained unable to withstand his opponent's single strike. He had clearly seen the attack. It was devoid of any flamboyance, merely a punch. A simple punch, encircled by a dozen laws, yet nothing more. Yet it was this single blow that rendered him unable to react, and he was knocked unconscious. Come down, brother Yi. Gao Long appeared to be perpetually amused, a smile unwavering on his face. Haha. Yi Xian also chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within the arena. The law of space. The smile on Gao Long's face faltered. Although he had anticipated his opponent's mastery of spatial principles, he could not suppress his astonishment. Considering your amiable demeanor, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Unleash your full strength and strike at me. You shall have but this one opportunity, Yi Xian stated calmly, fully prepared for what was to come. At this moment, although he appeared to be before Gao Long, he was, in fact, in an entirely different dimension. This was the application of the law of space, far superior to the mere game of hide-and-seek employed by Xine Ku. Gao Long, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent, regained his composure. With a mighty roar, the upper half of his garments spontaneously ignited, revealing a mark on his back resembling a tattoo. This was the manifestation of his divine kingdom. My divine realm bears the essence of the fire god. As his words fell, divine flames materialized upon his forehead, converging into a fiery sigil at his brow, while his cascade of crimson hair stood on end, resembling an enraged deity of fire. The wrath of Nanming. With a fierce punch, a dark brown flame erupted from his fist, hurtling towards Yi Xian. Sizzle. The flames scorched the very fabric of space as they passed, contorting into an extraordinarily bizarre realm. In the blink of an eye, that flame pierced Yi Xian's divine body. Yet it did not inflict a single iota of harm upon him. How is this possible? My wrath of Nanming can incinerate even space itself. Gao Long exclaimed in horror, and he attempted to launch another attack. Slap. Gao Long suddenly collapsed to the ground, pinned down and utterly immobilized. I warned you. You have but one chance, Yi Xian said flatly, and the aura of slaughter began to manifest. Gao Long's eyes widened in terror, his mind blank, unable to breathe. Yield. Yi Xian's voice echoed in his ears, a plea to surrender, yet also a final warning. Gao Long nodded, now overwhelmed by the aura of slaughter, his mind a void. Unable to articulate a response. Yi Xian victorious. With Gao Long's concession, Song Zhong declared the final result. Yi Xian retracted his aura. A faint smile gracing his otherwise placid face. Fighting is one thing, but after the battle, they were still good classmates. You truly are a monster. Gao Long chuckled wryly as he rose from the ground, his form returning to normal. In that battle, he had exerted all his strength, even adopting the fire god form. Yet his most formidable punch, one capable of incinerating space, had been effortlessly evaded by Yi Xian. Chapter 56, The Sun God? Do you know what light is? Thus, Gao Long felt no bitterness. He had given it his all and ultimately could not withstand even a single move from Yi Xian. There was nothing to feel disheartened about. When the disparity between you and someone else reaches a certain threshold, that person will no longer contemplate how to surpass you. They will only think of how not to be left behind. In the ninth heaven, witnessing this scene, Qin Ji felt utterly deflated. He had watched Water Yan's incredible strength unfold, and he was all too aware of Lu Yong's prowess as he fought his way up. Yet, in less than 5 moves, Water Yan easily defeated Lu Yong, while Gao Long's victory over Water Yan had come through a mere ordinary strike. Now, Gao Long's most powerful move could not even graze Yi Xian, who had decisively suppressed him with his mastery of the laws. Looking at his own ranking, he had yet to break into the top 10,000 of the provincial leaderboard. How could he even think of surpassing Yi Xian? In his mind, a scene involuntarily emerged, a youth clad in white, his expression cold, stating, "Our time is the same. You have ample time to chase after me. But along the path of pursuit, you will slowly realize how far you are drifting away from me, until you can no longer even catch a glimpse of my back. Be careful, he's formidable," Gao Long warned as he approached Zhang Bin. "His laws are peculiar, though we both wield laws. He can directly suppress me. I cannot contend with him." Understood. Zhang Bin nodded and made his way toward the arena. Only this battle remained, the final confrontation that would determine the rightful occupant of the first throne. One was Zhang Bin, who had steadfastly held the top position on the Tongtian leaderboard since his entry, while the other was Yi Xian, the extraordinary dark horse who had joined the leaderboard a month late. "Come on, I have long awaited this battle," Zhang Bin declared, arms outstretched, absorbing the moment. At that instant, a radiant light emerged behind him, and a divine beast materialized. It was a 3-legged golden crow, the mythical bird of the great Xia kingdom, symbolizing the sun. The moment the 3-legged golden crow appeared, the surrounding temperature soared exponentially, emanating the laws of light and fire. It was a wrath, a fury from the sun god. Yet all of this was inconsequential to Yi Xian, who had already mastered the paths of fire and light. A 3-legged golden crow? How intriguing, Yi Xian mused, his lips curling into a smile as he continued to regard Zhang Bin. "The radiance of the sun shall illuminate all of time, whether space or time. All shall be illuminated by the sun," Zhang Bin proclaimed, a smile gracing his visage as boundless light enveloped him, the 3-legged golden crow enhancing his presence. "Resembling a grand shaman. I had initially intended to allow you to make a move, truly, but your demeanor resembles that of a grand shaman deceiving others, which I find quite displeasing. Hence, I have decided to prevent you from making a move." Yi Xian shrugged, the path of light manifesting behind him. How does one confront the sun god? By wielding the path of light, of course. What could be more illuminating than light itself? Buzz. A blinding radiance erupted, completely engulfing Zhang Bin, who had once basked in endless glory. The once proud, 3-legged golden crow was rendered unable to open its eyes, its previously raised head now hanging dejectedly. Subsequently, The three-legged golden crow, which had exuded immense power, began to dissipate as if driven away by the light, eventually vanishing into the void. This mere light of the golden crow dares to compete with the brilliance of light. The power of light is sacred and formidable. The emergence of the path of light instantly subdued Zhang Bin, who had grasped the law of light. The outcome was clear. Yi Xian victorious. With Song Zhong's words, this climactic battle came to a close. Yi Xian withdrew the path of light, turning to the pale and speechless Zhang Bin, offering consolation. My apologies. I had initially intended to give you and Gao Long the courtesy of a brief appearance, but your shamanic demeanor was simply too inviting of a response. Cough, cough. Zhang Bin nearly spat blood upon hearing this, exclaiming in frustration, is this truly what it comes down to? And you dare say I resemble a shaman? I merely have a halo of light behind me. You turn the entire arena into a blinding spectacle, rendering everything invisible. And you still have the audacity to call me a shaman. Though a torrent of words swirled in his mind, they ultimately coalesced into a single statement. It's fine. You needn't apologize. It is I who am too weak. Hadn't they agreed beforehand to spare some dignity? Blast it. Yi Xian chuckled, scratching his head, slightly embarrassed as he realized he had forgotten to keep his promise to grant them both a measure of respect. In the square, the students' emotions had become numb. The astonishment they had witnessed throughout the day far surpassed anything they had experienced before, much of which was attributed to Yi Xian. Such occurrences are truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Time and again, astonishment unfolds, although he has only made 2 moves. Both were executed with such overwhelming dominance that his opponents were utterly crushed. Remarkably, the adversaries he vanquished were themselves formidable enough to overpower others. Behold, Yi Xian's ranking has changed. He now stands as the first in the provincial list, as well as the foremost in the Ancestral Star ranking. As a qualified contender for the Ancestral Star ranking proclaimed, the audience erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Impressive. The chaotic world. An eternal deity. What mythic realms? The 2 mythic worlds could not withstand a single clash against the chaotic world. The mythic realms are not the pinnacle. The chaotic wasteland is the true zenith. Mythic worlds? Yi Xian scoffed with disdain. In the face of chaos, no realm can rival it. Born with the completeness of the 3,000 paths. The paths that unfold are the very principles. The principles that emerge give rise to the rules. Those who perceive the chaotic world as merely a collection of rules are truly myopic. Similarly, those who believe that the beings of the great Tao and the demons are born of rules are equally misguided. And those so-called myths, do they not realize that within the primordial chaos evolved by chaos, any being could potentially become a myth passed down through the ages? Moreover, most of these so-called mythic worlds merely feature a single mythic being within them, rather than genuinely giving birth to such a being. They do not truly shape their worlds into mythic realms. In reality, these mythic divine realms are somewhat inflated. A genuine mythic divine realm should predominantly consist of beings from myths. Only then can it rightfully be called a mythic divine realm. It is insufficient to label a realm as such simply because it hosts 1 or 2 mythic beings, or even worse, to call it a mythic divine realm when it has yet to give birth to any mythic entities. Upon the conclusion of this assessment, all rewards among you will be directly transferred to your accounts by the celestial ranking, allowing you to withdraw them at your discretion. After Song Zhong concluded, he vanished, leaving behind the remaining dozen or so students. Chapter 57. First in the Ancestral Star. World Sandbox. 3 days later. Name, Yi Xian. Cultivation Realm. Late First Stage Creation God. World Type, Chaos. Potential, Extraordinary Talent, with prospects of reaching the 7th stage. Affiliated School, Lintian No. 1 High School. Current Ranking. First in the Ancestral Star Sub-Ranking. First in the Jiangnan Provincial Ranking. First in the Raoshu City Ranking. First in the Lintian County Ranking. Ranking Reward, 10,000 Divine Sources Weekly. Functions, Forum, available. Trading Hall, opened. Sky Arena, opened. Azura Battlefield, opened. Note, the ranking function will enter the global leaderboard upon entering the top 100 in the provincial ranking. Indeed, being first in the Ancestral Star, with a weekly allocation of 10,000 Divine Sources, equates to 100 small vials of Divine Source Liquid, or 1 large vial. These Divine Sources will provide Yi Xian with formidable assistance for his forthcoming endeavors. What he intends to do next is to cultivate the 2 divine demons of chaos and infinity, and then gather the power of the 3,000 paths to give birth to Pangu. Following this, Pangu will cleave the heavens, evolving the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos must not resemble the primordial chaos of his past life. He aims to evolve a grand primordial chaos as depicted in Taoist mythology. The Tao states, the Great Luo represents the ultimate pursuit of the Taoist practitioner, ascending to the highest realm of the 36 heavens, known as the Great Luo Heaven, hence the origin of the Great Luo Immortals. The Great Luo Immortals, also referred to as the Immortals of the Great Luo Heaven, are transcendent beings of eternal freedom, standing atop the pinnacle regardless of the collapse of time and space. Everlasting and indestructible, Yi Xian's ambition is to forge a primordial chaos where everyone embodies the Great Luo Immortal. He rejects the so-called Path of the Saints and the so-called Great Luo Golden Immortals, which, while seemingly powerful, are ultimately incapable of mastering their own existence. Stripped of their titles, the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the Primordial Chaos pale in comparison to the Great Luo Immortals of Taoism. Of course, this refers to their conceptual significance. In terms of ideals, the Great Luo Immortals of Taoism surpass the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the Primordial Chaos. As for the actual circumstances, who can say? After contemplating the next steps, Yi Xian opened the celestial ranking. With a hum, upon a mere thought, an enormous vial of divine source liquid materialized, representing the reward for being first in the ancestral star ranking, 10,000 divine sources. As for the rewards following the assessment, they consisted of a small piece of a world sandbox. World sandbox, capable of replicating the reverse of a divine realm, identical to the divine realm, allowing for your development. Note, usable only when the divine emblem is not yet solidified. The divine emblem symbolizes the fourth stage creation god, formed after perfecting one's divine body and condensing the paths or principles one has mastered into a divine emblem, residing within the mind. Once the divine emblem is formed, the world becomes exceedingly difficult to expand, let alone create another world of similar magnitude. The world sandbox is also an exceedingly precious item, not something everyone can attain. In truth, this reward was issued by the deans of the 5 great academies through the celestial ranking. Many ranked first in their respective provinces within the ancestral star, but most received rewards of divine sources or various other rare treasures. Only Yi Xian was granted a world sandbox. It is akin to a mirror. Yi Xian forcibly interpreted it as the front and back of a mirror. With a hum, in the chaotic world, Yi Xian retrieved the world sandbox. And with a subtle shift of thought, it began to resonate. Humming. A powerful tremor ensued, and the world sandbox expanded exponentially. Boom. A world, comparable in size to the chaotic world, materialized beneath the chaotic world. If the chaotic world resembled the shape of an egg, then beneath this egg appeared another egg. The 2 eggs were positioned in such proximity that they seemed to lean against one another, yet also appeared not to touch. Humming. However, the chaotic world manifested from the world sandbox did not resemble the true chaotic world. Here, no rules existed, nor did any paths reside. It was not a matter of being imperceptible or unmanifestable. Rather, there was genuinely no path. Rather than being a world, it felt more like a mere space. Was the power of chaos too formidable to replicate? Yi Xian felt a mix of emotions, uncertain whether to be elated or disheartened. The joy stemmed from the realization that the power of chaos could not even replicate the sandbox, while the sorrow arose from the loss of an opportunity to significantly enhance his combat strength. Had another obtained this sandbox, they would undoubtedly witness a substantial increase in their combat prowess, if not a doubling, at least gaining insights from multiple perspectives into their principles or paths. It is essential to understand that the power of a creation god encompasses the totality of the beings within the divine realm. This implies that the stronger and more numerous the beings in the divine realm, the more formidable the creation god becomes. This is precisely why Yi Xian, despite being a mere late first stage creation god, could occupy the first position on the celestial ranking of the ancestral star. Well, since this world cannot be the chaotic world, I shall shape it into an entirely new world. Yi Xian lamented. In truth, it is quite reasonable. How could chaos possibly have a reverse? The reverse of the 3,000 paths is nothing but the 3,000 paths themselves. The 3,000 paths encompass everything. They are the source of all things, the essence of existence. And thus, a world devoid of a reverse does not exist. Since replicating chaos is impossible, let us create a new world. For Yi Xian, who has mastered nearly 3,000 paths, this task is incredibly simple. Here should be space. As Yi Xian's words fell, the path of space manifested behind him, sending forth a stream of light into the newly born world, which bore the same size as the chaotic world. Humming. The path of space took residence within, and the space materialized, transforming what was once a formless void into a world of distinct layers of space. Here should be time. The path of time manifested, and a strand of time was infused within. In the realm of existence, time and space intertwine, though the distinctions may seem subtle. The continuous filling of the great Tao brings forth laws and principles within. Destiny, the 5 elements, creation, destruction, life, death, the abyss, reincarnation. As time relentlessly flows, Yi Xian exhausts his divine power, yet the great Tao he has established remains but half-formed. With a deep sigh, Yi Xian vanishes into the nascent world. Although he has infused the essence of the great Tao of creation and the great Tao of life into it, he refrains from hastening the evolution of life. For he understands that the essence of life lies in its quality, not its quantity. The life that emerges from the laws of life and the great Tao of creation cannot possibly rival the chaotic deities of primordial chaos. As for the manifestation of the great Tao, that is even less conceivable. The great Tao is supremely singular, manifesting in diverse forms. While both worlds exhibit manifestations of the Great Tao, they merely reflect the traces of the Great Tao illuminating the heavens. The essence of the Great Tao remains unchanged. Thus only a singular Great Tao deity can arise. Chapter 58. The 3000 Great Taos nurture Pangu. Since it is impossible to replicate a chaos, I shall regard this place as a derivative of the chaotic world. Yixian mused. He intended to transform this world into pure chaos, infusing it with the 3000 Great Taos and a hint of chaotic essence, thereby transmuting the entire realm into a land of chaos. Thus, when the chaotic world evolves into a primordial wilderness, this place will be left for the deities of the Great Tao. A wild notion took root in Yixian's mind. Once conceived, it was not easily dismissed. Strictly speaking, these two worlds are but one, sharing fates. When one flourishes, the other flourishes as well, and when one suffers, the other suffers in tandem. The so-called back world is merely a sandbox utilizing the power of the world's essence to create a vast expanse. It is akin to a parallel universe. However, the profundity of the chaotic world is so immense that it cannot be conjured by mere sandbox manipulation, resulting in only a space of equal size. Although this space exists beyond the chaotic world, it is fundamentally reliant upon it for existence. In essence, this world is part of the chaotic realm, albeit a uniquely special portion. The 3000 Great Taos nurture Pangu. The sandbox world transforms into chaos, opening the heavens and birthing the primordial wilderness, where the deities of the new realm emerge. Yixian gazed upon this world, murmuring to himself. To assimilate this realm into chaos, the fundamental requirement is to grant it the complete 3000 Great Taos, which serve as the foundation of the chaotic world. Buzz. A large vial of divine essence materialized before Yixian, then fell from the air, transforming into a torrent that infused the world's essence. Boom. Within the chaos. Is the chaos about to change again? The spatial deity murmured within the continuum of time and space. The deity of time beside him also spoke. The remaining two companions should soon emerge. Between the Great Tao deities, there exists a natural resonance. Everyone knows who the remaining two Great Tao deities are, yet no one knows when they will be born. In an unknown corner of chaos. Boom. I am the infinite. An extraordinarily peculiar deity emerged, possessing a human head and body, resembling the later human race, except for its vast, protruding belly. Towering at 10,000 feet, with its abdomen jutting forward nearly 1,000 feet. The measure of infinity. What is infinity? To dare to measure the Tao. A colorless, transparent ruler appeared beside him, inscribed with 2,995 scales, symbolizing the number of great Taos he could encompass. The infinite deity was born to embody the 3000 great Taos. Excluding the 5 supremes, he could master all 3000 great Taos, save for the 5 supreme Taos. The only difference between him and the chaotic deities may lie in the distinct nature of their respective great Taos. The infinite embodies all. The chaotic encompasses everything. In another part of chaos, I am chaos. An almost intangible existence suddenly manifested, composed of boundless chaotic essence, unfathomable and ineffable. Beside him lay a grayish orb. My companion treasure, the Chaos Pearl. With a thought, the chaotic deity summoned the Chaos Pearl into his hand, yet he found it impossible to wield it freely. Much like other chaotic treasures, is the understanding of the Tao insufficient? After declaring his existence to the other chaotic deities, he resumed his meditation before the Chaos Pearl, seeking to comprehend the nature of chaos. Chaos is the supreme Tao. It inherently encompasses all great Taos. Naturally, he must endeavor to learn. Aside from the 5 supreme Taos, he could encompass all others. The term encompass implies the ability to learn and comprehend. This is undoubtedly exceedingly unfair to other chaotic deities. Yet such is the nature of the Tao. Among the 5 supreme Taos, there exist opposing paths, the deities of creation and destruction, as well as the solitary deity of fate, who walks a path devoid of contradictions. Now, the final two are closely aligned great Tao deities. The infinite deity and the chaotic deity. The two are remarkably similar, yet they possess numerous differences. Boom. The chaotic world expanded once more, its expanse surpassing that of the entire star cluster by more than tenfold, and with the continuous infusion of divine essence, the world expanded again. Boom. Boom. Countless resonances echoed throughout the chaos. Ultimately, the extent of the chaotic world equated to that of a supercluster. Above the chaos, within the void. Yixian stood aloft, feeling the overwhelming divine power emanating from the chaotic world as his cultivation soared rapidly. However, what truly delighted him was not merely this ascent, but the return of the 3000 great Tao deities. With the birth of the infinite and chaotic deities, he also grasped the infinite Tao and the chaotic Tao. Buzz. The divine fire ignited within his brow, and a divine pattern appeared upon his forehead, only to vanish from sight. With the breakthrough of the chaotic world, his cultivation ascended to the early second tier of the Creator God. 3000 great Taos, bestow upon me. Yixian whispered softly. Yet as his words echoed through the void, they erupted with a resounding clamor. Behind him, the 3,000 great Daos surged forth, while the 5 supreme Daos firmly suppressed the remaining great Daos. Though chaos reigned, a thread of order could still be discerned amidst the tumult. Yi Xian gazed at the 36-rank creation blue lotus within the chaotic world. The 3,000 great Daos nurture Pangu. With these words, the 3,000 great Daos behind him suddenly unleashed waves of Dao power. Within the chaotic world, the creation blue lotus, which had stood unshaken for countless eons, suddenly burst into bloom. This is the transformation of the creation blue lotus. The deity of creation sensed it instantly, opening its eyes wide, fixated upon the blooming lotus. Besides him, the other deities of the ordered faction also perceived it, awakening to gaze at the flourishing lotus. The creation blue lotus is actually flowering. The deity of transformation exclaimed in disbelief, astonishment gleaming in its eyes. Upon uttering this, for reasons unknown, perhaps a great transformation is at hand. The deity of creation slowly shook its head, unaware of why its companion treasure had suddenly undergone such a change. Attempting to sense it, it found itself utterly incapable of perceiving the lotus. It is worth noting that it is a genuine manifestation of the great Tao of creation. And the lotus is also born from the great Tao of creation. They share the same root and origin. Such an anomaly should not occur. Yet now it has happened. I sense my great Tao. Suddenly, the deity of life spoke. I too have sensed the essence of my great Tao. The purifying world divine demon echoed. So have I. Chapter 59, The Pangu Egg. The malice of the great Tao divine demons. The divine demons of the ordered faction discovered that they all perceived their own great Tao upon the Genesis green lotus. It was unclear whether it was their own great Tao or a conflicting one. Besides these, there existed other paths as well. Astonishingly, the 3,000 great Daos converged here. The creating divine demons spoke in terror, bewildered by the sudden transformation of the Genesis green lotus, which now emanated the aura of the 3,000 great Daos. The essence of the 3,000 great Daos intertwined within the blossoms of the Genesis green lotus. Buzz, as a powerful aura emerged. It forcefully repelled the gathered great Tao divine demons, scattering even the creating divine demon, who stood at the pinnacle of the great Tao. What a terrifying aura! The creating divine demon murmured, pondering the significance of the 3,000 great Daos converging upon its precious treasure. The 3,000 great Daos intertwined under the dominance of the Genesis Tao and the support of the life Tao, continuously entwining together. From top to bottom, they spiraled around one another, ultimately solidifying. Once all 3,000 great Daos had crystallized, a singular egg appeared prominently atop the 36-grade Genesis green lotus. The shell of this egg was enveloped by the manifestation of the 5 supreme laws. Beneath the transformation of the 5 supreme Daos, 12 great Daos served as a gradient buffer, while the shell itself was formed from the convergence of 500 Daos. The lower half consisted of more than 2,400 weaker Daos, intertwined and solidified together. As the Pangu egg came into being, a breath of life emanated from within. Hiss! All the chaos divine demons instinctively inhaled, drawing in the chaotic aura into their depths. What kind of divine being is this, birthed from the 3,000 great Daos? The life divine demon, most attuned to the life force within, spoke in overwhelming fear. Impossible. Such a phenomenon cannot occur. The great Tao reigns supreme. We are the source of all. How can such a being exist? The creating divine demon roared in response. He could not believe that this chaotic realm could harbor such a creation. Indeed, in the chaos, the great Tao is paramount, with the great Tao divine demons revered above all. How could a being birthed from the harmonious convergence of the 3,000 great Daos arise? The chaos divine demons, emerging from the great Tao, prided themselves on their unparalleled nobility, believing no other beings could hold their gaze save those also manifested from the great Tao. In truth, over the years, the chaos and creating divine demons have spawned countless beings, albeit all ultimately perishing at the hands of the destruction divine demon. Yet, those beings were never truly regarded by them, for they were not manifestations of the great Tao, but mere lowly beings. But what of the great Tao divine demons, who emerged from a singular great Tao in the presence of this egg? Are they also deemed lowly? Even those capable of containing the boundless and chaotic nature of the 3,000 great Daos are born from but a single Tao. Their Tao's characteristics merely allow them to encompass and contain. They too must spend countless years comprehending their essence. Yet this egg possesses the essence of 3,000 great Daos, including the 5 supreme. Should it successfully give birth, what fate remains for us? Suddenly, the life divine demon, known for his amiable nature, uttered this statement, sending a tremor through the hearts of all divine demons. They did not fail to consider this, but dared not entertain the thought, fearing the approach of that day. Creation. How shall it be? The radiant divine demon also stepped forth at this moment. Divine demons embody both divinity and demonhood. The term demon implies a nature of unrestrained freedom. What they cultivate is the distinction of the great Tao, not the dichotomy of good and evil. In reality, within chaos, there exists no true distinction of good and evil. Their conflict with the disordered faction is merely a clash of great Tao philosophies. Where then is the so-called good and evil? The division of good and evil is a manifestation of the heavenly path, crafted by the weaker beings to bind the stronger ones for the sake of survival. When faced with a powerful entity that disregards this code, they can do naught but hope for stronger cultivators to assist them, whether in chaos or the primordial world. The principle of strength reigns supreme. Divine demons are complex beings, defying simple classifications of good and evil. To save one person at the cost of countless lives. Can one deem them good or evil? To the ones saved, they are good. To those who perished, they are evil. Good and evil are inherently opposed. Much like divine demons. How then can they be encapsulated in a single phrase? I do not wish for this being to manifest within chaos. The thoughts of the creating divine demon surged, refusing to dissipate. He exerted all his strength, but found himself unable to control the Genesis Green Lotus. He finally understood. Comprehending why he could not wield the Genesis Green Lotus. It was likely that his treasured possession had another purpose, which is why he had been unable to dominate it all this time. Buzz. Just as the divine demons of the ordered faction contemplated their actions regarding the Pangu egg, the Genesis Green Lotus flickered and vanished from sight. I can no longer sense the Genesis Green Lotus. Fury and dread flashed in the eyes of the creating divine demon. An experience he had never encountered since his inception. Everything felt as if manipulated by a colossal hand. Could there truly be a genuine supreme entity within this chaos? The assembly of divine demons fell silent. It was not that they lacked the courage to conjecture, but rather that they were unwilling to do so. If the great Tao truly harbors nothing else, what then is the nature of this egg before them? If there truly exists something else, is it a great Tao or a living being? If it is merely a great Tao, then so be it. However, should it be a living entity? What then becomes of them? The divine power of the source within the chaotic world still lingered, as Yixian ascended to the second tier of the Genesis God. The world's limit also rose, allowing the current chaos divine demons to attain the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Boom! Shortly after the Genesis Green Lotus vanished, an immensely terrifying aura radiated from the creating divine demon. I have broken through. After countless millennia, I have finally shattered my shackles and reached a new realm. Rumbling. As the creating divine demon ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, the other divine demons followed suit, each attaining the same rank. Though they shared the same level, their combat prowess was worlds apart. The disparity stemmed from the differences in their respective great Taos. Within the same realm, the 5 Supreme overwhelmed the 12 Perfections, while the 12 Perfections surpassed the 500 upper levels. Thus it continues. Above the chaos, within the void. You wish to slay Pangu? Have you consulted me first? Yixian whispered softly. If there truly exists a chaotic world outside, he would be but an ant within it. Yet this is the world he has created, making him omnipotent. Chapter 60. The Glorious Past of the Demon Divine Demons. To attempt to slay Pangu beneath Yixian's very eyes is an unthinkable endeavor. Pangu, birthed from the 3,000 great Taos, wields control over all Tao powers. Known as the Tao of Strength, born to fulfill the mandate of creation. Pangu's Tao of Strength differs from the Tao of Strength among the 3,000 great Taos. It embodies conceptual strength, whereas the latter merely signifies unparalleled physical might. It is akin to the difference between the small river beside your home and the vast Milky Way. The former is tangible, while the latter is conceptual. Conceptually, force can represent various aspects, whether space, time, or others, such as the forces of time and space. Therefore, Yixian aptly named it the Tao of Strength. This is indeed quite fitting, for Pangu possesses the 3,000 great Tao. Thus his title as the Master of Strength is hardly exaggerated. Ah, Pangu, I eagerly anticipate your emergence. A smile adorned Yixian's lips, a joy that refused to fade. In the depths of chaos, creation, do you wish to engage in battle? The god of destruction spoke coldly. Observing the orderly faction of deities led by the god of creation approach him. The factions of order and chaos had not clashed for an extended period, over the years. Each had focused on gathering newly emerged deities. They had devoted themselves to comprehending the great Tao, for they sensed the limits of this world. Now, their cultivation had all reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, and the swiftest means to solidify their power and enhance their understanding was through combat. The great Tao deities, inherently powerful, found honing their skills in battle as commonplace. Not so. The god of creation quickly shook his head, then pointed with a finger. The manifestation of the creation Tao unfolded, instantly replaying the events that had just transpired. This is what occurred. Chaos quaked, its intensity unknown. As the 3,000 great Tao nurtured an egg, ultimately causing the world's shackles to shatter, and our cultivation to rise. The god of creation reiterated this. The god of destruction and the deities of the chaotic faction fell into silence. After a long pause, the god of destruction spoke. Why do you not obliterate it? His eyes revealed a questioning gaze. He would not allow anyone in the chaos to surpass him in strength. The god of creation sighed with a bitter smile, stating, I have attempted to do so. Before I could make a move, the creation blue lotus vanished, along with that egg. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet the truth was undeniable. Beings such as them did not lie. It was not that they could not, but rather that they deemed it beneath them. True strength required no scheming. It was enough to simply push forward with one's might. In the wake of anger and fear, the god of destruction suddenly realized this was a divine opportunity. The companion treasure of the god of creation had vanished. And if he managed to seize it during this time, he could surely send it into the great Tao to slumber. In that case, you all must depart swiftly. The god of destruction glared at the god of creation. In that moment, he could not wield the companion treasure, although his combat power was on par with, if not superior to, other deities wielding such treasures. The god of creation was equally formidable. The 5 supreme deities, born with deeper foundations and stronger great Taos than others, would see their combat effectiveness diminish significantly without their companion treasures. Should they refine their companion treasures, their power would grow exponentially. Suddenly, a sinister chuckle echoed through the air. The deities of both the orderly and chaotic factions turned their gazes toward a single point. A unique aura emerged, and a figure materialized. A being wielding a long spear stood upon a 24-petal black lotus. It was the god of demons. It is you. The scales of the god of destruction began to emit a dark luminescence, stark against the surrounding chaos. He had previously battled the god of demons amidst the chaos. Despite never having sustained injury since his birth, he had suffered some damage in that encounter, although he had easily defeated his opponent. That first wound remained vividly etched in his memory. His gaze fell upon the pitch-black spear held by the god of demons, the very weapon that had pierced his left rib. He then turned his attention to the 24-petal black lotus, the very artifact that had allowed the god of demons to escape from his wrath. Companion treasures are manifestations of the great Tao, formidable aids in combat. A sense of unwillingness stirred within him. Why should this solitary demon possess 2 companion treasures at his disposal while he was limited to merely the world-ending Great Mill? Who is truly the master of the 5 supreme great Taos? No, I do not require numerous treasures. As long as I can control a companion treasure, whether it be the demon or creation, both shall perish. The god of destruction roared within, consumed by rage. He was furious at the perceived injustice of the great Tao, that the 5 supreme beings were unable to mobilize their treasures, while that accursed demon possessed 2. Demon, what is your intention in coming here? The god of creation spoke with evident trepidation. His fear was not of the god of demons' power, but rather of the inscrutable thoughts that lay within. They had once fought side by side, only to become adversaries on multiple occasions. Destruction, creation. It has been a long time. Ha ha ha. The god of demons acted according to his whims, spontaneous in nature. Throughout the vast expanse of time, he had fought for both the orderly and chaotic factions. He had joined the neutral faction to mediate conflicts between the 2 camps. He had also ventured alone to battle both factions. He wandered through the chaos, befriending many deities, and had engaged in fierce contests with them. He had once contemplated uprooting the creation blue lotus from the god of creation, yet was thwarted by the defenses of the orderly faction and ultimately escaped. He had also learned a lesson when he attempted to steal the world-ending Great Mill during the absence of the chaotic faction, nearly being sent back to the Great Tao by the returning god of destruction. In the chaos above, in the void. This is somewhat interesting. Yi Xian initially intended to withdraw from the chaotic world and accelerate time to facilitate Pangu's emergence, but upon seeing the god of demons, he abandoned that thought. Fate manifests. Time rewinds. The stars flickered in Yi Xian's eyes as destiny unfolded the experiences of the god of demons upon the canvas of his mind, while time played out vivid scenes within his consciousness. Moments later, truly a demon. This is what a demon is. Chapter 61. I once witnessed someone cleave through chaos at the extremity of time and space. Those lowly evil spirits, committing misdeeds, dare to call themselves demons. A demon is not a harbinger of chaos, but a being who acts according to their heart's desire, where every action is imbued with intention. Good, bad. They act as their heart guides them. This is the essence of a demon. Fortunately, this fellow was bestowed with the indomitable god-slaying spear and the defensive treasure, the 24-petal black lotus of the demon path. Otherwise, he might have already succumbed to the god of destruction. After perusing the myriad experiences of the god of demons, it was clear that despite the protection of 2 great treasures, he had faced countless near-death encounters. This rascal even attempted to force the space and time gods to take him on a journey to the extremes of time and space, nearly sending all 3 of them back to the great Tao. The endless realms of time and space. What is deemed extreme is merely the position achievable given one's cultivation level. After countless years, they witnessed a colossal figure, towering at 100,000 zhong, wielding a massive axe, cleaving towards the chaos. That axe light appeared to target merely the 3,000 deities, yet in truth, none in the chaos could escape its reach. Just as the axe light was about to sweep across their location, the 3 of them were sent back to their origin by a mere glance from that giant. Then, the flustered time and space gods began a frenzied tag-team assault on the god of demons. The beating he received left him bruised and battered. After venting their anger, they expelled him, ignoring his cries to return for another look. From that moment on, he never encountered the time and space gods again. Not long ago, sensing the invasion of the evil spirits, he felt the presence of the space god and immediately rushed towards it. However, before he could reach, the trace of the space god had vanished, leaving him only with the lingering aura of the god of destruction. He merely cast a distant glance before fleeing once more. Yet that accursed destroyer of gods relentlessly pursued him. Fortunately, having learned a few techniques from the space god, he managed to escape from the clutches of the destroyer. It was precisely because he had mastered the arts of space that he could sense the existence of the space god from a seemingly infinite distance. However, what audacity possessed him to leap forth in the presence of so many gods and demons? Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words. This lad was truly courting death. Among the assembled deities, several bore no animosity towards him. How could he dare to expose himself like this? Unaware of how many gods and demons loathed him to the core, particularly the celestial god and the Buddha god, who harbored the deepest resentment and had suffered greatly. Constantly pursued and battered by the demon god, had no intention of genuinely harming them. Instead, he would frequently seek them out, wielding the power of their two accompanying treasures to mercilessly torment them. Eventually, driven to desperation, the Buddha god followed closely behind the celestial god, and the two banded together to retaliate against the demon god whenever they encountered him. Over time, this forced the demon god to refrain from pestering them for a while and turn his attention to others. Amidst the chaos, the demon god exclaimed, "What business do you have here? We, the many gods and demons, are present. Do you wish to challenge two great factions simultaneously?" The celestial god was quick to lay a heavy accusation. Among the deities present, if anyone harbored the utmost hatred for the demon god, the Buddha god would claim second place, for none dared to claim the first position except him. "Oh, is that not the little celestial?" The demon god glanced over and recognized the celestial god, whom he frequently bullied, bursting into laughter and taunting him. The paths he traversed were fraught with contradictions, with the gods, celestial beings, and Buddhas being the most prominent. This was precisely why he often targeted these two. He found their pretentiousness unbearable. Though their hearts were ensnared by desire, they always feigned compassion for the world, which made him feel nauseated. As for why he did not bully the most contradictory deity, it was because he perceived the god to be genuine, unlike the celestial and Buddha beings, who he deemed hypocritical. Thus, he had never humiliated the god of gods. On the contrary, he held a measure of respect for him. Unfortunately, the god of gods despised his behavior, believing he disrespected the great path and failed to comprehend chaos. If demons acted according to their whims, following their hearts as the way, then gods adhered to rules, obeying the directives of the path. The celestial god's face shifted between shades of blue and white, ultimately turning away in disdain, unable to bear the sight of the face he detested so. The Buddha god had already turned his back, too weary to waste words. "Oh, little celestial, feeling shy are we? Ah, and is that not the little Buddha? Feeling shy as well?" The demon god continued to mock. The Buddha god endured in silence, for were it not for the more pressing matters at hand, he would have joined forces with the celestial god to deal with the demon god for several tens of thousands of years. What a frustrating predicament. "Speak. Why have you come? If you remain silent, I shall not be courteous." The destroyer of gods had little patience for idle chatter. Should the demon fail to articulate his purpose, he would resort to force to clear the area. Had he not already struck the demon god several times, he would have charged forward to unleash a beating, allowing him no opportunity to speak. Upon hearing the destroyer's words, the demon god straightened his expression and replied, "I sensed the disappearance of the Genesis Blue Lotus, which is why I pursued it here." "What?" The creator god could no longer contain himself and stood up, poised to strike. How dare he take an interest in his treasured artifact? Just as the creator god was about to act, the demon god swiftly dodged to the side, hastily declaring, "I possess a great secret to share with you all, though I cannot ascertain its relevance to this matter." With that, his form flickered once more. Boom. The creator god's strike missed its mark, and as he lunged forward again, upon hearing those words, he abruptly halted his fist. Whoosh. A gust of wind from his punch struck the demon god, only to be thwarted by the 24 volumes of the demon Tao Black Lotus beneath his feet. The fist had been perilously close to the demon god. Had the creator god not stopped in time, he would have indeed landed a blow. Among all the gods and demons present, the one he feared the most was the destroyer of gods, followed closely by the creator god. These two supreme beings were the only ones he had encountered that not only could overpower him, but had done so with brutal efficiency. "Speak." The creator god's voice was cold and commanding. "I once beheld the time god and space god within the chaos, united. The three of us ventured to the extremities of time and space." The demon god spoke rapidly, feeling the weight of the gazes fixed upon him. Given how close he was to the creator god, he dared not speak slowly. Moreover, the Genesis Blue Lotus exuded an aura that any god or demon could sense. Do not assume it is merely my desire to covet your precious lotus. After stating this, he did not forget to clear his name. Indeed, while he had once contemplated stealing the two great treasures, after exchanging blows with those two ancient powerhouses, he had never entertained such thoughts again. Chapter 62. The Alliance of 3,000 Great Path Gods and Demons. What transpired among you three at the extremities of time and space? The Creator God, having accepted the truth of the situation, distanced himself from the demon god, returning to his faction to inquire. At this moment, though all the deities marveled at the demon god's connections, they could not afford to dwell on that. All eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting his reply. When we three entered the extremes of time and space, we encountered a tremendous horror. The demon god paused, gauging the reactions of the crowd. Seeing their rapt attention, he could not help but break into a grin. Huh, your expressions are utterly delightful. The destroyer of gods wore a grim countenance, his veins bulging, hands clenched tightly. The other gods shared similar sentiments, particularly the god of slaughter, whose eyes, filled with murderous intent, were locked onto the demon god. He had already resolved that no matter what the demon god said, once he finished speaking, he would ensure the demon god was torn to shreds. The god of death harbored similar thoughts. The demon god, noticing the destroyer's barely contained fury, quickly changed his demeanor, shedding his previous smile to deliver a serious proclamation. The horror was that as soon as we entered the extremes of time and space, we witnessed a flash of axe light, and all 3,000 future gods and demons perished. Even chaos was cleaved in two. Nonsense. The destroyer of gods snorted, a powerful aura emanating from him. In this world, none had yet appeared who could slay him. He did not believe the demon god's words to be true. This lad was notorious for toying with the great path gods and demons, and it would not surprise him if he were lying for sport. Destroyer, do not be so hasty. There might be some truth to his words. The Creator God interjected solemnly. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The shadow of that egg lingered in his mind. Upon hearing the Creator God's remark, the destroyer of gods furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you referring to that egg?" He too had come to a realization. If what the demon god said bore any truth, then only that egg, which bore the essence of the 3,000 paths, could possess such power. What egg? Is it the one birthed by the Genesis Blue Lotus? The demon god was taken aback and inquired. He felt a connection between these two events because the Genesis Blue Lotus had remained rooted in chaos since its inception, never moving an inch. And now it had suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. Furthermore, since the Genesis Blue Lotus manifested the essence of creation, the birth of all gods and demons could be said to owe a debt to this lotus. Thus, if this lotus were to disappear, it could very well be linked to that formidable giant. Hence, he had hastened to present himself before these gods and demons. After all, in the future, he too would return to the great path, in the realms of time and space. Traversing is only feasible through the combined forces of the time deity and the space deity, for the future merely represents different temporal nodes within parallel dimensions. It is solely through the assistance of the space deity that one can arrive at the true future of this very timeline. This elucidates why those two deities are perpetually entwined. How do you know? The creator deity furrowed its brow slightly, suspecting that this young one might indeed be scheming to pilfer my azure lotus. The demon deity, upon noticing this, instantly comprehended and replied, "I surmise. After all, the emergence of such a formidable entity could only stem from the nurturing of the Genesis azure lotus. I cannot fathom any other possibility. Otherwise, how could I connect these two matters?" This explanation considerably alleviated the creator deity's countenance, who then spoke slowly. Indeed, observe. Subsequently, it wielded its creative power to manifest a single azure lotus, much like the one presented to the chaotic deities earlier, placing it aside once more. These two matters must be interlinked. The entity destined to obliterate us in the future shall undoubtedly be birthed from that egg. And now that the azure lotus has vanished into the void, if we fail to locate and obliterate it, our fate is sealed. The demon deity quickly interjected, leaving the last part of its statement unspoken. Yet all present understood the implications. In light of this, we should temporarily set aside our grand disputes and unite. Let us first seek the root of return and clarify matters, then pursue the time deity and space deity. If they cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the azure lotus, we are unlikely to succeed. The destroyer deity succinctly outlined the plan. Isn't the egg nurtured by the 3,000 avenues? Then let us gather the 3,000 avenue deities and strike together. We shall surely vanquish that egg. The creator deity concurred. Splendid. There were no dissenting voices among the deities. In the face of imminent peril, the contest of the avenues could be set aside. After all, this so-called grand contest had persisted for countless years. Although the opposing factions were as water and fire, over time, they had grown somewhat accustomed to each other's presence. Moreover, their continuous skirmishes had fostered a semblance of camaraderie, particularly with the god of war, who maintained amicable relations with nearly all the deities. Nonetheless, the conflicting avenues still bred profound disdain among their respective deities, who could only begrudgingly tolerate coexisting within the chaos. Amidst the chaos above and the void within, It was unexpected that the unifying force among the three factions and solitary deities would emerge from the demon deity. Yi Xian observed this scene with a hint of astonishment. However, he quickly came to terms with it, for the looming pressure of Pangu's creation was palpable. No one would wish to return to slumber within the avenues. For who could predict when they might awaken again? Regrettably, if you could indeed find it, what would become of my title as the creator deity? Yi Xian mused, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned his gaze towards the nascent world nearby. A verdant azure lotus was taking root in a small patch of chaos, swaying gently. It was precisely after his ascension to the second order of the creator deity that he infused the remaining 3,000 avenues into this new world, subsequently channeling some of the yet unutilized divine essence to the burgeoning realm. Finally, he transported some chaotic energies into this new world. Upon completing these actions, when he sensed their intent to harm the Pangu egg, he relocated it to this new realm. Fortunately, this world, while not entirely chaotic, was akin to a chaotic domain. After transferring some chaos to it, the chaos naturally began to expand, quickly enveloping a sizable area. The Genesis Azure Lotus, nurturing Pangu here, could also draw upon the powers of the 3,000 avenues. Despite the passage of time, the events unfolded swiftly, for with divine essence, everything accelerated significantly. Chapter 63. Are orphans so powerful these days? With a sigh, Yi Xian returned to reality, exhaling a long breath. Having completed these tasks was indeed taxing. Whether developing a new world or nurturing Pangu consumed vast reserves of his mental energy, had he not broken through his cultivation. Such endeavors would have been unattainable in a short span. His new world had not been submerged by the expanding chaos. Rather, it had grown in tandem, exemplifying the true value of the sandbox world. The proximity of the two realms was intriguingly maintained. Yi Xian gazed at his lavish villa situated in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, a smile gracing his features. This villa was a gift from the president of Jiangnan University, bestowed upon him following his participation in the talent assessment battle. Located atop a sprawling mountain range in the heart of Jiangnan province, the entire provincial capital was constructed around this continuous range. Those of esteemed status resided upon these heights. Nearby lay a vast lake, named West Lake. Due to its position to the west of the mountain, Yi Xian's villa perched upon one of the highest peaks, equipped with advanced technology. Every task was managed by an intelligent system, allowing the owner to merely issue commands. Alone and unencumbered, he had chosen to reside here, for it mattered little where he lived. In truth, apart from students and teachers, few creator deities opted to linger here on the ancestral star. The absence of conflict rendered it a tranquil haven, but should the ancestral star ever descend into war, it would signify a precarious situation for the great Xia Empire. Most creator deities, upon completing their studies, ventured to various star systems, honing their skills through combat. Another monotonous month of vacation passed. Yi Xian reflected, feeling as though his existence held little meaning beyond reaching the pinnacle. Ding! An alert chimed as Lu Yong sent him a message. This was the notification from the heavenly ranking, and upon hearing it, Yi Xian promptly opened it. Lu Yong, how's your vacation? Want to come over and hang out? I'm in Yongshi City, just next door. It was an invitation to visit. Yi Xian pondered briefly before accepting. He needed ample time to accumulate divine essence for Pangu's creation. Presently, his divine power allowed for a million-fold acceleration of time, even when he maximized the temporal flow. The Pangu egg showed no signs of response. Yongshi City, although distant from Jiangnan provincial capital, was merely a moment's journey for Yi Xian, who had mastered the Space Avenue. This was the advantage of the Space Avenue, completely disregarding spatial distances. With a mere thought, he could arrive instantaneously. Naturally, the extent of distance he could traverse depended on the cultivation level of the creator deity wielding the Space Avenue. The higher the realm, the greater the distance, and the more profound the spatial manipulation. The universe is multidimensional. Only those who have ascended to the third order of creator deity can achieve temporal and spatial uniqueness, certifying themselves eternally. When one instance of themselves in a timeline attains the third order, all incarnations across endless timelines simultaneously do so. Thus, the third order of creator deity represents a pivotal threshold. This is the significance of solidifying the divine body, as divine patterns transform the body, gathering the essence of infinite timelines to achieve singularity. Upon reaching this realm, all versions of oneself within the continuous flow of time become the certified self. Should anyone attempt to traverse the temporal stream to confront the weaker or vulnerable self, it would be impossible, for once certified, they become invulnerable. And any attempt to strike would be met by the strongest incarnation across time. Even if one's own self is slain within a singular timeline, it bears little consequence. As long as one's essence is not entirely obliterated across the infinite realms, it cannot be deemed a true death, for it will not be long before one materializes anew within that very timeline. Hence, there exists a chasm of disparity between the third-tier creator deities and their second-tier counterparts, with the former wielding dominion over the very inception of laws. Upon dispatching a message on the celestial rankings, Yi Xian was met with an instantaneous response from Lu Yong. With a mere thought, Yixian found himself within a lavish villa. Ah, our illustrious ancestor star's finest has arrived, illuminating our humble abode, exclaimed Lu Yong, his face alight with mirth. Though their acquaintance was not profound, Lu Yong had become one of the few friends with whom Yixian engaged in meaningful discourse. Oh, spare me, Yixian retorted with a roll of his eyes. While he may harbor doubts regarding others, he held no such illusions about Lu Yong. Who could possibly be unaware of Lu Yong's nature? Noticing an individual seated upon the nearby couch, he was surprised to exclaim, Shui Yin? Yixian was well aware of Lu Yong's trepidation towards Shui Yin. Such a vivacious spirit could only be subdued by a single utterance from Shui Yin, a feat no other seemed capable of achieving. Brother Yi. Shui Yin rose, a rare smile gracing his typically stoic visage. Strong figures command the admiration of all, particularly those who far surpass one's own capabilities. Ha ha ha, Shui Yin, you can smile too. Lu Yong guffawed, his laughter exaggerated. Yixian, bemused, pondered the hilarity of the situation. Shui Yin tilted his head, his expression growing cold, as he cast a deathly glare. All right, I'll cease my laughter. Lu Yong hastily raised both hands in surrender. He then turned to Yixian, cheerfully urging, come, take a seat. Make yourself at home. Yixian nodded with a smile and settled onto the sofa. Are you wondering why Shui Yin is here? Lu Yong inquired with a grin. For them, material needs had diminished significantly, so they had prepared little. Aside from the essence of divinity, there was scarcely anything of utility to the creator deities. Indeed, Yixian acknowledged with a nod. This tale is rather lengthy, thus I shall start from the beginning. Lu Yong's eyes sparkled, eager to recount the story. Long ago, there existed a quaint village. Shui Yin, however, interjected with a blank expression, I am an orphan, discovered and raised by my uncle and aunt, essentially my parents. Hey, can't you let me finish? Lu Yong muttered in frustration, having barely begun his narrative before being interrupted, a feeling of discomfort washing over him. The sensation of being cut off while attempting to convey something was irksome indeed. I am also an orphan. Yixian chimed in with a laugh. Lu Yong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Are orphans this formidable in this day and age? Even Shui Yin cast a glance of curiosity. In the era of creator deities, the likelihood of becoming an orphan was not insignificant. However, the chance of both parents perishing simultaneously remained relatively low. Yet, amidst the vast sea of humanity, some individuals inevitably fell through the cracks. What else with the stairs? Yixian questioned, perplexed. Why were they gazing at him so? In this age, orphans were afforded housing and sustenance by the state. It was inconceivable that an orphan could perish on the streets. Education was also free, spanning from elementary to university without any financial burden. Aside from the emotional loss of familial ties, the material aspects were more than adequate. Life was hardly one of hardship. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the status of children was of utmost importance, significantly overshadowing that of commoners, as these children might one day ascend to become creator deities. It's nothing. I was just pondering whether Shui Yin's inability to match your strength means he is not a true orphan, hence his relative weakness, Lu Yong mused. But before he could finish, he felt a sudden chill in the air and promptly ceased his commentary. His observation was not without merit. In truth, Shui Yin could not be classified as an orphan. Throughout his life, his parents had treated him with greater care than they did themselves, always allowing him to take precedence. Both of his parents were commoners, yet the offspring they raised were true prodigies. Those who could secure a place among the top 10 of the provincial rankings were indisputable geniuses, selected from a vast multitude. Only a select few could ascend to the celestial rankings, with the numbers of those who failed to do so potentially reaching into the billions, making it a rare achievement indeed. We intend to register for a period of training in other star domains. Would you care to join us? Lu Yong queried, revealing the true purpose of his visit to Yixian. Star domains? Yixian's eyes narrowed as he recalled the information from his studies regarding the star domains. Since humanity entered the age of creator deities, they gradually ventured beyond the solar system, traversing the Milky Way and into the boundless cosmos. Years passed, fraught with trials, and the mightiest of creator deities uncovered a land, a continent of creation. This land, discovered collectively by the most powerful creator deities of various nations, floated at the heart of the universe. The creator deities dubbed the previously observed expanses of the universe as star domains, and surrounding this continent lay a staggering 3,000 star domains. This central continent revealed an astonishing truth. No matter the intensity of energy emitted by the creator deities within it, the continent remained impervious to damage. Furthermore, the resources within this land were so abundant they were beyond measure, making it an ideal locale for the flourishing of creator deities. Thus, it was named the continent of creation, also known as the eternal continent for its unyielding nature. As a result, creator deities capable of obliterating star systems flocked to this continent. Ultimately, only 5 nations were able to lay claim to this land, categorized by their strength. The Eagle Alliance, the most powerful, governed the southwest and part of the northwest. The Great Xia Kingdom, the second most formidable, occupied the entirety of the southeast and part of the northeast. And the third, the Rakshasa kingdom, claimed the northern expanse. Thus, the three great nations nearly partitioned the continent entirely, leaving only the Sun Never Sets Empire and the Holy Kingdom to occupy the void. The Eagle Alliance monopolized 1,000 star domains. The Great Xia Kingdom claimed 800. The Rakshasa Kingdom 400, while the Sun Never Sets Empire and the Holy Kingdom each held 200. Of the 3,000 star domains, the five great nations dominated 2,600, leaving the continent of creation devoid of any other nation's foothold. The remaining 400 star domains were bestowed by the doctrine of divinity, granting other nations a measure of survival. The Great Xia Kingdom's 800 star domains were distributed among 800 domain lords, akin to a feudal system, with their purpose to uphold dominion over the star domains and shield them from foreign incursions and the myriad beasts that roamed within. The star domain Liu Yong had mentioned belonged to the Great Xia Kingdom as one of its 800. The ancestral star, in particular, stood as a unique entity, crafted from the original habitation of the Great Xia Kingdom's ancestors, expanded beyond comprehension. Though in terms of power and scale it paled in comparison to the star domains, it held immense significance as a planet birthed from humanity's forebears. Thus its administrative structure was tantamount to that of a star domain. Although many individuals in later generations looked down upon the inhabitants of the ancestral star, perceiving them as merely fortunate beneficiaries of advantageous conditions, the reality remains that nearly all of the foremost powers within the Great Xia Empire originated from the ancestral star. Thus, the opinions of the naysayers carry little weight. The heavenly ranking is not as commonplace in other star domains as it is on the ancestral star, where every county boasts a secondary school. Rather, only a handful of spots, 10, to be precise, are available within a small star system akin to the solar system. Furthermore, not every planet within a star domain hosts a branch of the 5 great academies. In fact, entire galaxies may lack such institutions. Oh no, even superclusters do not possess branches. Each star domain contains only one branch of the 5 great academies, situated similarly to the ancestral star, at the heart of the domain. This illustrates just how challenging it is to gain admission to the 5 great academies. Consequently, possessing citizenship from the ancestral star has become an elusive aspiration for nearly everyone across the 800 star domains of the Great Xia Empire. This envy, born from unattainable desires, has gradually morphed into jealousy and animosity. Thus, the 800 star domains are not particularly welcoming to those hailing from the ancestral star. Reflecting on the current state of various star domains, Yi Xian could not help but inquire, to which domain shall you venture in the Great Xia's 800 star domains? To the Kuei star domain. Liu Yong replied swiftly. The Kuei star domain, located far from the creation continent, borders on desolation. Its inhabitants are known for their fierce nature, and ferocious beasts roam freely, rendering it a sparsely populated yet ideal location for honing one's skills. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. After a brief contemplation, Yi Xian made his decision. For him, or rather for all creation deities, if one does not engage in tempering their skills within the star domains, they might as well seek the battlegrounds of the Azura. The Azura battlefield is far more suited for military training than for personal refinement. However, venturing into the chaotic realm is not advisable unless one intends to remain there for over a month. Thus, accompanying others for training seems the more prudent choice. Indeed, the dangers lurking within the star domains are manifold, making it most suitable to explore as a team. Chapter 65, Kuei Star Domain, Star Travel Company. Beside him, Shui Yin added, in that case, I shall inquire with the other top 10 contenders to see if they wish to join us. Yi Xian regarded the two, recognizing that they hailed from the same province. Traveling together would not only foster the development of local talents, but also ensure that those who made the top 10 possessed sufficient strength, thus not being a burden. Shui Yin was correct. More companions meant more assistance. The outside world does not operate like the ancestral star, where one can simply engage in single combat. In the face of a group assault, one would find themselves at a loss. After receiving agreement from the two, he opened the heavenly ranking. In the Jiangnan Talent Exchange Center, the group chat had descended into a 3-day silence following the fervor surrounding the Jiangnan First High School's assessments. At this moment, the chat was far from lively, having gone a full 3 minutes without a single message. Yi Xian, Zhang Bin, Gao Long, Shi Xing, Wang Yin, Lin Ji, Ji Zhan, Jian Xian, are you coming to the Kuei Star Domain for training? Please respond promptly. Rather than individually messaging each of the top 10, he opted to address them collectively in the chat. Old Yi, is this how you plan to announce it? Won't this expose our whereabouts? Liu Yong remarked sheepishly from the side, feeling somewhat awkward for casually addressing him as Old Yi. However, this term sounded more like a title of nobility. What is there to fear? Setting aside the vastness of the Kuei Star Domain, do you truly believe we should be concerned about those who might wish us harm? Yi Xian retorted. Shui Yin remained silent, directing his gaze toward the heavenly ranking. Zhang Bin went. Gao Long. Quick, share the coordinates. I'm heading there now. Shi Xing, it is my honor to train alongside the divine Yi. Wang Yin, I wholeheartedly agree, I dare not decline. Lin Ji, wonderful. I have been pondering where to refine my skills. Ji Zhan, I wish to meet the students of the technological divine nations within the 800 star domains. As for the destination, it matters not. Since the divine Yi has extended an invitation, I shall certainly accompany you. Jian Xian, I have nothing else to occupy my time. How could I refuse an invitation from a great one? They all consented. Shui Yin nodded, remarking that he was not surprised by this outcome. As Yi Xian's reputation in Jiangnan province had reached an unparalleled height, especially among their cohort of students. Then, please find the coordinates for travel to the Ancestral Star and share them with them. We will convene at a designated location, Yi Xian instructed. The distances between star domains are vast, and the Kuei star domain is even farther from the Ancestral Star. Without utilizing the spatial rules of star domain travel, relying solely on the flight of a creation god would take an immeasurable amount of time. Of course, for Yi Xian, once he etched the coordinates in his mind, the journey would be instantaneous. However, the complication lay in the fact that he had never ventured to that location, nor did it possess any familiar aura, rendering him unable to employ the spatial pathways. Without precise coordinates, one risks becoming lost in the chaotic expanse of space. All right, Shui Yin succinctly agreed. He then opened the heavenly ranking and promptly shared the coordinates for their meeting place in the group chat. The Star Travel Company of the Great Xia Empire's Ancestral Star. The Star Travel Company is one of the three major interstellar travel enterprises within the Great Xia Empire, engaged in various interstellar tourism routes. Each star domain hosts a branch office leading to the major star domains. Within the star domains, pathways to the great superclusters are also established, creating a layered network. While it may seem slow to traverse from basic locations to other star domains, the reality is quite the opposite. Interstellar travel does not rely on mere spacecraft. Presently, technology can only support spaceships traveling at faster-than-light speeds, which in the vast universe still feels sluggish. Creation gods, endowed with immense power, can withstand the pressures of spatial travel, allowing them to traverse through corridors of space to reach their destinations. Lin Lan, I wish to go as well. Take me with you. Ji Bai, I would like to join as well. Is there room for one more? Yi Xian noted that many individuals in the group expressed their desire to accompany them, including the fierce woman Lin Lan and the previously ranked 10th Ji Bai. Lu Yong, a social butterfly, enjoyed eavesdropping. Upon their conversation being discovered, a multitude of people expressed their eagerness to join the expedition. Lin Lan. Yi Xian furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing her name. He certainly remembered her, a formidable individual. Though her strength might be somewhat lacking, she would likely not become a burden. Very well, let them come. Yi Xian nodded and subsequently sent a message in the group chat of the heavenly ranking. Yi Xian, those who pass the first round of the talented assessment may accompany us. As for the rest, you are free to choose to join. But let it be known that I shall not be responsible for your well-being. Any misfortunes that befall you will be your own concern. He sought capable companions who could lend him assistance or aid in his endeavors. However, those lacking strength were so feeble that survival itself might pose a challenge. Thus he was disinclined to bring them along. Wasn't Lin Lan's divine nation nearly destroyed? Why is she not focusing on repairing her divine nation instead of venturing out? Shui Yin queried, perplexed by the woman's intentions. Creation gods often enjoyed privileges while in school, leveraging their strength to acquire superior resources for their development. Beyond that, they had to strive for their own advancement. Thus, during their holidays, they chose to explore relatively perilous star domains, as danger often accompanies opportunity, the more treacherous the place. The more untamed it is, and untamed territories are synonymous with abundant resources. Uncertain, she thought if she wanted to follow, she could, for her strength was not insignificant. Yi Xian shrugged and spoke. Lu Yong, feeling a wave of frustration, thought to himself, is this what you call not too shabby? She's already ranked 11th in the provincial list. Of course, merely considering the provincial rankings held little merit. When viewed from the national perspective, a vast disparity became evident. All right, we should set off. They ought to have arrived by now, Yi Xian declared as he stood up. Wasting time here was utterly pointless. After Lu Yong and Shui Yin nodded in agreement, Yi Xian led them both, creating a spatial fluctuation that transported them to the entrance of the star travel branch. Shui Yin and Lu Yong were momentarily engulfed in darkness, only to find themselves gazing upon a series of magnificent structures floating in the sky. To the outside world, the Star Travel Company's territory appeared rather modest, roughly comparable to the size of a county. Yet, within, it was a spectacle of grandeur, with countless buildings suspended in midair. Chapter 66, The Divine Beast Kuei-Nyo. Upon these floating edifices rested enormous starship vessels and cosmic spacecraft, serving as means of interstellar travel. They function much like flights within the solar system, akin to a fleet of buses, swift, convenient, and economical. Riding on these required no divine sources, merely coins from the mortal realm. The laws of space are truly enviable, Shui Yin remarked with a hint of envy. Lu Yong nodded sagely beside him. Hey, isn't that Xi and Ko? They had arrived at the entrance, and Yi Xian did not employ the spatial path to enter. For him, the spatial restrictions within were as trivial as a mere afterthought. he could enter at will. Oh, you're here. Xi and Ku, having overheard his name, turned toward them from a distance. Despite the crowd between them, they sensed each other instantly. With a thought, Xi and Ku materialized before the trio. He sighed lightly, saying, alas, there are spatial restrictions inside, preventing my entry. Otherwise, I could have taken advantage of the situation. You're sounding rather impoverished, Yixian chuckled, shaking his head. This young man was overly dramatic. The Star Travel Company's fees were not exorbitant. Traveling to other star domains started at 10 divine sources, with the cost increasing with distance. As for traveling within the same star domain, regardless of the destination, crossing through a spatial gate only required 1 divine source, which was quite a reasonable price. Brother, you're ranked first in the ancestral star list, earning 10,000 divine sources a week. I'm ranked 11th in the provincial list, and I only manage 90 divine sources weekly. Do you have any idea how far Kuei star domain is? Do you know how many divine sources it takes to reach Kuei star domain? Xin Ku's eyes reddened at the mention of divine sources. Were it not for his relentless efforts in the Azura War over the past 3 days, he wouldn't even have enough divine sources to develop his divine kingdom, let alone venture to Kuei star domain. How many? Yixian inquired. 90 divine sources per week for 11th place. Surely you can afford the fare? 50 divine sources. Xin Ku's frustration boiled over. Who was this young master that treated divine sources so frivolously? 1 divine source could sustain the creation of an entire world. What then was the significance of 50 divine sources? Only Yixian's chaos world could consume such an amount. Otherwise, any ordinary individual would have significantly advanced their world's level by now. 50, indeed, is quite a sum. Yixian nodded, speaking nonchalantly. Yet his demeanor and tone belied a different sentiment. He currently had only a few dozen divine sources left in his account, as the remainder had been converted into divine source liquid for use in the chaos world. The demands of the chaos world were immense. A single large vial of divine source liquid had elevated it by 1 level, allowing him to just recently break through to the 2nd-tier creator god. Xi and Ku, damn. I too want to ascend. I can't just languish at 11th place. Shui Yen, the fare alone is worth 1/10 of my weekly resources. It truly stings. Lu Yong, the wealthy are indeed fortunate, speaking so boldly. Thank goodness my knight is formidable in slaying foes. Otherwise, I too would feel the pinch. Unlike the other two, Lu Yong was, apart from Yixian, among the wealthiest. His knightly world had amassed divine sources at a rapid pace within the Azura battlefield. Without that, relying solely on the distributed divine sources, he would never have reached 5th place. As they conversed, others began to arrive one after another. Although the ancestral star was vast, current technological advancements made traveling from other regions within the province relatively swift. Is everyone here? Then let us proceed. Yixian scanned his surroundings with divine sense, confirming everyone's presence before heading toward the entrance. The Star Travel Company operated with remarkable efficiency, and their fees were standardized. The necessary procedures were quickly completed, and the group received their tickets, setting off towards the spatial gate leading to Kuei star domain. Xi and Ku realized that even if he could traverse here without a ticket, he would be unable to approach the gate. The group navigated through multiple corridors, finally arriving before the spatial gate. 3 days later, Kuei star domain. Shui Yen, are you just aimlessly wandering with us? Yixian complained. He had anticipated a fruitful encounter upon arriving here, only to find himself meandering aimlessly with Shui Yen for 3 days without any sign of what he sought. Ahem, don't be hasty. While there are indeed many beings in the universe, in such an expansive starry expanse, encountering them isn't so simple. Those Kuei Nyo aren't mindless creatures standing still. Shui Yan's face flushed as he explained. The Kuei Nyo were indeed the target of their expedition, and the Kuei star domain was renowned for its abundance of these creatures. The Kuei Nyo were legendary divine beasts from the ancient era of the Great Xia Kingdom, and they had not expected such beings to truly exist in this universe, particularly among the 3,000 star domains. The Kuei Nyo were treasures in their entirety. Whether for their use or their skin and bones, they held immense value. Even more remarkably, upon slaying a divine beast, one might discover exceptionally valuable items that could be exchanged for a substantial amount of divine sources. Creator gods could enhance their strength through divine sources, and consuming divine beasts could augment their divine power. Moreover, consuming these beasts offered a chance to comprehend the laws. For instance, the Kuei Nyo embodied the law of thunder. Consuming it could lead to insights into thunderous principles. While 3rd-tier creator gods could grasp the laws, not every 3rd-tier creator god had mastered them. Even those who had would welcome additional insights. You two are truly frustrating. I won't accompany you again if we fail to secure a kill. Yixian lamented. He had assumed that the duo had devised a comprehensive plan and that he only needed to tag along. Little did he know they merely had a destination in mind. Aware only of the Kuei Nyo's presence, with no further insights. Regarding the Kuei Nyo, he felt indifferent, for he had already mastered the thunderous path, rendering it useless to him. As for enhancing his divine power through consumption, that was even less relevant. If he relied on such means for strength, he would have no need for his myriad paths. Honestly, I thought Yixian had found something worthwhile, but this is it. Gao Long tossed his hair in frustration. He regretted this expedition. What use was the law of thunder compared to his fire god's prowess? His world was teeming with fire entities, and the law of thunder was merely an additional means of attack. Ahem, let us wait a bit longer. We're sure to find something. Lu Yong chimed in cheerfully. Zhang Bin remained silent, while the others offered no comments, having neither the strength to contribute nor the courage to voice complaints, grateful enough that they had been brought along. Chapter 67. The Star-Devouring Octopus, a fourth-tier entity. I had intended to challenge students from other esteemed academies and engage in discussions with scholars from technological divine nations. Ji Zhan remarked with a cheerful demeanor. My suggestion is that you depart immediately, rather than wandering aimlessly with us, Yi Xian said earnestly. He was not urging anyone to leave, but genuinely believed this to be the best course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Zhan replied, Very well. I shall take my leave first. You all proceed without me. Thus, one by one, several individuals departed, feeling that their time was being squandered. Some even began to blame Yi Xian, Shui Yin, and Lu Yong, as it was they who had taken the initiative. Yet over 3 days had passed without a single sighting of a divine beast. This undoubtedly wasted their 50 divine sources, and with the return journey, that amounted to 100, a considerable sum for them all. 2 days passed. On an exceedingly desolate planet, Yi Xian, Zhang Bin, Gao Long, Shui Yin, Lu Yong, Xian Ku, and Lin Lan sat in a circle, remaining steadfast in their location. This planet was devoid of life, reduced to a barren wasteland of silence. Where do you think the Kuei-Nyo might be? Xian Ku could not restrain himself from asking. They had been drinking in the harsh winds of the northwest for an entire week without catching even a glimpse of the Kuei-Nyo. Not only had they failed to see the Kuei-Nyo, but they had not even encountered a trace of any ferocious beasts or demonic creatures. No one had an answer to this question, nor could anyone respond to him. Suddenly, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Something is amiss on this planet. Upon hearing his words, the 6 others quickly rose, adopting a vigilant posture. What is it? Lu Yong inquired. This planet is not merely lifeless. I can sense that its very vitality is plummeting at an alarming rate. This indicates that some creature is draining its life force. Yi Xian tapped into the path of life and perceived the drastic decline in the planet's vitality. It was evident that some being was responsible, rather than the natural cycle of life and death. What? Zhang Bin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. A creature capable of siphoning the life of a planet must be extraordinarily powerful. Destroying a planet is simple enough, provided it is not as immense as the ancestral star. A mere flick could obliterate this desolate orb. However, to drain its life force was beyond his capacity. Not only was it impossible, but inconceivable. Gasping in shock, the group was taken aback. Could it be that after searching for so many days, we have stumbled into the territory of some unknown monstrosity? Xian Ku's face fell with sorrow, unable to fathom the implications should that creature discover their presence. I suggest we withdraw from this star system swiftly, the farther away, the better. Upon finishing her words, Shui Yin immediately took to the skies, soaring away from the planet. Hurry! The others followed suit, seeking to escape this perilous space. It is too late, Yi Xian murmured softly. He sensed that their pursuer had already detected their presence. Rumbling sounds erupted from the once desolate ground. Tendrils resembling towering pillars shot up from below. Countless appendages surged forth with astonishing speed, intertwining and reaching towards the heavens. This is bad. It aims to encircle us. Shui Yin shouted, hastening her pace even further. In an instant, the sky darkened, cloaked by the tightly intertwined tendrils that blocked the sunlight from distant stars. What in the world is this creature? Xian Ku melded into the surrounding space, his expression relaxed. He could have traversed the void to escape, yet he remained, waiting to strike the creature. Fire fist. Gao Long clenched his right hand and unleashed a massive flaming fist, akin to a fire dragon, aimed at the colossal tendrils that obscured the sky. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated as the fire fist struck the tendrils, yet astonishingly, there was no response. How is this possible? Gao Long exclaimed in horror. This was a fist imbued with the essence of fire, logically. It should have melted the accursed tendrils before even making contact. Futile. Those tendrils are imbued with the laws of confinement. Common attacks are utterly ineffective, Yi Xian interjected. Shaking his head, he sensed the aura of confinement emanating from the massive tendrils, understanding that battles governed by laws transcended mere brute force. It was a contest of the strength of those laws and the might of their wielders. The ground began to tremble violently, and as this tremor intensified, the immense desolate planet fractured in layers. A gargantuan head, comparable in size to an ordinary planet, emerged from the depths. It resembled an octopus, covered in a multitude of eyes that inspired dread. It lacked a body, its form composed solely of massive, writhing tentacles, many of which remained anchored within the planet's core. With a bizarre cry, it voraciously consumed the planet's life force to augment its own, while the tendrils that emerged from the ground intertwined, shrouding the sky. Its gaze fell upon the group, filled with bloodlust, as its terrifying eyes fixated on them. This is the star-eating octopus, a creature that devours planetary life to enhance itself, typically residing within the star domain. Yet it was unexpected to find such a being in the Kuei star domain. Shui Yin, the most knowledgeable among them, quickly articulated. In recent days, he had perused numerous texts to select candidates for their journey to other star domains, thus recognizing this octopus-like entity immediately. Does this creature have any weaknesses? Zhang Bin inquired loudly. Roar. Amidst their discussion, the star-eating octopus suddenly let out a frenzied roar, causing an uncountable number of tentacles to surge forth from the ground towards the seven in the air. The weakness lies in its head, but be cautious. If you do not destroy its head completely, it will regenerate. Shui Yin shouted while deftly evading the onslaught. Zhang Bin narrowed his eyes slightly, alerting the group. Such a formidable presence. It must possess fourth-tier strength. Everyone, be vigilant. Regardless of its strength, it shall be vanquished today. Chapter 68. Where Strength Meets Weakness. The Reaper is like the wind, ever at my side. Lin Lan shouted, using her hand as a blade, her form flashing as she charged toward the octopus. This is the slash of the underworld. A glimmer imbued with deadly intent, containing a touch of underworld power, sliced through the air toward the octopus's head. Boom. The star-eating octopus did not evade, taking the strike head-on. Is this all you can do? Today, you shall meet your doom. Ha ha ha. Then, the star-eating octopus opened its maw wide, generating a tremendous gravitational pull that drew the airborne individuals toward it. In an instant, both the clouds in the sky and the very air were drawn toward its gaping mouth. The six in the sky struggled to stabilize themselves against the overwhelming force of the fourth-tier star-eating octopus's suction, their descent slow yet inexorable toward its jaws. How is this possible? Even space cannot hinder its consumption. Xin Ku felt the immense attraction from the octopus even within another dimension. Knowing its weakness matters not. What can you do about it? Ha ha ha. As the star-eating octopus opened its mouth to draw them in, it mocked them with its mental taunts. It is not that space cannot obstruct. It is that you cannot resist. Yi Xian's words fell softly as he hovered alone in midair, seemingly beyond control. The space beneath him rippled incessantly. Despite the formidable pull from below, it could not draw him down. You damned creature. The colossal octopus below opened its gaping maw, invoking the laws of consumption, significantly intensifying its gravitational force. The onlookers found it impossible to resist the pull any longer, as they were swept towards it. Yi Xian, save me. Xin Ku was violently yanked from the spatial realm, his fear prompting a loud cry. The other five could scarcely utter a word, exerting all their strength in futile resistance. Weakness? Where power reaches, there lies weakness. Yi Xian smirked contemptuously, a terrifying aura emanating from within him. A force that seemed poised to devour everything materialized behind him, transforming into a dark vortex akin to a black hole. Do you relish the consumption of planets and lives? Then allow me to demonstrate the true essence of devouring power. Boom. A formidable gravitational force emerged from behind him, absorbing the octopus's voracious pull, causing its tentacles, which had been soaring through the sky, to disintegrate and rush towards the devouring pathway behind him. With a sigh of relief, the six individuals felt the gravitational force dissipate entirely. Seeing the tentacles in the sky finally loosen and reveal a glimmer of hope, they hurriedly flew towards it. Impossible. You are merely at the second tier. How can your devouring laws surpass mine? The octopus stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Yi Xian, clad in white, exclaiming in horror. Endless tentacles flew back through the air, including those deep within the ground and the head of the octopus, all heading towards the immense abyssal vortex behind Yi Xian. Goodness. Yi Xian is terrifying. Lu Yong gasped from above. Faced with such an opponent, he had not even had a chance to retaliate before being drawn in. In stark contrast, Yi Xian had conjured a power of devouring that not only absorbed the enemy's force, but also drew the enemy itself into its depths. How many laws does he truly comprehend? Zhang Bin's eyes flickered with astonishment. Even with the might of a divine realm, he could not achieve such a staggering feat of surpassing ranks in battle. Yet Yi Xian had managed to reverse the situation, slaying an opponent 2 tiers above him. He is formidable. Gao Long clenched his fists, realizing that against such an opponent, Yi Xian had dispatched them with ease. Beside him, Lin Lan gazed at Yi Xian's silhouette, feeling a peculiar sensation stir within her. Upon recognizing this, she quickly cast aside her chaotic thoughts. A man would only hinder her speed in drawing her blade. No. The colossal octopus was ultimately consumed by the manifestation of Yi Xian's devouring power. Despite its immense size, it was instantly reduced to nothing within the confines of the devouring force. Even in its final moments, it could not comprehend how a mere second-tier being could slay it. Ah, has something exploded? Yi Xian sensed something peculiar within the devouring force and hastily attempted to expel it. He observed the emptiness before him as the devouring power vanished. This wretched devouring force was incredibly potent, voraciously consuming everything. When the enormous octopus perished, something had seemingly emerged from its head, yet before he could retrieve it, it was swallowed once more, leaving not a trace behind. What happened? Lu Yong inquired upon hearing Yi Xian's voice after the octopus's demise. Sigh, the octopus exploded with something. But it was devoured, Yixian lamented. Lu Yong patted his shoulder, offering comfort. It's fine, as long as you're unharmed. Yixian shot him a glance, choosing not to elaborate. Regardless, I must thank you. Without your presence, we would have likely faced total annihilation. Lu Yong gazed skyward, feeling a sense of loss. He had just realized how beautiful this damned starry sky truly was. Enough. I anticipated this scene when I brought you all out. Yixian waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. For him, he had never considered relying on their assistance. If he genuinely needed help in battle, these individuals would be of little use to him. Yixian is truly impressive. Such a powerful gravitational force that distorted space. I was swept away, yet you remained unscathed. Xianku exclaimed, his eyes alight with admiration. The depth of Yixian's mastery over spatial laws far surpassed his own. I wonder if Yixian has time to. No, Yixian interjected, shaking his head before Xianku could finish. What nonsense. You expect me to teach you? Can you afford the divine essence for that? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Well, even if I were free, why should I teach you? Just bringing you along is enough. All right, thank you nonetheless. Xianku replied, somewhat disheartened, yet he still expressed his gratitude. The others soon followed suit, offering their thanks. Why would a fourth-tier monster appear in this place? Shuiyan asked, perplexed. In theory, fourth-tier monsters were exceedingly powerful and should have been cleared away by higher-tier creation gods. Encountering such creatures in the outer star realms was not surprising to Shuiyan, but in this realm of 3,000 star domains, it was perplexing. This was within the human sphere of influence. It made no sense for such occurrences to take place. Moreover, it belonged to the Great Xia Nation's 800 star domains, which, despite their vastness, could easily be obliterated by the higher-tier creation gods with a mere thought, leading to untold destruction. What constitutes a monster? Any being harmful to humans qualifies. The octopus that attacked us was a monster, typically inclined to assault humanity, coupled with its grotesque appearance. Those that obey and can be tamed by humans are regarded as pets or mounts. Many people enjoy keeping pets, which can also serve as mounts, adding an air of sophistication. Legendary beasts like the Kuei Nyo are beloved by many, and these creatures are referred to as mounts or pets. However, some Kuei Nyo do not respond to taming, and they too are categorized as monsters. In essence, any being that attacks humans, regardless of its race, can be labeled a monster. Perhaps they have undergone breakthroughs in recent years, Lu Yong speculated, shaking his head slightly. Who knows? In a single star domain, there could be countless creatures, with breakthroughs being quite normal. Those high-tier gods wouldn't casually conduct purges. That would be an exercise in futility. Perhaps, Shuiyan conceded. Indeed, as Lu Yong had noted, there were likely numerous monsters that had emerged through breakthroughs. Ahem, esteemed ones, shall we return? This place is perilous. Without Yixian, we would be utterly defenseless, Xianku remarked. Having wasted time and divine essence earlier, he now felt a tinge of fear after their encounter. He wielded spatial laws and had a promising future, but he could not afford to fall here. Although Yixian was powerful, they were still vulnerable. Who could predict if they might encounter a monster even Yixian could not withstand? Such a reliance on another for one's fate was uncomfortable, at least. He did not appreciate it. I concur. Our strength is too feeble. The circumstances here are exceedingly abnormal. The Kuei Star domain is not a place for our training. Gao Long nodded in agreement from the side. Soon after, the others followed suit with their own nods. Very well, let us return for now, Shuiyan said resignedly. Although he too wished to locate the Kuei Nyo, the consensus among the group was clear, compounded by their undeniable lack of strength. Not only he, but even Zhang Bin was utterly helpless when faced with the tentacles earlier, and Zhang Bin, after all, was capable of effortlessly dispatching his own adversaries. Had that monstrous being not been so careless, and had it directly used its tendrils to attack them, it was likely that none of them, save for Yixian, would have survived. You all may go. I shall remain here to further hone my skills. Yixian declined their proposal. He was not of the same ilk as the others. Ultimately, Yixian found himself alone. This incident served as a wake-up call, illuminating the solitary path he must tread. While their powers may have once been comparable, time had inexorably widened the gap. There was no necessity to forcibly bring them along. Doing so would only endanger himself or them. It was akin to them diving headlong into the Kuei Star domain without preparation. None knew the routes, nor the location of the Kuei Nyo. They were merely searching blindly. 3 days later, is this another world? Yixian found himself in a strange place where the dimensions differed entirely from those outside. With a flash, he entered that realm. For one who had mastered the path of spatial manipulation, as long as his divine power remained intact, he need not fear any place he entered. He could always find a way to escape. Unless, of course, he encountered a being powerful enough to suppress him. The four-tiered octopus he had faced days prior would not have been so easily vanquished had it not been careless. Conversely, had it chosen to stealthily ambush him, he might have truly been in peril. After all, he was merely a second-tier creator god. Though his combat prowess was formidable, it was only effective in a straightforward duel. Should he face a powerful creature in a surprise attack, it was highly likely he would meet his end. Thus, he maintained his form in another layer of space, avoiding convergence with the current realm, allowing him to buy time should he be ambushed by demonic entities. In the dimensional realm, this must be the demon world. Yi Xian mused as he surveyed the atmosphere thick with demonic energy. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. A colossal black tiger charged at him from a distance, its dark patterns crawling with malevolent energy. The sheer intensity of its presence ignited an instinctive wariness within Yi Xian. With a swift leap, the tiger traversed countless miles, ultimately landing empty-handed. Is its aura even more formidable than that of the star-devouring octopus? Yi Xian whispered to himself. A dark path manifested behind him, a silhouette emerging, an identical figure clad in black, emanating boundless, majestic demonic power. He stood still, as if poised to suppress all. Roar! The black tiger let out a thunderous roar, its fur bristling and shedding, launching itself toward Yi Xian. The hairs ignited spontaneously, transforming into slender, dark fire needles. It leaped into the air, vanishing, only to reappear from another angle, pouncing again. With a resounding crash, it unleashed a cacophony that tore through the very fabric of space with its claws. Yi Xian raised his right hand slightly, manifesting a demonic aura that obliterated the oncoming dark fire needles, pinning the black tiger to the ground with a thunderous impact. Where's this place? Yi Xian stood as a dark sovereign atop the heavens, gazing down upon the subdued black tiger. The creature was momentarily taken aback. This human seemed unaware of the realm's identity. How had he arrived here? This is the Dark Realm. It finally spoke, daunted by Yi Xian's might. In the cosmos, all beings of the first tier could comprehend each other's languages, save for the higher-level dialects reserved for those of greater enlightenment. Disclose to me all information about this realm, and I may spare your life. Yi Xian's voice echoed once more. The black tiger hesitated, glancing up in horror as it realized that the individual it had approached from afar now stood directly before it. As Yi Xian's words fell, an overwhelming force surged within him, emanating a boundless aura of death, the essence of the path of death, potent enough to lead all beings, living or inanimate, towards demise. This deathly power manifested, forcing the black tiger to cower on the ground, immobilized. Whimpering, it began to plead for mercy. Seeing this, Yi Xian retracted his aura and calmly commanded, "Speak, or perish." The Dark Realm is but one of the countless worlds within the vast universe, where all beings cultivate the dark powers. Behold that moon. It radiates an aura of darkness, the black tiger hastily explained, not daring to conceal any detail for fear of incurring Yi Xian's wrath. It had spent countless years reaching its current strength, only to find itself bested by what appeared to be a seemingly weak human. Upon Yi Xian's arrival, it had coincidentally passed by, detecting the scent of humanity and immediately leaping to attack. Though it sensed the aura of a mere second-tier being, it was effortlessly subdued, leaving it in sheer terror, prompting it to divulge everything. From its account, Yi Xian learned that all beings in this world primarily practiced the dark path, interspersed with other laws. Just like the black tiger's earlier leap, which traversed unfathomable distances due to spatial laws, or its claws that could rend the very fabric of space with their sheer momentum. Furthermore, he discovered that the most powerful creatures here reached the 6th tier, which instilled a sense of caution within him, no matter how strong he was. He could not contend with a 6th-tier being. In truth, being able to suppress a 4th-tier creature was already his utmost limit. In confrontations among creator gods, it was rare to encounter opponents of equal standing. One either annihilated the other or was vanquished themselves. The higher the cultivation, the more significant the disparity in exhibited combat prowess. Those who could engage in battles lasting days or even years were either akin to the aberrations of divine beings or merely second-tier weaklings. This was why Yi Xian had been able to dominate his path thus far, from the moment he grasped the path of the cosmos. His true combat strength had already reached the 3rd tier. Now, having mastered countless paths, he found himself limited to suppressing 4th-tier beings. If he were to face a 5th-tier creature, he would likely be swiftly overwhelmed. Then you may return, Yi Xian nodded, speaking softly. The black tiger gazed at Yi Xian in disbelief, astonished that he would truly let it go. Without daring to linger, it leaped away, vanishing without a trace. Yi Xian chose not to slay it. To him, it was merely a 4th-tier creature. Having acquired the information he sought, he moved and disappeared from that dimension. Once he departed, a humanoid entity materialized. Upon its arrival, all nearby demonic creatures knelt in submission, paralyzed with fear. Is this realm now left behind? It muttered to itself. With a cold snort, it extended its right hand. Buzz! Crossing the boundless expanse of space, it seized a black tiger, pulling it back into its grasp. Dark Sovereign. The black tiger, a creature previously set free by Yi Xian, trembled upon catching sight of the individual before it, promptly kneeling in submission. Speak of the matter regarding your conversation with that person, came the cold command from the one referred to as the Dark Sovereign. Fortuitously, Yi Xian had managed to flee swiftly. Beads of cold sweat flowed down his brow, saturating his entire being. At the very moment he departed, an overwhelmingly potent aura manifested, nearly locking him in place. Had he truly been ensnared, he shuddered to contemplate the dire consequences. With a surge of divine energy, the chilling sweat born of peril evaporated instantaneously, disappearing without a trace. Yi Xian hastened his departure, keenly aware of the lurking dangers behind him. After what felt like an eternity, he distanced himself significantly from that dark realm. Enough of this, he sighed. There is certainly something peculiar about the Kuei star domain. A mystery beyond my current grasp. It is wiser to retreat and bide my time. He lamented the absence of the once abundant Kuei cattle in this domain. While the malevolent entities seemed to proliferate, should this dark realm manifest in the outer star domains, he would not find it particularly surprising. However, the existence of such a force, independent of humanity, within the Kuei star domain was indeed terrifying. Though a sixth-tier power was formidable, it was insignificant among humans. Easily obliterated in an instant. On the ancestral star, atop Jiangnan Mountain in Jiangnan Province, Yi Xian reclined in his modest villa. His recent expedition to the Kuei star domain had been fraught with peril, leaving him uncertain about whether to inform the president of Jiangnan University. While this president was not his own, they shared a cordial rapport. The president was undoubtedly pleased to have such a prodigy emerge from Jiangnan Province, as evidenced by the generous gift of a villa. With the divine essence of the week now in hand, it was time to explore. With a mere thought, Yi Xian entered the chaotic realm. In the void above chaos, strands of divine power began to waft towards him from the depths of the chaos. Before long, he had amassed a significant portion of divine patterns within his being. A third-tier creator god would transform their entire being into a divine body adorned with divine patterns, achieving a state of perpetual freedom and immortality. However, this immortality was relative. Those who reached a certain level of power could indeed extinguish such beings, though it would not be an easy task. The regenerative capabilities of a divine body were vastly superior. Even if only a single cell remained, it would ultimately regenerate. Yet, there existed supreme beings capable of erasing them entirely from existence with a single blow. Upon reaching the fourth-tier creator god level, once divine essence was consolidated, all timelines across infinite space and time would align with their will, rendering them unique. This uniqueness did not confine them to a single time-space. Rather, every iteration of themselves across all time and parallel dimensions would embody their current consciousness. Even if they were annihilated in one timeline, they would emerge anew in the next, defying the finality of death in one dimension. To truly eradicate a fourth-tier creator god, one must extinguish every manifestation of them across the boundless continuum of time. Only then could they be definitively slain. This distinction marked the most profound difference between the fourth and third-tier creator gods. Chapter 71. The Emergence of Pangu, late second tier. This notion closely parallels the realm of the great Luo celestial immortals. However, achieving this state within the universe necessitates ascending to an even higher tier. Yi Xian's power swiftly ascended to the mid-level of the second-tier creator god. Pangu, having gestated for so long, was now destined to emerge. Yi Xian conjured the divine essence liquid, allowing it to cascade gently. A substantial vial of divine essence flowed towards the primordial source of the chaotic realm. He also transported the Pangu egg, nurtured in another realm, into the chaos. Within the chaos, the presence of that egg was palpable. The eyes of the destruction divine demon glimmered red as it instantly sensed the aura emanating from the other end of its grand path. Beside the path of destruction, numerous other grand paths began to manifest. Upon its return to the chaos, all the chaotic divine demons detected this and instinctively surged towards the Pangu egg. Boom, boom. A thunderous resonance erupted from within the chaos, leaving no one aware of its cause. Deep within the boundless chaos, a creation blue lotus stood resilient amidst the chaotic currents. Blooming magnificently, upon its lotus platform rested an immense egg, towering at an astonishing height, while the blue lotus, augmented by 3,000 grand paths, expanded to a staggering size. Countless divine essences flowed into this egg, transformed into the essence of the world. The supreme paths of creation, destruction, fate, limitlessness, and chaos intertwined around the pinnacle of this egg, spinning in a cosmic dance. Time, space, rebirth, life, death, reincarnation, cause and effect, creation, slaughter, wishes, curses, and the 12 supreme paths of yin and yang spiraled and coiled around it. Additionally, 500 other grand paths, including devouring, elements, calamity, stars, light, darkness, sealing, ordinance, salvation, celestial, demonic, immortal, and Buddha, entangled at a mid-level. At the base, nearly 2,500 grand paths lay prostrate beneath the Pangu egg. Crack. After countless years of gestation, the Pangu egg, nourished by the formidable primordial power, finally began to fracture. Bang! With a sudden rupture, the egg burst open, and a massive figure, previously curled within, stood tall. Upon emerging, its form towered at a staggering height, far surpassing that of other divine demons. Though divine demons could shift in size, their true forms remained fixed, predetermined at the moment of emergence. Much like the later Wu clan, which could alter its size. The true embodiment of the Wu clan was set in its dimensions. However, unlike the Wu clan, whose true forms could grow with their power, the true forms of the 3,000 Grand Path divine demons were eternally fixed. For the Grand Path body is a manifestation of the Grand Path, inevitably bound by fate. Even if other true forms exceeded their size, they were no match against the Grand Path body. Standing atop the blue lotus, Pangu inhaled deeply, consuming the Pangu egg, formed from the 3,000 Grand Paths, and integrating it into his being. This is chaos. I am Pangu. Instantly, the essence of this revelation flooded his mind. These words traversed the chaotic currents, reaching every corner of the chaos. Troubling news, he has emerged. The destruction divine demon felt a chill within, yet quickly reassured itself that even if formidable, the newly emerged entity would not match their combined might. Buzz. The fabric of space trembled as the space and time divine demons united above the chaos, gazing in awe at Pangu's towering form. Standing at an astonishing height of 100,000 zhang, their hearts raced with trepidation. This was a manifestation of the Grand Path, suggesting that his power surpassed that of the 3,000 Grand Paths. Although the 3,000 Grand Paths varied in strength, they were not hierarchically ranked. Even the mightiest among them stood at a mere 100,000 zhang. All belonged to the same tier, with distinctions of strength but no hierarchy. Yet now, Pangu's stature, reaching 100,000 zhang, indicated that he transcended the 3,000 Grand Paths. Pangu. With the arrival of the space and time divine demons, more of the 3,000 Grand Path divine demons soon gathered. In the chaos, amidst the void buzz. With Pangu's complete emergence, the chaos became whole, and Yixian's power naturally ascended to the late second-tier creator god. Once Pangu opened the heavens and forged the primordial world, Yixian anticipated that his strength would inevitably break through to the realm of the primordial. Pangu, driven by the ambition to create the heavens, was undoubtedly endowed with a supreme treasure for his protection. Yixian spoke in a subdued tone, extending his hand to grasp the essence of the world's origin, infusing it into the grand path of potency amidst the chaos. What brings you here? Pangu coldly regarded the myriad deities and demons of the 3,000 great paths before him, acutely sensing their malevolence. Yet, he felt no fear. Birthed as he was at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, he was no different from other deities and demons of creation and destruction. Hand over my creation, Azure Lotus. The demon of creation's eyes blazed crimson. That was his companion treasure, now trampled beneath the feet of others. A source of great urgency for him. However, faced with the overwhelming power of his adversary, he hesitated to act. What of this item? Pangu furrowed his brow and pointed, causing the shrunken azure lotus beneath him to soar towards the other. Though this treasure is splendid, it bears no use for me. The demon of creation, witnessing this, was elated and swiftly caught it. With a mere thought, he was astonished to find that he could indeed manipulate the azure lotus. Behold, I can control my companion treasure, he exclaimed joyously. The demons of destruction, fate, and infinity, along with others, were equally astonished as they realized they could also wield their respective companion treasures. The Book of Fate emerged from the River of Fate, landing in the hands of the Fate Demon. The World Destruction Mill arrived from the endless chaos. Standing beneath the Demon of Destruction, the Chaos Pearl transcended space and time, materializing beside the Chaos Demon, while the measure of infinity manifested as a ruler in the hands of the Infinity Demon. Pangu, today, we shall return you to the chaos. The Demon of Destruction unleashed tremendous power from the World Destruction Mill, hurling it towards Pangu. The other deities and demons followed suit, channeling their own divine powers. Confronted with this formidable adversary, destined to return them to the embrace of the Great Path, they dared not underestimate him, unleashing their might upon Pangu. Humph! Pangu snorted coldly, an invisible force emanating from him to meet the onslaught of divine powers. Buzz! Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, splitting the boundless chaos, obliterating space and time, revealing an inexplicable realm of pristine whiteness. Chapter 72. Pangu battles the deities and demons. Ha! Pangu roared, his fists swirling as the powers of the 3,000 great paths materialized behind him, coalescing into a force directed at his foes. Bang! Rumble! The cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the endless chaos, echoing across the battlefield. Let me annihilate you and return you to the chaos. The demon of destruction, realizing Pangu was unharmed and emboldened, felt a surge of indignation. Since his inception, he had never collaborated with so many deities and demons, even when allied with others. It was against a vast opposing force. Yet now, 3,000 deities and demons gathered solely to confront a newly birthed being. Most humiliating was the fact that their combined might was effortlessly dispelled by a mere cold snort, as Pangu charged towards them, barehanded. This humiliation was intolerable. I shall lend you my strength. From a distance, a voice of equal terror resonated. It was the Chaos Demon. For the Chaos Demon, chaos was home, the essence of its existence. Yet, This colossal being sought to cleave the chaos and forge a so-called heaven and earth. This filled him with unbounded rage, propelling him into a furious strike against Pangu. The boundless chaos, infused with nearly 3,000 divine powers, surged forth, augmented by the destructive force aimed at Pangu. Simultaneously, the assaults from creation, fate, infinity, and various other divine entities joined the fray. Rumble. Puffed. Pangu could not evade that strike, and was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. You wretched beings. Pangu's 3,000 thick strands of hair danced wildly as fury ignited in his eyes, his face etched with ferocity. With his upper body bared, the convergence of 3,000 divine powers within him exploded forth in a single, mighty punch. Rumble. Crackle. Crash. In that moment, the endless chaos was shattered, revealing an extraordinarily vast world between Pangu and the 3,000 deities and demons. Within, space finally materialized, and the flow of time could be felt, with pure essence rising and impurities descending. Ah, so this is my destiny. Pangu's eyes gleamed as he murmured to himself. The myriad deities and demons halted, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Is this the new world? The demon of creation's eyes sparkled as he beheld the realm. Though devoid of life, he sensed infinite potential for creation within, capable of giving birth to countless varieties of beings. In the chaos, he had once created innumerable lives and objects alongside the life demon. Yet those lives either fell to the hands of the demon of destruction or ultimately succumbed to their own demise. The chaos was too formidable. Apart from the manifested deities and demons, other life forms struggled to endure, even those birthed from their own hands. Unthinkable. This world must not come into being. The chaos demon gazed upon the new world, his heart racing with dread. If this realm were to emerge, he would forever be denied the status of true supremacy. So this is the new world. I sense an exquisite delight. The demon of destruction's eyes narrowed, a glint of greed evident within. His instincts told him that by obliterating this world, he would ascend to the pinnacle, becoming the eternal sovereign of chaos. The remaining deities and demons were gripped by terror, finally comprehending why they would perish at Pangu's hands. The opening of chaos would affect them, rendering the great path elusive, prolonging their understanding of it indefinitely. No deity or demon would consent to such a fate, thus they endeavored to thwart him, ultimately falling before Pangu. Though they now grasped the reason, they remained unwilling to accept it. After all, they would not truly perish. Upon awakening from the great path, their cultivation would surely ascend to the apex of that world. In an instant, the majority of the 3,000 deities and demons glared fiercely at Pangu, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Only the demon of destruction fell into contemplation. Apart from him, no one wished to see this world birthed, not even the demon of creation. Yet his desire for the world's emergence stemmed from the hope of one day annihilating it himself. Pangu must fall. The chaos demon's cold voice rang out. Striking first, an overwhelming tide of chaotic power surged forth, bolstered by the surrounding chaotic essence, amplifying its might. Pangu scoffed, launching a punch. The path of power emanating from the 3,000 paths, combined with the essence of those paths, meant that even a simple punch from Pangu contained the weight of 3,000 paths. Buzz. The previously fleeting world lingered longer this time, existing for a full 10 breaths before returning to silence, vanishing back into chaos. When the demons of destruction ceased their assault, the other deities and demons found it increasingly difficult to suppress Pangu. They finally understood that, although Pangu had emerged last, his strength overshadowed the entirety of chaos. Within the chaotic realm, none could rival him. Only when the 5 supreme beings led the charge, could the 3,000 deities and demons collectively restrain Pangu, albeit only in suppression. Buzz. A brilliant light flashed, revealing 2 supreme treasures beside Pangu. One was the axe that split chaos to forge the primordial lands, and the other, a jade tablet imbued with the power of 3,000 great paths. Just like the companion treasures of other deities and demons, the jade tablet was surrounded by the essence of 3,000 paths. Yet above all, it is merely power, devoid of enlightenment. That axe symbolizes the unparalleled essence of the 3,000 paths unified into a singular force, a primordial treasure of might. The jade butterfly serves as a guardian of wisdom, while the axe represents invincible aggression. My path is not solitary. Pangu laughed heartily, bestowing the great Tao upon the jade butterfly and the axe. Behold the Pangu axe, behold the great Tao jade butterfly. His voice resonated through the chaos, instilling fear in the hearts of numerous divine beings. With bare hands, Pangu, unaccompanied by primordial treasures, was already formidable. Now, wielding the Pangu axe and the great Tao jade butterfly, his strength could only be conjectured. They understood that even if they united once more to unleash annihilation, they could never suppress Pangu. The myriad deities retreated, their forms vanishing, a palpable gloom enveloping their hearts. They sensed that perhaps the chaos was on the brink of transformation. How unjust is the great Tao, to be so benevolent towards Pangu. The demon god's eyes fixed upon Pangu, reflecting upon his own possession of merely 2 chaotic spirit treasures, while Pangu possessed 2 primordial treasures, especially the Pangu axe, which seemed to transcend all others. A faint desire to seize the Pangu axe flickered within him, yet he understood that should he approach, he would surely meet his demise at Pangu's hands. Thus, he too vanished from sight. Chapter 73. Accumulating Divine Source, a Symposium? Pangu did not hinder their departure. For his own condition was far from optimal. His Tao wounds were grievously severe. Alone, he found it challenging to contend against the 3,000 path deities without primordial treasures. Fortunately, the demon of annihilation did not strike, for had he done so, Pangu might have faced ruin. Falling here was not beyond the realm of possibility. Sitting cross-legged, the Pangu axe danced in the air beside him, safeguarding him, while the great Tao jade butterfly subtly manifested the essence of the Tao before him. Annihilation. Why did you not strike to obliterate him earlier? The chaotic demon confronted the demon of annihilation with indignation. All 5 supreme beings sensed Pangu's predicament. Had they acted together before he acquired his primordial treasures, they could have surely cast Pangu back into the slumber of the Tao. This was the root of the chaotic demon's fury. The demon of annihilation's eyes flashed with crimson light as he laughed. Ha ha ha. Pangu's mission is to open the heavens, and my Tao is annihilation. Your path lies within chaos, which I cannot destroy, otherwise, all you path deities would surely perish at my hands. Pangu cleaves the chaos to create a new world. Does this not align with my Tao? When the time comes, I shall annihilate the new world, and my Tao shall be fulfilled. So, why should I join you in its destruction? The demon of annihilation laughed heartily. What chaos could not be cleaved? What concern was it of his? All path deities are born with but a single goal, to achieve the Tao, ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao, and master the complete essence of the Tao, thus transcending the limitations of their own paths. He sensed that as long as he could destroy that newly birthed world, he would surely attain the Tao. Throughout the ages, he had contemplated the annihilation of this chaos, the destruction of all path deities, yet he knew he was incapable of such feats. Had he been able, he would have long since transcended annihilation. Do you not realize that Pangu's world opening will also usher you into the Tao? The chaotic demon furrowed his brow, astonished by the demon of annihilation's perspective. No wonder he had refrained from acting. And so what? As long as I can achieve the Tao, when I resurrect from the depths of annihilation, that newly birthed world shall naturally face destruction. The demon of annihilation replied nonchalantly. From the moment he beheld that world, he understood that his mission was to obliterate it and step into the supreme realm. As for the endless years of descent, to beings such as them, what did it matter? The 3,000 paths are the roots of all. They can never be destroyed. As long as the Tao endures, they shall eventually revive. But the chaotic demon did not share this sentiment. His opportunity to attain the Tao lay within the chaos. If chaos were to shatter and give birth to the heavens and earth, he would lose his chance to achieve the Tao, making him the most desperate among the deities. Acknowledging that he could no longer persuade annihilation, he reluctantly withdrew. Ha ha ha. Pangu, I await the day you annihilate the chaos. The demon of annihilation laughed recklessly. At that moment, all notions of orderly or chaotic factions, or any alliances to eliminate Pangu, became utterly inconsequential. He reveled in the chaos, exuberantly expressing the joy that emanated from the depths of the Tao. However, this does not imply that I will go easy in the final battle. At that time, you will surely be absurdly powerful, and I intend to wear you down in the ultimate confrontation of world creation. Having witnessed Pangu's might, the demon of annihilation dared not allow him to survive. Should Pangu endure, even if he were to resurrect in the void, he could never annihilate the new world. Above the chaos, within the void, these deities are indeed rather gullible. Yi Xian remarked casually. What the demon of annihilation sensed was, in truth, his entanglement with the path of annihilation. Had he not acted thus, allowing them to unite, Pangu would surely have fallen. Pangu himself was birthed from the 3,000 paths, and thus could only be defeated through their combined might. Yet now, he wielded the unparalleled Pangu axe and the great Tao jade butterfly, capable of penetrating the depths of the Tao while also serving as a defense. Should there be another confrontation, victory would undoubtedly belong to Pangu. Before long, the heavens would be opened. I must conserve more divine source, controlling the flow of time, lest it develop too swiftly. Should the world's essence be insufficient, this primordial realm might regress as it did in my past life. Yi Xian's thoughts shifted, and he withdrew from the chaos. The opening of the heavens is inevitable. There are strict requirements for beings transitioning from third-tier creators to fourth-tier creators, both in terms of strength and quantity. If the beings are not sufficiently powerful or numerous, they cannot ascend to the fourth-tier creator realm. In truth, those who possess divine ranks are the true creators, and their divine realms are the genuine divine realms. Yi Xian silently adjusted the flow of time back to 1,000-fold, and then comfortably reclined. Pangu and the other path deities also tended to their Tao wounds, which would not heal in a short span of time. As winter faded and spring arrived, the winter break passed, totaling just over a month. After accompanying them on a visit to the Kuei star domain, Yi Xian spent nearly 2 weeks returning. He subsequently received 3 weeks' worth of rewards. And now he had accumulated 30,000 divine sources. While he was uncertain if this was sufficient, for the sake of caution, he decided to continue amassing resources for a while longer. After all, he firmly held the top position on the Ancestral Star rankings. In the second semester of his senior year, the rankings of the Tongtian list were no longer determined by the system's algorithm. Since the end-of-term exam of the previous semester, the rankings had essentially stabilized, and to improve one's position, one could only challenge the individual directly ahead of them. Outside the top 100, challengers could only take on the top 100 within their own ranking. For instance, those ranked 1099 could challenge at most the 1000th rank. As the students of Lintian No. 1 High School strive to unlock their potential, Yi Xian lay comfortably on his enormous bed, several dozen meters wide, soundly asleep. He relished this existence, a reward for his innate talent and diligence. Although a student at Lintian No. 1 High School, his accomplishments allowed him to enjoy the school's resources without much concern. He had long since outgrown those meager resources. For Principal Zhang Yuanwu, nurturing such a genius was an immense fortune accumulated over many years. Thanks to Yi Xian, the resources at Lintian No. 1 High School had increased 100-fold compared to before. Moreover, most critically, Lintian City had elevated from a county-level city to a prefecture-level city, granting Lintian No. 1 High School a total of 10 slots on the Tongtian list. The remaining high schools in Lintian City have fortuitously gained access to the Tongtian list, with 90 additional institutions now qualifying, though they lack the abundant resources available to Lintian No. 1 High School. Yi Xian, Principal Zhang Yuanwu has requested your return to deliver a speech. Do you wish to comply? Chapter 74, The Name of Yi Xian. Suddenly, a message from Yuanwu, the president of Jiangnan University, appeared among the Tongtian list notifications. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian graciously accepted the request. When will it be? He inquired. Tomorrow, Yuanwu replied. Excellent. Yi Xian agreed, as he had ample time to accumulate divine energy during his moments of idleness. After all, it was his alma mater that had nurtured him, a school that, in essence, had shaped his very being, despite the existence of other institutions. Regardless of where he had studied, he felt a profound affection for his roots. Principal, it has been a while. Yi Xian greeted with a smile as he entered the principal's office. For him, traversing between Jiangnan Mountain and Lintian No. 1 High School was as effortless as a blink of an eye. Thus, he made his way directly to the principal's office. Zhang Yuanwu, unfazed by the sudden visit, paused his official duties and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. So, have you prepared your speech? I'm not exactly a silver-tongued orator. I have no idea how to draft a speech. Yi Xian shrugged and settled onto a nearby sofa. Oh, wasn't it you who eloquently spoke to Qin Ji on the playground? I thought your words were quite impressive. Zhang Yuanwu teased with a grin. A vivid memory flickered in Yi Xian's mind, and he smiled. I can only manage those few clever quips. Are you sure you want me to put on an act at the speech? Zhang Yuanwu raised his hands in mock surrender. If you feel inclined to speak, then by all means, do so. After all, the current senior class lacks much hope, but the first and second years still have a glimmer of potential, especially next year. As the school has been elevated to a city-level institution, many students will certainly wish to enroll, especially with a role model like you inspiring them. Yi Xian chuckled lightly. In that case, Principal, you ought to be grateful to me. Zhang Yuanwu sighed deeply, reflecting, indeed, I should sincerely thank you. While I understand that your success is largely independent of the school, your achievements have undoubtedly brought many benefits to us. Here, he reminisced about his own dreams, now realized. In part due to a student's fortune. Overcome with emotion, he bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Yi Xian stepped aside, helping Zhang Yuanwu to rise. Principal, you're being overly modest. As a Lintian native and a product of Lintian No. 1 High School, such accomplishments are a natural progression. There is no need for gratitude. Besides, over the years, you and Lintian No. 1 High School have nurtured numerous outstanding students. Surely they have also benefited from your guidance? The school cultivates students not for the sake of reward. And when those students succeed, it indirectly fosters the school's growth, without expecting gratitude in return. Zhang Yuanwu slowly stood, shaking his head. Your achievements and the school's development are not of the same caliber. You are destined to be a legend in the annals of history. While I cannot predict the future of this institution, it has undeniably reaped significant rewards because of you. Therefore, for tomorrow's speech, I will support whatever persona you choose to adopt. The mayor and various dignitaries will be in attendance, and many influential figures from Lintian City may also come, providing ample opportunity for you to shine. Zhang Yuanwu understood Yi Xian well, recognizing his penchant for showmanship. He could empathize. If he had achieved such success at a young age, he would likely relish the chance to boast rather than remain modest. Of course, that was the spirit of youth. Now, he had tempered his exuberance, but in future discussions with fellow principals, he could certainly boast about Yi Xian's accomplishments. Agreed. Yi Xian laughed heartily, envisioning the grandeur of his speech at his alma mater, with the mayor and other esteemed figures present, alongside his classmates and juniors. It would indeed be a splendid opportunity to showcase himself. The following day, the playground was teeming with a dense crowd. At the forefront stood the formidable graduates of Lintian No. 1 High School, alongside the city's high-ranking officials, including the mayor, who had arrived early. Originally, the mayor was merely a third-tier creator god, overseeing a county-level area. However, due to Yi Xian's influence, Lintian City had ascended to a prefecture-level city, granting him the position typically reserved for a fourth-tier creator god, for which he was immensely grateful to Yi Xian. Although power is paramount in this world, the resources available to a county-level mayor and those accessible to a prefecture-level mayor are worlds apart. Standing on the podium, Zhang Yuanwu proclaimed loudly, "This speech is dedicated to our student, Yi Xian. I hope everyone will learn from him and aspire to join the Tongtian list." Achieving the coveted top rank on the Zhuxing sublist, he refrained from unnecessary embellishments and promptly exited the stage. As for his subsequent remarks, no one dared to imagine them. Not only did they not believe in themselves, but even if time were to rewind, they would still not envision Yi Xian ascending to the pinnacle of the Zhuxing list. Upon seeing the principal leave the stage, Yi Xian swiftly moved from beside the mayor to the podium. "Wow, Yi Xian!" A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd. In Jiangnan province, Yi Xian was a household name, and even more so in Lintian City. Yi Xian is so handsome. A stunning girl in a short skirt and black stockings gazed at him with adoration. Foolishness. What creator god isn't handsome? A cool senior girl shot a glance at the enamored girls before excitedly shouting, "Yi Xian, I want to have your children. Look. Yi Xian is on stage," exclaimed Li Dong, brimming with excitement as he turned to Zhou Xingqiao. "Do I look blind to you?" Zhou Xingqiao replied calmly, "Cut it out." Li Dong scoffed, then joined the surrounding girls in a frenzy of enthusiastic gestures. Zhou Xingqiao's expression darkened. He suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. "It seems Yi Xian has truly captured the people's hearts," the mayor remarked with a smile. Zhang Yuanwu nodded, chuckling, "Indeed." Once on stage, Yi Xian absorbed the fervor of the crowd for a few moments, then raised his hands to signal for silence. Gradually, the playground quieted, and all eyes were fixed upon Yi Xian, eager to discover the secret behind his ascendance to the top of the Zhuxing list. Chapter 75. Rather than stating that we have created the world, it is more accurate to say that the world has chosen us. The principal, who had barely begun his speech, was already overwhelmed with emotion. In the face of the crisis threatening the survival of the Zhuxing, with 108 schools in Jiangnan weary, it is indeed a perilous moment. Yet, the heads of various schools remain steadfast, and the leading teachers are dedicated, seeking to repay the principal's exceptional kindness by nurturing the students. It is imperative that we open our hearts to honor the principal's virtue, to elevate the spirit of our teachers, and to avoid belittling ourselves, thus obstructing the path of loyalty and counsel. Yi Xian opened his mouth to deliver a speech, which resembled a modified version of the famous memorial on the expedition. Below, Principal Zhang Yuanwu was left with a black line on his forehead, exclaiming, "When did I ever weep? Well, perhaps I did, but when did you witness it?" Reflecting on the previous night's conversation, he couldn't help but regret allowing this rascal to take the stage so freely. It was proving to be a rather troublesome decision. Yi Xian continued, "I am merely a humble commoner from Hawaii, toiling in Lintian, seeking only to preserve my existence within the school, without desiring recognition from my teachers. The principal, not deigning to act in a petty and obsequious manner, sought my counsel thrice within the confines of my humble abode, inquiring about the affairs of our time. This gesture stirred within me a profound sense of gratitude, prompting me to offer my services to the principal. Subsequently, amidst the chaos of a fallen army, I found myself entrusted with a mission during a time of peril. It has now been a year and a half since that moment." Zhang Yuanwu was filled with questions. What does it mean to merely preserve one's existence within the school, without seeking recognition from the teachers? Such a disparaging reputation is hardly commendable. The rest of the common folk, toiling away in obscurity, may be excused, allowing you to lament your hardships. But when have I ever visited you thrice? It is you who has graced my presence on 3 occasions, and each time, it seems you sought to impose your demands. Yet, you were not wrong in stating that amidst the downfall and peril, without Yi Xian, not only would chaos reign, but this very school would cease to exist. A flicker of solace ignited within Zhang Yuanwu. It was something he ought to have anticipated. The principal, aware of my cautious nature, entrusted me with significant matters. Since my appointment, I have been burdened with worry day and night, fearing that my failures might tarnish the principal's reputation. Thus, in October, I traversed the provinces, delving deep into Jiangnan. Now, with Jiangnan stabilized and rankings secured, I shall reward the 3 armies, subjugate the northern plains, strive to eliminate treachery, revive Jiangnan, and restore it to its former glory. This is my duty to repay the principal's trust and loyalty." Yi Xian continued, seemingly oblivious to the astonished expressions of those below. They had come to hear how Yi Xian achieved such greatness, yet what he delivered was a bewildering stream of discourse that, while rooted in the language of the great Xia, was incomprehensible when strung together. Those who had ascended as creation gods fared somewhat better. As for them, the nuances of language held little significance. However, This bore no relevance to their desire to learn about the history of creation. Fortunately, I no longer bear the Principal S expectations. The northern plains shall be subdued, Jiangnan restored, and the old capital reclaimed, all culminating in the establishment of a new dynasty. Yi Xian then smiled and proclaimed, I am but a commoner from Huaiyou. What does the world add to my existence? Is this truly Yi Xian? How has he transformed into such an insufferable figure after our time apart? Li Dong fell silent, having never encountered a person so full of themselves. The Yi Xian of yore never regarded others highly, nor did he ever seek to flaunt his superiority. Yet the current Yi Xian seems determined to seize every opportunity to do just that. Perhaps this is simply who he has become, mused Zhou Xingqiao. Yi God is magnificent. Yi God is invincible. Yi God. Even amidst Yi Xian's blatant display of bravado, there were still die-hard fans cheering him on. Well then, let us speak of something more substantial. To grow stronger, one must possess thoughts within their heart, yet they must not be overly abstract. For creation does not emerge from mere wishful thinking. It fundamentally relies on potential. Your potential is largely predetermined at the moment you initiate the creation of a world. Yi Xian gazed at the fervent students below and resolved to speak earnestly. After he finished, the crowd fell silent once more. Thus, for those who have successfully created worlds, you must endeavor to unearth your potential as much as possible. The school now offers numerous opportunities and resources, rendering you far luckier than previous cohorts. As for the first-year students yet to create their worlds, be bold in your imaginings. Of course, this requires a solid foundation of knowledge. You cannot simply fantasize about a world without understanding its intricacies. You may indeed bring forth such a world, but whether it aligns with your visions remains uncertain. Many so-called omniscient and omnipotent beings across various worlds are merely products of self-delusion. If the creation of a world could be so easily dictated by imagination, it would lead to an endless cycle of convoluted realities, wherein one claims superiority over another simply by virtue of their thoughts. The progression of all things stems from a predestined order. Should it be possible to manifest your aspirations, it will require gradual realization. The chaotic wasteland has long been humanity's most peculiar discovery, housing all manner of paths without the need for embellishment, yet it has become a desolate realm. Nonetheless, should one dare to envision, life may emerge from the rules, thus breaking the confines of the world. The very act of world creation is an exercise in boundless imagination. The first creation god emerged in a similar fashion. I believe that rather than asserting we create worlds, it is more accurate to say that worlds choose us. Yi Xian's words lingered, and silence enveloped the crowd. It is well understood that the nature of a world is dictated by the thoughts of its creation god. Much like the myriad realms of cultivation, each diverging into distinct paths, this is the essence of a creation god's purpose. Yet Yi Xian now posits that the world has chosen us. If this is the case, does it not imply that within the infinite cosmos, such worlds inherently exist, merely selecting creation gods for their evolution? This notion seems rather absurd, for the sacrifices made are but a single divine source. Regardless of how prodigious a talent or how formidable a world, they all originate from a singular divine source, ultimately evolving into supreme existence. Having concluded my remarks, I shall take my leave, Yi Xian stated, vanishing before the crowd could react. The assembly erupted in astonishment and began to converse fervently. How could this be? If worlds truly existed, could they be birthed from merely a single divine source? Indeed, Yi Goddess words are shockingly audacious. Zhang Yuanwu, witnessing the commotion, promptly stepped in to stabilize the situation, saying, fellow students, Yi Xian's words merely offer a new perspective. He does not imply that worlds have already come into being. His intention is rather to instill a sense of reverence, ensuring we remain steadfast. Chapter 76. The 5 Great Academies Compete for Yi Xian. May 7th. With 1 month remaining until the college entrance examination, today marks the day of the rankings. Over the past few months, countless students have faced numerous challenges and engaged in many battles. Yet, Yi Xian remains unmatched. The second place could not even rival the shadow he left behind, let alone defeat him. Zhang Bin has surged to the 9th position on the Grand Star list, while Gao Long trails behind considerably, achieving only the 18th rank. Meanwhile, Shui Yan, ranked 4th in the provincial list, occupies the 89th position on the Grand Star sublist. While he lags behind Gao Long, he still outperforms many top students from other provinces. Lu Yong, 5th on the provincial list, holds the 153rd spot on the Grand Star sublist. Closely following Shui Yan, the 6th rank in the province is occupied by Xian Ku, who has significantly improved his combat capabilities over the past months, reaching the 356th position on the Grand Star sublist, yet still falling short of Lu Yong. Lin Lan, 7th in the province, stands at the 672nd position on the Grand Star sublist. Zhang Yuanwu found no surprise in this ranking, as he was well aware of their strengths. Ji Zhun, 8th in the province and from the technological divine nation, occupies the 837th position on the Grand Star sublist, being the last candidate from Jiangnan province to enter the top 1,000. Ji Bai, 9th in the province, has once again made a comeback, but his rank on the Grand Star sublist is over 1,300, rendering him ineligible for direct admission into the 5 great academies. He must compete in the entrance examination against other students for a spot. Although competition is fierce, he stands a high chance. For while he may not secure a direct admission slot against those prodigies, he can certainly contend with those participating in the examination. The 5 great academies admit fewer students from the entrance examination, yet each province has between 10 to 100 slots available, determined by the quality of that year's students. The 10th position in the province has shifted to Shixing, who has dropped significantly, now ranking over 1,800 on the Grand Star list. It is evident that this year's students from Jiangnan province possess remarkable quality, with 3 top-tier talents among them. Out of the 108 provinces, 2 of the top 10 hail from Jiangnan, one of which holds the top position. 2 students ranked 18th and 89th have also entered the top 100 on the heavenly ranking. At the Jiangnan Province Talent Mobility Center, President Yun Wu of Jiangnan University quietly lifted the ban on all communications. Then with a thought, he announced, to all students ranked within the top 1,000 on the Zuxing sub-ranking, including the 1,000th, you have half a month to decide which academy to attend. Congratulations on your acceptance. He continued, congratulations to Zhang Bin, Gao Long, Shui Yin, Lu Yong, Xin Ku, Lin Lan, and Ji Zhen for successfully securing the opportunity for guaranteed admission to the 5 major academies. You may choose any one of the academies and inform me of your preferred choice within half a month, and I shall liaise with the heads of the 5 major academies on your behalf. The admissions office teachers from the 5 major academies were not idle. They promptly joined groups to inquire and instructed the presidents of universities across the provinces to submit the information of students heading to their academies. Subsequently, a group chat was created for this year's cohort, bringing all of them into it. Zhang Bin queried, President, where is Yixian going? He sent a message instantly after realizing that President Yun Wu did not mention Yixian. He genuinely wished to follow in Yixian's footsteps, believing that staying by his side would further motivate him. The others also harbored a question in their hearts. Indeed, where was Yixian, given his exceptional grades? Why was he not mentioned by the president? All doubts vanished as soon as Yun Wu sent a message. He is being sought after by the admissions office teachers of the 5 major academies. Throughout history, countless top-ranked students have emerged from the Zuxing list, yet never have the 5 of them competed for any one student. Now, they are actually vying for a student from Jiangnan province. Huh? In his office, Yun Wu laughed heartily, having never witnessed such a scene. At this moment, Yixian was surrounded by the 5 admissions office teachers, each of whom, like him, was a 5th-order creation deity. However, the disparity between each order was profound. Yixian, for instance, could contend with 3rd-order beings, but his strength was significantly inferior to these 5 prodigies. Yixian, allow me to tell you. Our Dazhou Academy is the foremost academy of the Great Xia, established the earliest and excelling in theoretical studies. I perceive that what your chaotic world lacks is not combat. For the power of regulated life is incredibly formidable. Rather, what you require is theoretical guidance, stated Ji Dan, a teacher from the Dazhou admissions office, animatedly. Nonsense. Yixian's combat talent is astonishing. Throughout his journey, has he not triumphed over foes with a single strike? This is evidence of his remarkable combat prowess. With a bit of refinement, he could slay enemies beyond his level as easily as drinking water, countered Fu Su, the teacher from the Daqin admissions office. Shedding his usual demeanor and rolling up his sleeves to take action, Yixian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. The sensation of being pursued and coveted by others was indeed delightful, especially when it was by such formidable individuals. Although he had been a top student in his previous life, he had never experienced the adulation of admissions office teachers from elite institutions. However, in this life, he was truly feeling it, and the significance of these 5 individuals was even more pronounced. Our illustrious Dahan Academy has existed since ancient times, embodying the spirit of the Great Xia and instilling confidence in our nation. Yixian, you must join our Dahan Academy. Lu Ju expressed with eager anticipation. Gazing at Yixian, is our Datang Academy lacking in any regard? Our RD department claims to be second to none. Who dares to assert otherwise? Yixian, your ability to create the chaotic wasteland signifies that you do not lack theoretical knowledge. What you require is development of the world. And that is our Datang Academy's strength. Li Chengxian, standing tall like a spear, presented a captivating sight. At this juncture, Zhu Biao raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, saying, who does not know that our Ming Academy treasures patriotic spirit above all? Fearless in the face of death, our students are remarkably valiant. A significant portion of the current territories of the Great Xia were carved out by individuals from our Ming Academy. Yixian, your ability to rise above and defeat foes is precisely what our academy excels at. Yixian raised his brows slightly, feeling conflicted. Where should he go among these 5 academies? I cannot decide which academy to attend, he confessed. In truth, attending any of the 5 would be equally commendable. And it was genuinely challenging to choose, especially since all 5 were simultaneously vying for him. Had they approached him one by one, he might have easily accepted the first offer. Ji Dan, Fu Su, Lu Ju, Li Chengxian, and Zhu Biao exchanged glances before Fu Su proposed. How about this? You can simultaneously enroll in all 5 academies, allowing you to study in any of them as you wish. What do you think? Chapter 77. The desire to open the great Luo heaven and the primordial world. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he looked at Fu Su for confirmation. Really? Of course it is true. We had already discussed this. We merely wish to secure your commitment to one academy for the sake of your records. Your information must be integrated accordingly. Fu Su nodded affirmatively. Yi Xian then turned his gaze to the other 4, who all nodded in agreement. Haha, thank you, esteemed teachers. Yi Xian exclaimed, quickly rising to bow in gratitude. Then he proposed, by the way, how about my records reflect my enrollment in all 5 major academies? After all, I will be studying in each of them, so it would be fitting to denote that I was cultivated by all 5. Fu Su looked to the others. I believe that is feasible, since we are already making exceptions, one more would not hurt. It would benefit all 5 of our academies. Ji Dan nodded in agreement. This would yield tangible results. Once Yi Xian became a top creation deity, they would be recognized for their foresight and understanding of his potential, having devoted themselves to nurturing him. Very well, Lu Ju succinctly affirmed. Indeed, if that is the case, this is the best solution, Li Chengxian concurred. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, but remained silent. Seeing that all 4 had agreed, Fu Su spoke up. In that case, we shall trouble President Yun. Yin Wu, hearing this, quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. No need for such formality. With a flash, the 5 figures vanished from sight. Once the 5 had departed, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and leaned back on the sofa, curiously asking, President, do you think I am the first in Zuxing history to enroll in all 5 major academies simultaneously? Yun Wu nodded, chuckling. Indeed, you are quite fortunate. Not merely in Zuxing history, but in the entire history of the Great Xia. You may be hailed as the first student ever to simultaneously enter all 5 major academies for further study. Yi Xian smiled, remaining silent as he opened the heavenly ranking to take a look. Then, with a grin, he sent out a message. Jiangnan Province Talent Mobility Center. Yi Xian, Zhongbin. Which academy are you going to? Zhongbin. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Gaolong. Same here. Shuiyan. Same here. Lu Yong. 10,086. The 4 of them were exceedingly confident in their abilities, believing that attending any of the 5 major academies would be inconsequential. After all, the distinctions among the various departments were minimal at best. Xin Ku declared, I wish to attend Dazhou Academy. Their theoretical department is unparalleled, and I feel it suits me well. Lin Lan chimed in, I want to go to Ming Academy. It is a better fit for me. Ji Jin remarked. I will not add to the discussion. I am going to Datang Academy, where the RD department is the best in the nation. You all know I am from the technological divine nation, so our research excels beyond others. Ji Bai sighed, I wish I could join, but I lack the qualifications. I must rely on the college entrance examination to see if I can secure a place in one of the 5 major academies, and even then, it would be a forced selection. His words were rather tactful, mindful of the many present. He refrained from making guarantees. If he failed to gain admission to one of the 5 major academies, he would become a laughingstock. Students participating in the college entrance examination, lacking the privilege of guaranteed admission, are deprived of the right to voluntarily select their institutions. They are compelled to accept assignments, and should they fail to be chosen, they must seek admission elsewhere. If 1,000 students with guaranteed spots enroll in a particular academy, other institutions will proportionally increase their quotas across various provinces, while those with higher admissions will naturally offer fewer slots. Conversely, if an academy attracts fewer guaranteed students this year, it will broaden its admissions. Shixing, silently. He, like Ji Bai, possesses the ability to speak yet cannot choose an academy, as he is not ranked among the top 1,000 on the Tao Ancestor Star list. The current celestial rankings have been established. Any subsequent changes bear little significance, save for the possibility of advancing slightly to attract the attention of the 5 major academies. A feat that is evidently quite challenging. Zhongbin. Yi Xian, have you made your decision on where to go? Yi Xian, I have not decided. Zhongbin furrowed his brow. Yi Xian should have made his choice long ago, given that he was certain to gain admission to one of the 5 major academies. Just as he pondered this, another message from Yi Xian appeared. Yi Xian, however, the 5 major academies have made their decision. They have collectively chosen to admit me, which means I will be a student of all 5 academies simultaneously. Therefore, wherever you choose to go, you will still be in the same academy as me. Zhongbin. Upon hearing this, he was utterly astonished, instinctively deeming it impossible. Yet he quickly realized that someone like Yi Xian would not utter such meaningless lies. Gaolong, what the heck? Shuiyan. Lu Yong. Yi Xian from Jiangnan is impressive. 666. My brother Yi. Lin Lan remained silent. Ji Jun, as expected of the God Yi. Ji Bai, God Yi. Our role model. Shixing, God Yi. I am your fan. Countless others, upon witnessing this news, were equally shocked. The announcement was simply too astounding to be true. Yet it had indeed transpired. Qin Ji also saw this message, though for him, merely gaining admission to Jiangnan University would be a remarkable achievement, let alone being accepted into the 5 major academies. How exhilarating! Yi Xian proclaimed his audacious statement, envisioning the astonishment etched on the faces of those reading it. A month later, the college entrance examination concluded. Yi Xian had already completed the necessary procedures for admission to the 5 major academies. Meanwhile, the forum of the celestial rankings was abuzz with a flurry of posts about Yi Xian, all pinned to the top. He gazed at his balance, which displayed over 200,000 divine sources, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Accumulating such an amount of divine sources was beyond the imagination of others. On September 1st, when the new academic year commenced, this year's students would automatically ascend from the high school celestial rankings to the university celestial rankings. The rankings would be categorized similarly to those from high school, but instead of a single cohort, there would be 4, encompassing all students who joined the celestial rankings throughout their 4 years of university, vying for higher ranks. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Nevertheless, Yi Xian's immediate concern was to cleave through chaos and forge a primordial world. Creating a new world within this realm was an exceedingly arduous task. A single misstep could lead to the collapse of the world, severely injuring the creator god, or even precipitating a fall in rank. Furthermore, aspiring to shape a primordial realm akin to the celestial beings of Taoism required ample preparation, hence his accumulation of divine sources. Chapter 78. I am Pangu. To open up heaven and earth. In the realm of chaos, my strength should suffice to carve out a new world. Pangu slowly awakened, feeling the immense power within his being, and spoke. Although his cultivation was that of a Tai golden immortal, his true combat prowess had long since surpassed known boundaries. Unable to break through higher realms due to the limitations of this world, were he to step into a broader world, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend rapidly. Pangu was inherently more sacred and powerful than other great divine demons. Originally, among the 3,000 paths, there was no path of power, yet now, under the guidance of Yi Xian, the creator god, the path of power was born within the chaotic realm. The path of power encompasses all paths. The might of the 3,000 paths converges here as the supreme path. However, the myriad wonders of the 3,000 paths are not within the dominion of the path of power. The path of power reigns supreme above the 3,000 paths, followed by the 5 paramount paths, and then the 12. I am Pangu, destined to open heaven and earth, to recreate the cosmos. Do not claim I do not offer you opportunities. I await your united approach. Otherwise, before the heavens and earth are forged, it shall be your demise. Pangu, towering at 100,000 zhong, stood amidst the chaos, the Pangu axe in his right hand, and the jade butterfly of the great path in his left. His aura radiated boundless might, sweeping across all. As the chaotic essence spread throughout the expanse, in the void above chaos, at long last, the thought of opening heaven and earth surfaced. Yi Xian quietly observed all this, flanked by 23 large vials of divine sources, each equivalent to 10,000 divine sources, an extravagant resource. Were he to bestow such wealth upon Zhongbin, he would likely ascend to the 4th-tier creator god by now. Yet, he remained merely a late-stage 2nd-tier creator god. Alas, although the chaotic realm is formidable, it consumes untold resources. Without advancing the creator god's world, it becomes exceedingly challenging to ascend to higher levels. Behind Yi Xian, the 3,000 paths manifested, with the path of power reigning supreme among them. This was in anticipation of the impending clash between Pangu and the 3,000 divine demons, allowing for the comprehension of the great path. Within the chaos, Pangu, the demons of destruction, upon sensing Pangu's presence and words, were filled with exhilaration. Apart from him, the other great divine demons began to converge towards Pangu. This would be a conflict that reverberated throughout the chaos. No one could avert the arrival of this day. Even if the demons of destruction had healed their wounds, they dared not engage Pangu in battle. Yet now, with chaos encompassing everything, they must heed the call. No one could evade this catastrophe. For Pangu's intentions were crystal clear. Before he opened the heavens, he would undoubtedly eradicate all chaotic demons. Unable to accept that his newly created world would suffer at their hands. Only a thief may thrive for 1,000 days. How can one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? In the unseen realm, the divine demons sensed each other's presence, slowly gathering. In this moment, all demons united once more, driven solely by the desire to eliminate Pangu. All demons understood that they might return to the great path in this battle. Yet none were afraid, for they would ultimately return once more. However, no demon would relinquish hope, even if the ending they had witnessed was inevitable. They would not abandon their aspirations, instead choosing to fight to the death. The demons of destruction approached slowly, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Even the chaotic essence was annihilated, only to be shrouded once more by the remaining chaotic essence. Their strength had evolved beyond recognition. Countless years had passed, and not only had Pangu grown stronger, but the 3,000 divine demons had as well. Upon seeing the demons of destruction, the chaotic demons frowned slightly and inquired, "Destruction, were you not always opposed to uniting? What brings you here today? How would I leave?" The demons of destruction scoffed dismissively. The chaotic demons fell silent. Their expression hardened, and they ceased to speak. The amiable elder beside them, the creator of gods and demons, stepped forward and proclaimed, "My esteemed friends, let us not quarrel. Together, the 3,000 gods and demons shall surely confront this adversary. This is a chaotic calamity, inescapable, and we must endure it head-on. After this battle, the cosmos shall be reborn." The fate demon murmured softly, causing the brows of all present to furrow, their morale diminishing significantly. "Fate, silence yourself." The infinite, sensing the waning spirits, barked sternly. The fate demon seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his words, hastily closing his mouth and refraining from further rebuttal. Though fate may be unyielding, the supreme path offers a glimmer of hope. There remains a slender possibility of success. The group approached Pangu. "Pangu, we shall engage in battle," declared the demonic entity of destruction, uttering but a single phrase. Noticing Pangu's slight nod, a colossal grinding mill emerged behind him. It embodied boundless destruction, death, obliteration, slaughter, fragmentation, savagery, and devastation. All beings across the infinite realms of time and space were destined to be annihilated by this great mill, the manifestation of the path of annihilation. With a hum, the demonic entity of destruction wielded the world-destroying mill and turned towards Pangu, unleashing an overwhelming aura of destruction that stirred the surrounding chaos. In the depths of the boundless chaos, innumerable supreme treasures of the path manifested. The 3,000 gods and demons exerted their utmost strength to obliterate the cursed Pangu, each invoking their own pathal power. Witnessing this, the chaos demons swiftly summoned their own chaos paths, merging them with the force of destruction. Alongside the powers of the infinite and creation, uniting with the 3,000 pathal strengths. Gradually, the combined forces began to coalesce. Wherever they traversed, the chaos retreated, as if it sensed that refusal to disperse would lead to its own annihilation. Yet, in the face of this unified assault from the 3,000 pathal gods and demons, Pangu neither evaded nor flinched. Instead, a smile graced his countenance. "How intriguing," he exclaimed, raising the Pangu axe high. His aura soared, and his power escalated exponentially. With a mighty roar, he cleaved downward towards the imminent onslaught with immeasurable might. What is the Pangu axe? It is the foremost treasure of chaos, a divine artifact of creation. The sheer force contained within it is sufficient to aid Pangu in splitting the chaos, rendering the assistance of the 3,000 pathal gods and demons unnecessary. This illustrates the magnitude of its lethality. A blinding axe light, towering to an unknown height, surged forth towards the attacks emitted by the pathal gods and demons. The two forces silently observed as the attacks approached, inching closer until they were on the verge of collision. At the pivotal moment when their attacks were about to collide, Pangu suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing to the side, in an instant, he comprehended the situation, glaring at the three figures enveloped in the fabric of time and space, who promptly returned to their rightful temporal domain. Meanwhile, the two attacks collided with a cataclysmic force. Boom. Buzzing. Chapter 79, The Chaos War. The birth of the primordial world. The pathal gods and demons are born from the boundless paths, manifestations of the will of the path itself. And their accompanying treasures are also embodiments of the path. Though lacking their will, they are nonetheless formidable. Among these, the 5 paramount pathal treasures rank as chaos treasures, while the accompanying treasures of the remaining pathal gods and demons are classified as chaos spirit treasures, considerably inferior to those of the 5 supreme pathal treasures. Conversely, Pangu's pathal treasure is a fusion of the 3,000 pathal strengths, a path created solely by the creator god Yixian. This path did not exist prior. However, within Yixian's chaotic world, it was birthed. Upon its inception, it ascended above the 3,000 paths, achieving the true status of the supreme path. 3,000 paths nurtured Pangu, thus revealing the extent of his formidable prowess, whether it be the pathal jade butterfly or the Pangu axe. Both treasures were birthed from the power of the 3,000 paths, although their ranks are also classified as chaos treasures. They surpass the 5 supreme treasures by an unfathomable margin, especially the Pangu axe, which, bearing the mission of creation, is unmatched in its lethality, capable of cleaving through chaos with a mere flick. Now, with these 2 treasures accompanying Pangu, they march into battle against the 3,000 pathal gods and demons. Boom. The deafening sound erupted from the point of their collision, reverberating throughout the entire chaotic realm, even causing subtle fissures in another world that was both intersecting yet separate. Crack, crack. At their point of intersection, chaos was utterly severed, giving birth to a vast expanse of new worlds. Endless pure energy ascended, while boundless turbid energy descended. The world continued to expand. A formidable, indescribable tremor radiated outward, causing the new world to expand further in response. The 3,000 pathal gods and demons, witnessing this, hastily summoned their accompanying treasures to shield themselves. "This is dire," Pangu exclaimed, quickly enlarging the pathal jade butterfly to shield himself. A tremendous wave of tremor surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Crack! A sound echoed as the pathal jade butterfly shattered. its fragments scattering in all directions toward the new world, vanishing from sight, while the main body was reduced to countless shards, disappearing entirely, leaving only a small portion to remain before Pangu. Yet even that remnant was riddled with cracks, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. Pangu coughed up a mouthful of blood, which fell into the new world, hastening its expansion. The Pangu axe, which he held, though shielded by the Padhal jade butterfly and Pangu himself, sustained significant damage yet did not shatter like the jade butterfly. However, fissures were evident along the axe's body, indicating that it could also crumble at any moment, similar to the fate of the Padhal jade butterfly. On the other side, crack, crack. All the accompanying treasures of the Padhal gods and demons had now disintegrated into fragments. Among the 3,000 paths, aside from the 12 gods and the 5 supreme demons, all others had perished, returning to the path. Pangu. The chaos demons howled in fury, yearning for Pangu's complete annihilation, yet they found themselves powerless. They sensed the chaos being incessantly devoured by the new world, which was advancing at an unfathomable speed towards its destruction. Though they still existed, the chaos pearl had exploded, scattering into countless fragments that fell into the new world, vanishing from view. The demonic entity of destruction's world-destroying mill also collapsed, disappearing without a trace. The creation Blue Lotus disintegrated. Its immense creative force transformed it into various wholes, embodying numerous laws that vanished into the new world. The measuring path also shattered into 3 main bodies and countless fragments, disappearing entirely. The Book of Destiny tore asunder, scattering into pieces, though many pages remained, reflecting across the heavens. The remaining accompanying treasures of the 3,000 Padhal gods and demons also fragmented into various pieces, each carrying different laws and hiding within the new world. Pangu. The demonic entity of destruction laughed heartily. For although only a handful of Padhal gods and demons remained, all on the brink of death, Pangu's current state was grievously wounded, not faring much better. He understood that his purpose had been fulfilled. Thus, with a great shout, he dissipated, returning a fragment of his essence to the path, hoping for a swift resurgence. Dream on. Pangu retorted upon witnessing this, striking the essence with his bare hands. Buzz. The manifestation of the path of power reverberated, shattering the essence of destruction, which ceased to exist. After resolving the greatest peril posed by the god of destruction, Pangu turned his gaze towards the deities and demons. I shall bestow upon you annihilation, rendering you to slumber within the great Tao, unable to awaken. Pangu raised his axe, and once more, a radiant arc of light cleaved through the air. We shall ultimately return. That day will inevitably mark the restoration of this world to chaos. The chaotic demons remained unperturbed, coldly responding. The other deities and demons yearned to move, to flee this place, particularly the time and space demons, only to discover that they were utterly incapable of wielding the powers of time and space to escape. They looked on in horror as Pangu's radiant axe light approached them. Boom! A wave imbued with infinite destruction and death swept over the remaining deities and demons, obliterating them within the new world. With their annihilation, the corporeal forms of the great Tao deities transformed into nourishment for the nascent world, causing its previously surging growth to accelerate yet again. Buzz. The Pangu axe, already on the brink of shattering, could no longer withstand the strain and fragmented into 3 treasures, the Pangu banner, the Chaos Bell, and the Taiji diagram, 3 innate treasures of unparalleled might. Despite suffering immense loss of spiritual essence, its transformation into 3 treasures still underscored the formidable nature of the original Pangu axe. Above the chaos, amidst the void, the heavens were finally opened. Yi Xian exhaled a sigh of relief and then directed the liquid formed from over 200,000 divine sources towards the essence of the newly born world. A purple torrent surged across the sky, infusing itself into the world's essence. As the divine source liquid flowed in, the chaotic realm expanded once more. Buzzing. Within the chaos, was the chaotic world truly expanding again at this moment? Pangu's eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, as if piercing through the endless firmament to reach the source of the chaotic world. There, an indistinct purple stream descended, its authenticity indiscernible. He desired to look up, but found only emptiness, devoid of any marvel. The original purple torrent had also vanished. Chapter 80. The Growth of Worlds, the Rebirth of All Beings. This is dire. The rapid expansion of the chaotic world has rendered the nascent world unable to keep pace, and it is in danger of being engulfed anew. Pangu furrowed his brow, recognizing the instability of the new world. He quickly gathered his thoughts, ceasing his exploration of the world's essence. Chaos Bell. Pangu pointed. And the Chaos Bell grew to towering heights, emanating boundless divine light that enveloped the primordial world, preventing the chaotic energies from rampaging in. Pangu banner. Once more, Pangu pointed. The Pangu banner, moving without wind, soared to great heights and wildly waved towards the infinite distance, unleashing boundless chaotic sword energy that carved the ever-expanding chaotic world into the new world, augmenting its scope. In vague outlines, It seemed to echo the might of the Pangu axe of yore. Taiji diagram. Pangu pointed again, and the Taiji diagram transformed into a celestial map, calming the earth, water, wind, and fire of the entire nascent world, ensuring that they did not wreak havoc. As the expanse of the new world grew larger, the Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, and Chaos Bell also increased in size. Thus, things were somewhat better. Pangu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the already crumbling Great Tao Butterfly beside him. Though the Great Tao Butterfly remained intact, nearly all of its 3,000 powers had long since dissipated, leaving only 49 yet to wane. Alas, Pangu sighed, summoning it forth, transforming it into intertwining rules. 50 Great Taos, the celestial Een of 49, today shall be the celestial Tao. As Pangu's words fell, the Great Tao Butterfly became the celestial Tao of the primordial world, devoid of any will, merely acting according to the world's rules. In truth, the primordial realm encompassed far more than 49 powers. These were born from the fallen Great Tao deities, and the primordial celestial Tao merely governed the remaining powers through 49. However, the Tao is complete, and there ought to be 55, for there exist 5 supreme entities that the primordial celestial Tao cannot control or dominate. After completing all this, Pangu felt an unsettling dissonance. Suddenly, he realized, slapping his forehead, that this realm was simply too confined. With a raised hand, he could touch the sky. With both hands braced against this realm, he exerted force, and the heavens were inexplicably elevated by an unknown extent. It is imperative to saturate the chaos and prevent those great Tao deities from emerging to endanger the primordial realm. Pangu murmured to himself, for this was his mission, an innate calling bestowed upon him by Yi Xian, a purpose embedded within his essence since his inception. Thus, Pangu in this life was not for himself, but for the sake of the primordial realm. Countless years later, who knows how high the heavens have risen, or how thick the earth has become. The expanse between heaven and earth has expanded countless folds beyond its previous measure. In such a world, life must inevitably arise. Pangu's eyes pierced through infinite time and space, knowing that the chaotic world had yet to grow, while the primordial world had reached its limit, not for lack of will, but simply due to the confines of possibility. At such heights, Pangu could no longer traverse the skies by his own power. He could only continue to prop the heavens, fearful that they might collapse and annihilate the nascent world. Such a world, how could it not evoke nostalgia? Pangu had long since exhausted his strength. After uttering this final thought, he abruptly passed away, his form gradually disintegrating. His spine transformed into a pillar supporting the heavens, raising the fallen sky once more. Albeit lower than before, yet still infinitely higher than its original state. Between the sky and chaos lay a layer of space. His long hair morphed into countless stars. Residing within that expanse, now known as the endless starry sky, the breath he exhaled became the winds, and his saliva turned into clouds. His left eye transformed into a sun, illuminating all of time, while his right eye became the moon, bringing salvation to the world as the sun descended. His limbs and body became countless towering peaks, scattered across the original earth, rendering it no longer flat, but uneven. His blood and sweat transformed into rivers and lakes, while his skin and hair became the grass and flora. In his metamorphosis, countless beings were birthed, infused with the essence of the nascent world. Muscles morphed into towering figures, steeped in the earth's impurities, unable to attain the merits of heaven opening. Among them were 12 colossal figures, each towering 10,000 feet, hidden deep within the ground. One after another, beings continued to be conceived, becoming streaks of light that departed. Finally, his primordial spirit, after a third of its essence was tainted by the pure chi of creation, rolled forth, carrying boundless primordial yellow energy and merits, unknown of its destination. As Pangu fell, endless thoughts emerged, amalgamating with the myriad of the world, manifesting as one after another primordial saints, revealing themselves to the realm. 12 streams of pure chi emerged. The 3 purities took 3, leaving 9 that transformed into the celestial, yellow, and azure heavens. The earth's impurities also yielded 12 streams, each taken by one of the 12 ancestors. Each primordial thought intertwined with everything in the primordial realm, becoming primordial saints. Some primordial saints emerged for this world, while others were destined to be birthed within, descending to the world. Countless primordial saints arose, and innumerable resentments from the great Tao deities, obliterated by Pangu, coalesced within the primordial realm, manifesting as ferocious beasts, born with the purpose of annihilating this world. Beyond these 2, many lingering thoughts and fragments of the Tao from the fallen great Tao deities fused with the primordial world, giving rise to primordial saints. One type emanated from Pangu, while the other stemmed from the great Tao deities. Though neither were of the original source, they were nonetheless primordial saints, and crucially, they represented the nascent beings of this world, whether it be the divinity birthed by Pangu or that emanating from the primordial forces of the universe. Both are manifestations that have amalgamated various elements of the primordial world, thus transforming into the innate sanctity. Yet, whether they are divine beings or ferocious beasts at this moment, They are either in a state of gestation or engaged in profound contemplation and cultivation. Apart from the ferocious beasts, all innate divine beings bow in reverence to the Father God Pangu. Above the chaos, amidst the void, the present primordial realm has now expanded to encompass several star domains of considerable size. Yi Xian gazed upon the newly birthed world below, contemplating silently. The so-called star domains bear a resemblance to the observable universe of his previous life, and now, the primordial realm alone spans a multitude of star domains. Shifting his gaze towards the chaos, he noted that it had shrunk considerably, far from the vastness of the primordial realm. The chaotic world resembled a mere egg. While the primordial world appeared akin to an eggshell, with a thin membrane separating the two, this membrane representing the current expanse of chaos. Chapter 81. The Great Luo Celestial. Innate Divine Being. Though chaos may seem diminutive like a membrane, its true nature remains boundless and expansive. Between the chaos and the primordial realm lies a barrier, formed from the skin of Pangu, enveloping the entire primordial world and rendering the chaotic bell unnecessary for stabilizing chaos. In truth, the chaos bell has long ceased to hold dominion over chaos. The vastness of the primordial world makes governance exceedingly challenging. Following Pangu's demise, it too lost its formidable power. With a mournful wail, transforming into a streak of light that soared towards the sun, birthed from Pangu's left eye. The remnants of the Pangu banner and the Taiji diagram have mysteriously vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Boom! Alongside the primal yellow energy and the power of virtue that emerged at the dawn of creation, a colossal surge of virtue has once again manifested. This power of virtue did not arise from the heavenly way utilizing the primordial world's essence, but rather from the great Tao drawing upon the essence of the entire chaotic realm. Golden radiance emanated from a singular point, instantaneously enveloping the entire sky, dyeing the heavens of the primordial world in a resplendent gold. This surge of virtue did not ascend towards the innate divine beings like the three purities, as the heavenly virtue would. Instead, it bifurcated, one part gradually ascending skyward, while the other descended towards the earth. The entirety of the primordial realm grew more fortified due to this virtue, as if its upper limits had been elevated. I shall transform this primordial realm into the great Luo Celestial of Taoist mythos. Ha! Yi Xian could not contain his laughter amidst the void. In his past life, the great Luo Golden Immortal above the Tai Golden Immortal in the primordial realm was utterly insignificant, unworthy of the title Great Luo. According to the concept of the Great Luo Celestial in Taoist mythology, this is what truly deserves the title. The so-called Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal is similarly misleading. It appears to embody Hunyuan, yet remains ensnared within the confines of heaven and earth, anxious and restless. The Great Luo is one who transcends all space-time, existing in eternal freedom, unbound by the cosmos, indulging in boundless liberty. Once one attains the Great Luo, they are forever certified. If a being in any space-time achieves the Great Luo, then all selves across space-time also bear the Great Luo's essence, preventing anyone from discovering their feeble origins through the passage of time and striking them down. To elevate the upper limits of the primordial world, Yi Xian expended a staggering number of divine sources, amounting to hundreds of thousands. It is noteworthy that the chaotic world has developed to this point without such exorbitant expenditure. Only thus could the true essence of the Great Luo be birthed. Yi Xian gazed upon the world below with satisfaction. The cultivation tiers remain categorized as in his previous life, yet the strength of the two is incomparable. Nominally, this still bears the title of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet it is not the same as the original Great Luo Golden Immortal of the primordial realm, but rather the Great Luo Celestial from Taoist mythology. It is merely a distinction of nomenclature, serving to differentiate between superior and inferior strengths. Much like the distinction in the primordial realm between saints and Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortals, one constrained by the heavenly way, the other unbound, yet they are fundamentally of the same tier. With the opening of the primordial realm, Yi Xian's own strength naturally ascended to the realm of the third-order creation god. The potential of the Great Luo primordial realm far surpasses that of chaos. The pinnacle of chaos can only sustain 3,000 great Tao divine demons indefinitely. Thus, at most, 3,000 Great Luo Golden Immortals may emerge. Although they may traverse to the very limits of all realms, it remains uncertain how long this would take. Furthermore, it is merely those 3,000, while the primordial realm, with its evolution, is destined to give rise to countless Great Luo in the future. Most importantly, these 3,000 divine demons have not perished from the boundless great Tao. They shall inevitably return, and upon their return, they will be at their zenith. At that time, their realm will reflect the upper limits of the world. Such are the great Tao divine demons. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the world, they would be beyond comprehension in terms of their realms. Thus, it is evident that the upper limits have been significantly elevated, compensating for the deficiencies among the mid-tier cultivators beneath the great Tao divine demons. Moreover, the beings of the primordial realm are not incapable of reaching the pinnacle of existence. They simply lack the innate advantages of the great Tao divine demons. Consequently, the potential for an increase in peak combat prowess is incalculable. Above the sun, the thoughts of Pangu before his demise coalesced with the essence of the true fire of the sun, giving birth to the three-legged golden crow. There are three such crows, the eldest named Dijuan, the second named Tai, and the youngest named Xia. The chaos bell, transformed from the Pangu axe, now spirals around the smallest golden crow, while the great golden crow is accompanied by the river map and the Luo book. Both innate spiritual treasures formed from fragments of the great Tao's jade butterfly. The smallest golden crow is near a circular object, the sun essence wheel. Also an innate spiritual treasure. These are the accompanying treasures of the three. The three remain in a state of gestation, although they possess consciousness. There is no means of communication. Above the moon, the thoughts of Pangu amalgamated with the essence of the cold air from the moon, resulting in the creation of the three-legged toad. There are two such toads, the elder named Changxi and the younger named Wangshu. The elder is accompanied by a moon essence wheel, a circular innate spiritual treasure, while the younger is near a jade flute, known as the moon jade flute, capable of controlling the cold air of the moon. Both are also in a state of gestation. Deep within the primordial earth, the witch race, birthed from the flesh of Pangu, is continuously nourished by innate malevolent and turbid energies within the Pangu hall, formed from Pangu's heart. This is not a supreme treasure, yet its defenses rival those of one. The witch race does not comprehend the primordial spirit. Though they possess consciousness, they lack the ability to control treasures. Within Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones, birthed from the amalgamation of Pangu's primordial spirit and 9 strands of pure qi, are in the process of gestation. The Kunlun Mountain range, formed from Pangu's spine, boasts its highest peak, named Buzhou Mountain, a pillar supporting the heavens. The three pure ones are the true inheritors of Pangu and are destined to gestate here. Alongside them are many innate deities, including the Queen Mother of the West to the west of Kunlun, Niwa, Fuxi, and numerous other innate divine beings, each possessing their own accompanying spiritual treasures. These innate spiritual treasures are primarily formed from fragments of the accompanying treasures of the former 3,000 great Tao divine demons, which gave rise to the creation divine demons. The creation green lotus, having birthed Pangu and containing the power of the 3,000 great Tao, is a vessel of countless laws. Upon shattering, it transformed into an unfathomable number of innate spiritual treasures. Aside from the creation green lotus, the remaining 4 supreme treasures of the great Tao divine demons have not produced as many innate treasures, yet they have still yielded a considerable number. Additionally, the accompanying treasures of the 3,000 divine demons have culminated in an immeasurable number of spiritual treasures. However, there remain only 3 innate supreme treasures, the Pangu banner, the chaos bell, and the Taiji diagram, all transformed from the Pangu axe held by the Taoist Lord Pangu. The great Tao's jade butterfly shattered into countless fragments, similarly giving rise to an indeterminate number of innate spiritual treasures, one of which formed the celestial path of the primordial realm, currently in the process of gestation. Chapter 82. Transforming the Great Luo Celestial into the Essence of Hunyuan. The primordial realm, with its majestic mountains, rivers, and radiant sun and moon, presents an enchanting landscape. Yet, whether it be the ferocious beasts that roam the land or the primordial deities that dwell within, they remain in a state of gestation, shrouded in profound silence. The primordial heavenly path lies concealed, nurturing its essence, while the chaotic Tao assumes control. Although the Great Luo Celestial can be referred to as the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the disparity between the Great Luo Celestial and the Tai Golden Immortal is immeasurable. It would be more fitting to designate the Great Luo Celestial as the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, and to refer to the Great Luo notion within it as the primordial one thought, with the Great Luo Golden Immortal serving as a buffer in this classification. Yi Xian mused to himself, acknowledging that according to the development of the primordial narrative, it is only natural for the Tai Golden Immortal to ascend to the rank of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, to leap directly to the Great Luo Celestial seems an excessive jump. Thus, a meticulous categorization should be established, renaming the Great Luo Golden Immortal and transferring the original Great Luo concept to the primordial concept, implying that the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal represents the Great Luo Celestial within Taoism. Indeed, this seems quite appropriate. In my contemplation, I shall infuse the primordial realm, allowing all sentient beings who attain the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm to grasp the mysteries of the primordial. All beings shall come to understand the concept of the caverns of fortune. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Yi Xian imprinted this notion within the primordial heavenly path. His intention in doing so was to ensure that, when the beings of the primordial world engaged in the divine kingdom wars, they would not doubt his existence, fostering an awareness that this world is but one among many. If the divine kingdom wars are merely for sparring, then typically one would venture to the sky arena. However, should it be an assessment, it often entails the capture of malevolent entities for evaluation. Yet, true combat is unyielding and unbreakable once commenced. It will undoubtedly annihilate the living beings within the opposing realms. While it is possible to recreate them using divine essence, it would undoubtedly require an extensive amount of time. These instances are primarily utilized in battles against beings from other star domains or even hostile nations. As for the primordial concept, it encourages them to forsake the constraints of the so-called path of saints and instead embrace the path of the great Luo celestial. Yi Xian, as the creator god, envisions the true essence of the world. Upon establishing this, the beings of the primordial realm shall naturally aspire to become primordial great Luo golden immortals. When the primordial realm was first opened, the initial calamity emerged, collectively termed the calamity of ferocious beasts. Yi Xian softly articulated, solidifying the momentum of heaven and earth. The expression "the grand trend" remains unchanged, while minor trends may vary suggests that significant events will inevitably transpire within the cosmos. Yet who will emerge victorious is a matter subject to change. After accomplishing these tasks, Yi Xian's thoughts shifted, and he vanished into the chaotic realm. In the cosmic Star City, 5 esteemed academies are nestled within. Among the Star City-S institutions, only these 5 academies remain, with even the Star City University compelled to relocate to the outskirts, leaving only the 5 academies in the urban center, symbolizing their exalted status. The Dazhou Academy lies to the east, presiding over the eastern extremity. The Daqin Academy is positioned in the west, governing the western extremity. The Dahua Academy occupies the south, ruling the southern extremity. The Datong Academy is situated in the north, reigning over the northern extremity, while the Daming Academy graces the center, commanding the central extremity. At this moment, Yi Xian finds himself within the Dazhou Academy. In the office of the academy's principal, he finally meets Yi Xian. GFA greeted with a warm smile. Gazing at Yi Xian seated across from him, Yi Xian reciprocated the smile, inquiring, "I wonder who my supervising teacher will be?" GFA gestured to Ji Dan beside him, saying, "Did they not inform you? The admissions officer from whichever academy you attend will be your teacher." Yi Xian had heard this before, but at that time, it was merely about attending a school. Now there were 5, and could they truly be the same? "I shall rely on teacher Ji Dan's guidance in the future." Yi Xian promptly addressed Ji Dan. Ji Dan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formality. It is my honor to personally instruct you." Lower-tier creator gods find it relatively easy to ascend, yet breaking through to the 4th tier is no simple feat, a challenge that has thwarted many a creator god. To become a 4th-tier creator god, one must not only possess a vast number of divine beings within their kingdom, but also have beings that have attained 4th-tier prowess. The 4th-tier creator god embodies the divine essence, unique amidst countless worlds and infinite timelines. This aligns with the concept of the great Luo celestial within Taoism. Thus, the beings within the divine kingdom must reach this level so that the 4th-tier creator god can naturally possess 4th-tier cultivation, subsequently coalescing their divine essence to become a true 4th-tier creator god. The higher the cultivation of the creator god, the stronger the beings within their divine kingdom, and conversely, the higher the cultivation of the divine beings, the greater the creator god's prowess, as both realms mutually enhance one another. Ji Dan, however, exists at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Even with Yi Xian's extraordinary talent, it remains uncertain how many years he must train to reach the 5th tier. If he could achieve the 4th-tier creator god status before graduating from university, it would already be a remarkable accomplishment. Very well. Let us show Yi Xian to his dormitory at the Dazhou Academy, GFA declared. Ji Dan nodded in agreement, turning to Yi Xian. Understanding the implication, Yi Xian rose and followed him. The realm of creator gods is both simplistic and brutally harsh. The stronger one is, the more resources they naturally acquire. And the university is a crucible for nurturing authentic creator gods. Of course, our 5 academies exclusively cultivate prodigies, Ji Dan remarked as they walked. Yi Xian listened attentively from behind, occasionally nodding in agreement. There is nothing unreasonable about this. It is a perfectly logical situation. Why should the strong and the talented share resources with the weak and the mediocre? To uphold fairness? In the era of creator gods, what relevance does fairness hold? Xiaoxi Ba and Sakura may preach fairness, incessantly clamoring to enter the continent of creation, claiming that all are human and deserving of equitable treatment. But such notions belong to the weak, who, due to their frailty, cannot even stake a claim in the tumultuous battles among the 5 nations. In a more precise sense, it is a conflict among 3 nations, with the other 2 nations ultimately serving as buffer zones to avoid direct confrontation among the 3 great powers. Even so, those 2 nations remain formidable within the 3,000 star domains. If the Daxia kingdom relied solely on fairness without strength, it would likely have succumbed to the level of Xiaoxi Ba and Sakura, scraping by within the 3,000 star domains, merely receiving a modicum of territory from the other great nations out of humanitarianism. Otherwise, apart from the 3 great powers, all other nations would vanish within the expanse of the 3,000 star domains and the continent of creation. As for the outer star regions, if one is willing to venture into them, they may do so, Just do not linger here. In the supremacy-driven era of creator gods, can one truly advocate for fairness? Have you attained the third-tier creator god level? When did this occur? Dan, walking beside him, suddenly sensed Yi Xian's cultivation. Astonished to find him at the third-tier creator god level, one must recognize that this lad's chaotic divine kingdom requires an immense amount of resources to advance. And advancement cannot be achieved merely through the accumulation of resources. Chapter 83. No wonder the 3,000-star domains look down upon the ancestral star. Indeed, it is you. Having achieved it, so be it. Dan nodded, acknowledging that this lad could vanquish fourth-tier beings even at the second tier, now that he has reached the third tier. Who knows how many tiers he could contend with? While it is rare for someone to reach the third tier so early, the 5 academies manage to enroll a few each year. In recent years, no one emerging from the ancestral star has surpassed Yi Xian's current prowess. However, the world is vast, and you are aware of this, so do not become overly arrogant, Dan advised. The 3,000-star domains and the continent of creation contain an unfathomable population. Once the numbers reach a certain threshold, even the most astonishing prodigy will inevitably emerge. Even Yi Xian, who has repeatedly achieved the seemingly impossible, though unprecedented, does not guarantee that he will be the last of his kind. Most crucially, Yi Xian's existence is not a mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability. Within the endless tapestry of time and space, individuals akin to Yi Xian will undoubtedly arise. Just as the universe is vast and boundless, and humanity, still in its technological age, has only grasped a fraction of the cosmos, that very fraction remains eternally impossible for humanity to fully explore. In that era, many believe humanity to be unique, the sole sentient being in the vast cosmos. However, the reality is that humanity is not singular. The universe is immense, and the emergence of life, however improbable, is inevitable. It was merely that humanity had yet to make such discoveries. With the progression of time and advancements in technology, the scope of human exploration expanded dramatically, ultimately leading to the discovery of a divine source stone, heralding a new epoch, the Age of Creation. In this era, anyone could ascend to godhood, and thus, they ventured forth from the desolate starfields into the boundless universe. Through their explorations, they encountered countless life forms, which either became their sustenance or served as trials for the newly ascended gods of creation. Many species met their extinction in this process. Yet humanity remained indifferent to their plight. I have never underestimated anyone in this world. I merely tread steadfastly towards the pinnacle, determined to overcome any adversary I encounter along the way. Yi Xian nodded, embodying the strategy of disdain for opponents while tactically respecting them. I may not regard everyone with high esteem, but should conflict arise, I shall summon all my strength to vanquish you, regardless of whether you are weak or powerful. Indeed, possessing this unwavering conviction of invincibility is paramount. Dan first expressed his admiration, then remarked, within the 5 great academies, there are no superfluous elements. We are divided into 3 distinct departments: the theoretical department, the combat department, and the research department. Our theoretical department stands as the finest in the ancestral star. Its purpose is to cultivate the ideologies of the creators, to explore the possibilities of world building, and to guide the gods in developing their divine realms and potential pathways. In essence, it teaches you how to nurture your own divine kingdom, though it does not demand strict adherence to another's path, as each creator's journey is unique. The instruction serves merely as a concept, aiming to equip you with a multitude of possibilities. The combat department, as the name implies, focuses on individual combat among the gods as well as inter-kingdom battles, which requires little elaboration. The research department is dedicated to developing entities within your divine realm that were previously deemed impossible, essentially evolving from the theoretical department, and indeed, it originally comprised only the theory and combat departments. While each of the 3 departments has its focus, they all encompass knowledge from the others, differing only in emphasis. Dan promptly delineated the distinctions among the 3 departments, and Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the 2 arrived at their dormitory. Though termed a dormitory, it was, in reality, an independent villa, fully equipped with all necessities. Imprint your divine consciousness here. This will be yours from now on, Dan instructed. Typically, individuals possess mere usage rights, but upon encountering exceptional talents, they are often granted full ownership, as the art of compressing vastness into the minuscule is well within their grasp. While the Great Zhou Academy may appear constant in size, its internal dimensions have expanded exponentially. Individuals like Yi Xian, capable of obtaining ownership, are rare occurrences. Thank you, Yi Xian said, imprinting his consciousness, only to realize that this was akin to a swift identity verification, not the exalted artifact he had envisioned. Nonetheless, the creators harness immense power within themselves and require no external trappings. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to seek me out. Senior year is already quite relaxed, and university life is even more so. A semester typically comprises only 1 public lecture, and for any inquiries, you may approach the professors. Dan smiled, noting that he had never before guided a student, with Yixian being his first. Of course, you are free to peruse the knowledge within the academy at your leisure. I recommend visiting the library to review its contents, as it will greatly benefit your development of a divine realm. Understood, teacher, Yixian replied, acknowledging his guidance. He was unaware that aside from exploring the library's records, the university offered little else, providing merely greater access to divine resources. After Ji Dan departed, Yixian entered the room and activated his celestial rankings. Celestial rankings. Name: Yixian Cultivation Realm. Early Stage 3-tier Creator World Type. Chaos Potential. Unknown Affiliated Schools. Great Zhou Academy. Great Qin Academy. Great Han Academy. Great Tang Academy. Great Ming Academy Grade. Freshman Current Ranking. 1, 289, 699th nationally. First on the Ancestral Star List Ranking Reward. 100, 000 Divine Sources Weekly Functions. Forum. Available. Trading Post active. Sky Arena. Available. Shura Battlefield. Available. Note: the ranking feature will transition to the national leaderboard after entering the top 10,000 of the star domain rankings. Is this truly outrageous? I am first on the Ancestral Star list, yet languish at 1, 289, 699th overall. Yixian was taken aback, realizing that while the Ancestral Star is vast, it is sparsely populated, holding primarily political significance. However, he had not anticipated such a stark contrast with other star domains. Even if the Ancestral Star's inhabitants were inferior to those of other realms, this disparity was absurd. A top 10,000 ranking in a star domain should not result in such a low national standing. No wonder individuals from other star domains look down upon those from the Ancestral Star. Were I in their position, I would do the same.